Chapter 151, Yevlet, I would rather stay with everyone. Yevlet walked slowly to Roya and sat down, saying, "Thank you for sharing your knowledge." Roya lay on the ground and smiled bitterly, "Fraud magic. So that's what it is." He looked at Yevlet and said, "I understand. The scary thing is never the demon behind you, but you. You who can develop a deceptive magic to this extent. Thank you for your compliment." Yevlet smiled. "But," Roya said, "is it really okay? Going down the current path, you have also seen the end. Do you want to turn back?" Others may not understand what Aftitali said just now, but how can Roya, who has studied demons for a lifetime, not understand the end of this road? It turned out to be the opposite of God. Humans do not seem to be the favorites of God, even if there are people with extraordinary talents who want to pursue the truth and want to get closer to God. In the end, they will go against their original intentions and be abandoned by God. In fact, it wasn't just Zeref who was cursed back then. Was God's curse the entire human race? Akunalaja, Zeref, and the demon behind Yefrit. No exception. Could it be that God is not on the side of truth, but on the opposite side of truth? Ha ha ha! Roya laughed, with extremely complicated emotions in his laughter. After laughing, he looked at Yefrit, waiting for his answer. Yefrit looked indifferent, and he didn't have a broken heart. He stretched out a finger and said, "First, I'm different from you. I don't have big ambitions and have never thought about where to go. In other words, I just want to get to a point where I can enjoy myself without worry. That's enough." Roya couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes. At this point, Yevlet naturally had no need to deceive him. Has he never fought and worked hard for a goal? Has he come to this point today just with the mentality of "I'm in trouble, let's solve it with a little effort"? Then his own persistence. Roya has been hit enough in the past 2 days. The first time was when he read Yevlet's notes, but at that time, he was still shocked. He sighed in his heart that this kid is a genius. Until this moment, he suddenly felt a little desperate. The reason why he has never reached the end in his life is simply because he is not worthy? Are the people who can really reach the end of the world this level of IQ? Roya has always felt that he is a genius. He doesn't think he is worse than Jelal and the goddess of Kabbalah. He just lacks some luck. But now, he finally realized that what he lacks is brains. Second. Yevlet stretched out the second finger and said, "There is no turning back. Once you reach that point, master the truth. Eternal life. Supreme power. All these require a price, not being a human being. I am unwilling to pay this price, so I will never reach this height." Yevlet looked into the distance and said, "The secret of this world is like a sea. I just want to catch enough fish. I am not so greedy as to go deep into the sea trench to fish for sea monsters. Anyway," Yevlet said with a smile, "I am afraid of heights." Everyone in Fairy Tale looked at Yevlet, and Natsu put his arm on Lucy's shoulder, smiling with big buck teeth. Yevlet said, "If you go high, you may lose a lot of things. I don't want to. I would rather stay with everyone." "Yevlet," Lucy smiled with relief. "Yes. Yevlet. No matter how powerful he becomes, everyone knows this guy's nature. Lazy. And having a sincere heart to love and be loved." Makarov looked at Yevlet with satisfaction. This is why he admired Yevlet. He used the most deceptive magic, and his appearance was completely unreliable, but he maintained the most sincere and pure heart. Third. Yevlet stretched out the third finger and said, "Be sincere to your desire for knowledge, Roya." Roya smiled bitterly. Why did he learn knowledge? Because he wanted to live forever. Why could Yevlet do better than him? Because he wanted to learn knowledge. He was tired of listening to this kind of chicken soup when he was a child. So, Yevlet's first 2 sentences made him feel a lot, but he didn't agree with the last words. This is just the self-righteousness of a genius. This guy. Roya looked at Yevlet and suddenly felt relieved. He is not omniscient, he also has blind spots and limitations in thinking. There are things he cannot see. Roya smiled and thought wickedly, "I will not tell Yevlet about this, so that he will make a mistake one day because of this shortcoming." Ah! Yevlet suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "What a big marshmallow flying in the sky! Where is it?" Natsu looked up quickly. Some people were fooled, some were not fooled, but they looked up at the sky tacitly. Huff. Natsu heard the sound and lowered his head to find that Roya's head and body were separated. You guy! Natsu walked over helplessly and punched Yevlet. Yevlet, what about her? Habi asked curiously. Everyone looked at Miss One. Miss One looked at Roya's body with some complicated emotions on her face, but she shook her head and looked at Yevlet with an expectant look. She seems to have a good relationship with you, said Natsu. But she is an enemy, said Gray. It depends on Yevlet's decision. We don't know, said Urza. Yevlet. Miss One trotted over and said, wait a minute. She turned and ran back to the base, then brought a box. It was the box she took out from under her bed and gave to Yevlet when she was about to run away. She put the box at Yevlet's feet and said, for you. After that, she suddenly took out a knife and slashed at Lucy next to her. You bastard! Natsu and Urza were shocked and quickly stopped her. Yevlet also narrowed her eyes and was about to cast magic. But at this moment, Miss One withdrew her hand and turned to approach Yevlet. Pa! She left some moisture on Yevlet's face. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, sneak attack successful. Miss One laughed, turned around and retreated, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yevlet took out a handkerchief and was about to wipe off his saliva. Cat punch. Lisa Lissina suddenly jumped out and punched Yevlet in the face, knocking him to the side and being held by Myra Jane. Ah, sorry, Yevlet brother, I was going to wipe your face, but I used too much force, hey. Lissina clenched her cat paw into a fist, put it next to her ear, squinted one eye, stuck out her tongue, and apologized with a cute gesture. You clearly said fist. Yevlet was speechless, and just when he wanted to rub his face, a fragrant handkerchief covered his face. Lissina, if you wipe your face, be gentle. Myra Jane said with a smile. I know. Lissina seemed relieved. Mirage held Yevlet's face and wiped it gently with a handkerchief. She had an extremely gentle expression on her face and said softly, Yevlet, thank you. Yevlet smiled back. Feeling the softness of the brain pad wave, he moved his head unconsciously, and then was pushed out of Mirage's arms. By the way, is there anyone who can save me? At this time, Tiffany's weak voice came. She was lying on the ground with a pale face. You are injured, and I was drained of blood. Twice. Tiffany complained. Sorry, Miss Tiffany, I will treat you. Wendy hurried to Tiffany. Brother Laxus, are you okay? Lissina ran to care about Laxus, you vomited blood. It's okay. Laxus waved his hand and still sat in a domineering posture. Plop. Emily slid down a wall, her head tilted, and her eyes closed. Emily. Levi shouted worriedly. Miss Emily just fell asleep due to exhaustion, don't worry, Miss Levi. Asa explained. By the way, who are you? Levi looked at him. I am the demon created by Mr. Yevlet. Asa replied with a smile. Laxus looked at Asa's body, thinking. How to deal with this demon? Makarov looked at Yevlet and asked. Timon was still lying on the ground at this time. Leave it to me, don't worry. Yevlet said. How to deal with it? Of course, it's still the same as Ansa. Maiko transformed it, Yevlet infected its magic power, and then sent it back to Edlas. In this way, Edlas has the magic power of 1.5 demons to use. Enough for Mistgang to equip an army. The reason why it is 1.5 is naturally because there is another half for Asa. Now Asa has a super brain and half a demon's magic power and can call on more and a top-level strong body at any time. After digesting the knowledge of this battle, the mirror world will be strengthened by who knows how many times. From a small demon at the beginning, it is now a big demon at the boss level. Yevlet is looking forward to how much Asa can grow. Can he reach the level of Maiko? News of the day, Fairy Tail overthrew the Roya organization at the cost of destroying most of the city. The subsequent troubles made President Makarov very anxious. But it has nothing to do with everyone. Especially not with Yevlet. Hee. So why doesn't he want to be the president? Yevlet's will is too firm, but Makarov finally let Laxus assist him in handling things, which can be regarded as sending a signal. But this time, no one objected. Although Laxus was indeed a little difficult for everyone to accept before. However, judging from what happened later, although this guy is very arrogant, he is still a good person. Especially this time. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Laxus actually pushed Natsu and others away, but he was so seriously injured that he could not continue to fight. This can be said to be risking his life to protect his companions. Therefore, most members no longer have any grudges against Laxus, and even those who oppose him in their hearts are observing Laxus at this time. There are not many candidates for the president. Yevlet is the first choice. He has enough strength and wisdom, and has strong leadership ability. He even taught Emily, who perfectly took over his position as the commander of the team battle this time. Yevlet is still a good teacher. Except for some minor shortcomings, but everyone has minor shortcomings. Makarov is also disrespectful to the elderly and often slaps girls' buttocks. In short, the one that everyone recognizes the most is of course Yevlet, but it's a pity that he doesn't do it. Gildarts is very strong. When he appears, everyone feels that he is stable, but he himself does not have a strong desire, and the reason is similar to Yevlet. Urza is a good choice, strong, upright, and likes to manage people. Then there is Laxus, who had a lot of problems before, but now he has corrected them and everyone thinks he is okay. Urza would have been a strong rival of Laxus, but in the end, she gave up the position of president. There are many reasons, the most important of which is. In fact, except for Laxus, everyone does not have such a strong desire for the position of president. Makarov then made up his mind and began to teach Laxus. He is very old and has a heart disease. He may die someday, or in a certain battle, he fell down. The next generation of the president must be considered seriously. After Laxus got the upper hand, he vaguely realized why his grandfather was bald. By the way, is Natsu a little too noisy? And the guild is so poor. A group of elite wizards, powerful, but why is it that when it comes to commissions? Laxus looked at the bill on the desk, which was higher than his grandfather's, and looked at his grandfather's helpless expression. Laxus, our guild is going bankrupt. A pair of quotation marks suddenly appeared in Laxus' mind, and then quickly pulled apart, and a line of words appeared inside. Is it wrong that the strongest guild on the continent is facing bankruptcy just after taking over? Will the guild go bankrupt? Are we all going to be homeless? Yevlet raised his head from the book and looked at Banjiu, who was talking about gossip in the guild. Yes, everyone is panicking. We have to lose a lot of money this time, said Turtledove. Master, Emily said tearfully, I haven't learned much magic yet. Will I be unable to make money as a street magician? The little girl was thinking of some pictures in her mind. The guild went bankrupt and they were in huge debt. Yevlet's shop closed. Under the bridge, Turtledove was wearing a shabby kimono full of supplementary soldiers, with a haggard expression on his face. He counted the few money and coughed from time to time, Mr. Yevlet, there are only a few days left. I haven't raised enough money to pay. There is no rice in the rice jar. What should I do next month? At the same time, Emily was dirty and sniffed her snot from time to time. She stood in the cold wind and performed street magic with great effort. It's too ugly. The audience turned away. No, Emily cried miserably. Bang! Yevlet knocked Emily's head and said, what are you thinking about? You should know. Yevlet said seriously, the group of people in fairy tale are strong, destructive, and protective. If this guild is gone, they will be released and roam in society, which will be a big harm. Neither the kingdom nor the council dare to do such a thing. Mr. Yevlet, what you said seems a bit wrong. Banjiu was a little speechless. Why did he say everyone was like a bad guy? Anyway, Yevlet said, it's no big deal. You'll get used to it. Chapter 152, S-Class Wizard Selection. Yevlet went to the guild in the morning and came back at noon with a serious expression. What happened again, Mr. Yevlet? Banjiu asked nervously. Nothing. Yevlet shook his head. That. Turtledove pointed to the box in the corner, it was given by Miss 1 to Yevlet, and she asked, do you want to open this box? She was very curious about what the other party had given her. Not only her, but everyone in the guild was very curious about the gossip about Yevlet. An enemy woman took a fancy to Yevlet and gave him a box. What was inside? Yevlet walked over. It was an ordinary iron box, locked with an ordinary lock. He checked it and found no special magic fluctuations. It seemed to be an ordinary box for a little girl to store private items. Mike, he said. Mike's hand reached out from the side, grabbed the lock and pulled it gently, breaking the lock, and then opened the box. The items inside were very ordinary. An old but not broken, very cheap kitten doll. A notebook with a heart sticker on the cover. There was also a recording prop and a piece of paper, this time a letter. Yevlet took the doll and looked at it. There was nothing special about it, so she put it aside. Picked up the notebook. Some words were written crookedly on it. They were ugly. It was obvious that the owner didn't practice calligraphy very much. Today I am 3 years old. The Holy Father gave me a gift, a beautiful bead. I like it very much, but Leopard said that it was burned out of the human body by the Holy Father. It's so disgusting, I threw it far away. It was too hot today, so I went to the town to play with my friends by the river, but a monster appeared and ate several of my friends. I killed the monster, but they didn't play with me anymore. I was very sad. Leopard told me that the monster was a failure made by the Holy Father. Why does the Holy Father always do this kind of thing? Yevlet read the diary one by one. Turtledove was also watching. She wiped her tears and had a little understanding and heartache for Miss Point 1. After all, she grew up in a similar environment. She had no choice. Fortunately, Mr. Yevlet took her in. The diary recorded how Miss Point 1 came to this point today, becoming a female devil who kills without blinking an eye. She was once a naive, romantic, and kind girl, favored by Luia, but Luia's favor was too abnormal. The gifts he gave and his actions refreshed Miss Point 1's acceptance limit again and again. Flipping to a wrinkled diary with 2 or 3 drops of blood, Yevlet finally understood why Miss Point 1 was a traitor. Leopard died, killed by the old monster. A few short words, followed by a few drops of donated blood. The recording style of the diary has undergone a drastic change. The old monster asked me to kill people, okay, I killed all the monsters he created, but very happy, yes, he is the least human, the most like a monster. The old monster experimented on me to enhance my magic power. I survived a near-death experience, and he was very happy. I wonder when I will be strong enough to kill him. I want to go on a mission, I don't want to see the old monster, the murderous intent in my eyes can no longer be concealed, but I am not strong enough. Miss Point 1 wrote more than 10 diaries like this, all of which were full of hatred for Roya. Then in another article, the style changed again. I have another younger brother, 1, who is the hope of the old monster. I plan to kill him, so I found an excuse to take him out of the base. But 1 is too strong, and I can't beat him. The old monster actually used his body to block the attack and saved me. Why? He said, because he is my father. Old monster, how should I treat you? The old monster almost died. He resisted the gate of hell for me, and was almost killed by 1 to save me. These days I am very entangled, whether I should kill him or not. Sorry, Leopard. Sorry, Leopard. Every subsequent diary entry, on the same day of each year, only had the words sorry, Leopard, which was the anniversary of the death of that leopard. Until the latest entries. Yevlet. What a handsome man. He is the man of my dreams. Yevlet. Looked at the date in the diary and calculated it. Miss Point 1 is only 21 years old. Turtledove said in surprise, although she looks beautiful, she must be 27 or 28 years old. He is coming to kill the old monster. I found it, I found the best way. I can't kill the old monster, but he can. Yevlet, as long as you kill the old monster, I will go with you. The diary content stopped abruptly. This guy is really sincere. Yevlet was a little surprised. He thought Miss Point 1 was plotting from the beginning, but the plotting can't be so bad that the boss is dead. Now it seems that the outrageous words she said might really be true. He put down the diary and picked up the recording prop. There are 3 recordings in it. The first one is a little girl's voice with a crying voice, Bayo Bayo is dead, the old monster killed her, this revenge must be avenged. I recorded this paragraph, the future me, when you forget today's hatred, come and listen to my anger at this moment. The second one is a voice a few years older, sorry, the past me, I couldn't kill the old monster, after all, he is. Sorry. Bayo Bayo, I remember what you said before you died, as long as I live well, you won't hate me. Woo, sorry. The third one is the most recent voice, with a happy tone, haha, the past me, I fell in love with a man, that man is better and stronger than the old monster, he can defeat the old monster, I want to be his man. Yevlet picked up the letter again. To Mr. Yevlet. I wrote this letter when you were sleeping. I had a hunch that I would be in trouble, but I still rushed to you regardless of everything. I know that you can't understand me, and I don't know how to prove my sincerity. We are enemies, and you are a confident person, so it is destined that it is difficult for us to understand each other. But what I want to tell you is that I am a person who doesn't even have the courage to avenge my partner. It is your appearance that gives me hope. I am a waste, a cowardly woman. I will only rely on the strong. After you appear, I will put everything on you. But I know you probably won't accept me. So I wrote this letter. If you are unwilling to accept me after all, I will give you the real me, and then go see the world. Maybe it will be a few years, maybe more than 10 years. I will wait for your call, just like a slave, just like a dog. As long as you wave, I will come back. A person without a master, a home, a surname, and a name. Mr. Yevlet is going to find her. Turtle Dove asked. She finally understood what was wrong with Miss 1's twisted personality. So she couldn't help but sympathize with him. Even she was like this. She was also a person who lacked courage. At the moment of life and death, she only wanted to be a maid in Mr. Yevlet's house, which was the happiest thing for her. And Miss 1, who looked so proud, actually put herself in the same position as a dog in Mr. Yevlet's house. A top strong man in a powerful organization, this was her lifelong wish, which was really. It was ridiculous enough. Yevlet put the things back into the box, found a lock again, locked it, and then smiled, put it in the warehouse. My family has no tradition of raising slaves, and raising a dog is enough. After that, Yevlet went upstairs. Mr. Yevlet Banjio was stunned, she couldn't understand Yevlet. Mike folded her arms, looked down at Banjio, and couldn't help shaking her head. Yevlet is very proud, otherwise how could he not recruit a magician assistant in all these years? Over the years, there are countless women who have fallen in love with Yevlet, but few can stand by his side. Bermeru. You have advantages that you haven't discovered yourself. That woman is not as good as you. But. Bermeru picked up the box and said thoughtfully, Mr. Yevlet said that putting the box in the warehouse instead of throwing it away actually means keeping it, right? It means to be observed. Mike smiled, you are not stupid at all. Yevlet stood in the toilet and took out something. Yevlet. Mike asked, but don't you plan to study Miss Point 1? Miss Point 1 is the perfect experimental product for Roya. Although Yevlet knew a lot of Roya's underlying theoretical logic and took over his lifelong research materials, a perfect experimental sample can save him a lot of detours. And the solution to this thing. It is also very interesting. After taking out all the things, Yevlet shook them, took them back, and said, don't worry, there are more urgent things to care about now. What is it? Mike asked curiously. Asa. Yevlet said after walking out of the toilet. Master. A head stuck out of the mirror next to him, and it was the mirror demon Asa. Do a calculation. If I suddenly disappear for a few years, what are you going to do? Yevlet said. After that, he sat down at the table and took out a book to read. I'll go peel some fruit for you. Maiko went to cut the fruit. Before Maiko came back, Asa had already calculated the result. Master, if you disappear, I will continue to work hard to become stronger according to your will, and protect all the people you care about. Within a year, I will become a complete demon. Within 3 years, I will set up a chamber of commerce. Within 5 years, I will sell mirrors all over the country. Within 7 years, I will expand the entire mirror world to overlap with the kingdom of Fiori. 10 years. Stop, that's it. Yevlet waved his hand and said, there is another important thing. Yes. Asa listened honestly. Try to deduce my fraud magic. Master, this may be difficult. Although I am very good at calculation, I am not good at breakthrough creativity, Asa said. Asa's calculation ability is far superior to that of humans, but he is still far behind in breakthrough innovation. It is very difficult for him to deduce the next level of fraud magic. Just do it, or help Emily deduce it. Yevlet said. Yes, Master. Asa nodded. Back off. Yevlet said. Asa backed off. Mike came with a fruit plate and said, Yevlet, are you going to fight the black dragon? Why do you say that? Yevlet was amused by her words. You look like you are giving your last words. Not really. Yevlet smiled and said, but some things need to be arranged in advance, so as not to leave for a long time and come back to see no progress. I don't want to. Things about Tianlang Island. Yevlet already has multiple plans. The worst case scenario is that he is sealed for 7 years, just like the original. If that is the case, Asa can't slack off. He even looks forward to waking up from a sleep. The little pet he raised is invincible, kicking Ziref and punching Aknologia. It's like after 7 years, my pets are invincible. Although this is unlikely. Woo. Maiko squatted down, looked at Yevlet's legs, and said, don't you really regret letting Miss Point One go? Do you think I'm short of women? I'm not short of women, but when are you going to use this thing? What a lewd word. Yevlet knocked her head, I'm a traditional person. I have to use it at the right time, not casually. When is the right time? After marriage. Who to marry? It's over. Maiko slapped her forehead, I'll never see how this thing is used in this life. You make me feel like I'm going to die alone. Yevlet was speechless. Yevlet's personality is too arrogant. It's hard for her to get married. It's not hard. Yevlet was speechless. Why didn't Maiko have any confidence in herself? By the way. He suddenly remembered and said, why are you so entangled in this aspect? Because I heard some people question that they think they can't wait for this day. I am also curious. Don't question it, it will definitely be there. Yevlet said, it will be useful in the end. Then I'm relieved. Maiko said, then I will be there. Shut up. Yevlet slapped a card and blocked Maiko's mouth. Woo woo. Maiko looked aggrieved, but did not tear the card open. Early morning. Everyone gathered in the guild. What happened? Lucy asked Kana next to her in confusion. It's time. Kana's expression was complicated. What? Ahem. Lucy was about to ask again, and heard a cough from the stage. It was the voice of the president. Everyone was quiet down. Lucy looked ahead, it should be the time to reveal the answer. It's that time again. Makarov sighed. President, announce it now. I can't wait. It's definitely me this year. Come on, you did well last time? It must be Natsu, Gray, and the others. How can I repair it? The old members all discussed, obviously knowing what was going to happen. But the new members were confused. According to the rules of Fairy Tale, Makarov said seriously, now the list of candidates for the S-Class Wizard selection will be released. Hey! Lucy made a shocked voice. Here he comes. Natsu cheered, this time he must be one of them, Natsu has longed for the S-Class Wizard. Chapter 153, Elfman, my partner Lissana. Alba Green. Makarov said seriously, those who performed outstandingly in the last selection will be qualified for this S-Class Wizard assessment. Last time Laxus wanted to start a civil war, Yefrit found an excuse, saying that it was to select members to participate in the S-Class Wizard assessment. Makarov also agreed. That incident will indeed be used as a scoring item. And now, the list has finally been announced. Everyone is looking forward to it. Makarov is the same, the children are gradually growing up, full of vigor, and the guild will soon add another S-Class Wizard. The S-Class Wizards of Fairy Tale are already famous, and the average strength of the lower Holy 10 is a bit scary. The Magic Council is unwilling to give Fairy Tale a second Holy 10 position, but it cannot stop them from selecting the 6th S-Class Wizard. Yefrit and Laxus are both right. Blindly being kind and tolerant will only be looked down upon, and things like Phantom will happen. Although Laxus is very radical, some things really need to be said by such a person. The stronger the guild, the safer the weaker members of the guild will be when they go out on missions. Even because of the fact that Fairy Tale had previously killed the Roya organization across the country, during this period, guild members went out on missions, even dark wizards, to take a detour. After catching one person, the guild was mobilized in full force, destroying an organization in a city. How could they bear it with their weak arms and legs? Ahem. Makarov said, there are 7 candidates this year. Natsu. Natsu, who was still excited just now, grinned at this time, his face full of fighting spirit. Well, Natsu, congratulations! Happy shouted. Natsu, keep going. Lucy patted his shoulder to encourage him. Gray. Humph. Grey smiled confidently. As expected of Grey-sama. Juvia said happily. Elfman. Manly man. Elfman was so excited that he raised his fist immediately. Congratulations, Elfman. Albagreen said with a smile. Kana. Hey? Kana? Congratulations, Kana. Lucy said quickly. Kana's expression was not very happy. Fried. Humph, I will become S-class and stand beside Laxus. Fried's face was full of confidence, but when he turned his head to look at Laxus on the second floor, he looked like a puppy abandoned. He said angrily, Laxus needs me. What are you talking about? Bigus row next to him was a little speechless. Second floor. I don't know who will become S-class this time, brother Laxus, what do you think? Lysina sat on a stool, holding a fruit in her hand and eating it, shaking her feet wantonly. The orange juice flowed down Lysina's arm and was about to drip onto her skirt. Laxus had been watching with his peripheral vision. Seeing this scene, his eyebrows jumped wildly. Finally, when the drop of juice was about to fall on Lysina's skirt, he stretched out his hand with a tissue in his hand and wiped the juice up along Lysina's arm. Thank you. Lysina showed a cheerful smile. Humph. Laxus snorted and said, Natsu, that guy is growing up very fast. But it's hard to say if Grey and Natsu are against each other. Lysina slapped her forehead, I really don't think Elfman brother will be a good match. Laxus didn't answer. Humph. On the floor next to him, Speed was doing sit-ups. He was wearing training equipment, a magic prop bracelet for weight gain, made by Yefrit. Even though he was sweating and even dizzy, he was still trying to hold on, muttering, I must become stronger to help Laxus. Makarov continued, Levy. Hey? I'm here. Levy was surprised. Congratulations, Levy. Her two teammates were happy for her. Meister. Hearing the name, Yevlet looked at the man, there were a few scars on his face, a short flat head, and he didn't look outstanding. Magic that affects memory? Of course he wouldn't be affected, but he didn't say it. They. Above 7. Makarov said, this time the test will be held in our holy land, Tianlang Island. Among you, only one winner can become an S-class wizard. Try hard, kids. Oh, everyone raised their hands and shouted. Makarov said, this time, you are allowed to find a partner. Of course, it cannot be an S-class wizard, and Yevlet is not allowed. The test will be in a week, so go and prepare. Yes. Makarov left. Everyone started to discuss. Find a partner. Lucy said with a smile, I wonder if anyone will partner with me. Lucy. Natsu put his hand on Lucy's shoulder and said, partner with me. Hey. Lucy looked at him in surprise. Said, really? My strength. Besides, what about Happy? Although Lucy was very happy, she didn't want to ruin her friendship with Natsu and Happy. Happy will go too. Yevlet said, but he will be with me as a logistics staff. So that's how it is. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief, then I agree. Partner. Grey walked towards home. I can't choose Yevlet. But I didn't want to choose him anyway, I want to rely on my own strength. Lord Grey. At this time, Juvia followed. Is there anything? Grey looked at her. That, partner thing. Juvia pursed her lips and said with determination, Juvia can also help. Grey was slightly stunned. Juvia didn't wait for the answer at the first time, and the expression on her face began to change, from expectation to disappointment. In Grey's mind, he recalled Yevlet's words, Grey, do you have any revenge for your father's murder? Or do you plan to devote your life to the kingdom? What do you mean? Grey asked back. Then what's the matter with you? Grey was silent for a moment, and then said, isn't mileage good enough for both the living room and the kitchen? This silenced Yefrit again. Grey-sama. Juvia lowered her head, but raised her eyebrows and looked at Grey with an aggrieved expression, her big eyes were full of tears, and they were about to fall out in the next second. Juvia, then I'll leave it to you. Grey said. Great. Juvia jumped up excitedly, and then remembered that Grey was in front of her, and she couldn't lose her composure. She quickly adjusted her posture and turned into her usual ladylike image, and then she said seriously, Juvia will definitely not let Grey-sama down. Just do your best. Grey nodded. Then Juvia won't bother you. Juvia actually wanted to stay, but she was already very excited to get Gray's affirmative answer, and didn't dare to ask for too much. Wait. Gray said. Gray-sama? Juvia turned her head in confusion. Gray was silent for a moment, then said, I'm a little hungry, do you know where is a good restaurant? I know. Juvia shouted excitedly. Click. The glass window of the shop next to him flashed. In the guild, Yevlet was on the second floor, and heard Ace's voice, Master, I took the photo. Not bad. Yevlet picked up the photo. And there is a video. Asa played the video. Haha, Gray. Yevlet couldn't help laughing, what a lame excuse. Gray grew up in Magnolia, but asked Juvia, who had just been here for half a year, where is a good restaurant? This is too. But at least it's progress. Elfman, who are you going to find as your partner? Albigelan said with a smile. After she finished speaking, she opened her flaming red lips, bit the straw, and drank a sip of milk tea. She looked confident. Who else could be Elfman's partner? I planned to. Elfman was about to say it's you, but he suddenly choked on his words. He looked at Alba Green's face, then lowered his eyes and looked at Alba Green's waist and legs. His eyes struggled a little, but in the end, he said firmly, look for my sister Lysina. Albigelan tilted her head slightly and looked at him with a puzzled look. Obviously, she didn't expect Elfman to give this answer. Why? Alba Green asked. Elfman was about to change his words, but he heard a voice in his ear saying, Elfman, be firm. So he gritted his teeth and said, because Lysina is very strong. What about me? Alba Green raised her head, gritted her teeth, and her face was already a little angry. Yevlet, is it really possible? Elfman said worriedly, Alba Green is already angry. Under the influence of Yevlet's fraud magic, he and Yevlet were talking in the team voice. Just now, he was going to talk about Alba Green, but suddenly heard Yevlet's message. Men can't be too cowardly. Your friendship is too unhealthy. Alba Green can't always be the leader. You are a man. How can you earn hundreds of thousands of commissions at a time, but only receive 300 a week? Moreover, it was like this before marriage. Do you still have a way to live after marriage? Listen to me, it's right. Yevlet's words made Elfman decide to listen to him. After all, he is a man. You can't always be looked at by everyone. What a joke. So, Elfman pretended to reject Alba Green and said he wanted to find his sister Lysina as a partner. Sister is a brick, move it when it is useful. Other girls can't do it. If Yevlet didn't say it, Elfman wouldn't do it, because that would really make Alba Green jealous. But seeing the anger on Alba Green's face, Elfman was a little flustered. Yevlet said, it worked, what does it mean? It means she cares about you. Next, you just need to be firm, she will definitely continue to ask, and then you can make your request. My request is at least 501,000 pocket money. And she has to wear the black silk stockings I saw in the magazine yesterday. Elfman said firmly. You keep going. Yevlet was speechless. He turned to Maiko and said, this guy is hopeless, Elfman. He will no longer be a strong man. He should be called a weak henpecked husband. Maiko looked at him with squinted eyes, Yevlet, you have done all kinds of bad things. Elfman is going to be miserable this time. The hall below. When Elfman thought that his pocket money would increase to 1,000, he would not have to borrow money from Lysina next time he wanted to eat sweet potato skin, and he immediately made up his mind. And that black silk, if Alba Green wore it, it would definitely be very slippery. Thinking of this, Elfman said firmly, I'm sorry, Alba Green. But I have made up my mind. Alba Green's face darkened. It's in place. Elfman's eyes lit up and said, don't you want to ask me why? Pa, Yevlet slapped his forehead, this kid is hopeless. No need. Alba Green sneered, to become an S-class wizard, such an important life event, naturally you have to find the most trustworthy person. It is reasonable for a brother to find a sister to partner with. How can a girlfriend who has only been dating for a few days compare to a sister who has been with you day and night for more than 10 years? Hey! Elfman was stunned. This script seemed to be wrong. He was a little panicked and said quickly, it's not like that, I. Swish. Before he finished speaking, Alba Green directly splashed milk tea on his face, and then said gloomily, Elfman, I don't care what conspiracy you have, but you shouldn't use it on me. After speaking, Alba-Green picked up the bag and turned away. Wait, Alba-Green! Elfman hurriedly chased after him. Boom! The sudden explosion blew him away. What happened to them? Everyone was confused. Yeflet, you are playing tricks on me. Elfman turned into the Beast King and rushed towards Yefrit angrily. Yevlet messed up. Maiko said. Bang! Elfman's fist was caught by Asa, who suddenly appeared. Yevlet calmly took a sip of the drink and said, Calm down, Elfman, I have never made a mistake. But Alba-Green is angry. Elfman said. As expected. Yevlet said calmly, Next, you do this. He used fraud magic to open the team voice and told Elfman the next plan. Will this really work? Elfman hesitated. Did I make a mistake? Elfman gritted his teeth, turned around and jumped to the counter on the first floor, grabbed Milage's arm and said, Sister, if Alba-Green breaks up with me, please teach Yevlet a lesson. Yevlet was stunned. Myra Jane was also slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded, saying, Alba-Garen will not break up with you, but... She smiled and looked at Yevlet. In fact, she didn't mean much kindness, and her slightly narrowed eyelids revealed a dangerous look. If things get too serious, I will have a good talk with Mr. Yevlet. Yevlet put down the cup and said, Turtledove, go home. Ah, sorry. Kana pulled Turtledove's hand and said, I plan to team up with Turtledove, so I will borrow your Turtledove for 2 weeks. Yevlet was speechless. Sorry, Mr. Yevlet, Turtledove said a little embarrassedly. Yevlet lowered his head, facing Mirajana's weird eyes, and left in disgrace. Maiko asked, Is your plan really feasible? No problem. After leaving the guild and getting on the carriage, Yefrit raised his head and said, It's easy. Why do you want to help Elfman? Maiko was a little curious. If it's just a matter of willingness, it's fine, but Elfman is a proud man, and $300 a week is too much. Yefrit said, Alba-Green is also very proud. Love may not be able to withstand long-term grievances. Once the sweet period of love is over, when Elfman feels wronged, this relationship will be difficult to maintain. Chapter 154, Laxus's Shock. Although Elfman was very nervous, he finally believed Yefrit. And after he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he still firmly believed that Alba-Green's love for him was definitely not just because he was easy to bully. If Alba-Green really loves him, she will be angry, but she will definitely not really leave him. And if it is really because of this matter that Alba-Green does not accept it at all and breaks up. Perhaps. Elfman recalled these days, although it was sweet, he was indeed not very willing. If he aims to become a man and always suppresses his personality. Alba-Green is of course very good to him, but... he thinks he has paid more than the other party. Yevlet is right. After calming down, he feels that this inequality cannot continue. The first step. Go to her. Alba-Green's temper will definitely give him a hard time. The result is as he expected. He went to Alba-Green when she was angry, and Alba-Green directly closed the door and refused to see him, locking him out of the door and completely ignoring him. Elfman did not speak, and stood at the door for a long time. Alba-Green was sitting in the living room. She picked up a book but couldn't read it. She looked out the door from time to time. Elfman stood there silently. Alba-Green's heart suddenly tightened a little. She wanted to go out, but she couldn't let go of her pride. She had just yelled at Elfman, so how could she lower her face to invite him in at this time? In the evening. Elfman took a deep breath. He didn't want Yevlet to be right, but... he turned and left. Alba-Green was anxious when she saw this. She stood up instinctively, but after shouting 2 words, she held back her words and sat down fiercely. Stupid, don't you know how to break in? You are so big, you won't. Alba-Green couldn't say anything more. She had read some novels before. In the plots, when the heroine was angry, the hero would treat her harshly, and then the two would reconcile, and even go further. Usually at this time, the heroine would be kissed forcefully, and then she would grab the other's back fiercely, slap the other, and finally give up and hug the other. But it was obvious that Elfman was an honest man, and he would not think of such a way. Elfman walked back home in a depressed mood. Elfman! Laxus called him. Elfman looked over and was stunned. He was a little confused about who was Listena's brother. Laxus and Lisena were eating in the store. Lisena rolled up the long bag of straws and blew them out, hitting Laxus in the face. Laxus was such a proud person, but he completely ignored it. He was numb. From Lisena when she was little to Emily, and then to Lisena when she grew up, Laxus didn't understand why they dared to take advantage of him when he was so ferocious, but he didn't seem to be that angry, more helpless and numb. Lisena took a sip of milk tea and said, "Brother Elfman, don't worry. Sister Albagreen really likes you very much. Privately, she always tells Lucy and others how good you are and that she wants a man like you. Natsu, Gray, and others are not good enough." Lisena counted, Laxus is too proud. It's hard to feel sweet with him. Laxus. Natsu is too impulsive. Look at how hard Lucy works. Gray is very arrogant, but he will be very happy after the strategy. Juvia needs to keep working hard. The difficulty is high in the early stage, but it will be fine after he is defeated. Yeflet is a Virgo, and his personality is particularly troublesome. Perfectionist and lazy, always it's about the right time and the right place. In fact, there is no such right time and place. If you wait like this, you will be single for the rest of your life. Laziness is his biggest shortcoming. Because Sister Myra treats him well for no reason, he thinks it's good to maintain the status quo, so he lies in his comfort zone and is too lazy to move forward. Albagreen said, "Who wants to have a platonic relationship with him? Love is love, it should be passionate. If you don't hold hands or kiss, and don't enjoy the benefits of girls, it will waste the most beautiful body of girls in their best youth." Elfman. He wanted to complain, "Lisena, do you girls usually talk about these things?" He and Yevlet only talked about robots, fishing, marbles competitions, spinning top competitions. And whether a high ponytail is better or a low ponytail is better. After talking so much, why did Albagreen only let him hold hands? Laxus looked at Lisena with a speechless expression. Lisena seemed to know a lot. Was it no longer appropriate for him to treat her as a simple sister? Laxus had always had an illusion that Lisena was still young and innocent, but now listening to Lisena's tiger words, he found that this little girl he thought was still young was actually discussing love and men with girls like Albagreen and Lucy. If you think about it carefully, it seems that she is not young anymore, 17 years old. Wait. Lisena is actually the same age as Lucy. They are often together, but Laxus didn't realize this until now. He looked at Lisena for the first time with a different perspective. At this moment, the illusion of the annoying little white-haired girl in his mind disappeared. Sitting in front of him was a girl who was not sitting very dignified, lying on the table, pressing the fat on her chest on the table, slightly deformed. She was playing with a straw in her hand, talking about love and men with her pink lips, with a relaxed expression on her face, like a love expert. No, more like Yevletes like this. He has no experience, but he still looks confident. "Brother Laxus." Lisena suddenly turned to look at Laxus, smiling, leaning slightly, supporting her chin with her palm and smiling lightly. At this moment, in Laxus' eyes, she suddenly had a different kind of charm. Lisena smiled and said, "The analysis of Albagreen and others makes sense, so, you have to change your bad character, so that girls will approach you." Humph. Laxus snorted coldly and said, "No need to change, there are girls approaching me. Let him change, and then girls will like him?" To Laxus, this is like saying, only when you are good at doing things can you talk about love. Haha, it's easy for him to fall in love, just nod and a lot of women will come over. Although I don't want to admit it, Yefrit is also a guy, so Lisena and others are wrong in their judgment. Hey, Lisena sighed, and stepped hard on Laxus's foot. After the episode, Lisena turned to Elfman and said, "But for you, Albagreen said that you are her best choice. So, if there are just some conflicts, don't be afraid. Sister Albagreen cares about you more than you think, but don't think she talks so well. In fact, it's her first time to fall in love, and it's hard for her to grasp the scale." Elfman was silent, and his heart relaxed a little. "It's brother Yefrit who is messing around," Lisena said. "Yet." Elfman nodded. "My suggestion is that it is true that brother Yefrit is very smart, but don't completely listen to the advice of an outsider. After all, you are his senior in dating, and he has never even held a girl's hand." "But," Lisena said again, "I am quite optimistic about your plan. Although Albagreen and I have a good relationship. Lysina frowned slightly and said, but you are my brother after all, and I don't want to see you always worry about some trivial things. Dating shouldn't be too tiring. Yet. Elfman nodded, and then reacted, wait, you know our plan? Did Jeffrey tell you? Jeffrey told him about this plan, and only the two of them knew about it. He didn't say it, so only Jeffrey said it. Come on. Lysina said with disdain, only Sister Albagreen is confused. In fact, we, the bystanders, have already known your little tricks. Laxus looked at Lysina. He was also a bystander. How could he not see it? Lysina saw Laxus's expression and smiled, we are referring to us girls, not the idiots in the guild. From you to Brother Jeffrey to Natsu and Grey, they are all blind fools. Laxus. Lysina returned to the topic, I'm telling you, don't tell everyone. In private, Bisksa is a better theoretical expert than Albagreen, but in practice. Bisksa and Elzak in the guild are a pair of quasi-couples who love each other, they like each other but just don't confess. In private, during the girls' tea party, Levi shared all kinds of love gossip, but was repeatedly confronted by Bisksa and Albagreen. Albagreen said, the most important thing is to have a good eye. Finding a man is like choosing fruit. The one with a big appearance may not be delicious. If it doesn't taste good, change it. The key is to eat it first. But in reality, Albagreen clearly wants to take Elfman to the next level, but she always looks arrogant. Elfman is an honest man. If you tell him clearly, he doesn't understand. Bisksa said, the theory of constellations and love are all deceiving girls. Real love should be a long-term relationship and a two-way journey. Confession is a flag of victory, not a horn of charge. But in reality, Bisksa missed Valentine's Day year after year. So, they are all a group of theoretical masters. The notable feature of theoretical masters is that they are very reasonable when talking about others, but they are muggles when it comes to themselves. Albagreen is like this. Privately, she praised Elfman for how good he was, and after praising his personality and figure, she also boasted that his pectoral muscles gave her a sense of security, but in fact she never approached him. Elfman and Laxus were silent. They had a feeling of refreshing their cognition, as if they had reacquainted themselves with Lysina and the others. And, Lysina said proudly, there is also the ultimate boss, Sister Myra. She is the one who sees it most clearly. Of course, we are except for Sister Urza. She would only say hi. Why, with a shocked look on her face, and then eat melons and show off her small cakes. She has no feminine power at all. Elfman, Laxus. Anyway, Lysina held up the straw, the water droplets inside had been sucked out by her, and then she aimed the straw at Laxus and blew air. Whew! Laxus' hair was blown by the wind. Lysina ignored the protruding veins on Laxus' forehead and continued, Sister Myra said, there's nothing wrong with doing it for the time being, but when you feel it's not appropriate, you can stop according to your thoughts. Jeffrey is not as good as you at least in understanding Albagreen. I understand. Elfman nodded. Elfman. Laxus finally spoke, take it. He took out 2 tickets. Hey! Lysina exclaimed, Law Brother Laxus has finally come to his senses. Humph! Laxus snorted coldly. Elfman came over, picked it up and looked at it, tickets to Paradise Hotel. After we make peace, let's go and have some fun. Laxus said. Thank you, Laxus. Elfman nodded and turned to leave. Brother Laxus. Lysina said with a look of grievance, I haven't been to Paradise Hotel yet. I haven't been to Paradise Hotel yet. Lysina repeated once, but this time she raised her voice. Humph. Seeing Laxus silent, Lysina snorted angrily, pouted and buried her head, lying on the table and sulking. Wait until the S-level assessment is over, then go. Laxus said helplessly. Just the two of us. Lysina raised her head. If you want. Then go swimsuit shopping with me tomorrow. Laxus said helplessly, you can go by yourself, or go to Myra Jane and the others. I am not suitable for that kind of thing. Lysina sighed, and said helplessly, no one will believe it if I tell others. It is obvious that the two of us agreed to go to the beach together and choose swimsuits, but the boy said, go by yourself, I won't go. Her voice was very yin and yang. Laxus was silent for a while, and finally said, "Okay. You look reluctant." Listener complained, "You are asked to watch the swimsuit show of young beauties, and you are not happy." If it were Brother Yefrit, he would definitely agree at the first time. Laxus. A night passed. Albigelen didn't sleep well last night. She forced herself to fall asleep for the last time in the early morning, and dreamed that Elfman resolutely broke up with her. He said with disappointment on his face, "Let's break up, Albigelen, your personality is too strong, I can't stand it." Then Elfman resolutely left, scaring her to shout no, and then she sat up with sweat all over her forehead. She calmed down a little and comforted herself, "It's impossible, that idiot wouldn't do such a thing." She looked out the window, it was already dawn, she said expectantly, "That idiot should have been waiting for me outside the door." Albigelen didn't even have time to put on her shoes and hurried downstairs, but then she remembered that she could see part of the living room, including the stairs, from the window. She couldn't let him see her running downstairs barefoot, as if she was impatient. It was obviously Elfman's fault, although he would never say such a thing if someone didn't have a bad idea. It was probably Yevlet. That twisted bastard just wanted to see a joke. Yevlet was the mastermind, but it was wrong for Elfman to trust him so credulously and embarrass her. Especially, he shouldn't have used the provocation of cheating girls to achieve his goal. Albigelen turned back to the room and dressed, then slowly walked down the stairs. She kept looking out the window with her peripheral vision. Where are the people? Yesterday, Elfman was standing at the door. According to Albagreen's understanding of this guy, he should have come up with such a stupid trick. But Elfman didn't come? Albagreen hurried to the kitchen to pick up a bag of garbage, pretending to throw away the garbage and walked outside. But she looked around, and Elfman didn't come at all. Bang! She threw the garbage bag hard on the ground, turned around and slammed the door and went home. Chapter 155, Emily, everyone is on a date. Where did Elfman go? Albagreen waited for a whole day, but he didn't come. She became more and more angry, and couldn't help but worry, did she really annoy the honest man? Elfman is not such a petty person. Elfman carried the package and left the city. Elfman! Where are you going? Kana shouted. Elfman turned his head and looked over. There were traces of fighting in the open space on one side. A Karaga sat on a fallen tree trunk, holding a sword in his hand, looking relaxed. Kana was sweating and was frantically replenishing water. Going to the forest, what are you doing? Oh, practicing. Kana said, this time, I must reach S level. Yet. Elfman nodded. Kana does this every year, but as Natsu and others grow up, objectively speaking, at least the next few years will be difficult, as well as Gajil, Juvia and others, although he thinks the next few years will also be difficult. The grown-up Wendy and Emily should not be underestimated. Perhaps Elfman looked at Akaraga, this year will be the closest time for Kana. After all, Akaraga is still very strong. Come on, you guys. Elfman said. By the way, you made Albagreen angry, why don't you go to comfort her and leave the city now? Kana asked gossipingly. I have my own plans. Elfman said, and then left. Hakana took a long breath, looked at Banjiu, and said, Go on, Banjiu, before the assessment, try your best to enhance your strength. Okay. Banjiu stood up. Naz, come and help me, I can't pull it, it must be super big. Coming from the river, Lucy's shout. I'm coming. Natsu responded quickly. Love Happy was also trying hard. Elfman walked over with some curiosity. I saw Lucy holding the fishing rod and pulling it into a full moon. The river seemed to be boiling, and the water splashed 2 or 3 meters high. It seemed to be a big fish. Her body was dragged into the river, and Happy flew up behind her, holding the fishing rod and using all his strength, but still couldn't pull it. Natsu quickly threw away the fishing rod, hugged Lucy with one hand, grabbed the fishing rod with the other hand, and exerted force suddenly. Boom! A huge fish nearly as tall as a person was pulled up. Elfman couldn't help shaking his head. Yeflet could never catch such a big fish in his lifetime. Pa! The fish was thrown to the river bank by Natsu's rod. It's so big! Happy jumped on it excitedly. Ha 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 ha, Lucy laughed, fishing is not difficult. She also jumped on it, because she estimated that the fish was about the same height as her, and considering its round body, it must be much heavier than her. Yevlet fished for a year, and the total weight of the fish might not be as heavy as hers. By the way, should I get lost and go to Yevlet's house later? Forget it. Lucy shook her head, it would be easy for that guy to target her. Just then, the struggling fish slapped the harpy with its tail and knocked Lucy to the ground. It was really powerful. Ha 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 ha, two idiots. Natsu laughed at this. Natsu. Lucy got up in a mess, not caring to tidy up the hay roots and leaves on her hair, she jumped on the guy who was gloating. Plop. Lucy threw Natsu down, rode on him, and gave him a professional punch. The harpy also rushed over, punching and kicking. Looking at the laughter over there, Elfman turned and left. There was a hint of envy and expectation in his eyes. He also wanted to get along with Alba Green without any burden, but Natsu and Lucy had not confirmed their relationship yet, and he and Alba Green were both boyfriend and girlfriend, but they were not so close. Elfman's eyes became firm. The plan must be carried out. Master. Emily threw down the dog leash and threw herself into Yevlet's arms. What's wrong? Yevlet asked. You are going on a business trip soon, can't you play with me? Emily said with a pout. The S-level wizard assessment, the participants and the logistics personnel will go to Tenro Island. The rest of the members, including Emily, will naturally not go. Okay. Yevlet put down the book. Let's go, Mirito. Emily ran back and took the dog leash. But Mirit lay on the ground and refused to move. Although Emily is a little girl, she is a swordsman who works hard to cultivate her body with turtledove. Early in the morning, she dragged Mirit around and exhausted the dog. Forget it. Yefrit said, let Mirit rest. Okay. Emily led Mirit back to the doghouse, poured water and some dog food for it, and then came back and excitedly held Yefrit's hand, let's go. The two went to the street. After walking for a while, they bought some food. Emily was very happy. In fact, she had already played all over Magnolia Town during this period, but the key point was that Yefrit was with her. Wow Emily, such a big apple candy, aren't you afraid of tooth decay after eating it? Lysina, who happened to pass by, laughed. I rinse my mouth well, so I won't. Emily opened her mouth and showed her white teeth. What are you doing? Yefrit looked at Lysina and Laxus who was carrying a shopping bag behind her. Dating Lysina said bluntly. Oh. Yefrit nodded and looked at Laxus, who looked indifferent. He turned to look at Lysina and said, don't save money for Laxus. He earns so much money. Instead of spending it on women in the dance hall, he might as well spend it on his sister. Laxus was instantly broken, staring at Yefrit fiercely, gritting his teeth and said, I didn't spend money on women in the dance hall. Snap. Yefrit snapped his fingers, and a photo appeared on his fingers but it was facing Laxus and Lysina from the back. Laxus choked for a moment. Yefrit proudly hooked his finger, and the photo disappeared. I need to correct you, Lysina said at this time, brother Yefrit, we are on a date. Oh. Yefrit nodded perfunctorily and said, then you continue to shop. With that, he took Emily away. Lysina. Emily. She turned her head to look at Laxus, then looked up at Yefrit. If she hadn't been holding the apple candy stick in her hand, she would have slapped her forehead with her hand. Uncle Laxus didn't say anything. Master is so stupid. But Lysina turned her head and said, brother Laxus, you should go to the dance hall less often. You can't learn from that bad Uncle Gildarts. If that happens, I will never go there again. I bet you a lot. Laxus took a deep breath and said, there's nothing in that photo. But you've been there, haven't you? Laxus was killed, and after a moment he said, Gildarts always comes to me, but I just drink and listen to music. The band there is very good, and as long as you give me money, they will play the songs I like. And Yevlet also wants to play there. He doesn't go, but it doesn't mean he doesn't want to go, but he can't go, because he gets drunk and crazy when he goes there, you know. No need to explain so much. Lysina said with a smile. She jumped a little, and came to Laxus in a cute way, staring into his eyes and said, I trust you very much, so I'm not angry, but you have more important girls to accompany you, don't you? Laxus looked at Lysina's flying demeanor and was stunned. He suddenly realized something. Walked for a while. Sister Levi. Emily suddenly saw the back of an acquaintance and waved and shouted. Ah, Emily. Levi turned around and saw Emily and Yevlet. She was not surprised. Magnolia Town is so small that you can always run into acquaintances as long as you go out and walk around. Are you dating? Emily looked at Levi and Gajeel beside her. Ah! Levi was stunned. Gajeel turned his head to the side with an unnatural look. Levi quickly explained with a blushing face, No, I just want to buy some books and ask Mr. Gajeel for help. Oh! Emily smiled and nodded, saying, Then I won't disturb your date, because my master and I are also dating. You girl! Levi was helpless. After the two teams separated, Emily said, I heard that brother Gajeel beat sister Levi, but I didn't expect it. Yeffulit said, because Gajeel is trying to make up for it, he has always felt guilty about it. For this, he fought with Laxus and was seriously injured. In the subsequent battles, he always tried his best to protect Levi. Yet, Emily nodded and said, because brother Gajeel's goal is very clear. He looks like the most straight man. Brother Elfman and brother Gajeel look stupid, but they are the fastest. Little girl, don't discuss this kind of thing. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Yeffulit heard what she meant and patted her head and said. Humph. Emily snorted, Sundara will become a loser. Walked for a while. I'm hungry. Emily covered her stomach. You haven't stopped talking all the way. Yeffulit was a little speechless. Sweets are stored in the second stomach. Emily said immediately, that's what Sister Lucy said. Then have you seen Lucy pinching her waist every day and getting fat because of worry? Yevlit retorted. Master, so annoying. Emily shook off Yevlit's hand and ran into the store next door. When Yevlit followed into the store, he found Emily talking to Gray and Juvia. Are you dating? Emily said. Gray was stunned and didn't know what to say. Hey? Date? No. Juvia quickly held her face, looking shy, although Juvia really wants to admit this, she still can't be too greedy. Just being called out to eat by Gray-sama has already moved Juvia so much. Hey? It was actually invited by Gray brother. Emily looked at Gray in surprise. She wanted to say something, but she was silent in the end. She just pinched her chin with her little hand, with a mature look, a meaningful smile on her face, nodded slightly, as if she was approving something, and made a long hum sound. Let's go. Yevlit passed by, grabbed her double ponytails, and took her away. Oh my hair is messed up. Emily exclaimed, snatching her hair from Yevlit's hand. Emily ordered some food, basically according to her appetite. After dinner, Gray and the others had left. The two continued to stroll. Until the evening, when they passed the park, they saw two acquaintances again, but this pair was a little strange. Wendy and Meister. Sister Wendy. Emily ran over, looked at Meister, and said with some vigilance, if you have any conspiracy and want to deceive Sister Wendy, I will not forgive you. Emily had a reminder from the angel, so she would not be affected by negative magic, so Meister's magic did not work on her. She knew clearly that this was an outsider. Hey! Wendy quickly pulled Emily and said, don't be so rude, Emily. This Mr. Meister is the disciple of Mr. Gang. Emily opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but closed it again. She said seriously, don't try to play tricks. At this time, Yevlit walked behind Emily, rubbed her little head, and said, don't say weird things. Meister is indeed a member of our guild. Emily looked at Yevlit in surprise. She wouldn't be affected by his magic, so the master shouldn't be either. Is there any plan? In a flash, Emily came back to her senses. The master must know the truth, but he has never exposed it. Obviously, he has his own considerations. So she closed her mouth. No longer involved. Since the master knows about this, then this matter must be under his control. Mester looked at Yevlit, feeling a little guilty. He felt that his magic should have worked, but for some reason, thinking of Yevlit's magic, it was all weird. Did he really succeed? Yevlit smiled at him. This funny guy, Mester, pitted himself, and was also a fool ranked in the guild. Mester felt even more guilty. He had confidence in anyone, but he was really afraid of this person who was good at playing with the mind. He possessed memory magic and teleportation magic. Let's not talk about the latter for now. Memory magic can modify people's memories, but it is also very simple to crack. If you realize the abnormality, such as thinking that he is an enemy, it will be cracked. This magic is very similar to the method of cracking Yevlet's fraud magic. However, Yevlet's fraud magic can be stacked up layer by layer, and once his magic is cracked, it will be difficult for him to play it again in a short period of time. Thinking of Yevlet, who often used fraud magic to play pranks, he doubted whether he had been deceived. You guys continue to chat, we're leaving. Yevlet took Emily away. Wait, let's go together. Wendy said. She looked at Meister and said, then let's talk about this today. S-level assessment, since you invited me, I will definitely try my best. Although this person is a disciple of Mr. Gang, there is not much to talk about. After all, Meister himself is not familiar with Mr. Gang at all, and he is afraid of saying more mistakes, so he always looks like I don't know the master very well. The master is very mysterious. And Wendy is not in the state of eager to find Mr. Gang before she has seen Mr. Gang and said goodbye to him properly, and she is not in a state of being trapped by love. Okay. Meister was a little nervous. But Yevlet looked normal. Watching Wendy holding Emily's hand, he nodded to Meister, and everyone left. Chapter 156, Emily, Master, did you kiss Xiaolulu secretly? When Yefret and others walked far away, Meister breathed a sigh of relief. It's really stressful to be where this guy is. Although the outside world doesn't know, he has read a lot of information in the Magic Council and knows that Yefret is an extremely terrifying existence. Strength, wisdom, magic. If he is a villain, it may be a disaster for the whole world. The Roya organization is far inferior. Creating a demon. Meister murmured, Yefret hopes you don't betray the light. This is one of the main reasons for his arrival. The top leaders of the Magic Council have already obtained some secret evidence, but they dare not review it publicly, so they sent Meister here. There are two goals. The first is to investigate the situation of Fairy Tale, mainly the specific strength. The S-level wizard assessment is a good opportunity to observe. The second is to investigate Yefret's situation to decide what measures to take. It can even be said that the second goal is the main task, and the first goal is just a cover-up for Meister after his identity is exposed. It would be fine if Yefret had a brilliant record in the past. But once he started to study demons, everyone was afraid that another Jalal would appear in the world, so it was necessary to determine Yefret's thoughts, positions, and research progress. If they were sure, the Magic Council would not mind destroying this talent, strangling the demon in the cradle. Meister took a deep breath and turned to leave. So that's how it is. Yeflet suddenly appeared next to where Meister was standing just now, pinching his chin and thinking. It can only be said that Meister's worries are justified. It's a pity that fraud magic is really hard to guard against. Day. Emily, who was shaking while walking and holding Wendy's hand, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Emily? Wendy asked puzzledly. Wait for Master. Emily said with a smile. Wait for Yevlet? He's not. Wendy hadn't finished her words when she saw Yevlet disappear beside Emily. Wendy, dot. What's going on with this master and apprentice? Yevlet came up from behind, and Emily held his hand, but didn't ask anything. It was just that Xiaolulu, who had always been sensitive and cautious, had a serious face. She had been very alert since Meister came to Wendy before. Mainly, she was very wary of any man who approached Wendy. Xiaolulu asked, Meister has a problem, right? Wait, what's going on with this memory? Xiaolulu said in shock. Wait, where is this place? Xiaolulu just came back to her senses from the real memory and found herself standing on a grassy field, with no one around except Yevlet. This is the mirror world. Yevlet said with a smile, don't worry about Meister's affairs, Xiaolulu. Yevlet, you know he is a spy, and he uses such dangerous magic as memory magic, but you ignore it. He is approaching Wendy with a strange purpose. Xiaolulu said angrily. At the moment of breaking Meister's magic, Xiaolulu regained her memory and immediately deduced that Meister was not a good person. Besides, Wendy's strength was not strong, but he pretended to be a disciple of Mr. Gang to approach Wendy. She couldn't help but think about whether the other party was evil intentions. Don't worry, he's coming for me. Yevlet said. Then you can partner with him. I don't want Wendy to be in danger. Xiaolulu said immediately. Yevlet raised his hand helplessly and said, I swear, I will use magic to monitor him the whole time and never let Wendy get into trouble, okay? Don't let him touch Wendy, not even with his hands. Xiaolulu said. Yevlet nodded, okay, I'll go and warn him later. Humph. Xiaolulu was relieved. Although Yevlet was unreliable in many cases, he was very reliable in many cases. By the way, since you are so worried about Wendy, why don't you protect her yourself? Yevlet said. I don't have that kind of powerful power. Xiaolulu's face was a little gloomy. She also wanted to become stronger, so she didn't have to always watch Wendy fight and worry about it from a distance. Swish. Yevlet threw out a card. Xiaolulu quickly caught it and asked in confusion, what is this? Shared magic, improved version. Yevlet said, I was inspired by the battle mode of Speed and Laxus before, so I studied synchronization magic and shared magic, combined with the magic of beast alchemy. If you can accept having a special state of magic beast, you can use it. It can share your abilities with Wendy, allowing you to fight side by side with Wendy. Yevlet explained. The shared magic he and me used was completely shared, but ordinary people could not reach this level, even Xiaolulu and Wendy could not say. And the lower level replacement of shared magic, synchronization magic, which is the kind of Speed and Laxus. But Wendy could not provide Xiaolulu with powerful magic, and Xiaolulu could hardly give Wendy powerful skills. Laxus could pass magic power to Speed, thereby obtaining Speed's flying ability, thereby increasing speed and enhancing combat performance. But Wendy and Xiaolulu obviously could not achieve this improvement effect. So when Yevlet was researching the project of making monsters and demons, he made this magic by chance. It was originally prepared for Emily. He had secretly done some experiments on Mirai to guide her evolution in the direction of elves, similar to Tiffany, but the effect is not obvious at present. Mirai is just gradually becoming smarter. When Xiaolulu learns this magic, she can share magic with Wendy. Her body can become a cat girl, and she has the power to use Tianlong magic. Considering that Wendy is still in the growth stage and her strength is not strong enough, she only borrows a small part of Wendy's magic, and uses Power Bank more. Power Bank means that Wendy charges magic into this card at ordinary times, and Xiaolulu can use it during the battle. The reason why a little Wendy's magic is called on the spot is to synchronize the magic state of the two people and try to get close to excellent cooperation. After being fully proficient, it may be possible to achieve perfect cooperation. However, this requires hard practice between the two. After listening to Yevlet's detailed explanation, Xiaolulu was very surprised, but then she suppressed her emotions and said, such a great gift, I can't just accept it so easily. She thought for a while and said, how about this? Which love magazines are used as research materials for the girls' tea party in the future? I can tell you the titles of the books. Yevlet said speechlessly, I don't care about this kind of information. If you are grateful to me, next time we meet, if there is a chance or the right time, call Habi Kun twice. Xiaolulu's face suddenly turned red. Yevlet waved his hand, and the two left the mirror world. Wendy looked at Yevlet and Xiaolulu, who were a little abnormal, with a puzzled look on her face, and asked, what's wrong with you? Yevlet gave me a magic. Xiaolulu said, I can fight side by side with you in the future. That's great, Xiaolulu. Wendy said happily. She looked at Yevlet and said gratefully, thank you so much, Mr. Yevlet, but we have nothing to give back. Xiaolulu has already given enough in return. Yevlet interrupted her with a smile. Is that so? Wendy suppressed her emotions a little and said, anyway, I am very grateful to you. It's a small matter. We are all family. Yevlet smiled and said, don't be too polite. Suspicious. Emily looked at Xiaolulu's expression. The other party was very unnatural and her face was a little red. She sent a voice transmission, Master didn't kiss Xiaolulu secretly. So Master is a cat slave. Yevlet patted Emily's head. Woo. Emily puffed up her cheeks and stepped on Yevlet angrily. The next afternoon. Yevlet. Albigelin pushed open the door of the guild, ran to the counter, and grabbed Yevlet's collar, almost lifting him up. What are you doing, Albigelin? Yevlet was confused. The noisy guild also quieted down, and everyone looked over. Where's Elfman? Albigelin said. How should I know? Yevlet said. You are giving him a bad name. Yes, but I didn't see him all day yesterday. I went to look for him this morning, but there was no one at his house. Albigelin said. After waiting for a whole day yesterday, she was angry at first, then confused. Until this morning, she finally couldn't help but go to look for Elfman, but she didn't find him. A feeling of worry was rising rapidly. She knew that with Elfman's strength, there was probably no danger, and at this time, he must be worried about how to reconcile with her, so he would not do the commission. Maybe he was preparing a surprise for her at this moment. However, a girl in love, whose emotions suppressed her reason, how could she not worry about her boyfriend who had been missing for a day? Yevlet spread his hands helplessly and said, Elfman is such a big man, he just didn't see him for a day, maybe something happened, you made it like a child missing. What about Elfman? At this time, Kana said, he said he was going to the forest, hasn't he come back yet? Then, she explained, yesterday, I saw him outside the city with Kakuju. He said he went to the forest. I thought he went home. She said worriedly, nothing will happen. Yefrit. Hearing this, Albagreen stared at Yefrit, wishing to eat him alive. At this time, Urza also spoke, her voice was very serious, Yefrit, your prank is a bit too much. That's right. Lucy also nodded. Yefrit, what bad idea did you give Elfman? He can't disappear by himself. Kana said. Yefrit raised his hand quickly and said, but I really don't know where he went. He explained, the plan I told Elfman is to apologize to Albagreen first. If she doesn't accept it, I will prepare a gift. As for what gift, he has to go and buy it himself. I don't know Albagreen's preferences. I just said this, how do I know where he went? Maybe he went to another city to buy a gift for Albagreen. By the way. Yefrit pushed Albagreen's hand away, ran to the side, found a magazine, and opened a page after returning, saying, he said he wanted you to wear it for him, but this is a new product. Our remote town hasn't bought it yet. Maybe he went to Felix town to buy it. On the screen. It was a pair of like the designer level black silk. Albagreen blushed. Kana immediately said, impossible, in that case, he should go to the station, not the forest. Hwala Urza stood up suddenly and said, go find him. There's no time to lose. Myra Jane also got serious. Everyone decided to go find Elfman. Yefrit, are you really unaware of this? Urza asked with a frown while on the way. I really don't know. I just told him to prepare a gift and play hard to get, so that Albagreen would realize that she should care about Elfman's feelings. Yefrit explained, as for why he went to the forest to find a gift, I really don't know. It's better this way. Urza said. At this time, Myra Jane and Lysina came over, holding him on the left and right, and then pinched his waist meat on both sides with both hands at the same time. Hiss. Yefrit trembled. Tell me, brother Yefrit, if there is even 1% of this matter that was brother Elfman's idea, I don't believe it. Lysina said. Yefrit, don't make a big deal about it. Mirage also smiled. In the face of the pressure from the two of them, Yevlet surrendered, okay, you know the green crystal worm, right? It's a very rare magical beast, like a firefly, but it can be fed for a long time. It is deeply loved by some rich ladies and noble ladies. The price is very expensive. This is because it is difficult to capture, outside the habitat, there are powerful magical beasts guarding it. On the commission, it can be priced at least 500,000 J, and the market price is at least 800,000 J. Lysina said. Well, it's a very expensive luxury. Yevlet explained, not long ago, I saw in the newspaper that a caravan passed by the next town and the captured green crystal worms were robbed. The dark wizard robbed most of them, and a small amount was left. If the green crystal worms that flew away are to find a habitat nearby, then there is only this deep forest between the two towns. So, Brother Elfman went to find the green crystal worm. Lysina said. Alpaglin calls herself a fairy and likes fairy-related things. When the green crystal worm flies, it will leave a photon afterimage, just like a fairy flying by. Yevlet said, Elfman thinks this gift is the most suitable. However, Lysina said, green crystal worms are guarded by magic beasts. Yevlet explained, green crystal worms are a kind of magic beast with smart habits. They are not ordinary insects. Therefore, although their bodies are not strong, they can control magic beasts with powerful combat power to protect them. Can Brother Elfman beat them? Lysina was a little worried. Don't underestimate Elfman. Yevlet said, besides, there are only a few green crystal worms left. What powerful magic beasts can they control? Besides, there are no powerful magic beasts in the forest. If there are, they would have been used as training sandbags by Natsu and others. Chapter 157, Myra Jane, isn't it the perfect place and time now? After getting Yevlet's explanation, the two of them felt relieved and Lysina left. Myra Jane still stayed beside Yevlet. She looked at Yevlet's profile and said, "It's not just that, Yevlet." Yevlet was stunned. "What's the other purpose?" Myra Jane had an expression of "I don't know you yet." Ahem. Yevlet coughed twice and said, "Nothing. I feel guilty." But. Myra Jane smiled and said, "I believe you." Yevlet looked at the girl next to him, the wind blew her long hair, and wrapped in fragrance, she came to him. "Yevlet." Maiko suddenly said. "What? Kiss her. You are not allowed to talk all day today." It was dark. Everyone was looking in the forest. "Elfman, where have you been?" Albagreen became more and more anxious. Unconsciously, she gradually left the team. Until she suddenly came to her senses and found that she was the only one left. She was not afraid. She was not an ordinary girl. After all, she was a powerful wizard who was well known in the guild. "Stupid." Albagreen clenched her fists and said with a complaining and worried tone, "How can you apologize to someone when you are angry? Besides, I am not unreasonable. Just buy some gifts to appease me." "But you control Elfman's money. Where does he get the money to buy you gifts?" At this time, Albagreen's inner voice sounded. Albagreen was speechless for a moment. She explained, "I am just afraid that Elfman will spend money recklessly." "My thoughts, but before Elfman got together with you, he was also a companion and had been with you for many years, didn't he share any private matters?" Albagreen was speechless. "Heart, you just enjoy the feeling of being a queen, because only Elfman will let you do what you want. Also, you also enjoy the envious eyes of Lucy and the others, but do Lucy and the others really envy you and Elfman together? At least Lucy won't do that to Natsu, right?" "Albagreen, don't bother me anymore, it's important to find Elfman now. What will happen after you find him? Heart, will there be any changes? Will you change your personality for Elfman? Heart, you often read magazines, and they say that when two people are together, they always need to get along and change themselves, but when you are together, you have never changed at all. It has always been Elfman who has changed and obeyed you. Heart, also, don't forget that at the beginning, you fell in love with Elfman first and wanted to pursue him, and then tricked him into pursuing you. Elfman is a fool, but don't forget these things yourself." Albagreen said angrily, "Stop thinking about it. Find Elfman." Inner voice, "I am your subconscious thought. You know the answer." Inner voice, "Find Elfman, do you want to apologize to him? It's hard for you." Albagreen. Inner voice, "Will Elfman be in trouble?" Albagreen, "No." Inner voice, "But, what if that time is the last time we meet?" Albagreen, "Elfman is very strong, nothing will happen to him." Inner voice, "Just like Lysina, when she became a wizard, she would have such a realization." "Shut up." Albagreen punched the tree trunk next to her, and blood flowed from the back of her hand. She shook her head vigorously, suppressing all kinds of thoughts in her heart. Finding Elfman is the most important thing, everything else is secondary. Boom boom boom. At this time, she heard the sound of fighting from the front, her heart tightened, and she hurried over. It was Elfman, who was besieged by several monsters and was in a very embarrassing situation. Albagreen took a step forward, opened her mouth, and wanted to shout out Elfman's name excitedly. But, in her heart, if you take the initiative to approach, you lose. Albagreen. 3 seconds later. There is no winning or losing in love. Albagreen roared, "I want to go to Elfman now." "Elfman!" She shouted and rushed towards Elfman. Albagreen. Elfman turned his head in disbelief. "Stupid, be careful!" Albagreen exclaimed. During the battle, how could he be distracted? Elfman was slapped by the monster and flew away. Albagellan was furious, "Asshole!" She released magic, and a large amount of scale powder caused an explosion, temporarily blocking the monster's attack, and then wings grew on her back and flew towards Elfman. Ahem! Elfman crawled out of the bushes in a panic. Hee hee! He looked at Albaglin's worried face, but laughed. "You idiot! Albaglin raised her hand and slapped Elfman's shoulder hard, then she stretched out her hand and pulled Elfman up. Albagelin, I'm sorry, Elfman want to explain. Fight first. Albagreen said. Okay. The monster that had caused trouble to Elfman before was quickly solved with the joint efforts of the two. Elfman smiled and said, my best partner is you, Albagreen. Humph. Albagreen crossed her arms and snorted, aren't you going to choose Lysina? Elfman scratched his head and said, don't be angry anymore. At that time, Yefrit said that if I did this, you would give me more pocket money. Anyway, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Elfman stared into Albagreen's eyes and said seriously, I just want to partner with you. Albagreen suddenly turned around, she was afraid that her tears would be seen by Elfman. After calming down a little, she turned around with a cold face, intending to proudly accept Elfman's apology, but the first second she looked into Elfman's sincere and hot eyes, she broke the spell. Tears flowed down. Stupid. She threw herself into Elfman's arms. It's not you who's wrong, it's me. I shouldn't always be willful, shouldn't always be self-righteous and ignore your feelings. I shouldn't. Albagelin. Elfman hugged her and interrupted her. No need to change yourself. I like this kind of Albaglin. Albagelin couldn't say anything anymore, just crying. After a long time, both of them adjusted their emotions. So, Albaglin sat on Elfman's lap, snuggled in his arms, and said, Yeflit said you were going to buy me a gift to apologize, but why did you come to the forest? Speaking of it. Elfman immediately stood up excitedly, but knocked Albaglin over. Sorry. He quickly pulled Albagreen up and said, come with me, time is running out. He then pulled Albagreen in a certain direction. Where are we going, Elfman? Albagreen was confused. Almost there. Elfman pushed aside a bush, ran out of the darkness with Albagreen, and looked ahead. Albagreen was stunned for a moment. So beautiful. There was a small hillside ahead, on which some stars were flying. Like fireflies, but brighter. Flying through the night, it left a long afterimage of photons, which gradually dissipated. It's like a fairy, right? A fairy's, Elfman said gently, tale. Albagreen covered her mouth, tears pouring out like a waterfall. Elfman said, Yevrit said that green crystal worms can be raised. I think you will like them, but they are very expensive. I have given you all my money, so I really can't afford it. I heard him say that there are some here, so I came to find them. You Albagreen was about to speak. Wow, there are meteors. Lysina's exclamation came from not far away. Albagreen looked over and saw Yevrit and a group of people walking out of the darkness from another direction. Everyone looked to the other side and saw Albagreen and Elfman beside her, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then they looked forward. Meteors flew across the sky. The fairies on the ground were playing with their tails. Everyone was immersed in this beautiful scenery. Elfman. Albagreen pulled Elfman. What's wrong? Elfman turned his head to look at her, but saw that she was approaching suddenly. Then he tasted something sweet. He swallowed unconsciously, but the other party retreated after a brief taste. Elfman gritted his teeth, took the initiative to move forward, and faced Albagreen's surprised eyes, and pushed forward again. Woo! Albagreen struggled symbolically, and then closed her eyes. Shame on you! Emily whispered. Wendy blushed, her head was smoking. Don't look at you two. Urza quickly pushed the two girls back to her. Natsu, make a wish. Happy shouted. Oh. Natsu reacted. I hope Xiaolulu will like me. Happy said. Happy. The wish you say won't work. Lily said speechlessly. Hey. Happy opened his eyes, his face full of shock. He looked at Xiaolulu who closed her eyes and made a wish, and quickly leaned over. Xiaolulu, you didn't hear it, right? It doesn't count as what I said. Idiot. Xiaolulu was speechless. She suddenly recalled the agreement between Yevlit and her before. Her face turned red and she whispered, Habi kun. Male cat, slightly distant. Habi, very normal. This Habi kun was a little ambiguous. Even if Habi was dumb, he could hear something unusual. He said excitedly, Hey? Xiaolulu, what did you say? Damn Yevlit. Xiaolulu finally understood why Yevlet said say it twice before. Habi-kun. Xiaolulu said with her head down. She was keeping her promise. Ahabi fell down, holding his chest, defeated. Xiaolulu is so cute, I am so happy. Libi, what wish did you make? Gajeel asked Libi next to him. I hope Mr. Gajeel will not help me out of guilt. Libi said. Gajeel was stunned, and then a little disappointed. Is this a rejection? Wouldn't it be better to get along without any burden? Libby said with a smile. Gajeel was stunned, and after a moment, he said, I will still protect you. His eyes and tone were very serious. Libby smiled brightly, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Reliable. I hope I can become S-level, I hope I can tell my stupid dad my identity. Kana made a wish seriously. Biska's eyes were taken back from Kana's back, she looked at Arzak, and her face suddenly blushed. Arzak was the same. However, after a moment, Arzak still held Biska's hand and said, Biska, what wish did you make? Biska lowered her head, at this time. Arzak was stunned, and then said, my wish is forever. The two stopped talking, but held hands tighter. I hope we can stay together forever, I hope. Lucy glanced at Happy and continued to wish Happy can catch up with Xiaolulu. She looked at Natsu again and wished I hope Natsu can find his father and can always be by my side. Lucy. Natsu came up and asked, what did you wish for? It won't work if you say it out loud. Lucy blushed immediately. Okay. Natsu could only look at the green crystal worms and said, I'll go over and take a look, I'm really curious. Hey, wait, you guys, if you get close, you will definitely scare them away. Lucy rushed over and hugged Natsu. Hey! Natsu suddenly made a proud voice, he said, I just made a bet with Yefrit. What bet? Natsu said, Lucy is fatter than before. He moved his arm, pulled forward, dragged Lucy. Lucy felt that her fullness and softness were oppressed, but heard Natsu say proudly, I won, at least 1 pound heavier than a week ago. Go to hell. Lucy's shyness turned into anger, and she knocked Natsu down with a punch. What a fool, Gray said speechlessly. Mr. Gray, what wish did you make? Juvia asked curiously. Nothing. Gray said. Juvia made a wish. Juvia was about to say. Stupid, don't say it. Gray said hurriedly. It doesn't matter. Juvia smiled, because I will realize it by my own strength. Gray looked at Juvia's smiling face and was stunned. What wish did Laxus' brother make? Lysina asked. I don't believe these. Laxus said coldly. Oh. Lysina nodded, then climbed onto Laxus' back and said, Laxus, carry me. Laxus stretched out his hand and hugged Lysina's legs. My wish has come true halfway. Lysina leaned on Laxus' shoulder and whispered in his ear. Ah, cut. Myra Jane sneezed. So cute. Yevlet looked at her, took off his wizard cloak and put it on her. A little closer, he could smell the refreshing fragrance of her hair. Thank you. Myra Jane grabbed the collar with both hands and smiled gently. Yevlet looked forward, but heard Myra Jane muttering to herself, as if to him, night, green crystal worms, meteors, careful planning, boys and girls. Isn't it the perfect place and perfect time now? Yevlet turned back to look at her. Miraja stared at the front, hooked her hair behind her ears with her little finger, revealing her fair face. A deceptive magic power quietly spread. Emily looked at Yevlet's back in confusion. Only she could sense the other's magic power. The next second, she covered her eyes, but couldn't help but slightly spread her fingers and peeked through the gaps between her fingers. Yevlet approached, and then separated. Miraja's ears turned blood red in an instant. But she looked ahead, as if she knew nothing. Yevlet also looked ahead seriously, as if he had done nothing. Ah, it flew away. Wendy said disappointedly. The green crystal worm flew into the sky, flying into the distance like a meteor. 800,000 J. Elfman shouted immediately, wanting to rush up. Forget it, Elfman. Albigelin held him back. But freedom is the best for any life. Albigelin said. Elfman was stunned. Stockings. If you want to see them. Albigelin was a little shy. I want to see them. Elfman was very decisive. Albigelin was stunned and pouted, Because it's you, I can't help it. Elfman said. Albaglin didn't know how to respond, and finally nodded, you can only watch. You can't do anything else. Okay. Elfman nodded excitedly, thinking of Yevlet's famous saying, chasing a girl is to be aggressive, the butt is touched from the back down. Yevlet invincible. Chapter 158, Lucy, I have the same Natsu's wool. Swish, swish. The sea water hit the hull. Yevlet was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks. He moved a stool and sat on the bow, crossed his legs, holding a drink that looked like red wine and a book in his hand. Looked very comfortable. Next to him, Turtledove put up a parasol. Miraja walked towards him with a plate of fruit. Hey, Yevlet, you are in logistics, you should be serving us, why do you enjoy it more than us? Grey said. What is logistics? Yevlet took off his sunglasses and said, it means that you are diligent later. The assessment hasn't started yet, why do you care about me? Or? Yevlet shook the cup, shaking the red drink. You want me to bring you water? Why not? Grey was about to say, but heard Yevlet say, if you dare to drink, I dare to bring it. Forget it, you can continue to be a salted fish. Grey really didn't dare to drink. Ha 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 ha. Natsu ran around the boat excitedly, because Wendy used magic on him, so that he no longer worried about seasickness. This was a very fresh experience for him. It's so hot. Elfman complained. Albagreen fanned the fan quickly. I want to eat ice cream so much, Lucy said decadently. Grey, you guy, make some ice quickly. Natsu immediately ran to Grey. Grey sighed and took out a big ice cube. How can I eat it like this? Natsu said. I can help. Kakuju pulled out a long knife and chopped the ice cube into pieces with a few strokes. Lucy. Natsu handed the broken ice cube to Lucy, and after putting it down, he ran to the stern without waiting for Lucy to say thank you. It was like a dog released from a cage, and he couldn't stop for a moment. I can see it. At this time, Kana shouted. Everyone looked over excitedly. A small island with a huge tree canopy appeared on the sea level in the distance. That is our holy place, Tenro Island. President Makarov stood on the railing, looking at the island in the distance, and said, it is said that fairies live there and it is also the resting place of our first-generation president. First generation? Lucy asked curiously. Fairy tale, the first-generation president Mavis Viviamilio. Makarov explained, she is a powerful, kind, and wise wizard who created the three great super magics, fairy law, fairy glory, fairy ball. And she has extremely powerful battlefield command ability, known as the fairy military advisor. Hey! Juvia said in surprise, it's similar to Mr. Yefrit's position. Yefrit smiled modestly, I'm far inferior to the first generation. Everyone listened to him and rarely complained. Okay. Makarov said, now let's announce the content of the preliminary test. Everyone's face became serious, even Natsu looked steady. Makarov took out a picture and explained, first, get to the starting point. There are 7 roads here. Each group can only choose one. Where the road leads to is random. Some roads on the screen will be connected in pairs. Makarov explained, if 2 groups meet, they can only decide the winner, and the winning group can continue to move forward. There are also 3 people's portraits on the screen: Gildarts, Urza, and Laxus. If you meet these 3 people, you must defeat them before you can move forward. Hey, you are not kidding, Urza and others are on it. Lucy exclaimed. If you meet Gildarts. Elfman clenched his fist. 1 in 7 chance, don't worry. Albagreen held his hand to comfort him. Okay. Natsu shouted, I will defeat Gildarts. Everyone was powerless to complain. It seems that it is better to meet another group, the probability of passing will be higher. Levy said. Interesting. Gajeel said with cold sweat, obviously not very confident. There are 7 roads, and it is basically impossible to meet Gildarts, Urza, and Laxus. Akaraga's strength is second only to Urza, and Gajeel's iron arm can't stop Akaraga's knife. Meeting Kana and Akaraga is basically the same as meeting Urza. Meeting Natsu and Grey is a fight to the death, and the outcome is hard to say. Gajeel fought with Natsu before and lost to Natsu. He is growing, and Natsu is not slow either. Grey is also very strong, plus Juvia, 1 ice and 1 water, 2 characters close to S level, although I don't want to admit it, but their group is 1 plus 0.5 against 1 plus 0.8, the outcome is small. Freed is also very strong, and he has joined forces with Begusro. Only the 2 groups of Mest and Elfman may be the best choice. Well, do your best. Levi said. In fact, she is very stable. After all, even with Gajil, it is difficult to pass this kind of competition system. She is basically a runner-up. She is still aware of her own strength. Soon. The boat docked. Makarov said, then, let's start. Boom. Everyone showed their magical powers and rushed into the passage. Haha. Yevlet suddenly clapped and laughed. Natsu is so unlucky. Lisina asked, who did Natsu meet? Gildarts. Yevlet special smiled. That's it. Lisina slapped her forehead. Let's go, we'll wait for them at the end. Makarov said. Hey, Yefrit. Habi held Yefrit and said, it's okay about Natsu. He was very worried. Even if he believed in Natsu, it was hard to say whether he could win against Gildarts. Don't worry, Gildarts will know his limits. The whole guild, only the leader can defeat him. He won't make it too difficult for Natsu. Yefrit said. It's better this way. Habi was in a low mood. Yefrit? Xiaolulu looked at Yefrit. Although she didn't say anything, she hoped that the other party understood what she meant. Don't worry, I've been monitoring it. Yefrit said. I don't know who I will meet. It's so quiet. I'm a little scared. Lucy was a little nervous. No matter who it is, I can beat him. Natsu said with a smile, it's best to be Gildarts. Hey, don't say such unlucky words, we will lose if we meet Gildarts. Lucy said hurriedly. Ah. At this time, the voice of an uncle came from the other side of the passage. I'm so sorry, Lucy, it seems that you are really unlucky. Gildarts walked slowly. Hey, you really chose the worst way, even though I have always been lucky. Lucy's forehead was sweating wildly. No, I'm lucky, Lucy. Natsu gritted his teeth and said. Boom. He burst into flames all over his body. Ah wait, Natsu. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Gildarts raised his hand and wanted to say something. His words were interrupted by Natsu. Natsu rushed towards Gildarts. Hey, wait. Seeing this, Lucy was too late to take out the key, so she waved her hand and balls of light appeared in her palm. A total of 9 basketball-sized balls of light contained powerful magic. This was the magic that Yevlet modified for her based on the history of the star map. It could convert Lucy's magic into direct output, and now she has practiced it thoroughly. 9-star continuous bomb. 9 balls of light followed Natsu and rushed towards Gildarts. Gildarts stretched out his hand. Boom. He blocked Natsu's attack with one hand and did not retreat. Then he looked at the 9 balls of light coming, grabbed Natsu's fist, and used him as a baseball bat. With a swing, he smashed all 9 balls of light, and Natsu took all the damage. Ah! Lucy exclaimed, this wave of teammates was a pitfall. Gildarts threw Natsu to Lucy, and Lucy quickly reached out to catch him. Boom! She also flew backwards. My sister is so angry. Gildarts said. It's not over yet. Natsu jumped up, turned into a big fireball, and rushed towards Gildarts. Such a reckless attack is meaningless, Natsu. Gildarts sighed, stretched out his hand and clapped his hands, and the magic was activated. Decompose. Natsu's magic was completely shattered. Hey? Where are you? There was nothing in front of him. The fire dragon's sword horn. Natsu flew down from the ceiling and hit Gildarts' head. Boom. The ground under Gildarts' feet was shattered. It was a close call. If I had been hit by the fire dragon, I would have lost. He smashed the ground and cushioned Natsu's impact. Gildarts grabbed Natsu. Natsu was not to be outdone and fought him at close range. Unfortunately, after a few rounds, Natsu lost and was punched into the ground by Gildarts. 12 stars continuous bomb. 12 light balls flew over, and Gildarts waved his hand and shattered all the magic. Too strong. Lucy couldn't help but say. He beat Natsu with one hand and had no power to fight back, and he could break the magic with a wave of his hand. Although they had fought side by side several times before, this was the first time as opponents. The pressure was too great. Open, Leo Gate Leo. What's the point of looking for me to fight Gildarts? Leo ran out and complained, but he still clenched his fists. The next second, he was knocked away by Gildarts. The next second, Natsu was also knocked away, and collided with Leo, and then collided with Lucy, like playing billiards, and all three of them flew out. How can we fight this? Lucy rubbed her head and climbed up. Boom. Natsu responded to her words with a fierce burning flame. Lucy, as long as you work hard, you will win. Natsu's face was serious. You guy. Lucy took a deep breath and said, you always don't listen to others' advice, but I will always accompany you to go crazy. Thank you. Natsu said, Gildarts, I'm going to get serious. Okay. Gildarts nodded and said, Natsu, attack as much as you can. Dragon Slayer Secret. Natsu used his ultimate skill right away. It is impossible to defeat Gildarts with ordinary moves. Only by trying your best can you have a chance. Miracle Fire type. Hey. Gildarts was a little surprised, Yeflet's magic power. His expression became serious. If it was that guy's magic power, he would have to be careful with this move. Red. Lotus Phoenix Sword. Natsu turned into a long sword and rushed towards Gildarts. Gildarts raised his hand, but he was stunned the moment he touched the outer magic. A complex emotion, timidity, fear, panic, depression, and other emotions all surged up. He could not resist the explosion of this emotion. Oops. When Gildarts came to his senses, he looked at Natsu, who was close at hand, and instinctively slapped him. Boom. This slap directly shattered Natsu's magic and even hit Natsu's face. Not good. Leo exclaimed. Boom. Natsu disappeared instantly. Natsu. Lucy was stunned for a moment, her eyes were blank, unable to accept the fact that Natsu was shattered by magic. Gildarts, you guy, even if you are demented, there is a limit. Leo roared angrily, and then rushed towards Gildarts as if to vent. Gildarts has some reckless attributes, and sometimes he would be in a daze, so he would accidentally destroy things. The town of Magnolia even changed its layout for him. Wait, you two. Gildarts grabbed Leo and threw him out, saying, my magic is not just about breaking, Natsu is not dead. What? Lucy came back to her senses. Wow. There was a noise from the ceiling, and countless little Natsu fell down and knocked Lucy down. What's going on? Lucy sat up holding a little Natsu, looking at the little Natsu all over the floor, with a confused face. Ah, the magic of decomposition, if used on a living thing, will split it into many little people. Gildarts scratched his ears and said, you can recover after a while. That's it. He turned around and planned to leave. You have stopped here. Wait. Lucy stood up, and a ball of light condensed in her palm. Hey. Gildarts looked at her in confusion. I haven't lost yet. Lucy said seriously, you can't leave yet. Lucy, I won't show mercy to you. Gildarts said. No need. Lucy waved her hand, and 12 light balls appeared. She said firmly, I will fight with you until the last moment, because I recognize you and have the same will as Natsu. Haha. Gildarts laughed and said, Yeflet's evaluation of you is very accurate. Lucy, usually timid, but very reliable at critical moments. 12 stars continuous bomb. 12 light balls hit Gildarts. Open, Taurus Gate, Taros. Taros and Leo, one on the left and one on the right, besieged Gildarts. And Lucy was already condensing the next wave of light balls. 12 stars continuous bomb. Boom boom boom. This still did not bother Gildarts. He shattered the magic, and punched Taros and Leo away with 2 more punches. Then, with a wave of his hand, he destroyed the next wave of magic. The gap in strength was too big. Lucy understood clearly, but she still did not retreat. A group of Natsu rushed towards Gildarts, shouting, Gildarts, you made a mistake. With so many of me, I can definitely beat you. Haha. Gildarts laughed and said, you can still attack even in this situation. You are worthy of it, Natsu. The next second, countless little Natsus, like a tsunami, drowned him. Buzz. A wave of magic power spread out, and Natsu returned to his original state. Gildarts punched him out. Natsu, I can create a chance for you, but only once. Lucy said. Okay. Natsu nodded. Come back, Talos and Leo. Lucy took back the star spirit and took a deep breath. Go to the farthest sky, count all the shining stars. Show me my true self, all are in my hands. I am the master of the stars, and I order you to open the door to the wilderness. There are 88 stars in the sky, shine, star map history. Lucy activated the ultimate move, and the stars in the sky locked Gildart's saturation attack. It's quite powerful. Gildart's cast magic repeatedly to crush the attack, but it was still a bit overwhelmed. This is not those low-profile versions of the light ball, its power is amazing. Hey! Natsu calmed down and clenched his fists. Dragon Slayer Secret. Miracle Fire Type. Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. He rushed towards Gildart's again. The previous move almost worked. This time, Gildart's was distracted by Lucy's magic and might not be able to resist. Smart. Gildart's praised. But, it's not like Yefrit is here, this trick won't work on you anymore. He slapped the last of the magic, and then gathered his mind, and slapped Natsu's magic before he was controlled by his emotions. Boom! Who knew that Natsu would spit out flames? Hey! Gildart's was caught off guard by this change, and had to raise his other hand, which he had not used, to defend against the fireball that suddenly hit his face. At this moment, he suddenly felt pain in his abdomen. Boom! Natsu punched Gildart's and sent him flying, embedding him in the wall. It hurts so much. Gildart's rubbing his belly. Natsu rushed forward again. Okay, with this performance, you've passed. Gildart's said with a smile. What a joke, what's the point of becoming an S-class wizard if I don't defeat you? Natsu didn't intend to stop. Gildart's sighed, okay. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying magic power erupted. Natsu's movements froze. He looked at Gildart's with a shocked face. I rarely burst out magic, Natsu. Gildart's said, but I can't turn a blind eye to your shortcomings. Plop. Lucy sat on the ground with her buttocks, her chest was so tight as if it was pressed by a big stone, and she couldn't even breathe. In her heart, a feeling of fear surged, as if Yefrit had cast a magic spell on her. What is this? Natsu was still gritting his teeth and persisting, standing hard. Gildart's said, you are brave, strong, and powerful enough, but you still have one thing you don't have to become an S-class wizard. Fear. Buzz. Gildart's magic exploded even more. The entire Tenro Island can feel the huge magic power. What's going on? This terrifying magic power. Juvia was a little shocked, it's very close to the demons we fought before. Is this really something humans can do? This is Gildart's. Grey had a complicated expression, Natsu. You have to hold on. Just now, Natsu and Lucy both exploded with magic power, and now Gildart's also exploded with magic power. Obviously, this group is the most unlucky to encounter Gildart's. Chapter 159, Urza, I'm pregnant. Natsu, it's not a bad thing to realize your weakness. Gildart's said, because you realize your weakness, you will keep a gentle heart in the process of becoming strong, so that you won't go the wrong way and won't go to a dead end. This is what you need to become an S-level and a powerful wizard. Ah! Natsu clenched his fists and took a step forward. Gildart's face showed a surprised expression. Click! Lucy actually stood up. She followed behind Natsu and was very strenuous. Yeflit Gildart's frowned slightly and whispered. Lucy shouldn't have the strength to stand up. Standing up at this time is definitely not related to will. This is the difference in strength. Willpower can make people dig the soil for decades until the mountain is flattened, but it is impossible for people to push the mountain directly. The pressure on Lucy was reduced, although she herself did not realize it. Gildart's did not stop him. A little help did not affect anything. After all, Yefrit was such a person. He would never show mercy when he cheated others, and he was also very righteous when he helped others. What Lucy lacked was not willpower, but strength, and this test was not about strength. Lucy came to Natsu with difficulty. Natsu turned his head and grinned at her. Natsu. Lucy took Natsu's arm, and the two stood shoulder to shoulder and looked at Gildart's. Gildart's sighed, I said, you have passed, why bother? Yefrit said, there is no such thing as passing in battle. Natsu gritted his teeth and said, there is only victory and defeat. Lucy said, as long as Natsu punches you, I will follow. The two supported each other and approached Gildart's. Okay. Gildarts nodded helplessly. The magic power in his body surged to the peak. Lucy's body softened and she could not stand at all. Natsu put his hands under her armpits, supported her, and then continued to move forward despite the pressure. Gildarts looked at Natsu's shaking legs and said, "Enough, Natsu, I don't want to leave a shadow on you." "Hey." Natsu looked at Gildarts who was close at hand and smiled. "Natsu." Lucy gathered her last strength and rushed over to hug Gildarts. Gildarts did not resist. Fire dragons. Iron fist. Boom. This punch hit Gildarts' face hard and knocked him out. The surging magic power disappeared. Natsu and Lucy lay on the ground for a long time before they could raise their heads and look at Gildarts. Gildarts sat against the wall, scratched his head, and said, "In this situation, you dare to punch me. Facing an enemy that you know you can't defeat, you will never admit defeat." Gildarts looked at the top of the cave and sighed, "I am really old. It was a weak punch, but it made me feel at a loss." "Natsu." Gildarts said meaningfully, "Treasure Lucy." This examiner solemnly declares. Gildarts became serious again, "Natsu, Lucy, you won." "Hey." Grey breathed a sigh of relief, "It's over." Did Natsu and Lucy lose? Juvia was a little sad. "We met Gildarts, there is nothing we can do." Grey said. "I don't know who we will meet." Juvia was a little worried. "We met Gildarts, there is nothing we can do." Grey said. "I don't know who we will meet." Juvia was a little worried. "We met Gildarts, there is nothing we can do." Grey said. "I don't know who we will meet." Juvia was a little worried. But she glanced at Grey, who had a determined look in his eyes, and immediately said, "No matter who it is, Juvia will do her best to help Grey-sama win. I have a hunch." Grey looked at the corner ahead and said, "We'll meet him after we turn around there." "Meet the opponent?" He walked a few steps quickly, looked over, and smiled bitterly, "Okay. It seems that my luck is not much better than Natsu's." "Grey-sama." Juvia followed and looked forward, "Ah, it's Mr. Laxus." There was a ring in front. It can be seen that it was man-made, and it was even built not long ago. It was not built with earth, but lightning was used to cut the land around the ring down by nearly 1 meter, and the land was charred. In the middle of the ring, Laxus sat cross-legged with his back to the newcomer. Hearing the voice, he stood up, turned around, and said, "Grey, knock me off the ring, and you will pass." "Juvia!" Grey shouted. "Grey-sama!" Juvia responded solemnly. "Go!" Grey didn't say much, threw off his clothes and rushed to the stage. Water stream slash. Several water blades rushed towards Laxus. Laxus didn't care. He waved his hand casually, and lightning shattered the water blades, but one of them was not shattered. It was an ice blade. Puff! Laxus couldn't dodge in time, and was cut by the ice blade on the outside of his arm. "Don't be careless, Laxus." Grey rushed up. Ice blade 7 dances. Laxus immediately stepped back, but stepped into a ball of water. Crack! The next moment, the water ball froze. "Ice and water," Laxus said, "you two work well together." Seeing Grey rushing in front of him, Laxus raised his arm, and dragon scales appeared on his arm. Bang bang bang! Grey spun around, and the ice blade smashed on Laxus' arm. Laxus stepped on the ice ball that blocked his foot, and lightning flashed on his fist. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Lord Grey! Juvia quickly waved the water whip and pulled Grey back. Boom! But Laxus's punch missed, but the magic condensed into a column and continued to hit the two. Hwalala! Juvia pulled up a huge and thick water wall, and Grey immediately froze the water wall into ice. Boom! The lightning column smashed the ice wall, but it was also hindered, and Grey and Juvia easily avoided it. "Juvia, plan 2. Grey shouted. "Yes." Water flow whip. Juvia waved dozens of water whips, like long snakes twisting their bodies in the sky, with terrifying power. Boom boom boom. Laxus dodged and broke the whips from time to time, but the whips grew out immediately without any damage. Ice Shape Lancer. Grey also sent out a large number of ice spears. The two range attacks, combined, showed the effect of 1+1=2. When Grey's ice touched Juvia's water whip, it was transformed into ice spears. Juvia couldn't control the ice spears, so she let them be launched by inertia. In an instant, dozens of water whips, dozens of Grey's ice spears, and dozens of transformed ice spears. The entire venue was covered with saturated attacks. Swish swish swish. Laxus's evasion speed was getting faster and faster, almost invisible. All you could see was a flash of lightning turning back and forth in the attack that fell like a rainstorm. It's so intense, the fight over there. Kana said. Grey and Juvia met Laxus. Kana smiled and said, this way, our chances of passing are higher. Be careful. Suddenly, Kakuju pulled Kana back. Boom. The magic bombarded the place where Kana was standing before. Bigusro, you guys, you actually attacked me. Kana looked at the newcomer angrily. Who told you to be as distracted as taking a walk? Bigusro replied. Kana, Kakuju, I won't show mercy. Fried said with a gloomy face, I want to stand by Laxus. I won't lose, Fried. Kana's face became serious. Kakuju, let's go. Okay. Kakuju held the hilt of the knife. Boom. A fierce battle broke out. The passage next to it. What a fierce fight. Elfman said. Natsu, Gildarts, Grey, Laxus, Kana, Fried, and others are eliminated. Albagellan said, sensing the fluctuation of magic power. The remaining Urza, Gajeel and Mest. Elfman nodded. It would be best if we could meet Wendy and the others. Albagellan said. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. At this time, a female voice came from the corner. Ah, the worst case. Albagellan slapped her forehead immediately. Urza, Elfman said carefully. Urza walked out from the corner, and the armor on her body changed into the heavenly wheel armor. I won't show mercy, Elfman. If two people can't defeat me, but become S level, it will be a burden, as Yefrit said. Strength and reputation do not match, in this world of wizards, it is a suicidal act. Elfman took a deep breath and said, of course I understand this truth. Beast King. Elfman entered fighting state. Iluza, I lost to Urza last time. This time, we are together, so we may not lose again. Albagreen cheered up. Stop talking nonsense. Iluza's magic burst out. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. A steady and slow footstep, and a brisk footstep. It was Mester and Wendy. Elfman is against Urza, that is to say. Mester analyzed. Our opponents are Mr. Gajeel and Miss Levy. Wendy took a deep breath and said, I will do my best. Then I'll leave it to you. Mester nodded. Da-da-da. Footsteps were heard not far away. Mester and Wendy quickened their pace and walked over, just bumping into Gajeel and Levy, who were walking out of the passage on the other side. Sorry, Wendy. Levy had an embarrassed smile on her face. Miss Levy, I will do my best. Wendy said, I will apologize to you after the battle. Me too. Hey. Gajeel tilted his head, women fight women, men fight men. Meister, I don't know you, but since you were selected for the assessment, you must be capable. If you have any magic, just use it. Don't be polite. My body can withstand it. What a pity, Meister said, maybe I will disappoint you. He was not an offensive wizard, and this time he came with a mission. Now that the goal has been achieved, it is not a pity even if he loses. It's just that. I feel a little sorry for Wendy. Iron Dragon Stick. Gajeel attacked. Three-dimensional text flame. Levy also attacked at the same time. Sky Dragon's Roar. Shua Meister appeared behind Gajeel and punched him. Pa! Gajeel turned around and grabbed Meister, punching him away. Boom! Meister hit the wall, lowered his head and fainted. On the other side, Wendy suppressed Levi. Sorry, Wendy, it seems that this is the end. Gajeel said. Tianlong's hook claw. Wendy jumped high and used a flying kick. Snap! Gajeel raised his hand to block, and then a roar of the Iron Dragon. Wendy reacted quickly and sprayed back the roar of the Tianlong. But after all, the strength was a little worse. Wendy was blown away. Levi quickly waved her hand and rode a big net to catch Wendy. Wendy, it's over. Levi said with a smile. Yet. Wendy nodded, looking a little sad. Levi hurried over to hug Wendy and comforted her. Sorry, Wendy. It's okay. Wendy shook her head. I clearly said that I would try hard, but I was defeated so easily. Wendy. At this time, Xiaolulu and Happy flew over. Xiaolulu said to Levi, you guys keep going, Wendy will be left to us. Okay. Levi said, then I'll leave it to you. When Gajeel and Wendy reached the finish line, everyone was waiting here. She looked around and found that Natsu had arrived. Natsu met Gildarts, didn't he pass? Levi, passed the preliminary election. President Makarov said, take a break. Yes, President. I'm actually a little slower than you guys. At this time, a voice came from behind. Levi turned her head and saw Kana and Kakajia coming over. Both of them had traces of fierce fighting. Kana, passed the preliminary election. Makarov nodded. That means there are still 2 teams, Grey and Elfman. Lucy said. Grey met Laxus, Elfman met Urza, they both got the bad luck. Kana said. Huff, huff. Elfman leaned against the wall, panting, Alba Green could no longer hold on. On the other side, Urza was in good condition. Shua. Urza made a sword flower and said, the next strike will be the end. Elfman looked unwilling. Alba Green looked back at him, gritted her teeth, her eyes were firm, as if she had made an important decision. Shua. Urza rushed towards Elfman. At this moment, Alba Green shouted, Urza, I'm pregnant. Ka. Urza was petrified immediately, meaning her body froze. Now. Elfman punched Urza. Urza came back to her senses from the shocking news and quickly blocked it with her sword. However, Elfman was very strong, and she was caught off guard and couldn't resist. She was knocked away by a punch and crashed into the wall. Boom boom. The wall collapsed and she was buried under the rubble. You guy, such an important thing, you didn't tell me before the battle. Arisa pushed the rebel away angrily, accusing her in her mouth. Alba Green is pregnant, and she still participates in this kind of battle. What if something goes wrong? Obviously, she believed it. And when she pushed the last stone away, she hit Alba Green's eyes head on. Ka. This time she was really petrified. Alba Green breathed a sigh of relief, and her legs softened and she sat down. Be careful. Elfman was shocked and rushed over, hugging Alba Green like a cushion. Seeing that she was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Alba Jelen, you are pregnant, why do you still want to fight? What if you get hurt? Elfman said with great fear. Alba Jelen was full of black lines, she said angrily, yes, I am pregnant, guess who the father is? Who else can it be, of course. Elfman was stunned halfway through his words. He is not a fool, he and Alba Green just kissed, how could she be pregnant? Is it possible? No. Alba Jelen will not betray him. Seeing Elfman's dull face, Alba Green slapped him on the head in anger, and she shouted, of course you lied to her, what's wrong with your sad and questioning eyes? Ah? Lied. Elfman was happy, I was scared to death, I thought. Before he finished speaking, he was hit hard by Alba Green. Hee. Elfman smiled awkwardly. Chapter 160, Melty, I want to beat up Yerusha's scumbag ex-boyfriend Yefrit. Boom boom boom. The last team is still fighting fiercely. Grey and Juvia, fighting Laxus. This battle is difficult to fight, but Grey has no intention of admitting defeat or playing badly, but is fighting with all his strength. Although he is a little reckless, he is not really a reckless man. He has always been a battle of wits. As the battle gradually heated up, Grey had an idea in his heart. Juvia. He looked at Juvia, hoping that she could cooperate with him perfectly. Juvia understood the meaning in his eyes and nodded solemnly. They couldn't communicate, otherwise Laxus would hear them. They couldn't use Yefrit's deception magic to communicate with the team. Then it all depended on Juvia's comprehension and tacit understanding. Grey, is it okay to waste your magic like this? Laxus said while dodging. Of course not, Laxus. Grey said. Then what's the point of such an attack if it can't hit me? Laxus laughed. Boom boom boom. Grey suddenly changed his attack mode and began to use ice-shaping magic on a larger scale. Naturally, the consumption of magic power was also increasing. Juvia did not hesitate and immediately responded to the rhythm and used water magic on a larger scale. Boom boom boom. Faced with a large-scale attack, Laxus couldn't dodge anymore, so he also used magic to fight back. Boom. The water hit the ground and was transformed into ice by Grey. Grey was skating on the ice. Although Laxus could skate, he was definitely not as skilled as Grey. So, this is your plan? Turn this place into an ice rink? Laxus said. Maybe. Gray said. Swish, swish, swish. Laxus did not jump up, but also skated to fight, but at this time, limited by his skating skills, his attacks were no longer as casual and powerful as before. However, the gap in strength still exists. In this case, Gray and Juvia could only barely fight him 40:60, Laxus 60:60. Gray and Juvia retreated and fought back. Laxus chased him relentlessly. Until a certain moment. Juvia's body shook and a flaw appeared. Gray grabbed Juvia, and his smooth movements also stagnated, revealing a flaw. Laxus saw the opportunity and attacked brazenly. Thunder Dragons, Collapse Fist. Laxus rushed in front of the two and punched Juvia. At this time, Gray pushed Juvia out. Boom! Gray was blown away by Laxus. It's over, Gray. Laxus looked at Gray embedded in the wall and said. Yes, it's over, Mr. Laxus. Juvia stared at Laxus's feet and swung the water whip fiercely. Laxus frowned and took a step back. Boom! The water whip broke the ice, revealing the black land underneath. Hey! Laxus was stunned. He looked at his feet and then looked ahead. Through the ice, he found that he was already standing outside the ring. Ahem! Gray coughed twice and said, You didn't expect it, Laxus. Okay. Laxus nodded. Mr. Gray. Juvia ran to Gray worriedly. I'm fine. I can still withstand a punch from Laxus. Gray said. Juvia heaved a sigh of relief and immediately became happy again. Great, Lord Gray, we passed. Yet. Gray looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and smiled unconsciously. It was obviously his S-level test. It had nothing to do with her. But she took the initiative to help him and trained hard with him for several days. And during the battle, he didn't say anything, but she could fully understand his intention. Thanks to you, Juvia. Gray said. Hee. Juvia Bea covered her face and became shy. Juvia is honored to help Gray-sama. Laxus. Why is the sour smell of love spreading wherever he goes now? Gray and Juvia reached the finish line. Makarov announced, then, that's it. Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Kana, and Levy, 5 groups passed. Oh, several people who passed cheered. Then, announce the content of the second exam. President Makarov said seriously. Everyone also listened attentively. Makarov said, the content of the second exam is to find the tombstone of the first President Mavis, and the time limit is 6 hours. Just find it. Gray frowned slightly. It feels very simple. Natsu said. What if everyone finds it at the same time? Kana asked. Makarov explained, then, when the time is up, the one left can become S-level, and the others will be considered failures. In other words, finding is not the main thing. The key is the melee after finding it. This is the best way to test comprehensive strength. No method is limited, let's go. Makarov said, I'll wait for you at the end, Yefrit, follow me. Yes, President. Yefrit nodded. The two figures disappeared directly, Yefrit activated magic, and no one wanted to follow them. Let's go. Natsu hurriedly pulled Lucy and ran. Juvia, let's go. Yes, Gray-sama. Juvia stretched out her hand to create a waterway, which was frozen into ice by Gray. The two held hands and slid quickly across the ice, directly surpassing Natsu and Lucy, who set off first. We also have to be quick. The first one to find the tombstone will have the most advantage in the melee. Kana analyzed. That's right. Turtle Dove nodded. Alba Green said, if we find the tombstone first, we can observe the surrounding environment and wait for the enemy to come. If we find them later, we will inevitably fall into the passive situation of I am in the light and the enemy is in the dark. Elfman, we have no time to rest. Yes. Elfman nodded. Gajeel, let's go this way. I know something about burial methods. Levi said. Okay. Everyone set off. Let's go to the gathering point too. Myra Jane said to Lysina. Okay, Sister Myra. I'll go find Habib and the others. Lily thought for a while and said. Okay. Myra Jane nodded. Mester just woke up and saw Wendy with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, Mr. Mester, I couldn't help you pass the test. Wendy apologized. No, it doesn't matter. Meister smiled and said, in fact, I have expected it. Natsu and the others are very powerful. With my strength, even if I become an S-class wizard, it will only tarnish the reputation of S-class wizards. Meister looked very open-minded, which made Wendy relieved. By the way, Wendy, do you know why Tenro Island is the holy place of fairy tale? Meister asked. Hey. Wendy thought for a while and said, because it is the resting place of the first generation. Yes, but it's not just that. Meister said, this island has been wrapped in an invisible barrier to hide its existence, and no magic can easily find it. Meister smiled and asked, do you think this is just because Mavis's grave is here? I don't know. Wendy shook her head. Harpy held the fish and ate it, looking at Xiaolulu from time to time, feeling that the beauty was delicious and his appetite increased greatly. Xiaolulu hugged her arms, frowned, and became more afraid of Meister. Why are you saying all this for no reason? What rhythm does he want to set? I only heard Meister say, some big secret about fairy tale seems to be hidden on this island. What is that? Wendy asked curiously. I don't know either. Meister stood up and said, Wendy, do you want to go on an adventure with me? Hey. Wendy showed a curious expression on her face. Wendy. Xiaolulu wanted to stop her, but Ace's voice came to her ears, Miss Xiaolulu, the master said that you can agree. Okay. Yefrit didn't turn on her magic, so the distance was too far and she couldn't use magic to monitor. However, Xiaolulu brought a makeup mirror and could summon Asa to come at any time. Yefrit, who was walking with Makarov, received Ace's message. Master, I found it, Ziref. Well, will it be exposed? Yefrit asked. I dare not move. Asa said, the deduction conclusion tells me that if I act rashly, I will anger him and even implicate you, the master. Okay, then let's not analyze him first. Yes. Elfman and Albagreen had just defeated a monster. Come to an open place. But saw a strange back. What? Elfman asked. The two became alert, because this is Tianlang Island, the holy land of the fairy tale guild, and ordinary people can't find it at all. People. The black-haired young man turned around, revealing a melancholy atmosphere. This island. Someone came. This is our guild's island. Who are you? How did you get here? Albagreen questioned. I have no hostility. Ziref said. Answer my question. Albagreen stepped forward. No, don't come near me. This scared Ziref, and he quickly said, I understand. I will leave, don't come near me. This guy is weird, be careful. Elfman reached out and pulled Albagreen behind him. I'm not good. Ziref suddenly hugged his head out of control. It's coming. Run away. Boom. An ominous breath broke out. Get down. Natsu, who had just arrived here, instinctively felt the danger, rushed forward and pressed down the two people. At this moment, the three people disappeared in an instant. Buzz. The ominous breath spread, and everything withered within 100 meters, and there was a dead silence. What the hell? Lucy looked at the 2 meters ahead, and the dead silence just spread to here. It's so dangerous. Clock constellation Holarakim appeared in time to save the master again. Thank you, Holarakim. Lucy said gratefully. It's my duty. Holarakim said, Lord Lucy, I don't recommend you to go over. Ozza in the mirror world breathed a sigh of relief, and then felt a little self-blame. His speed was already fast enough, but he was limited by the fact that he had to go through the mirror to interfere with the outside world. It was far less convenient and timely than the clock constellation. Zerf suddenly looked up at Albagreen's glasses that fell to the ground, and his eyes changed slightly. Crack! The glasses broke, and then the space broke. Natsu and the other two appeared on the ground in a daze, still lying on their stomachs. Asa frantically took back the mirror world, and reported to Yevlet in panic, Master, my mirror world was seen by Ziref. Evil Ziref was about to investigate, but he saw the familiar cherry hair. Natsu. Ziref burst into tears. Who are you? Release such dangerous magic and attack my companions. Natsu was full of hostility. You have grown up, Natsu. Ziref smiled while crying. Ah? Do you know me? Natsu was a little confused. What a pity, Ziref sighed. Natsu can't stop me now. What strange words are you talking about? I warn you, leave here immediately. Natsu instinctively felt the danger. This kind of danger was not like Gildart's, facing a big boss with a long health bar, but more like an ordinary person without weapons and equipment being targeted by a giant beast. Even Natsu, who was impulsive, was very calm at this time. It was unwise to fight against it, and it was courting death. If it could be driven away, it would be the best. Okay. Ziref said, I'll leave now. No, it's coming again. You guys. Run away. Another ominous breath broke out. Run. Natsu shouted hurriedly, and then turned and ran. But that ominous breath spread quickly. Ah! A big toad suddenly drilled out from the ground and swallowed all three people, but before they could drill back, they were swept by the ominous breath and died immediately. Damn it! The three of them crawled out of the toad's belly and looked at the strange man, but found that he had disappeared. What on earth is it? Natsu was very confused. He looked down at the dead big toad. Yeflet's demon. Albagreen was shocked. Don't they usually have 3 invincible defenses? They were killed instantly. If I were touched by that thing. Elfman looked scared. Somewhere in the forest. Artificial demon. Ziref's expression was a little complicated. Is someone touching the taboo again? Outside Tianlang Island. A magic airship slowly approached. We found him on Tianlang Island. A beautiful woman looked at the magic crystal ball in her hand. She looked at the person sitting on the throne and said, it seems that the time is ripe, President Hades. Humph. Sitting on the throne is an old man with white hair and beard, with a sinister look. A corner of the Balamu Alliance, the Dark Guild, the heart of the devil. The person sitting on the throne is the President Hades. Hades said, that man, descended on the ancient land, practiced dark magic, created tens of thousands of demons, and became the closest to God. He brought chaos to the world and was called the strongest and most evil person in the history of the magic world, the Dark Wizard Ziref. We are approaching the abyss of truth. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. The beautiful woman said, there are some troublesome people up there, fairy tale. Don't worry, we have been dormant for many years for this. Hades said, Makarov has been eroded by time, and the remaining people are just a mob. That's right. His words were recognized by his subordinates. Hades said, defeat those naive guys. Yes. The subordinates shouted enthusiastically. Is it really that simple? The beautiful woman whispered. She looked at the crystal ball in her hand, and a person's head appeared on it. It was Yevlet. After thinking for a while, she turned to the pink-haired woman next to her and said, Melty, if you meet this person, don't fight him. Why? Yerusha. Melty asked curiously. This guy Yerusha recalled the information about Yefrit, and it was difficult to explain in detail, so she could only say, in short, remember my words, no matter who you meet, you can fight him, even Makarov, but this person. If you see him, don't. Yerusha remembered that she couldn't detect Yefrit standing next to her before, and changed her words and said, fraud magic, even if you haven't seen it, anyway, if you notice anything unusual, just surrender directly. Not only is Yefrit very powerful, the key is that Melty's magic is also countered by Yefrit, and she can't beat it at all. Feeling magic, who can beat Yefrit? Hey! Melty was dumbfounded. They are going to fight Fairy Tale, how could they meet this ordinary man, and surrender directly without fighting? Arusha? Are you feeling unwell? Melty asked. Remember my words. Arusha's voice became more serious. Okay, I remember. Melty said. Remembering does not mean obeying. Rather, seeing Arusha like this, she became more curious. Arusha obviously knew this man. Did something happen between the two of them? Wait. Could it be? Melty's eyes widened. She told herself not to fight with the other party. Arusha knew her strength. How could an ordinary wizard beat her? Unless Arusha didn't want the other party to get hurt. Could that man be Arusha's ex-boyfriend? Melty looked at Arusha and found that she looked a little melancholy. That's right. It must be that scumbag who broke Arusha's heart. But Arusha was still concerned about his safety. Melty's eyes burst into fighting spirit, and she swore in her heart, I will beat up the scumbag for Arusha. Yerusha sighed, such a big guild, but no one subscribes to newspapers. Chapter 161, Yefrit, I will not give up protecting my companions because I am afraid of Ziref. Natsu. Lucy ran over and asked, what's the matter with that guy? I don't know. Natsu shook his head. He seems to know you, Natsu. Albagreen said. I don't remember him. Natsu said. A dangerous guy appeared on the island. Lucy said, let's put the assessment aside for later. Natsu was silent. Natsu. Lucy grabbed Natsu and said, such a dangerous guy is wandering around the island. What if others encounter him? Yefrit's monster can withstand 3 attacks, but he killed it in 1 attack. I have to inform everyone. Albagreen said. It's a pity that Asa escaped. He seemed to be very afraid of that person. Elfman said. Yevlet, this is the resting place of the first generation. Makarov stood in front of the tombstone and said, next, let's wait for them here. I'm afraid not, President. Yevlet said. What's wrong? Makarov asked in confusion. Yevlet said, just now, Natsu and the others met Ziref. What did you say? Makarov was stunned. After he carefully recalled the name and its meaning, he looked at Yevlet in shock. Yevlet, now is not the time for pranks. Ozza saved Natsu and the others, and Ziref is missing. He is probably still somewhere on this island. Yevlet said. Zerf Makarov was sweating profusely when he mentioned this name. The more powerful the wizard is, the closer he is to the truth, and the more he can understand the power of Ziref. Only the young and the inexperienced can't see clearly how powerful Ziref is. What's your suggestion? Yefrit. Makarov said. Even though he has chosen Laxus, Yefrit's position in the guild will not change. Not only him, but also Laxus, should pay attention to Yefrit's opinions. Let's end the assessment. Compared with everyone's lives, the assessment can be arranged later. Yefrit said, let's notify everyone to come back first. Yes. Makarov said, no matter what Ziref wants to do, we must avoid it first. If it doesn't work, we can only. Makarov looked at the tombstone of the first generation, bowed deeply, and then said, the living are the most important. Zerf is not like other enemies. If other dark guilds dare to go to the island, they will definitely trigger strong resistance from Fairy Tail. But Ziref. Resistance is meaningless, it will only make everyone die standing. Makarov is old, he doesn't want to send the young off. Yevlet, let's notify everyone quickly. Makarov said. Sorry, President, I can't go with you. I have my own plans. Yevlet said. Okay. Makarov nodded, turned around and left quickly. Wait for Makarov to after the husband left. Yevlet came to the tombstone, swept the grave solemnly, and said, Fairy Tail member, Yevlet, begs the first President Mavis to show up. No one responded. Sure enough. This was what Yevlet expected. Yevlet sat down cross-legged and said, not all people who use demons are like Ziref, First President, please witness. I'll issue a disclaimer first. Master. Asa said, Zerf is hostile to you. If you use a large number of demons, you may be attacked by him. He was just glanced at by Ziref, and the mirror world collapsed by nearly 1/10. This scared Asa silly. It was the first time he encountered such unreasonable strength. This is completely different from Taman and Ansa. At this moment, Asa understood why Yefrit always said that Ziref and them were different in dimension, just like humans and ants. Humans are so powerful that ants can't even imagine it, and the disasters caused by humans are like natural disasters. Asa deduced for a long time, but still couldn't understand how powerful Ziref was. And he recalled that Ziref hadn't been too hostile to Natsu and the others just now, so the ominous aura was just accidental. But if Ziref hadn't run fast, the whole mirror world, including him, would have been shattered. Asa deduced that Ziref was very hostile to demons like him, and it was very likely that he would also be hostile to his creator, Yefrit. Yefrit was silent. After a while, he took out a deck of cards and threw them out. Shua shua shua. The cards were arranged to form a portal. Roar. Demons and monsters walked out of it one after another. Master. Asa looked at him in confusion. Yeflet looked at the sky in the distance and said, I will not give up protecting my companions just because I am afraid of Jalal. He looked at Asa and said, Asa, you are getting smarter and smarter, but you are also getting more timid. I don't think this is a good thing. Asa trembled and felt cold all over. Looking at Yevlet's indifferent eyes, he was so scared that he almost knelt down. Yevlet said, in fact, I may not be so wise and sage. He looked at the portal and the demons and monsters that came out of it. He said, Maiko. Acknowledge Jalal, they may not have had original intentions and kindness back then. It's just that time has eroded them. Maiko behind Yevlet pursed his lips slightly. Acknowledge is high and mighty, Zeref is arrogant, and Maiko is independent. Even if they have no ill intentions to this day, their existence itself is a disaster. If Maiko had never met Yevlet, how long could she hide? Although she didn't remember, before meeting Yevlet, or after Yevlet's death, would she kill someone because she was seen? Will she suddenly change her mind at some point, or after decades or even hundreds of years, she will forget this memory and give birth to a new ultimate devil? Will she be good or evil to humans at that time? Who can tell clearly? Maybe. Yevlet looked down at his palm and said, I will have this day eventually. Master. Asa was very scared and felt that he had touched something that could not be touched. So, Yevlet said with a smile, I never study how to increase lifespan. Dying of old age is my most important promise to me and to this world. Longevity, even immortality. It will eventually be corrupted. Hades, the second-generation president, is a typical example. The old thing has lived for a long time and has become a big disaster. But, Yevlet said, I am not trying to make myself noble, nor to gain the trust of the gods who may have been secretly watching me. Asa. Yevlet looked at Asa and said, you have always lacked the ability to innovate. This is not my fault, but the limitation you put on yourself. You were created by a madman with a bottom line. Studying demons is an extremely dangerous act, and it is not an exaggeration to call him a madman. Yevlet does not think he has a legitimate reason and name to study demons anyway, judging from the lessons of history, those who do so have not had a good end. He smiled and said, mirrors can reflect everything, even the hideous expressions of humans, even the scene of blood flowing. Everything in reality can be reflected in the world of the mirror, even darkness and chaos. Asa. Yevlet said earnestly, I have high hopes for you. Yes, Master. Asa didn't really understand. He was smart enough, but not smart enough. He gained human thinking and memory to grow himself. In order to maintain his self, he had to process a lot of information in a unified and standardized way, which inevitably led to a god's perspective. Just like watching TV, he watched a lot and knew a lot, but he didn't really participate, so he didn't exercise. But life is not about changing channels, you can't just jump if you want to. He must enter the world. To put it simply, he must be a shield. When something happens, he must die first, whether he wants to or not. This is why Yevlet created him. Asa doesn't know he didn't know what was going on, but he understood. If the master was really disappointed in him, the master could always create another Asa to replace him, it was easy and cost-free. Chapter 162, Gajil, I will never lose in the battle to protect my companions. The monsters and demons quickly occupied the Tenro Island. Each of them had a mirror on it, which made it convenient for Asa to monitor the whole situation and travel between the two worlds. Yevlet said, project the battlefield to me. Yes, Master. Asa projected the battlefield model. Yevlet raised his hand, pressed his thumb on his index finger, and made a click sound. He looked thoughtful. Don't rush to show up. He said, so he took out a card and threw it forward, and a humanoid demon appeared. This was one of the properties he looted from the Roya organization, and those demons were also controlled by him with fraud magic and pact. The deception magic was activated. Although he didn't see any change in his eyes, this demon had already become like him in the eyes of others. The deception magic passed through a mirror, entered the mirror world, and then went out of the mirror, affecting the surroundings. This is the magic coverage of the whole island without dead ends achieved with the help of the mirror world, although it will consume a lot of magic power. However, Yevlet has two demons, Ansa and Taman, as backup hidden energy sources, and the deception magic itself does not consume much magic power, so there is no need to worry about the durability problem. Come on, go to the island, Hades. Yevlet looked into the distance and said, if you dare to go to the island, you will be captured by me. As for Jalal, Yevlet had already noticed him through the mirror world. He did not contact him, but directly bypassed him. On the map in front of him, friendly and enemy sides are displayed. Friendly sides are green, enemies are red, and Jalal is black. He will monitor the overall situation to ensure that his partners can defeat the enemy and gain combat experience, but there will be no death. The black dot did not move on the map. He could not control Zverev, so he went around him. Libby. He looked at a place on the map. 2 green dots, encountered 2 red dots. 2 enemies. An orc in armor, a chicken monster. Who are you? Gajeel blocked Libby behind him and looked at the 2 enemies vigilantly. This is Tenro Island, the holy land of the Fairy Tale Guild. 2 strangers came up and wanted to attack them. Gajeel did not think that this was a temporary idea of 2 idle dark wizards. Their emblem Libby is knowledgeable. Looking at the 2 enemy emblems, she said, "It is the heart of the Dark Guild demon, Gajeel, we may be targeted by their guild." "It seems so." Gajeel said, "Their strength is unknown, you have to be careful." "You too." Libby said. Looking at the 2, Levi said, "This is the holy land of our fairy tale. You guys from Devil's Heart, you came to the island without the permission of our guild. I now order you as a guild member to leave immediately, otherwise, we will force you to expel you. Little devil, you can't scare us. This is a war of attrition." The chicken monster said. "So, our guild defeated the 6 demon generals of the Dark Guild who are allies with Balaam. Are you, Devil's Heart, going to avenge them and attack us?" Levi asked analytically. "Haha, the 6 demons are a bunch of trash. What qualifications do they have to deserve our revenge?" The chicken monster said, "Little devil, stop talking nonsense. Today, there is only life and death between us. You will die in the hands of the 2 of us. I will tell you my name mercifully." The chicken monster said, "I am Kavaz, the one who will take your heads." Another enemy said, "I am Yumaz, I am best at beheading." Fairy Tale, Gajeel. Fairy Tale, Rebecca. Boom. The battle broke out suddenly. These 2 people are very strong, especially when they cooperate with each other, they are extremely difficult to deal with. Kavaz can spit out eggs with powerful attack power, and Yumaz is not only a kendo master, but also can use word magic. "Rebecca, follow me and assist me," Gajeel said. "Okay." Rebecca nodded. Boom boom boom. After several battles, Gajeel and Rebecca fell into a disadvantage. Gajeel protected Levi, and saw that his arm, which had turned into a block of iron, had cracks on it. These attacks were too powerful. If they hit Levi, she would be injured. "Damn, these 2 guys are really strong." Gajeel gritted his teeth and persisted. "I'm sorry, Gajeel, I'm holding you back," Levi said self-blamingly. "Levi," Gajeel said solemnly, "even if I die, I will protect you." Levi's eyes widened. "What an enviable couple," Kavaz said, and then he sprayed a lot of eggs. "But guys like you, I hate to tear you into pieces the most." "Me too." Yumaz roared, "All lovers go to hell." He swung his sword and slashed. Iron. Dragon's roar. Gajeel blew away the eggs, but then he had to use his arms to block Yumaz's long sword. Crack, huge cracks appeared on his iron arms. Flame. Levi quickly wrote the words of fire, and a row of flames forced Yumaz back. Heavy egg rain. Kavaz blew out countless eggs. Guard. Storm. Stone. Bullet. Levi wrote the words quickly. Her magic was not strong enough, but it was varied and functional. Gajeel was not idle either. Iron Dragon Stick. He punched Kavaz. Dang. But Yumaz blocked it. Punch. Yumaz took a step back, stabbed out with his long sword, and actually shattered Gajeel's iron fist directly. Gajeel quickly retracted his hand, and Yumaz approached him, cut. Ice and snow. Sword. Levi first summoned ice and snow to block the enemy's sight, and then fired the long sword. Too weak, too weak. Yumaz waved the long sword and quickly approached the 2 people, cut. Chop. Chop. Be careful. Gajeel immediately raised his arms to defend. Puff. The iron body was actually cut by the opponent, and the wound on the chest spurted out blood. Gajeel. Levi was shocked. It's your turn. Yumaz had already rushed in front of him and slashed at Levi's neck with a knife. Levi's pupils shrank sharply, and it was too late to escape. Dang! Gajeel raised his hand temporarily to block the knife, but the knife slashed into his arm, almost cutting his arm off. Iron Dragon Sword. Gajeel waved his other arm that turned into a hacksaw and forced Yuma's back. Next move. Yuma's bent slightly, holding the hilt of the sword, and said, "I'll finish you." Gajeel Levi grabbed Gajeel's clothes, and her face was very panicked. "Are you afraid?" Levi. Gajeel asked. Levi grabbed Gajeel's clothes tightly and did not answer. "I'm hungry." Gajeel said. "Steel." Levi quickly drew steel. Gajeel grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it with a crunch. "You can eat steel, this is the Dragon Slayer," Kavaz said in surprise. Sharp magic bursts from Yuma's body. Gajeel stuffed the last bite of steel, looked back and saw Levi's eyes with tears. He fell into memories. After the phantom was defeated, he thought his future was ruined. But a kind old man found him. "Gajeel, come to our guild. Do you know what you are saying? I heard someone from your guild." Gajeel recalled that he had heard a wizard from the other guild, especially a blue-haired girl, who left a deep impression on him. These days, he kept recalling that memory and felt very painful. "That's right." Makarov nodded, "No matter what the reason is, I will never allow my child to be hurt." Makarov burst out with a terrifying pressure, and Gajeel couldn't help but swallow dryly. This seemingly kind old man, when angry, gave him a feeling that was more terrible than Joseph. But Makarov suddenly withdrew his pressure, and he said seriously, "Watching a young man who still has a chance to correct himself, continue on the wrong path until he falls into darkness, and I obviously have the ability to reach out, but I didn't do it. I can't forgive myself for being like this." Hearing this, Gajeel couldn't help but look into Makarov's eyes. Looking at the determination in his eyes, he suddenly understood what true strength is at this moment. Makarov stretched out his hand and said, "Gajeel, if you are afraid of loneliness and long for companions, go forward. If you feel guilty and want to make up for it, reach out your hand. This is fairy tale, it can be your home." Even a tough guy like Gajeel couldn't help but shed tears, and then stretched out his hand and shook it. "Me." Gajeel looked at the enemy in front of him, smiled with pain, "But I promised the old man that I would fight to protect my companions." "Such a battle," Gajeel roared, "I will never lose." Heavy Egg Rain. Kavaz launched an attack. Dark Blade Slashing Bite. Yumas also launched the strongest attack. "Gajeel!" Levi shouted worriedly. Roar of the Iron Dragon. Gajeel first roared to block Kavaz's Egg Rain. "Because we are fairy tale." Gajeel roared and put his hands together. Dragon Slayer Secret Technique. Demon. Iron God Sword. His hands turned into huge long swords and slashed at Yumas. "I will never forgive anyone who wants to hurt my companions." Boom. The giant sword fell, and even the earth was split into gullies. Yumas was unable to stop it and died. No, Kavaz was so scared that his soul almost flew away, and he turned around and wanted to run. Iron Dragon Spear. An iron spear pierced Kavaz. Chapter 163, Happy, Yefrit, kill him. Hey! After getting rid of the enemy, Gajeel breathed a sigh of relief and fell down. "Gajeel!" Levi ran over quickly. "I'm fine, get me some more steel to eat." Gajeel smiled. "Okay." Levi hurriedly made steel. Gajeel's condition was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Levi, Gajeel, what happened?" Urza ran over from a distance. After being defeated by Elfman and Alba Green, she took a bath nearby, but heard the fighting here and the magic fluctuations of two people who did not belong to her family, so she hurried over. Urza. Seeing Urza coming, Levi was completely relieved and hurriedly explained what happened just now. "The Devil's Heart is in trouble." Urza hurriedly took out a flare. The Devil's Heart is far from being comparable to the 6 demon generals, and the 7 followers of Purgatory are even more difficult characters. Swoosh! Urza fired a red flare to notify everyone to prepare for the red combat state. On the edge of the cliff. "Mr. Meister, what is that?" Wendy, who had just joined the guild, did not understand the meaning of the flare. "Ah, that." Meister scratched his head, then suddenly got sick and started chewing on the stone. "I want to know too." "Hey? Mr. Meister, you don't know?" Wendy was puzzled. Xiaolulu narrowed her eyes and asked to the side, Happy, you don't know, do you? Happy said fearfully, there is an enemy. This is a signal flare to prepare for the enemy. Swoosh. At this time, another golden signal flare rose. Happy hurriedly said, that is the president's signal flare, let's gather quickly. How could there be an enemy? Wendy was a little panicked. Xiaolulu analyzed, the enemy may be more than one, otherwise it is not worth sending 2 signal flares from 2 places. Wendy, Xiaolulu, Happy, get away from that guy. At this time, Lily flew over. Hey! Wendy was stunned. Boom! Lily became bigger and blocked Wendy and the others behind him. He looked at Meister with vigilance and hostility and said, I always felt something was wrong. You said you were a disciple of Mr. Gang. Did you learn magic from him? Yes. Meister felt a little guilty. Wrong answer. Lily said. The people of Edras have no magic power and cannot use magic directly. Mr. Gong's magic comes from the magic wand. How did Meister learn this teleportation magic from Mr. Gang? Even Wendy could figure out the key point. She looked at Meister with questioning eyes. Lily said, you are not actually a member of the guild. You used the name of Mr. Gang, who is rarely in the guild, to create a fake identity and sneak in. You should have used memory modification magic. What are you talking about? Meister smiled reluctantly. The most important evidence is that you don't even know about the signal flare of the guild. Lily said. Yes, how could you not know, even I know it. Happy suddenly realized, and immediately looked at Meister with hostility. At this time, Xiaolulu said, Mester, Yevlet knows your identity. Mester's eyes widened. I knew it from the beginning. Xiaolulu added. Hey! Wendy looked at Xiaolulu in surprise. So? Xiaolulu took out a card and said, Yevlet gave this magic to me, saying it was a bribe, even though the gift was a bit heavy. So it was at that time. Wendy understood, she looked at Meister and asked, Mr. Meister, who are you? Hey! Meister sighed, just about to speak, his pupils suddenly shrank. Shua! His figure disappeared. Wendy! Lily exclaimed, turned around to rescue Wendy. Mester grabbed Wendy, picked up Xiaolulu and Happy, and moved away instantly. Boom! The sudden explosion sent Lily flying. Hey! Mester, who had avoided the explosion, breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Wendy and the others were confused. It's the enemy. Meister said. Lily flew back and came to Meister, saying, since Yefret didn't deal with you, it means you are harmless for the time being. Let's fight side by side first. Meister didn't answer. The two looked at a big tree in front of them. You react really fast. A face appeared on the tree trunk. The face said, my name is Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. Unfortunately, I'm here to kill you. What a bad luck. Meister couldn't help but say, I thought this was an easy task. But, Yefret, Jalal, the heart of the devil. Who are you, Mr. Meister? Wendy said. Don't you understand? Meister smiled grimly, I am from the council, and I came here to investigate fairy tale. Mr. Meister, you. Wendy was shocked. Fortunately, I have foresight. Meister looked at Azuma and said, I can't move fairy tale, but destroying your demon heart is a great achievement. Really? Azuma smiled and said, if you can do it, congratulations, but how are you going to do it? Meister confidently looking at the sea, warships appeared there. He said proudly, I called up the battleships of the council's forceful arrest force. Before he finished speaking, Azuma interrupted him and said, are those the ones? After speaking. Boom! All the battleships on the sea exploded. What? Meister looked at the rising mushroom cloud in shock, and said in a trembling voice, that's the elite force of the council. What did you do? Wendy said in shock. Like this. Azuma pointed with his hand. Wendy, be careful. Xiaolulu and Habib pulled Wendy up and flew. Boom! Where the few people were originally standing, a mushroom cloud also rose, and the explosion was terrifying. You guy! Lily rushed towards Azuma. Humph! Azuma snorted lightly. Several bright spots appeared beside Lily, and then exploded. Boom! Lily was blown away. Damn it! Lily spread his wings and barely adjusted his body, if there is a sword. Mr. Meister, we must fight. Wendy said. Okay. Meister nodded. The enemy has come to the door. Unless he runs away, he can't take Wendy and others away. Galloping wind. Strength of steel wrist. Power of armor. Wendy threw 3 consecutive buffs to Lily. Lily immediately understood and went to attract the enemy's attention. Harpy, stand behind me. Xiaolulu squeezed the card given by Yefulet. Wendy, lend me some magic power. Okay. Wendy quickly transferred the magic power to Xiaolulu. Shared magic. Shua. With a flash of green light, a beautiful girl appeared. White hair, cat ears on the head, a tail behind, wearing a JK suit, looks very beautiful. Wendy looked at her chest unconsciously. Why was it so violently rising and falling? Hey! Happy turned his head, his whole face was dull, his eyes were filled with disbelief and inferiority. Tianlong Xiaolulu took a deep breath and then exhaled. Roar! The swirling air rolled up the flying sand and gravel, blocking Azuma's sight. Now! Meister hurriedly grabbed Wendy and appeared behind Azuma. Tianlong's roar. Crazy flame tower explodes. Huge flames rose around Azuma. Ah! Wendy and Meister were injured after being blown away by the flames, lying on the ground helpless. Wendy. Lily went to rescue Wendy, and was hit by Azuma's magic head-on. Boom! Lily also fell down. Xiaolulu, what should we do? Habi saw this huge gap and couldn't help asking. Xiaolulu pursed her lips. Tianlong's. Boom! She was blown away by Azuma before she could release her magic. Wendy. Xiaolulu. Lily. Habib was left alone, standing trembling. Kitty, you're the only one left. Azuma smiled and took a step forward. Habib turned around and saw that Xiaolulu had returned to her cat form, lying on the ground with serious injuries. At this moment, he felt infinite reluctance in his heart. Why? Why am I so weak? Why can't I protect everyone like Natsu? I don't have Lily's power, and I don't have Speed's help for Laxus. Now even Xiaolulu can become a human and fight. Only him. He took out the card that Yevlet gave him and threw it at Azuma. Boom boom boom. The gap in strength is too big. Yevlet's card doesn't work either. Azuma approached the harpy step by step. Harpy. Run. Run. Xiaolulu said reluctantly. Harpy shed tears, and the next moment, his not-so-strong magic power exploded. How can I run away at this time? I will never abandon my companions. Even if I am weak, I will fight. Even if I die, I will fight. Because, I am the wizard of fairy tale. Harpy spread out the few cards in the air, not caring about the tears, with a firm expression on his face. The ground collapsed suddenly. Azuma lowered his body, he looked down, it turned out to be a swamp. This couldn't trap him, he easily got out. Hey! The strong wind carried the flying sand. Boom! But he was immediately blown away by Azuma. Whoosh! The flame was ignited, but was interrupted by Azuma's wave of his hand. The cards were reduced one by one, but Azuma's forward steps were not blocked at all. Until he came close to Habib. Habib held the last card in his hand and took out a short sword. Azuma stretched out his hand, and the leaves gathered into a sword in his hand. He slashed with the sword. Ah! Habib roared, with a look of fearlessness on his face, and slashed at Azuma with the sword. Habib! Xiaolulu shouted desperately. Crack! Harpy's sword broke. But Azuma's sword was blocked by a cane when it was about to hit Harpy. Dang! A crisp sound. Azuma's eyelids jumped, and he quickly jumped back, retreating 10 meters away, and looked at the person vigilantly. When did this person approach? He didn't feel it at all. Even the teleportation magic can be sensed by him, but he didn't sense the approach and appearance of this person at all. If this person had attacked him just now, he would be in danger. Yeflet. Harpy saw Yeflet coming, and all the tension and despair were released, and he immediately couldn't help crying, "You guy, you are always so late." "Sorry, Harpy," Yeflet laughed. Of course, the one who came at this time was not his real body. I need strength to protect everyone." Happy cried. "I know." Yefret bent down, rubbed Habi's head, and said solemnly, "Leave this to me." Woo woo. Habi nodded with tears in his eyes, turned around to check on Xiaolulu's condition, and when he saw Xiaolulu's appearance, he turned around and said angrily, "Yefrit, kill him." "Okay." Yefrit smiled and looked at Azuma, saying, "Fairy tale, elegant magician. I know you." Azuma looked calm and alert. At this moment, the offense and defense changed. Just now, when Azuma appeared, Wendy and others felt the danger of their lives, so they were nervous and alert. At this time, Azuma looked at Yefrit, and he was no longer as casual and confident as before on the airship, and he became nervous. Sword of branches. The branches turned into swords and flew towards Yevlet. Shua shua shua. All of them passed through his body. Day. A long knife was placed on Azuma's shoulder, slightly outside. A drop of cold sweat fell on Azuma's forehead. Crazy flame tower explosion. He burst into flames all over his body, trying to injure Yevlet with a huge explosion. Wendy was hit by this move just now. Then, Azuma immediately moved to the back of a tree. Day. It was still the same knife, placed on Azuma's shoulder, this time it was already in the middle of the shoulder. Azuma turned his head slightly, looked at the sharp blade, and couldn't help but swallow. Close-range blast. He turned around and fought back. A large area of forest was blown away. But Day. This time, the knife was closer, and the blade was already on his neck. Azuma suddenly realized. This man was playing tricks on him. Just like he had just played tricks on his companions, just like he was getting closer to the blue cat step by step, admiring his desperate struggle. This knife first appeared on his shoulder, and then, it got closer and closer to his neck. He still has a chance. This man didn't kill him, he still has a chance. Screaming bee. Countless branches besieged Yevlet and exploded. Azuma stared at the harpy, used magic, and sneaked into the trees. But when he just got out of the tree closest to the harpy, puff! A line of blood appeared on his neck. He quickly covered his neck and hid back into the roots of the tree underground. This time, he didn't even dare to do it himself. Instead, he commanded the vines to entangle the harpy and Xiaolulu. But the two didn't change their expressions, as if they didn't feel the pain. He squeezed hard. Crack! The two turned into stone. And the harpy had already taken Xiaolulu to the sky. Damn it! Azuma quickly manipulated the tree to twist like a snake, entangled together, forming a giant python, and then grabbed at Habi and Xiaolulu in the sky. But the distance was not enough. He had to get closer. But at this moment, boom! A huge explosion blew him out of the tree roots. Puff! The next second, he was chopped hard, and a burning pain came from his back. Azuma quickly rolled forward and turned his head to look at the attacker in embarrassment. This young man always maintained a faint smile and looked humble and friendly. He put the knife on his shoulder, raised his chin slightly, and motioned Azuma to continue. Azuma was shocked. He was belligerent and wanted to fight against the strong, but he didn't want to die. Chapter 164, Xiaolulu, I believe, I'll wait for you. Azuma gritted his teeth and said, Are you the strongest in fairy tale? No, I'm not even an S-class wizard. Yevlet answered honestly. You fairy tale are so strong. Azuma found it hard to believe. Hat. Yevlet sneered, You short-sighted guy, you are such a big guild, don't you know how to subscribe to a newspaper? It's ridiculous that you don't even understand my magic and come to give your head. Besides, in the magic world, in the Light Guild Alliance, fairy tale deserves to be ranked first. Do you, Devil's Heart, dare to say that you are the first in the Dark Guild? Azuma was silent. Let's end it like this. Yevlet raised his knife. Wild flame tower explodes. Azuma made a final struggle. Yevlet's body couldn't resist such magic, so he naturally had to retreat. As a result, Azuma no longer looked for opportunities to attack, but ran away by burrowing into the ground. Day. Yevlet retracted his knife, turned to look at Habi, and said, Tease him again. Okay. Habi nodded. Being targeted by Yevlet, Azuma was going to be in trouble. Yevlet's play was not that simple. Yevlet threw out a card and said, After you treat your injuries, go to the president to gather. Yevlet, if you leave, what if there are more enemies? Habi said hurriedly. Yevlet pointed his hand, and a green mist that gathered but did not disperse emerged. Follow me and you won't encounter enemies. After that, he left and chased Azuma. Xiaolulu Happy pinched the card, and a lot of medicine appeared. He wanted to give Xiaolulu to take and apply externally. Give it to Wendy first, my injury is not serious. Xiaolulu said. Okay, Happy nodded, holding the medicine bottle to find Wendy. Xiaolulu looked at Happy's hunched back, she recalled what happened before. Puckered her lips and shouted, Happy. Happy's body trembled and stopped, but he didn't look back. I'm a cat. Hearing this, Happy turned his head to look at Xiaolulu in surprise. Xiaolulu looked a little unnatural, her face was slightly red, she turned her head slightly and looked aside, saying, becoming a human is just the effect of magic. If you want to learn, Yefrit can teach you, but I know that you are still a cat. A cat. Xiaolulu. Happy said solemnly, speed can increase Laxus's speed, Lily has very powerful strength, you can fight side by side with Wendy. I must also have my value by Natsu's side. I will find it. Yet. Xiaolulu nodded and said softly, I believe, I'll wait for you. Humph. Happy straightened his back and looked at Lily proudly, his eyes revealing disdain, old bachelor. Lily, The value of being by Natsu's side. Beside the grave of the first generation, Yefrit pushed his glasses. I shouldn't deal with Happy casually like before. Xiaolulu is a princess, and she has learned shared magic. Once she becomes proficient, her strength will be equal to Wendy's, or at most slightly inferior. Although in fairy tale, you don't have to care so much. But if the gap between Harpy and others is too big, it may be very difficult. But what is Harpy's position? Give him a shared magic too? Asa said at this time, Master, according to the data I collected from Harpy's previous visits to the mirror world to play games, Harpy's IQ is actually very high, and his reaction is stronger than Xiaolulu and others, but it has not yet been discovered. What do you mean? Yefulet looked at him. If the magic props are used well, it may not be impossible to provide better combat assistance. Asa said. Harpy's weakness is that his magic power is not good, and the upper limit is fixed. From the perspective of a wizard, not to mention Lily, Xiaolulu is far better than him. But the battle of a wizard does not depend entirely on magic power. Fraud magic does not require too much magic power, but its power is unquestionable. The consumption of the Dragon Slayer Mage's Roar was enough for Yevlet to cheat the whole village. Magic props. Yevlet thought. Boom boom. Just then, the earth shook. Yevlet looked forward. A giant that covered the sky and the sun appeared. President. Everyone saw the giantized President Makarov. Devil's Heart. Don't even think about taking another step forward. Retreat now, I can spare you. Makarov said. The huge body, huge magic power, and magic fluctuations as hot as the sun. The Devil's Heart made many mages tremble. Even the 7 followers of Purgatory couldn't help but swallow. Is it true? So exaggerated. As expected of Makarov, the Holy 10. People were panicking. Humph. Hades snorted coldly and said, Makarov is old and is just a showpiece now. His aging body cannot support his continuous fighting. What is there to be afraid of? Forward. The magic airship continued to move forward. Well. The giant snorted angrily, raised his fist, and smashed it at the airship. Defense! Defense! The magicians of the Devil's Heart shouted in panic. Countless magic circles lit up, and then the shields rose. Boom! Makarov smashed all the shields with one punch, and his fist continued to hit the hull. Boom! The hull was instantly damaged by more than a quarter. What a terrifying power! We must dodge the second punch, otherwise we will be finished. Makarov threw a second punch, and this time, the airship narrowly avoided it. Launch the magic cluster cannon, Jupiter. Hades said. Compared to the slow efficiency of the Phantom, a Jupiter was fired from the front of the airship. Boom! This shot hit Makarov's defensive arm, but failed to force him back half a step, only slightly burning his skin. Then, Makarov kicked the magic airship in half. We are finished. The magicians of the Devil's Heart shouted in panic. This kid is really powerful. Hades was still quite calm, looking at Urusha, and said, Urusha, take action. Arc of Time Recovery. Urusha released magic. The airship was restored to its original state in an instant. Hey! Makarov was a little surprised. That magic. Natsu recognized it, it's the guy from Karna Island. Yeflet, what's going on? Laxus walked out of the cave and looked into the distance. There was no one around him, but he knew that Yefret must be there. At times like this guy always likes to hide in the dark, he is more likely to find a job on the villain's side. In short, the devil's heart is coming to beat us. The old man has come out, but his body may not be able to hold on. The enemy leader must be held back by you and Gildarts. Yefret replied, leave the others to Natsu and the others. Can you monitor the entire island? Laxus asked. Yes. Okay. Laxus nodded. On the other side, Gildarts also walked out of the cave slowly, looking into the distance, and said, will things be so simple? The devil's heart came to Tenro Island, and he must have a big plan. Yeflet replied, Zerf is on the island, they came for Zeref. Zerf. Gildarts was stunned, then smiled, it's not a name you want to hear very much. There will be a name you don't want to hear later. Gildarts was stunned, and didn't want to hear it anymore. Could it be? So what? He asked. Give Laxus a chance and see how far he can go. You can take the rest. Yefret said. Hades is powerful. Makarov can fight, but his body can't hold on. Laxus can't beat him. Gildarts can't beat him either, but if they take over like this, they can basically hold on until Natsu and the others kill the enemy. When the support comes, Hades, this big experience pack, can be forcibly eaten. Run away quickly after eating, this is Yefret's first plan. He still stayed by the grave of the first generation, intending to take the first generation away with him when he ran away after the fight. Although the first generation ignored him, he couldn't let the first generation be bullied by the Black Dragon here. If he couldn't run away and acknowledge a flew fast, he would start the second plan. If the second plan failed, he still had the third one. In short, it's best to run away successfully. In these 7 years, it's best not to lose. I'll fight, Gildarts said with his fingers, you guys think I'm like Natsu and those boys. Natsu and the others may not understand Yefret. But Gildarts understands. The strength of the guild is not supported by the strength of an individual. The strength of Fairy Tail is supported by a group of pillars such as Natsu. So, it's not just Yefret, Gildarts is the same. He doesn't mind using enemies to sharpen Natsu and others, and even laughs when he sees Natsu and Grey being beaten. But Yefret also gave him an experience pack, which still made him a little nervous. Outside the island, Makarov was panting. He was already 88 years old, and he was not as strong as he was when he was young in terms of magic and physical strength. Especially in terms of endurance. Occasionally, he would look at the young Laxus and miss his youth very much. So, even if he was fair, he couldn't help but hope that Laxus could respond to his expectations. Fortunately, although Laxus had gone astray, he was still pulled back by Yefret. He looked up at the airship and glared at the enemies. Yes, he was old. But he still had young people he could trust behind him. He wanted to set a good example for those young people, especially Laxus. Just watch. Laxus, the president of Fairy Tail, is a man who will fight to the death to protect everyone in the guild. Makarov clenched his fist and smashed it at the airship. But, the airship dodged it again. Humph. Makarov snorted angrily, put his hands together, and burst out magic power, holding a ball of light. This is the last warning. According to the judgment rules of Fairy Tail, I give you a 3-second countdown. Hey, this magic fluctuation is no joke. What is that? It's like getting close to the sun. The dark wizards were terrified. The 7 purgatory followers, these elite wizards, were all sweating. Hades finally stood up and walked to the front. All those who are identified as enemies by the caster are conquered by the supermagic, Hades said, the law of the goblins. Makarov, at this age, dare you still use such magic? One Makarov counted. We can't let him release it. The 7 followers of Purgatory panicked. The stronger they are, the more they can sense the horror of this magic. Especially with Makarov's magic power, this move is likely to destroy the world. 2. Stop him. Just when everyone was about to show their skills. You go, I'll meet him. Hades said. Then he flashed outside, stood on top of the airship, looked at Makarov and said, Stop, Makarov. Makarov looked up and was stunned. This person is Pres Hito, the second-generation president of Fairy Tail. Although his appearance has changed a little. However, how could Makarov not recognize him? Although he was shocked, Makarov was an old man after all. He quickly calmed down, said nothing, and planned to release magic. Are you going to hurt each other? Makarov, can't you even reminisce a little bit? Hades laughed. He also put his hands close, and a black magic ball appeared in his palm. The law of the devil. Makarov, once I release this magic, it will definitely lead to an ending that neither you nor I want to see. Why? Makarov didn't think the other party was lying to him. The Pres Hito he knew must have the ability to use this level of magic. But what he couldn't figure out was, when he took over as president 48 years ago, this person was already the same as he is now, old and frail. Although he looked healthy, he was also approaching the end of his life. So many years have passed, and he is about to be buried. Normally, this person should be left with only bones. He never expected that the other party looked healthier and stronger than him. The magic dissipated. Makarov said, President Pres Hito, I need an explanation. Just now, he was going to use magic to kill the enemy. So he didn't hesitate. But now that the fairy law has been abolished, he couldn't help but question it. Why did President Pres Hito, who guided him back then and was like a teacher and father to him and Natsu now, become the president of the Dark Guild, and he also came to attack the holy land of Fairy Tail? Poor Makarov. Hades sighed, raised his hand, and a magic circle appeared. A long magic chain bound Makarov, and then a powerful force knocked down the giant and threw him hard on the island. Makarov's body shrank rapidly. Hades turned his head to look at his men and said, Why don't you act quickly? Yes. The shocked men came to their senses and hurried to the island. Why? This fall naturally couldn't hurt Makarov. He got up and looked at Hades angrily. Boom! A bolt of lightning approached Hades. Hades easily blocked it. The lightning fell beside Makarov. Hades looked at the blonde hair and the proud and angry expression, revealing a nostalgic look. Chapter 165, Kana, don't worry, I don't want to be targeted by Myra Jane. Makarov's grandson. Hades smiled and said, he looks like a good young man, but it's a pity that he's going to die here. I won't let you kill anyone. Makarov pulled Laxus behind him and said, besides, you can't do it. President Pres Hito, no matter what you have experienced over the years, no matter how powerful you have become. Makarov said seriously and proudly, but you must also remember that the young people of Fairy Tail can always defeat strong enemies and protect their families. Ridiculous. Hades laughed. You are behind the times, President Pres Hito, I will make you understand today. Makarov suddenly launched an attack, but at the same time said, Laxus, see his magic and attack rhythm clearly. Hearing this, Laxus nodded seriously, I know. Makarov wanted to test Hades' strength for Laxus, increase Laxus and even Gildart's and Yefrit's chances of winning. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of soldiers descended from the sky. All members were besieged. Natsu, the strongest, got too excited when fighting, and gradually lost touch with Lucy, Elfman, and Alba Green. Asshole, you interrupted my S-level assessment. Natsu roared, spewing out a mouthful of flames, and more than a dozen wizards were seriously injured by him. How terrible! So powerful, this is the legendary fire dragon. It's really powerful. The dark magicians were all afraid of it. Ah! A dissatisfied voice sounded. Everyone looked over and shouted happily, it's Master Zankro. On the cliff, stood a yellow-haired spirited young man. He looked dissatisfied and said angrily, you guys actually said he is powerful? Hey! All the dark magicians looked at him in fear. Zankro opened his hands and said arrogantly in anger, there is no guild in this world that is more powerful than the Devil's Heart. Boom! Black flames broke out on the surface of Zankro's body. This flame. Natsu smiled slightly. Squinting his eyes, he intuitively felt that this kind of magic power was very dangerous. We are the strongest guild. He stared at the dark wizards and said, our guild doesn't need weaklings like you. Boom! He suddenly attacked his companions, and all the dark wizards were covered and burned by black flames, and soon they were all melted. And he listened to the shrill screams and laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. What did do to his companions? Natsu asked angrily. Companions. Zankro looked at Natsu and said, a wizard from a mere weak guild, stop talking nonsense like that. Boom! He threw out a black flame column. The flames have no effect on me. Natsu said, without any intention of dodging, but directly confronting it head-on, and then intending to absorb it. What? Natsu, who had never been afraid of flames, felt the pain of being burned by flames for the first time. I can't absorb this flame. Natsu reacted very quickly. Although he was confused, he immediately burst out his own flame, the orange flame, to remove the black flame. Although he was attacked, Natsu's body was highly resistant to fire and strong, so he would not be seriously injured or even die like those dark wizards. But his doubts became even worse. Smelling the enemy approaching, he immediately waved his hand to disperse the smoke. Zankro had already jumped off the cliff. Natsu immediately asked, "What kind of flame is this? I can't swallow it." "Fire Dragon Slayer Wizard." Zankro sneered, "Don't be delusional, do you want to use the dragon's flame to swallow the flame of God?" "The flame of God?" Natsu was stunned. "You really don't know anything." Zankro said proudly, "There is a world of difference between your flame and my flame. My flame is the flame of killing gods." "Me? But the god-killing mage." "God-killing mage?" Natsu's eyes widened, "There is such magic." "Yevlet, you are quite good at bragging, young man." "Yevlet, are you there?" Natsu asked hurriedly. "Yevlet, yet. What's the matter with the god-killing magic?" Natsu asked. He trusted Yevlet more than his enemies. "Yevlet, it's just ordinary fire magic, nothing special." Natsu said, "But I can't absorb his fire." "Yevlet, you were fooled by him. There is nothing you can't absorb. You can even absorb my fraud magic, so his fire is nothing special. If it is really more advanced than your fire, believe me, it will only become a compulsory subject for Ziref." Natsu. "In short, it's good at fighting, right? Yevlet, beat him as much as you can, don't be fooled by him." "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself." Zankro said, "I am Zankro, one of the 7 followers of the Devil's Heart." "That kind of thing doesn't matter." Natsu grinned, like an angry fire dragon. "Yevlet said that if he beat you with all his strength, he'll be done with it, so stop talking nonsense." Fire dragons roar. "Humph, you're such a brainless idiot, you're worthy of being raised by a lizard." Zankro also used magic, Flame God's Roar. Boom! The 2 fire magics collided with each other, causing violent magic fluctuations, and the strong wind even blew down the surrounding trees. "Igneel is not a lizard, but a dragon, you guy!" Natsu roared and rushed forward. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Fist of the Flame God. Combine the flames in your left hand with the flames in your right hand, Fire Dragon's Brilliant Flame. From the edge of the west to the edge of the east, everything will burn up, Flame God's God of Fire. Boom boom boom. The 2 attacked each other. "Yevlet, Natsu, look, this magic trick is obviously copied from your dragon-killing magic." Natsu was stunned when he heard this, and in this moment of distraction, he was hit by Zankro's magic and was blown into the forest. "Natsu, Yevlet, you, don't distract me." Boom! Natsu fell into the forest. "Yevlet, sorry. Natsu, don't worry about me here, I will defeat him, you go protect Lucy and the others." "Yevlet, in fact, I'm not here, so I can't take care of it even if I want to." Natsu was angry and said, "You." Boom! Zankro fell into the forest. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu spit out flames. But Zankro opened his mouth and absorbed all the flames. "What?" Natsu was stunned. "Ha ha ha!" Zankro laughed wildly, "Don't you know? It was God who first gave humans the wisdom to use fire. It was neither man nor dragon that gave birth to fire, but God. The flame of God is the strongest flame in the world, the original flame, and the flame that can devour all flames." "Stop talking nonsense." Natsu rushed forward, "You, a pirated guy. What did you say?" Zankro was furious. "Isn't it? I learned the tricks similar to dragon-slaying magic from a real dragon, and you, did you really learn it from God?" Natsu attacked verbally. "In a sense, President Hades can indeed be called a god." Zankro said, "This is the lost magic that God taught me." "Isn't that what people taught you?" Natsu said. "You don't understand at all. Zankro roared. You are the one who knows nothing, is self-righteous, and talks to himself. Natsu said, Yeflet said that for a guy like you have to beat you up so badly that you can open your eyes to see the world. Stop talking nonsense. Zankro rushed up. Dragon flame, my flame is the strongest. Natsu also rushed forward with a roar. Elfman and Albagreen had already experienced a battle. At this time, they were forced to fight again, and their condition was not good. Lucy was almost the same. But fortunately, the three of them could still hold on. Boom! Suddenly a powerful wizard attacked secretly. A huge monster in armor punched Lucy. Lucy, be careful! Albagreen shouted. Buzz! A big toad jumped out from the ground, bit Lucy and then took the punch, and was directly smashed and fell off the cliff. You guy! Elfman and Albagreen looked at the person cautiously. The man's magic fluctuations were very unusual and very dangerous. Day. A man with silver hair, wearing glasses, not afraid of the heat, and wearing a fluffy coat appeared next to the armored monster. Well done, Balakushas of the Wind. He praised his pet. Who are you? 7 dependents of purgatory. Elfman asked. Yes. The man nodded and said, my name is Rastylos, and I am one of the 7 dependents of purgatory. Elfman and Albagreen looked at each other and met a difficult character. Albagreen pushed her glasses and hinted to Elfman to give her a chance. Elfman did not make any expression or movement, but his eyes conveyed to Albagreen that he already understood. Go and play with them, Barakushas. Rastylos said. Beast King. Elfman rushed up. Boom. The big toad fell in the forest and rolled many times before stopping. Ugh. She spit out Lucy and then said, Miss Lucy, are you okay? Thank you. Lucy said. It is our duty to protect you. Enemies are coming, Miss Lucy, be careful. The big toad said, and hid underground. She did not have the ability to fight, and hiding underground and waiting for an opportunity to rescue people was the correct way to use it. Day. A tall figure walked out from behind the tree. Lucy immediately turned over and jumped up, looking at the person vigilantly. This is a goat butler? Goat head, wearing a suit, sunglasses and iron bracelets on both hands, looks elegant and rigorous, but also reveals a sense of power. Leo. Lucy immediately waved the key and summoned Leo of Leo. Then, she stretched out her hand and waved, and balls of light emerged. My name is Caprico, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. Caprico said. You guy. Leo recognized him and said, Caprico, it's you, the Capricorn star spirit who has been missing for 17 years. What? Lucy looked at Capriccio in shock when she heard this. I didn't expect you to remember it. Capriccio said. Leo clenched his fist and said, Lucy, be careful, Capriccio is very strong. I know. Lucy nodded solemnly. Lucy. Capriccio's eyes flashed with surprise, but was blocked by sunglasses, so Lucy and Leo didn't notice anything unusual, and he immediately suppressed this abnormal emotion. In the forest. Kana. Akariga looked at Kana and said, it's already this time, why don't you give up the assessment? Kana stopped and said, I won't give up, Akariga. But there are enemies invading, and everyone is fighting. Akariga said. So what? Kana said, don't you know Yevlet? Banjio was stunned. As long as that guy is here, everything is under control. That guy is not panicking, which means there is nothing wrong. Kana said, Banjio, I must become S level. This year is my last chance. Banjio was silent. Help me, Banjio. Kana's tone was pleading. Banjio hesitated, Mr. Yefulet is sure, you are right, but I came to participate in the assessment with the awareness that if I can't become S level, I will quit the guild. Kana roared. Kana. Banjio was stunned. Forget it. Kana said, you won't understand. She turned around and said, I can get here thanks to you, but I'm sorry, Banjio, I want to keep moving forward. With that, Kana ran away. Mr. Yefulet, what should I do? The turtle dove was a little at a loss. Da-da-da-da-da, the sound of hurried footsteps. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Kana ran while crying. This was her last chance. She finally mustered up her courage. She must not give up. However, as she ran, her speed became slower and slower. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, Banjiu. She gritted her teeth and continued to speed up. However, this time, her speed did not increase. Finally, she ran slower and slower until she stopped. Hey, she sighed. A figure appeared in front of her. Yevlet through her tears, she vaguely recognized the man. She rushed forward, grabbed his collar, put her head against his chest, and cried, Yevlet, am I too selfish? What should I do? So I said it. Yevlet put her hand on Kana's head and said, 1 effort, 2 failures, 3 failures. I said it at the beginning, just say it out in one breath. At the beginning, Yevlet tied up Gildarts directly after knowing this. On a dark and windy night, Yevlet used the beauty trick to trick this drunk guy into the forest, and then tied him to a tree. He walked far away, giving Kana enough opportunities. But Kana still didn't muster up the courage. Having missed this opportunity, Yevlet had no choice. As a result, the longer it was delayed, the harder it was to say it out. Until Gildarts left 3 years ago. Kana had fallen into despair, afraid that Gildarts would not come back, and she would regret it forever. So after Gildarts came back, Kana mustered up her courage and made up her mind to prove herself with S rank and then tell Gildarts. Result. This happened again. Now. Should she persist in taking the exam and become S rank? Or give up? Kana is on the verge of collapse. Kana. Yevlet held Kana's face and said, you can do whatever you want, even if it's willful. Kana was stunned. Yevlet smiled and said, you know, everyone has been satisfying my willfulness, so I will also satisfy everyone's willfulness. This is family. Whatever you do, if you want to do it, just do it. Even if it is wrong, do it with a clear conscience. Don't be afraid of any consequences. Maybe Emily is right. Yevlet raised her left hand and said, fraud magic is the most suitable magic for me, and I, who master fraud, am also the most suitable to stay in this guild, so I have the honor of becoming your family. I will protect everyone and you, so be willful, Kana. You guy. Kana rubbed her tears and said, you are late, Yevlet, you can't pick me up by saying such things. After that, she pushed Yevlet away and continued to run forward. After running a few steps, she suddenly turned back and gently touched Yevlet's face. Don't worry, it's a friendly thank you, I don't want to be targeted by Myra Jane. Kana smiled. Chapter 166, Yevlet, why don't you change your name to Boomerang Guild? Yevlet watched Kana's back disappear, and Maiko handed him a tissue. After wiping the moisture off his face, Yevlet sniffed it. Ugh! He retched, threw away the tissue, and said, as expected of Kana, her saliva smells like alcohol. Maiko was speechless. Go back. Yevlet returned to the base. As soon as he came back, he saw a powerful magic power appear on the map. This magic power was only slightly weaker than Gildarts. The owner of this magic power moved towards the forest. Pay attention to Gajeel and Levi. Yevlet said. Okay, master. Asa said. Somewhere in the forest. A head stuck out from a tree trunk. Azuma breathed a sigh of relief, escaped, that guy is too scary. I would rather fight a guild leader than fight that guy. What kind of magic is it? Fraud? I can't find that guy at all, but he always appears behind me. At this point, Azuma instinctively looked at his shoulder, no knife, he looked back, no one. Hey! He breathed a sigh of relief again. I'm going to find someone else to fight, stay away from that guy. Azuma said. Looks like that guy. Maybe only President Hades can fight. He's not S level. This kind of strength. I have a bad feeling. Gilyalu. Azuma's figure sank into the tree trunk. You run pretty fast. After Azuma left, Yevlet walked out from behind another big tree. This is his clone. Anyway, he's bored, so he teases these people. Boom boom boom. The sound of fighting came from afar. Yevlet looked up and saw Elfman and Albagreen struggling on the cliff. I suddenly had a good idea. A smile appeared on Yevlet's face. Huff, huff, huff. Elfman half knelt on the ground, panting. Albagellan leaned against the stone wall, already seriously injured. Elfman. Albaglin covered her stomach, looked at Elfman with a tired expression, and said, "You run away." "Impossible." Elfman said immediately. "Idiot." Albaglin cursed, "I am not a good girlfriend, you deserve better." "Shut up, Albaglin, you are the best." Elfman forced himself to take a breath and said, "I will definitely protect you, definitely." Beast King. Just as Elfman was about to use magic, he was blown away by the huge monster. He lay in the ruins and couldn't get up for a long time. "Asshole." Albaglin tried to stand up reluctantly. "Can you still move?" Rasteros looked at her, waved his hand, and the giant monster rushed towards Albagreen without mercy and attacked directly. Boom! Elfman appeared in front of the giant monster in an instant and blocked the opponent's fist. Facing the powerful force of the giant monster, he stood firmly, but still kept retreating. He used all his strength to resist, so that his muscles bulged, as if they were about to explode, and finally stopped it. Boom! But the next punch still blasted him away. "Can you stand up too?" Rasteros said. "As long as it is to protect Albagreen, no matter how many times, I can stand up." Elfman supported the ground and barely stood up. "What a touching couple!" Rasteros said with admiration, but then he said with disdain, "But, the great magic world doesn't need weaklings like you." "Great magic world?" Elfman said, "To create a world where all people without magic power die, is this what you want to do?" "Yes." Rasteros said. "What nonsense!" Elfman said, "In this world, wizards only account for 10% of the population, and the vast majority of the rest are ordinary people who can't use magic." "Yes." Rasteros said, "So, they have no value in existence, right?" "Oh, sister, please stop." "Asshole!" Elfman roared, "It is the vast majority of people who really make this world exist." "No." Rasteros said, "The real reason for the existence of the world is that the strong make the rules and the weak unconditionally execute them, just like God to you and me, just like I am to you." "Nonsense!" Albagrin cursed. "Of course I don't expect you to understand." Rasteros pushed his glasses and said, "I heard that there is a kind of insect in the world that can only survive in spring, summer, and autumn. So no matter how others describe winter to him, he can't understand it. For such an insect," Rasteros said, "I will step on it to death." His arm suddenly turned into a steel claw, and he wanted to kill Elfman with one blow. Elfman grabbed the other's arm with his last breath of strength. "It's all in vain," Rasteros said disdainfully. "Haha, I'll take this arm." Elfman raised his right arm, which turned into a steel claw and grabbed Rasteros directly at close range. "What?" Rasteros panicked for a moment, but quickly adjusted his mentality and immediately turned his left hand into a shield. Boom! He blocked the attack and immediately taunted, "Is that all? Then I'm going to take your life. Before that, let me take your glasses away first." Elfman grabbed Rasteros' glasses and then crushed them violently. "What?" Rasteros was shocked. "Albagrin, now!" Elfman shouted. "Shut your mouth, that insults fairy tale forever." Albagarin lifted her hair and activated the Eye of Petrification. "It's bad!" Rasteros shouted while covering his eyes with his arms. But just when Elfman and Albagarin thought they had succeeded, they saw Rasteros took off his arm and laughed sarcastically, "I'm just kidding you." "What?" Albagrin and Elfman were shocked. On Rasteros's face, he was wearing the same pair of glasses as before. Boom! While Elfman was stunned, Rasteros knocked him down, and immediately appeared in front of Albagarin, punching her hard and sending her flying. "How could it be?" Elfman couldn't understand, "I clearly crushed your glasses." "Ha ha ha!" Rasteros laughed, "Ants who don't understand the power of God." He pushed his glasses, waved his hand, and 7 or 8 glasses appeared instantly. He said, "My magic is the arc of manifestation, it can materialize everything I expect." "How can there be such magic?" Albagrin felt that her 3 perspectives were shocked. The dragon-killing magic of Natsu and his friends was already outrageous. This is even more outrageous. Boom! The ground suddenly rose up, forming a tall tower. Elfman and Albagrin were unable to struggle and escape, and were trapped. "Stupid fairy! Return to dust!" The magic fluctuations became more and more intense, and the terrifying big move was about to come. Elfman and Albagrin were very desperate. "I'm sorry, Albagrin, if I were strong enough." Elfman. I don't regret it. The light became brighter and brighter. Click. Suddenly there was a sound of taking a picture. Who is it? Rastarose was startled and turned his head to look. I saw a young nobleman dressed very formally, like he was attending a banquet, holding a camera in his hand and walking slowly. Are you from Fairy Tale? Rastarose narrowed his eyes slightly, a little alert. This man suddenly appeared, silently, and he could not detect the other party's magic power, not at all. Very weird. Yevlet, Albagreen and Elfman looked at Yevlet and breathed a sigh of relief. Then Elfman blamed, you, come out earlier. If you come out earlier, you won't be able to take this rare scene. Yevlet took out the photo he had just taken and said, when you have a child, I will show this to him and say that when you were young, you liked to play in the soil. Albagreen blushed. She noticed the keyword child. Elfman was very angry, you, come and save us. Here I come. Yevlet put away the camera and took out a long knife. The tower was cut off with one knife and Elfman and Albagreen were saved. What? Rastarose was shocked. His magic was cut off so easily. Speaking of which, Yevlet turned to look at Rastarose and said, I suggest you take back what you said about fairies. This is our fairies' base camp. It's very rude to say such things. What if I don't? Rastarose looked at Yevlet coldly. Then I can only destroy this mouth first. Yevlet said. Try it. Puff. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a flash of knife light. He widened his eyes and instinctively shrank his head back. The knife light cut from the middle of his lips, and he watched a thin column of blood spurt out. There was a sharp pain in his mouth. He immediately covered his mouth and retreated dozens of meters away. Then he conjured a mirror with a shocked face and let go of his hand to take a look. His upper and lower lips were cut open. You hiss. He wanted to speak angrily, but was stimulated by the pain and held back his words. Good job, Yefrit. Elfman shouted. He and Albagreen were particularly happy to see the scene. This guy has been talking nonsense since he appeared on the stage. They really want to tear his mouth apart. Damn it. Rastarose covered his mouth, a little tangled. Don't talk. I can't get back my face. Talk. My mouth hurts again. When he opened his mouth to talk, there was even a leak. Finally, he got out of the dead end. Why did he have to talk? Killing the opponent is the best way to get back his face. Not being able to taunt only reduces the game experience. Winning is the most important thing. Rastarose waved his hand, and the huge monster rushed towards Yefrit. But Yefrit just waved his hand. The monster disappeared? It disappeared in an instant. It was like being erased with a blackboard eraser. Rastarose widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. What kind of magic is this? How can it be so outrageous? Albagreen looked to the side, and the huge monster gradually dissipated. This was not the erasure of Yevlet. How could he have such magic? It was just that in Rastarose's cognition, he had already accepted the fact that Barakusha's was erased. I see that expression of yours is familiar. Yevlet said with a smile, I recall that there was a guy with an afro before, who was also enjoying the fear of my companions, pressing step by step, saying the same words as you, thinking that he was strong and could do whatever he wanted, but I chased him like a dog. You are the same. Yevlet mocked, what's the matter with your expression of broken values? Is it necessary to be so surprised? Rastarose opened his mouth, but was stimulated by the pain and couldn't speak. Just now, when Albagreen was frightened by his magic, he was still enjoying that state. But not long after, he was frightened by the opponent's magic. Roar! The huge monster was imagined by him again. But Yevlet didn't even look at it, and reached out to wipe it out again. Rastarose was stunned. Yevlet smiled and said, how about this, I'll make a bet with you, that you all like boomerangs. If I win, you won't call it the Devil's Heart, it sounds like it has something to do with our fairy tale, how about you call it the Boomerang Guild? That's too much. Rastarose was furious, his arms turned into steel claws, and he attacked Yevlet. Boom! But a powerful force suddenly came from the side, blasting him away. He flew more than 10 meters away, rolled several times, and then stopped. He got up awkwardly and saw the noble young man, who was turning a revolver in his hand. The strong make the rules, and the weak unconditionally execute them. Yefrit said, just like me to you. Well, I'll let you hang yourself up with that tower now, and I'll spare you, so hurry up and do it. Too insulting. Wings grew out of Rastaros's feet, and then he flew towards Yefrit. Boom. But he was blown away again. What's going on? Rastaros got up from the ground, looked at where Yefrit was standing, and then looked at the direction where he was hit just now. No one attacked him there. But there was indeed a magical wave coming. He looked at the enemy who was turning his gun again, and he had the answer in his heart. It's an illusion system. The guy who just appeared is a fake. The real guy is still hiding in the dark. Knowing magic, it's easy to crack. The illusion system is most afraid of a large amount of magic shock. The undead of Brydia. Rastaros cast a spell. A large number of undead covered the entire place. What is he doing? Elfman asked Yefrit next to him. In front of the three of them, Rastaros was facing the outside of the cliff, releasing magic to his heart's content, extremely wasteful of magic power. Alba Green couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although she knew that Yefrit was very strong and the fraud magic was very perverted, from an outsider's point of view, people who were trapped in a state of fraud looked desperate and even distressed. Completely addicted to a false world, Yefrit couldn't get out unless he lifted the magic. This magic is really. Fortunately Yefrit is a companion. Rastaros's perspective. He destroyed a small forest. But the other party slowly walked out of it. You are so unlucky. Yefrit turned the knife in his hand and said, imagine the magic of constructing entities, but you just happened to meet me. What the hell is your hiss magic? Rastaros said while enduring the pain in his mouth. He bombarded like crazy just now, but failed to break the illusion, which made him a little desperate. Don't you compare yourself to God? It's just because of the embodiment magic you master. Yevlet raised his hand, and a magic beast appeared beside him. He said, it's quite a coincidence. My magic is that within a certain range, I can do whatever I want. I can create everything and destroy everything. I am more like a god than you. Boom. The offense and defense changed. The magic beast appeared in front of Rastaros and blasted him away with a punch. Damn it. Create and destroy everything within a range? How can there be such an outrageous magic? I can't beat him. If I entangle with him again, I will die here. Rastaros has lost his fighting spirit. He just took advantage of the power of being blown away to get away from Yevlet. He twisted his body forcibly, fell to the ground, and almost rolled and crawled away. He ran away. Yevlet, chase him. Elfman shouted anxiously. You guys follow the instructions and gather together. I'll go after him. Yefrit's figure disappeared. A green mist that gathered but did not disperse appeared, guiding the two people on the road. By the way, there is a magic potion for healing in your pocket. Yefrit's voice came. This guy Elfman took out the magic potion from his pocket, 2 portions, and he couldn't help but smile. Chapter 167, Natsu, I am the son of a dragon. Boom boom boom. In the forest, fierce battles continued to erupt. Dragon-killing magic and god-killing magic, orange flames and black flames, collided wildly. Compared to the original Natsu, this Natsu, who was somewhat influenced by Yefrit, added a few points to the attribute of great wisdom and foolishness. Although not much, it is definitely enough. Fear? What is that? Retreat? What unnecessary emotion is it? Natsu did not retreat, even though he felt that the opponent was indeed stronger than himself at the moment, but he had absolute confidence. We can win. We can win. Dragon flame is the most powerful. My flame is the most powerful. He is Natsu. He is the son of the dragon. Dragon scales began to burst from Natsu's body. What? The pressure that Zankro felt was getting greater and greater. After some dragon scales appeared on the opponent's body, his defense began to surge. He was originally a reckless man, but he would dodge before, but now he didn't dodge at all, and just took the damage head-on. The dragon's lungs will spit out flames, the dragon's scales will dissolve the flames, and the dragon's claws will grab the flames. Natsu pushed the opponent's flames and kept moving forward. Damn it, you guy, what nonsense are you talking about? Zankro was a little panicked. Only a magician who was also a fire wizard could understand how terrible Natsu was now. Crack. The surrounding environment was changing dramatically. The brightness increased several times, just like the sun setting. It was hard for ordinary people to open their eyes to see anything. The vegetation dried up and turned yellow in a short time, ending its life. Even some stones were so dry that they were weathered. The rolling heat waves the sun in midsummer is far inferior to it. Natsu approached step by step. His eyes had begun to transform into dragons, and they actually exuded a faint pressure. What on earth are you? Zankro was shocked. This is dragon-killing magic, magic that transforms your own physique into that of a dragon. Natsu opened his mouth, and his four fangs were extremely sharp. What dragon is stronger than God, or God is stronger than dragon? Natsu said, I am stronger than you, stronger than any magician who uses fire, just like Yefrit said, as long as I can protect my companions and stop my family from crying, that's enough. Boom. He rushed towards Zankro. Fire Dragon's sword horn. Asshole. Zankro roared, mortals should crawl on the ground and look up at God. Boom boom boom. The intensity of the battle rose to another level. No one can be superior. Natsu roared, this world is built by the mutual support and cooperation of the vast majority of people. And this is the meaning of the existence of the Wizard Guild. Your wish, what a bastard magic world, will never come true. Because there will be countless people to stop you. There will be me, Grey, Urza, Guildarts, the entire fairy tale guild, this world, more than 90% of ordinary people, and the 10% of wizards' guilds. Everyone, the whole world, will come to stop you. You can't win at all. Failed from the beginning. I'll warn you what Yefrit once said. People who are mysterious are only worthy of being punched. Zankro listened to Natsu's words and was punched in the face again. His mentality was about to explode. How dare you? How dare you anger me like this? He roared, and a terrifying flame erupted. Go to hell, you weak, ignorant fellow. The god of fire. Dinner. This was Zankro's strongest move. The flames in his hands condensed into a pair of huge and fierce claws, and then slapped Natsu fiercely. Boom. Natsu was hit head-on. The terrifying black flames turned into the strongest cage, making it impossible for Natsu to break free. You're dead. Zankro breathed a sigh of relief, and then laughed triumphantly, you can't devour the flame of God with the power of a dragon. It's over. You will turn into ashes in the flames. Fire Dragon. Witness yourself being melted by the flames. Ha 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 ha, Zankro laughed wildly. I've already said it. Natsu endured the pain and injury, calmed down, looked at Zankro through the flames, and said, it has nothing to do with dragons and gods. This battle. I will win. It's me. Boom. Natsu burst out his magic power crazily. The black flames were driven away. The orange flames were violently exploding. Ah! Natsu roared to the sky. Confidence and fighting spirit increased rapidly. Therefore, the intensity of the flames also increased rapidly. What is it? Zankro already felt that he could no longer suppress it. Impossible. No one has ever escaped from this trick. Natsu roared, that's just because you are sitting in a well and looking at the sky. There are many strong people in the world. In our guild, there are only a few like me on two hands. How could I lose to you? How could I lose to you? If that's the case, what qualifications do I have to participate in this S-level assessment and become an S-level wizard? Me. But it's the fire dragon of fairy tale. Aang. Natsu's roar was mixed with some dragon roars. The terrifying dragon roar spread far away, and even the entire island, everyone, heard this long dragon roar. What? Is there a dragon on this island? The dark wizards were shocked. Natsu. Lucy looked at the forest in the east and silently blessed, you won't lose, I believe in you. Crack. The sound of branches breaking. Zankro couldn't help but take a step back. Then he found himself retreating. He was afraid. Looking at Natsu in the flames, he was shocked and confused. What on earth is this? Is this really a human? Boom. The orange-red flame almost condensed into substance, pushing away the black flame. The exploding flame almost distorted time and space. Dragon looking at the figure in the flames, Zankro couldn't help but say a word. Grit your teeth, you bastard. Natsu stood firm. Red Lotus. Fire Dragon Fist. Boom boom boom. The overwhelming fist shadows almost condensed into a fist mountain, covering Zankro. I won't stop here. Zankro came back to his senses, he roared, and fell into a desperate struggle. He blocked a punch. Blocked 10 punches. Blocked 50 punches. But couldn't block 100 punches. 500 punches. Boom 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 boom. Natsu punched tirelessly, and the overflowing fire magic almost set the entire forest on fire. Boom. Zankro was beaten to the ground, and he could no longer defend himself. Facing the orange-red fist shadows falling from the sky, he roared unwillingly, "Even if you defeat me, your guild will be defeated by the god like Hades. Today is the day of the destruction of you fairies." Boom. The ground sank so deep that a drained pond almost appeared. The land was charred and even crystal glass appeared. Natsu retracted his fist, and Zankro lay in the middle of the pit, almost losing his human form. Natsu's body shook. Snap. A hand supported him. Natsu didn't look back, and said to Zankro, "He's a guy who can't be awakened even by a punch." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the person who was supporting him. It was Yevlet. He showed his big teeth and said with a smile, "I won." "Awesome." Yevlet smiled and gave a thumbs up. Then he took out a photo, handed it to Natsu, and said, "So handsome." The photo showed Natsu punching. "Ha ha ha." Natsu took the photo, laughed and pushed Yevlet away, and fell with his head back. He lay in a big letter shape, looking at the sky, the breeze blowing his cherry hair, like flying cherry blossoms. He said, "Yefrit, do you think Igneel will be proud of me now?" Yefrit smiled and said, "To protect your family and defeat the strong enemy, anyone will be proud of you." Naz's eyes, with a hint of expectation, said, "Maybe, as long as I do well enough, Igneel will appear one day to praise me." Naz. Yefrit said, "Don't force yourself, dragons are creatures that do whatever they want, you are the son of a dragon, you just need to do what you want to do." Yet. Natsu nodded and said, "You don't have to worry about this, go help others. In fact, I'm making a bet with someone." Yefrit said, although he didn't agree, he will agree. "After I win." "What is the bet?" Natsu asked curiously. "I bet that everyone in their guild is good at boomerangs." "Boomerangs?" Yevlet explained, "It's like this guy, who came out and said those self-righteous words, but was beaten down by you." "Interesting." Natsu laughed. "I'm leaving first, the next game is about to end." Yevlet said. "Okay." Yevlet took out a card and threw it on the ground, and a pile of wood appeared. Then he threw the card he had taken back and hit the wood, and a raging fire suddenly ignited. Leaving a pile of fire for Natsu, with the physique of a dragon slayer, Natsu will soon be able to cheer up again, not to say full blood, at least more than half blood. The next game began. Lucy watched Leo fight Capricer. Lucy participated in the battle at first, but she found that no matter how she attacked, she could not cause damage to the opponent. Leo explained, this is because the opponent's humanity subordination magic is a special attack on humans, which can weaken human strength and magic, and even control humans as puppets. But the star spirits are not restricted. Therefore, Lucy's participation in the battle not only cannot output, but will cause trouble. Leo has to pay attention to protecting her at all times. Although this is unnecessary, Lucy has 2 layers of absolute protection from the Big Toad and the Clock constellation. But Lucy still decided not to cause trouble. This is the first time she did not participate in the battle and watched the star spirits fight. And now, Leo has already tricked Caplico, or more accurately, Zoodle. Yes. The real enemy is not this goat butler, but Zoodle who possessed him. Soon, Leo fell into a disadvantage in the opponent's siege. Zoodle summoned a powerful figure in history. Leo pretended to be defeated. He. In the darkness, Zoodle smiled proudly and greedily. "I'm going to take your body this time, Leo. A human body is the best." During the gap between Leo's attack on Caplico, Zoodle found an opportunity and successfully possessed Leo's body. Leo. The perceptive Lucy immediately noticed Leo's change. It was the same standing posture, but at this moment, Lucy felt like a different person. This made her worried. "Pa!" At this time, someone patted her shoulder, and Lucy screamed and jumped to the side. Looking back, it turned out to be Yevlet. "Yevlet, you're here just in time, go help Leo, he's not in a good condition," Lucy said hurriedly. She breathed a sigh of relief. With Yevlet here, things will be easier. Although it's strange to say this, in Lucy's heart, who is the one she has the most confidence in the entire guild, or even from birth to now, or who makes her feel the safest when she is around her. That person is not Natsu, not Urza, not even the President Makarov. It is Yefrit. I always feel that as long as he appears, it doesn't even mean we must win instead, he said, we have already won. Don't worry. Yevlet said with a smile, Loki is not a fool. See. Zudil, who was possessed by Leo, was very proud at this time. He didn't see Yevlet appear, he turned to look at Lucy. Hee. Lucy, he smiled maliciously, you are really like your mother. Back then, I could only watch her from afar. But now, I can have you who is as beautiful as her. That's enough. Hee. Zudur walked towards Lucy with a sly smile. Lucy turned to look at Yevlet in silence. Click, click. Yevlet took the photo and said, it's rare to see Loki with such a wretched expression. I have to take a good picture of him. Lucy, dot. Speaking of which. Yevlet patted Lucy's shoulder, gave her a thumbs up, and said, congratulations, Lucy. After all these years, someone finally recognizes your beauty. In the past, you wanted to use beauty tricks to gain a small advantage, but you never succeeded and your appearance was always ignored. But now, someone is finally attracted to you. Congratulations. Don't say sarcastic words. Lucy couldn't help but pull Yevlet's sleeve, stepped back and said, he's already coming over. You have to protect me. Don't worry. Yevlet walked away, and Lucy quickly followed. As a result, Zudur still walked straight ahead and soon passed by the two. Lucy was stunned, and then said, magic. Yes. Yevlet nodded. Lucy was also included in the local area network. Only then did she see what Zudur saw. Lucy was so scared that she took a few steps back, and finally fell to the ground weakly, her face full of fear, staring at Zudur, like a weak and helpless girl. Is this the image of me in your heart? Lucy was a little speechless. Yevlet signaled her to shut up, and then took out the camera. Zudur smiled and walked towards Lucy. He couldn't control his pride and said, breaking the rules, using forbidden magic, and getting such a powerful force, I finally got to this point. Chapter 168, Maiko, even if you do anything excessive to her, it's okay. Yevlet. Lucy looked at Yevlet with some doubt and said, you don't like to see vulgar plots, do you? Seeing Zudur getting closer and closer to the fake self, although Lucy knew that there was nothing here, it was completely Yevlet's visual deception. But she still didn't want to see what this evil guy did to her. I'm not a person with bad taste, but as for whether Kapliko is, I don't know. Yevlet said. What? Lucy was stunned. Shua. At this moment, Kapliko, who was lying on the ground after Zudur was freed from possession, suddenly got up and punched Leo in the back. What? Zudur was shocked. A powerful magic power directly hit him and forcibly separated him from Leo's body. Asshole. Zudur flew out and fell to the ground. I'm sorry for using a little rough method, Lord Leo. Kapliko apologized. No, it's okay. Otherwise, we can't force that guy out. Leo said with some difficulty. Although he was injured by the attack, he did not blame Kapliko. What did you do? Kapliko, why can you still stand up? Zudur lay on the ground, unbelievable and shocked. Because Lord Leo lent me the power of the King's Light. Kapliko said, then, let's end it here. What? Zudur said angrily, and? Don't think you can defeat me like this. No, Kapliko shook his head. Leo laughed sarcastically, those who break the rules and taboos will be punished. You. Zudur saw that the two of them were full of confidence, and he panicked. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly found that his body was rapidly disintegrating. No, don't, save me. Zudur panicked and quickly reached out to the two, Kapliko, please. I can't do anything, you asked for it. Kapliko said coldly. So. Zudur suddenly realized, this is the price of breaking the taboo. Ah. Accompanied by the screams of unwillingness and despair, Zudur's body dissipated. The third one. Yevlet said. What third one? Regarding the death of the enemy, Lucy just turned her head away slightly, without any extra emotions, but happened to hear what Yevlet whispered. Their guild, the Devil's Heart, I'm going to rename them the Boomerang Guild. This is the third member, who was turned into a boomerang by his own words. Yevlet explained. Touching the taboo. Lucy recalled. Just a while ago, Zudur was still saying he said, I broke the rules and got powerful strength to get to this point. He was so proud, but in less than a minute, he was backfired by the taboo. This boomerang came back too fast. Thinking of this, Lucy looked at the ground. She knew that there was a big toad demon hiding underneath. Yevlet. Lucy looked at Yevlet and said, it is also a taboo to study demons, you. She was very worried. Everyone in the guild has their own opinions on the taboo of Yevlet studying demons. For example, Makarov, Laxus, Gildarts, Natsu, Grey, and others don't care. What's important is not the power, but the people. Even if it is an evil force, as long as Yevlet can hold the bottom line, then the demon can do good things. Miraja is still using the power of the demon to protect everyone. The demon behind Yevlet was also her backup many times, including when Edlas fought Ansa. It was all thanks to her to help Yevlet resist the last few minutes of Ansa. And the ASA developed by Yevlet is very useful, and the big toad demon is an insurance for life safety. Who doesn't want to sign a contract with such a demon? And people like Myra Jane, Lysina, Lucy, Kana, etc. are worried. They are not afraid that Yevlet will go the wrong way, but they are afraid of trouble. Before today's incident, they are more worried about the questioning from the magic world and the council. However, now, Lucy is more worried about the backlash of the taboo itself, just like Zudul. Yevlet smiled and said, doing anything too much has a price, it's just a matter of time. People who exercise too much, even if they become strong in a short time, their joints, muscles, etc. can't bear it. People who work too much will exhaust themselves before they make money. Even if it's love, excessive love will make the other party unable to bear this control desire and be forced away. Yevlet turned to look at Lucy and smiled, I hope I can control my steps, stop before the threshold, and not push open the door. Thus I can see the gods. Yevlet did not say the following sentence. Hope. Lucy sighed, I know that with your strength and magic, it is almost impossible for anyone to hurt you. You are a lazy person by nature. The reason you are still moving forward is to protect us. I shouldn't preach to you. But, Yevlet, if that day really comes, we will face it with you. Pa. Yevlet slapped Lucy's head. This time it was quite strong, and Lucy staggered forward. She quickly covered her head and turned to look at him angrily, you guy. Yevlet smiled and said, don't think too much, it's meaningless. He looked at the sky in front of him and said, sometimes, I feel that daydreaming is more tiring than studying alchemy and how to create demons, so I suggest you stop daydreaming. Only this time. Yevlet's figure disappeared, but there was another message, next time I won't enlighten you. If you think wrongly, you can only comfort yourself. This guy, really? Lucy sighed lightly, feeling a little relieved and a little moved. Fairy Tale Leo said with a smile, it's incredible. Yet. Lucy smiled and nodded. This is fairy tale. No matter what kind of weird-tempered guy, they will have the same feelings here. Even Yefret, who is most likely to fall into darkness, has a pure and extremely bright light here. When Lucy and her friends have a girls' tea party, they often mention, a guy like Yefret must be at least a world-class villain in the enemy camp, or a powerful, intelligent and insidious mastermind behind the scenes. Every time this topic is discussed, everyone will be enthusiastic about making plans. If a guy like Yefret is on the opposite side, how can he be defeated? Just like playing a game, they like to turn Yefret into a big evil dragon, and then be defeated by their wisdom, which will make them feel very accomplished every time after playing this game. They look at Yefret's back, they will imagine in their minds the scene of Yefret repenting and asking for forgiveness, and then they will be refreshed as if it really happened. Lucy! Leo shouted. Ah! Lucy came back to her senses, yet. This is Capricorn, Caprico, who was once your mother's spirit. Leo introduced. Hey! Lucy was very surprised. Miss Lucy. The goat butler bowed very gracefully, and then said, please allow me to become your spirit and dedicate all my strength to you. That's great. Lucy was overjoyed. Hiss. Outside the tomb of the first generation, Yefret's body noticed a picture. This girl is really not afraid of death. With the help of Ace's broadcast, he saw a person walking towards Ziref. A queen with a good figure, Yefret couldn't help but pay more attention to her. But what mainly attracted Yefret's attention was her behavior of committing suicide. It's so long. Yerusha walked while a little sigh. The road to find Jalal. It's too long for me. But today, my dream is finally going to come true. Yerusha had a sickly expression on her face, her eyes full of self-admiration, her face flushed, but she said something extremely dangerous, as long as I get Jalal, I can be redeemed. Yevlet, she is braver than me, I don't even dare to go find Jalal. Maiko said, Yevlet can go find Jalal if he wants, I will protect you. Forget it, it's best not to conflict with him. Yevlet said, but this kind of self-righteous guy will come to me sooner or later when he sees that I am studying demons. In Yevlet's eyes, Jalal is a self-righteous guy. This kind of guy, knowing that he is studying demons, seems to be following his old path, so no matter what his purpose is, whether he doesn't want to see another tragedy or to atone for his sins in the past, Jalal will definitely come one day. But will Yefrit stop? He won't. You are so awesome, Ziref, just kill the black dragon and stay in your country. If that's the case, Yefrit will just lie down and tease the turtle dove in Malaysia every day. Master. Asa said, we must retreat, Ziref is coming. Switch to the flying system. Yefrit said. Although it's a bit risky, he still wants to see what Arusha is going to do. Yes. Asa nodded. Are you looking for me? Zerf walked out from behind the tree, he looked up at the sky and saw nothing. But he had a strange and uncomfortable feeling. Who are you? Arusha widened her eyes, Zerf. You created this riot. Ziref frowned slightly and walked towards Arusha. Zerf. Arusha's tears came out. There was a feeling of a dream coming true. You do these pathetic things. Ziref's tone was somewhat dissatisfied, do you want my power? Yerusha knelt on one knee and said, it is all of your existence, everything. Lord Ziref. Yevlet, you want the power of the king of the kingdom of Albaraz? Your appetite is too big. Zerf's expression was indifferent, I don't want to get involved in this era, I don't want to see fighting and death. He looked down at the woman and said with disgust, stop all activities on this island immediately and leave here. Yerusha couldn't help but look up and look at Ziref. Zerf doesn't want to see fighting and death? Is this what the Ziref should say? Asa, this woman looks shocked, but how much do she, or they, know about Ziref? Yevlet, what they want is the Ziref in their imagination. Ursha frowned and thought for a while, and suddenly had an idea. Conscious, but not self-aware. This must be a sleeping state. Then, Urusha breathed a sigh of relief, and fortunately it was in this state, otherwise, she really couldn't do anything to the other party. Sorry, Lord Ziref, in order to get you, I have to use some tough means. Ursha just wanted to fight. Zerf threw a black ball casually, because he saw the look in Urusha's eyes, which made him very angry. Why? There are always people repeating the same mistakes? Creating tragedy? Boom. Ursha dodged in time, and she looked back. The place hit by the black ball was directly wiped out. If she was hit. Don't underestimate me, I'm the leader of the 7 followers. Urusha attacked Ziref. Just as Ziref was about to take action, the uncontrollable curse suddenly erupted. Seeing this, Urusha quickly released the Arc of Time magic with all her strength to resist the ominous magic. Zerf had no intention of fighting and wanted to order him to leave again. Glory to the gods! But Urusha attacked. Boom! Zerf was knocked to the ground. Even Ziref. Urusha said proudly, in a sleeping state, it's just like this. She walked towards Ziref and said comfortingly, we have the key to wake you up, don't worry, Lord Ziref. Don't do such a stupid thing. Ziref was helpless. Why do these guys like to die so much? I got Ziref. Who would have thought that Urusha was ecstatic, as if she had finally achieved her wish after years of hard work. She no longer had the image of a mature woman, and shouted out of control, I got Ziref. Click, click. Yevlet was taking pictures. Miko was speechless for a while, and then said, Yevlet, is it necessary to teleport here to take this picture? He just said that he didn't want to get close to Ziref, but seeing Urusha's expression, he couldn't help it and had to come over to take pictures, as if this was the most important thing. You don't understand. Yevlet said, this kind of thing. He proudly held the photo in his hand and said, it's worth 1,000 gold. He looked at the photo in his hand. It showed Ultia's very broken expression. Yevlet couldn't help laughing. Grey's master, Ultia's daughter. What will happen when Grey's personality is corrected and she sees such a dark history? His laughter was very sinister. Maiko, at that time, even if you do anything excessive to her, it's okay. You've learned bad things, Maiko. Yevlet frowned. Don't you want to do this? Maiko said. I have a feeling. Yevlet looked at her, you're jealous. Humph. Maiko turned her head and looked aside and said, I don't care about this kind of thing. Chapter 169, Kana, sorry. Jerf had fainted. It's nothing for Yevlet to appear at this time. But he still hid in the dark, because there were reliable people approaching this side. Ultia helped Zeref walk, with a relieved and happy smile on her face. Be careful, it's getting closer. In the distance, Grey stretched out his hand, and he and Juvia slowed down their movements. They just sensed the magic fluctuations of the battle here, so they came over. Grey and Juvia hid behind the tree, suppressing their magic power, observing in secret. When he saw Ursha, Grey's glasses couldn't help but widen a little. You are you. When he saw that woman, Grey was shocked. But then he shook his head calmly, no, they just look alike, you is dead. Lord Grey. Juvia's eyes were full of tears. Seeing Grey's strange eyes towards that woman, she immediately imagined a sadistic love movie in her mind. Grey fell in love with his enemy at first sight, and then fell in love with someone else. In the end, she could only kneel on the ground, stretch out her hand, and sadly keep him, but Grey said, sorry, Juvia, I love her. That kind of thing. Juvia was about to scream, but Grey immediately held her mouth. What are you doing? Juvia. Feeling that her face and lips were pressed hard by Grey, Juvia blushed instantly. Don't make a sound. Grey whispered in Juvia's ear. He turned his head to look at Arusha, who didn't notice what was happening here. After all, there were battles everywhere on the island, and it was very noisy. Grey breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of lurking and following, he took Juvia's hand and followed her carefully. Juvia's mind suddenly lost, and she was completely immersed in Grey's palm. All let Juvia melt in Grey's palm like this. Hey! Suddenly, a fat white wizard appeared and stepped on Kana. Kana reacted very quickly. Even though she was running, she immediately stabilized her body and rolled to the side to avoid the attack. Boom! The fat white wizard crushed the ground. This kick would be terrible if it landed on a person. Hey! The fat white wizard realized at this time that he was attacking a beautiful woman. Facing Kana's hostile eyes, he was so shy that he hid behind a tree. Even if you stare at me like this, I won't show mercy, unless. The fat white wizard couldn't continue. It's really troublesome. Kana took out the card and said, if you want to fight, just fight, stop talking nonsense. Hey! The fat white wizard was stunned, and then said, well, no, don't you introduce yourself first? I really want to know a beauty like you. Ah, no, I don't want to know, you are an enemy. Kana, I am Huayuan Zeker, one of the 7 followers of the Devil's Heart Purgatory. The 7 followers of Purgatory? It's troublesome. Kana was shocked. This guy looks like a small fish, but he didn't expect him to be an extremely dangerous person. Your name? Huayuan asked shyly. Fairy Tale, Kana. Kana said impatiently. Kakana-chan, what a cute name. Huayuan said a little perverted. Kana, But, even if you use the beauty trap, I won't give in. Huayuan said, even if it's a beauty trap, I won't. Huayuan twisted his waist and said, you can try if you don't believe me. Got it. Beauty trap, right. Kana immediately changed from a combat state to a prom queen state. She wiped her hair wantonly, took a deep breath, and tightened her waist to the width of an A4 paper. Then she said, Huayuan, what is your magic? Can you tell me? Kana's voice was full of charm, and Yevlet, who was watching, couldn't help but touch his face, but then he recalled the smell of alcohol that made him sick, so the filter that had just been erected was instantly broken again. Of course you can. Huayuan blushed and said quickly, my magic is Ugly Hour, which belongs to the curse magic. You need to insert the opponent's hair into the doll to control the opponent's actions. Inserting your own hair into the doll can also strengthen or change your body shape. Wow! Kana twisted her waist and said pretentiously, what a powerful magic. Hua Yuan scratched his head. What kind of doll is it? Can I see it? Kana said. That's not okay. Hua Yuan refused with some caution. Hey? No? I'm obviously very curious. Kana leaned over. It was a smell that Yevlet disliked, but when Hua Yuan smelled it, he instantly sank into it. Yeah, it's not impossible, but... Hua Yuan was very shy. How about this? Kana held her face shyly and said, Ro. Hey. Hua Yuan immediately covered his heart. Is this going to? He began to imagine some strange scenes. Close it. Okay. Hua Yuan immediately closed his eyes obediently. Kana's face was full of disgust. She looked around and said, Don't open your eyes. I still need some psychological preparation. I know. Hua Yuan nodded immediately. Kana looked around, caught a frog, and hit Hua Yuan on the face. How could you? Hua Yuan opened his eyes immediately, covered his face, and looked like his worldview was shattered. Fortunately, Kana threw the frog quickly and he didn't notice it. Can I see it now? Kana asked. Okay, only for a while. Hua Yuan said. Okay. Kana nodded. Hua Yuan then handed Kana an ugly doll. You mean, you want to insert your hair into the doll? Kana said. Yeah. Hey. Kana pulled off a hair of Hua Yuan. Hey hey. Because Kana made a cute sound, Hua Yuan just laughed happily and didn't find anything wrong. He looked like he had been completely conquered. Pa ji. Kana inserted her hair into the doll, and then jumped to the side. Then, she started to play with the doll. Ouch. Wait. Kana-chan. This move is a little difficult for me. Hua Yuan cried out in grief. Kana didn't care and kept making strange moves with the puppet. Wait, if you do this again, I'll be angry. Hua Yuan threatened. But Kana just controlled his body and slammed it against the big rock. This guy has a very high physical strength. Kana found that Hua Yuan's physical strength was very high. With her own magic, she might not be able to gain an advantage in a fight with the opponent. What's more, the opponent also has this puppet killing magic. How to kill this guy? Give it back to me. Hua Yuan rushed towards Kana. But Kana immediately took a difficult pose. Hua Yuan did a split, and then rubbed it on the ground. Oh, 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 oh. Hua Yuan cried out in pain. Even if the whole body is hard, there are places that can't withstand such damage. Kana had a wicked smile on her face. Hey! Kana-chan, that won't do. Hua Yuan was sweating when he saw Kana's smile. Bang bang bang. Kana controlled Hua Yuan, splitting the fork and crashing into the sharp rocks. Asshole! Hua Yuan was completely furious. Even if you confess to me now, I will never forgive you. Hee hee. Kana sneered twice, not caring about the other party's threat. Suddenly. Boom. An explosion occurred behind Kana, blowing her away. A hand stretched out from the thick smoke, grabbed the doll, and fiddled with it casually. Asshole! Azuma! Hua Yuan yelled. Humph, useless thing! Azuma with explosive hair walked out of the thick smoke. It's bad. Kana looked at the newly appeared enemy, who was releasing his magic without any scruples. He was very powerful and was probably one of the 7 followers. Give it back to me! Hua Yuan shouted. Azuma threw the doll to Hua Yuan, and Hua Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Kana and said angrily, even if you kiss me 10 more times, I will not forgive you. Hee hee. Kana sneered twice. Idiot, she touched you with a frog. Azuma said. What? Hua Yuan was shocked and looked aside. Quack, a frog called twice and then jumped away. Ah, Hua Yuan cried loudly, you betrayed my sincerity, you bad woman. He half-squatted, using the sumo half-squat posture, and rushed towards Kana. Although the posture was weird, the speed was not slow. Kana immediately took out the card. The fate of attracting thunder. Self-strengthening thunder. But Hua Yuan immediately strengthened himself to increase his thunder resistance. Boom! Kana's magic hit Hua Yuan, but failed to cause an effective attack. Ice Pillar of Death. Kana used another move. Self-strengthening heat. Hua Yuan countered again. What a trouble! Kana couldn't help but be cautious, seeing that Hua Yuan was already in front of her. Powerful push. Hua Yuan slapped out with a palm. Kana dodged. Boom! A big tree was smashed to pieces. Kana continued to use magic, Emperor's Wind Blade. The sharp wind blade shot over. Hua Yuan was not panicked at all. Self-strengthening steel. He immediately turned into steel, resisted the wind blade, and then crashed into Kana. Kana hurriedly dodged. Boom! A huge pit appeared on the ground. Hua Yuan is very strong. Although Kana's card attack is very versatile, the opponent can also counter it. The physical fitness of the two can be said to be very different. Azuma was just watching the show on the side, and Hua Yuan chased Kana to fight. Damn it! Could it be that? Is my strength just like this? Kana was very dissatisfied. Natsu and the others must be able to defeat the 7 followers. How could she lose to this guy if she had to compete with them for the quota of S-class wizards? The two began to fight with magic quickly. The fool's temperance sprayed a magical mist that made people want to sleep. Ahem, I want to sleep. Hua Yuan felt that the situation was not good, and responded immediately, self-strengthening mist. In the form of mist, you will not be controlled by the hypnotic mist. Sun's explosion fires a powerful flame. Self-strengthening heat. Fountain of prayer spits out countless water whips, attacking a huge range. Self-strengthening steel. Boom boom boom. The battle was extremely fierce. Azuma shook his head, that's all. Hoo dash. Soon, both sides began to get tired. What a powerful woman. Hua Yuan couldn't help but say, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I won't kill you. Shut up your dog mouth. Kana sprayed back angrily. Asshole. Hua Yuan couldn't help but get angry, I'm going to get serious. Self-strengthening light source. Hua Yuan burst out a powerful light, stimulating Kana to the point that she could hardly open her eyes. Not good. Kana was startled and wanted to retreat. Flash pusher. Hua Yuan hit Kana hard with a palm. This time, she had no time to dodge. Moonless style, Yasha flashing sky. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice of a queen sounded. Then dozens of sword lights covered Hua Yuan. It's bad. Hua Yuan was shocked. Azuma, save me. He can only transform into a steel body in a certain form, not a real steel body. Facing the sharp sword, he dare not use his body to resist it. Banjia's swordsmanship can even cut Urza's armor into pieces. Finally, someone interesting is here. Azuma stretched out his hand. Crazy flame tower explosion. A huge flame column rushed into the sky and knocked Hua Yuan out. Asshole, can't you be gentle? Shua. Banjiu pulled Kana away so that she was not injured. Banjiu. Kana looked at Banjiu in surprise, and then a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry. She said too much, and then abandoned Banjiu who had been helping her and left. Don't talk about this. Banjiu shook his head, released his hand and said, there is a powerful enemy in front of us, so we should deal with the enemy first. Banjiu clenched his long sword. Yet. Kana nodded and put aside her distracting thoughts for the time being. Another beautiful woman. Hua Yuan shouted. Shut up. Azuma said, if you can't concentrate on the enemy, don't stand with me. I hate weak people. Humph, they can't confuse my fighting spirit. Hua Yuan said. 2 on 2. The brawl begins. Explosive claw. Yaksha flashes in the sky. Powerful push. Fate of inviting thunder. Boom boom boom. The intensity of the battle was naturally higher than when Kana challenged Hua Yuan just now. Azuma was strong, only losing to Urza by a hair. What a coincidence. Banjiu was also defeated by Urza. Kana was not weak in strength, whether it was output or assisting, she was at ease. The two sides will not see the winner in a short time. But as time goes by, Kana and Banjiu are not in full condition after all. Since they came to the island and participated in the S-level assessment, they have consumed a lot of physical strength and magic power. Even if Tianlang Island has a continuous buff, it can't withstand such consumption. The two gradually fell into a disadvantage. And seeing this, Azuma and Hua Yuan attacked more fiercely. Not to mention that Azuma looks normal, even Hua Yuan, who looks abnormal, is one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. His strength is not watered. In the dark world, he is a very powerful existence, and his combat experience is naturally very rich. Once he gets serious, he is really a tough guy. Chapter 170, Melty, even if she hates me, I will kill you. Boom. Kana was careless and was found an opportunity by Azuma, who attacked and blasted her away. Kana. Banjiu couldn't help but be distracted. There is a chance. Hua Yuan's eyes lit up and he slapped Banjiu. Banjiu quickly blocked it with his knife. Boom. Her strength was not as good as Hua Yuan's, and she was defending in a hurry, so she was knocked away by this palm. What should I do? Kana stood up, holding her shoulder, blood flowed from between her fingers, and soon dyed her arm red. It was obviously cut. You go first, Kana. Banjiu clenched his knife and said, go find someone else to help. I can still hold on for a while. How can you hold on? Kana denied, neither of us can hold on. Akariga was silent for 2 seconds, and then said, Big Toad. Kana was stunned. Then she understood. Akariga meant that the two of them would find a chance to run away. They had all signed contracts with the magic beasts made by Yevlet, which could save their lives at a critical moment. Boom. The two attacked again. But this time, the disadvantage was even greater. Kana was injured, and some cracks appeared on Akariga's knife. He didn't dare to swing the knife hard, let alone block. Yevlet, who was watching the battle, it seems that I need to make a good knife for Akariga. Akariga's knife is already very good, a high-level precious sword, but it is still a bit stretched to participate in this level of battle. Take them down. Hua Yuan shouted excitedly, I want Kana-chan to regret deceiving me. Kana and Akariga looked at each other and exchanged information with their eyes. Yevlet said, when people are most proud and satisfied, they will inevitably relax their guard. To deceive people, you need to take advantage of their pride and confidence. Hua Yuan shouted, Metal Bazooka. He turned into a steel body and rushed towards the two people. Whether it was Banjiu's swordsmanship or Kana's magic, although they could break their defense, they could not offset such a strong impact. Good opportunity. Azuma raised his hand, Crazy Bee. Boom boom boom. The branches attacked the two people and exploded before they could defend. Ah! Two big toads appeared in the smoke, swallowed the two people, and planned to leave. You actually signed a contract with the devil? I heard that those guys in the Roya organization like to play this trick. Who knew that Azuma would chase them underground? Boom! The two big toads were directly blown out again by Azuma. Crack! As soon as they came out, the branches wrapped around them and tied up the two toads. They immediately spat out Kana and Banjiu. Flash push! Hua Yuan rushed over and slapped the stronger Banjiu with a palm. When there is a chance, destroy the stronger one first, and the weaker one can be controlled at will. Banjiu instinctively raised the knife, but looking at the palm, she had no confidence to take it. Because the knife was about to break. At this moment, puff! A line of blood suddenly spurted out from the outside of Hua Yuan's arm. Then he was kicked out, and one hand fell to the ground with a rotation, and flicked twice lightly. Ah! Hua Yuan screamed while covering the wound. Who is it? Azuma was furious, but when he looked at the person coming, he was sweating all over. Yevlet swung the knife and then held it on his shoulder. He said with a smile but without a smile, don't clap your hands randomly. Turtle Dove breathed a sigh of relief. She put her hands on her chest and looked at Yevlet's back, and was suddenly moved. Mr. Yevlet always liked to appear last. Many times, he would not come to the rescue until he saw someone being beaten half to death and unable to continue fighting. But just now, he attacked the enemy just for such a reason. I'm afraid only Miss Mileage can enjoy such treatment. Wait. Turtle Dove blushed, and she seemed to enjoy it too. Yevlet, you guy, don't you care about me at all? Kana got up from the ground and said angrily. I came out to save you. Yevlet turned around and smiled. You are here to save Turtle Dove. Kana pointed it out mercilessly. We are fighting, don't make a fuss. Yevlet changed the subject a little stiffly. Asshole. Kana cursed. Asshole. Hua Yuan cursed, I want you dead. He was suddenly chopped off his arm by Yevlet, and he was already furious. He saw Yevlet entangled with two women he wanted but couldn't get, especially the pink-haired beauty, who seemed to have an unusual relationship with him, which made him even more angry. Metal rocket launcher. Hua Yuan rushed towards Yevlet. Stupid, don't be impulsive. Azuma shouted hurriedly. Facing this person, he had no way to do it. Huayuan was going to die like this. Boom! Huayuan hit the ground and his head stuck into the ground. This made Azuma's pupil shrink. He clearly saw that Huayuan's body passed through the bodies of the 3 people. And now, the 3 people are still standing there. This must be an illusion. Thinking of himself being chased by Yevlet before. If the other party is not in that position, where is he? Behind him? Azuma instinctively looked behind him. Puff! There was a cut on his belly. Shua! Azuma ran away without saying a word. He knew that the opponent would only cut him once each time. The opponent was torturing him. It was like a cat catching a mouse, not in a hurry to eat it, but just teasing it casually until the mouse was completely injured and could not be saved. As expected, Yevlet did not chase him. He slowly retracted the knife. Next to him were Banjiu and Kana. Kana looked at Yevlet's profile, recalling the scene just now in her heart. When Huayuan showed the intention to attack, Yevlet pulled her and Banjiu and walked straight towards Azuma. Azuma clearly he stared at Yevlet nervously, but he didn't realize that he was completely deceived. The real Yevlet was leading them to less than 2 meters in front of Azuma, and then slowly drew his sword, not in a hurry at all. At this time, without Yevlet, anyone, even Makao or Wakaba, could use magic to sneak attack Azuma and knock him out. This is the fighting method of fraud magic. Kana couldn't help but shudder when she was in the same perspective with Yevlet. She would find out how stupid the deceived person looked. No wonder Yevlet couldn't help but want to play a prank on everyone. Really? Kana imagined that if she had such ability, she would have easily won the first place in front of the examiner when she participated in the S-level assessment in the first year, and thus successfully advanced. It's just a pity she can't learn it. Actually, many people in the guild have tried to learn fraud magic, but none of them could learn it. The magic attribute is limited, and the IQ is limited. Even if it is Kana's own estimation, if she learns it, she will at most be about the same as those fraud magic users of Yevlet's father and above. What a pervert! Kana thought to herself, not knowing whether he was talking about fraud magic or Yevlet. Ahem! Huayuan pulled his head out of the ground. Asshole! He ran over to the side again. Boom boom boom! The 3 watched Huayuan perform. Kana! Yevlet took out the potion and bandage. His shouting made Kana and Banjiu come back to their senses. Staring at the objects in his hand, they remembered that Kana was injured and bleeding. Kana loosened her palm covering her arm, and a long wound appeared there. When she was blown away just now, she didn't know where she was cut. Kana, I'll bandage you, said Banjiu. Okay. Kana nodded. The 2 walked to the side, Banjiu casually cut down a tree, and the 2 sat down to help Kana treat the wound. At the same time, they also had to drink magic potions to suppress some injuries and restore physical strength and magic. No more playing, no more playing! Huayuan, who was repeatedly defeated, shouted. Who are you? Yevlet ignored him, raised his hand and shot him, blowing him away. I won't fight anymore, I won't fight anymore. Huayuan was finally scared, and got up and ran away. I'll go first, Yevlet said. Okay. The 2 nodded. But Yevlet was stunned for a moment. Generally speaking, he would disappear as soon as he finished speaking, looking like he was teleporting away, mysteriously disappearing. But this time, he paused, as if something unexpected had happened. Then, he scratched his head, took a step, and his body disappeared instantly. Outside the tomb of the first generation, the original Yevlet looked up into the distance. Day. A pink-haired beautiful girl wearing headphones, with a gloomy face, walked out of the forest. I found you, the girl said. I shouldn't know you, right? Yevlet said with a smile, although I am from Fairy Tale, if you choose me as your opponent, please allow me to refuse. You look very strong. Even if you are not one of the 7 followers, you are also a top-ranked wizard. You should go to fight Natsu or Grey in our guild. Sure enough, you are a scumbag, Melty said, a guy with a smooth talk. Yevlet was confused. Maiko also looked at Yevlet with a puzzled look. She had followed Yevlet since he was 8 years old. If there was a girl she didn't know, it must have been earlier than that. Yevlet was 8 years old, and this girl was probably just able to walk. It was obviously impossible that Yevlet had done something strange. Maiko nodded. Well, I recognized the wrong person. You recognized the wrong person. Yevlet said. Even if he was very smart, he could basically judge that the other party was one of the 7 followers. If the other party fought with him and said something like bastard, he could understand. Scumbag? He was a little confused. My name is Melty. Melty walked towards Yevlet and said, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. Big shot. Yevlet said. Don't try to quibble, it's useless, I've made up my mind, Melty said, even if Arusha comes, she can't stop me. I'm going to beat you up on her behalf. As she said that, a pink ball of light appeared on Yevlet's wrist. Feeling system? Interesting. Yevlet looked at his wrist, his eyes lit up. Through the perception of magic, he had roughly determined the other party's magic type. Feeling connection, Melty explained in a cold voice, connect you and me together. She said with a sinister expression, in this way, you can't run away. Yevlet turned to look at Maiko and said, is this plot a little familiar? Maiko didn't answer. Sin. Ray. Melty raised her hand and released her manic magic. We can't fight here. Yevlet used the mirror world to transfer all the magic. At the same time, he instantly came behind Melty. Swish. Melty turned around, Sin land. A large number of magic swords that could pierce people's nerves and cause great pain stabbed Yevlet. This move could not be blocked. But Yevlet could use space teleportation through the mirror world to avoid it. Then he grabbed Melty's wrist. Melty panicked. Boom. She was thrown out by Yevlet's shoulder. Just play with you. Yevlet instantly flashed away from here. Boom. After Melty landed on the ground, she immediately chased after him with magic. Yevlet walked with his hands behind his back, borrowing Ace's teleportation. He was like taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. The little girl chasing behind him was very hard. He sent a voice message, you seem to have some misunderstandings about me, why? No need to say more. Melty said. Is it related to Arusha? Yevlet asked again. I don't know her, not that I don't know her, I just met her a few times. Yevlet said. I met her a few times, I know her. Arusha also knows me. But the relationship between the two is limited to knowing. More is unclear. But this little girl came out with the posture of going to beat up the scumbag for her best friend. Yevlet was very confused. You bastard! Hearing Yevlet's frivolous attitude, Melty said angrily, when President Hades said he would destroy your fairy tale, Ultia was still begging you, hoping that I would let you go, but you acted like you were not familiar with him. Even if she hates me, I will kill you. Yevlet turned around and instantly appeared in front of Melty, stretched out his hand, and put the back of his hand on her forehead. Facing Yevlet's gentle eyes with a little curiosity, Melty was stunned, and then became even more furious. Betraying Ultia was not enough, he even teased her. But when she wanted to attack, Yevlet had already flashed more than 10 meters away. You don't have a fever, what nonsense are you talking about? Yevlet said, Ultia wants to tear me into pieces, how could she beg for mercy? He firmly believed in his answer. After all, when they first met, on Karna Island, he scared the other party enough. Arusha is a ruthless person. You should hate him to the core. Of course she should tear you into pieces. Melty said, but she didn't do that. She was so powerful, but she didn't attack you. She just left sadly. You deserve to die. Seeing the smile on Yevlet's face and the gentle eyes, Melty felt particularly glaring. It must be this guy's fake gentleman appearance that deceived Arusha. Thinking of Arusha's efforts, but the other party didn't care. She was very angry. I understand. Yevlet clapped his hands, Arusha's education is not very good. Don't look at your cute appearance. I'm actually talking to a cow. Stop. Melty chased after him, but Yevlet immediately dodged and left. Chapter 171, Yevlet, what do you care about most? Behind a big rock somewhere. Lasteros looked at Hwayuan, who was running towards him in a panic. Your arm. Lasteros was a little surprised. I met a powerful guy, and his magic was very weird. Hwayuan was relieved when he saw his friend. He knelt down and slid over here. Finally, he arrived in front of Lasteros accurately. He leaned back and his back hit the stone heavily. His shoulders, which were raised due to nervousness, finally relaxed and said, I finally ran away. Weird. Lasteros pushed his glasses with his hand. This adjective reminded him of a person. When he thought of that person, he couldn't help but shudder. He looked at Hua Yuan. Although this person was stupid, his strength was very strong. There were not many strong people in the world who could scare Hua Yuan like this and cut his arm. Now the president of Fairy Tale is fighting with their president Hades. He has such overwhelming strength and the word weird. He asked, "Did you see a guy with purple hair?" "Yes." Hua Yuan immediately looked like he had found a soulmate and said, "That guy has very weird magic. I can't touch him, but he can hurt me. I can't fight him at all." "Wait," Hua Yuan suddenly reacted and looked at Lasteros in surprise, "How do you know him? Could it be?" He looked at Rasteros and found that he was also covered in dirt and had some injuries. He said, "You were also defeated by that guy." "Although I don't want to admit it," Rasteros sighed and said, "but it's true. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have died in the hands of that guy. What a terrifying guy." Hua Yuan couldn't help but say, "He can easily defeat the two of us, wait." He suddenly remembered again, and then said in shock, "I saw Azuma, and when that guy saw that purple-haired bastard abandoning me and running away, will he also? Even Azuma?" Rasteros pushed his glasses, his eyes trembling slightly. "Damn it!" Hua Yuan slapped his thigh fiercely and said angrily, "If it weren't for that guy, I would have already had a girlfriend." "Had?" Rasteros laughed contemptuously. "If you want to have a girlfriend, first withdraw from the Dark Guild." At this time, a gentle voice interrupted the topic, but in the ears of Rasteros and Hua Yuan, it sounded like the low moan of a devil, which scared them so much that their bodies trembled instinctively, and then a chill rose from the tail of the spine all the way to the back of the head. They swallowed dryly and turned to look at the place where the sound came from. A man, with a gentleman's cane in his right hand, stood quite leisurely, his body slightly tilted to the right, and raised his left foot, placed it on the outside of his right foot, and only touched the ground with his toes. He was drinking a cup of milk tea in his left hand. "You." The two of them felt their hair stand on end. Yeflet said, "There is no future in the Dark Guild. Which normal girl would like you?" Lasteros was very alert. If there was any unusual movement, he would run away immediately. When Hua Yuan heard this, he scratched his head and said, "Then what do you say?" "It's very simple." Yeflet said, "As long as you kill the guy next to you, I will believe that you will leave the Dark Guild. How about I introduce you to a girlfriend?" Hua Yuan was stunned. Lasteros was speechless. Even if Hua Yuan is stupid, he can't be fooled, and the guy on the opposite side should also understand this truth, so this so-called persuasion to surrender is completely a joke. What? Hua Yuan scratched his head, a little shy, and a little expectant. "What kind of?" Lasteros turned his head and looked at Hua Yuan. "Are you a pig-brained guy? Let me let you hear it first." Yevlet threw a card, and the two of them suddenly became nervous, but halfway through, the card turned into a magic prop, and Hua Yuan instinctively reached out to grab it. "A prop for recording voice?" Yevlet explained. Hua Yuan immediately picked it up and pressed the only red button. "Yevlet, didn't you say you would introduce me to a boyfriend? Hurry up and don't delay any longer, I really want to have a boyfriend." A pleasant voice came from inside. Hua Yuan's body froze immediately. Hey, you guy, you won't just believe his words, right?" Rastilos was full of black lines. Hua Yuan's face was full of entanglement. He hesitated for a long time, and finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "You guy, you are used to lying, I won't believe you." "Oh." Yeflet finished the last sip of milk tea and threw it into the mirror world. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Then he turned his wrist and conjured up a card, and flicked his finger. The card turned into a pistol, and he raised his hand and shot. Bang! Hua Yuan's body trembled, and the magic prop in his hand was broken. "Asshole, what have you done?" Hua Yuan was furious. "Didn't you say you didn't believe it? Then why keep that thing?" Yeflet said. "Okay, continue fighting, 2 against 1. Yevlet turned around tear. Lasteros thought, 1-on-1, they may not be able to do it, but 2-on-1, there is still a chance. The most important thing is that everyone has a temper. The other party keeps forcing him. He is a gangster, how can he bear this breath? Besides, there is still Hua Yuan, the idiot, who can stand in the front. If he cooperates with others, the other party may not be willing to rush to the front line. In short, Lasteros thinks, can fight. Okay, Huayuan, stand up and kill this guy. Lasteros said. Okay. Huayuan stood up, but his eyes were a little red, and his eyes gradually shifted to the back of Lasteros. Black puff. Boom. Just as Lasteros was about to attack, he suddenly felt a huge impact from behind, like a locomotive hitting him, knocking him out. It was Huayuan who attacked. Boom. Lasteros hit his head against the tree, and a big bump immediately appeared on his head. He held the tree trunk and spit out a mouthful of blood, then turned to look at Huayuan. Asshole, did you really believe what that guy said? You are such an extremely stupid guy. Snap. Yeflet snapped his fingers and said, you can't blame him for this. Lasteros looked at Yeflet, and saw that the other party smiled and said, actually, I just added some firewood to it. Desire. Huayuan was originally rational, but after being controlled by Yevlet's emotions, his desire for a girlfriend almost occupied everything in his emotional side, even reason could not stop it. Huff, hi. Huayuan panted, his eyes were bloodshot, and said, sorry, Lasteros, I really want a girlfriend. As he said that, he rushed towards Lasteros. Asshole. Lasteros turned and ran. Just when he ran nearly 100 meters. Don't worry, Yevlet appeared in front of him, leaning leisurely against the tree trunk, and said, what you care about most is what? I didn't. Lasteros turned around quickly. Push hard. At this time, Huayuan caught up and slapped him. Boom. Lasteros was blown away again. Asshole. He didn't dare to stay, and quickly summoned the wind like barracudas, wanting the monster to help him resist for a moment. Yeflet waved his hand and wiped it out directly. Damn it. Lasteros was almost desperate. However, Yeflet did not force him to death, but just watched him being chased and beaten by Huayuan from a distance. Pa! A drop of rain fell on Yeflet's face. He looked up at the sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was about to rain. He took out a card, flicked his finger, and the card turned into an umbrella. It's going to rain. Levi stretched out her hand and looked at the raindrops dripping on her palm. Keep going. I've recovered a lot. Even if we meet an enemy, we don't have to be afraid. Gajeel said. Okay. Levi nodded. Swish. Not long after the two of them started walking, a heavy rain began to fall. Levi immediately used magic to create two umbrellas. Swish. A sound like a waterfall came from the front, very noisy. What is that? Levi pointed in that direction in surprise. A lot of rain gathered there, and the speed of falling was very fast, almost forming a white pillar. Be careful. Gajeel's face was solemn. The huge amount of rain at an extremely fast speed smashed the stubborn trees in the rainstorm into pieces. Among them, there was a vague figure. You. A voice came from inside. Can you fly? Who? Gajeel decisively threw away the umbrella and shouted while blocking Levi behind him. You can't fly. There was some disappointment in his voice. Suddenly, all the raindrops almost stopped. It was like the space was frozen and time was paused. Gajeel and Levi stared at the enemy who appeared from the rainstorm with wide eyes and looked at him in disbelief. This was a guy with a monkey face, with long black hair tied into a braid and a white coat. When he looked at Gajeel and the others, his eyes were so indifferent that it seemed like he was looking at two insects. Let's go. Gajeel felt the same pressure from this guy that he had felt from President Joseph. He immediately judged that this enemy was not ordinary, so he wanted Levi to escape. And he, in order to create an opportunity for Levi, rushed towards the powerful enemy fearlessly. But it was too late. Boom. A terrifying gravity fell. The earth was sinking. Levi couldn't stop it at all and fell to the ground. Gajeel could barely resist. He supported his hands on his knees and looked up at the enemy with difficulty. Boom. Suddenly, the gravity increased again. This time, Gajeel couldn't stand and was forced to lie on the ground. Tell me. The enemy said, Fairy's Glory, one of the three super magics of fairy tale, it is said to have power on par with the laws of fairies. I want this magic. I heard that it was sealed on the tombstone of the first president of your guild. Tell me where Mavis is buried. What are you talking about? Gajeel gritted his teeth and said, even if there is such a thing, we will never tell you. Boom. More powerful. The enemy looked at Gajeel and Levi lying on the ground, unable to resist, and said, "In this case, you are useless." Just when he was about to attack. Boom! A magic came over. He waved his hand and shattered the magic. He looked at the people coming. There were two people, one with green hair and the other wearing a mask. Fairy Tale, Freed. Fairy Tale, Bigasro. Freed looked at the enemy with a serious face and said, "Tell me your name." "Me." The enemy tilted his head slightly and said, "I am Bruno Striga, the vice president of the Devil's Heart." What an unexpected big shot. Fried couldn't help but tighten his grip on the hilt. To be able to force Gajeel to this point so easily, he must be a strong man. Bigasro said, "But even so, we won't let you continue to hurt Gajeel and Levi." "You too." Bruno looked at them. "Fall." Iron Dragon's roar. Gajeel held his breath and launched an attack at the right time. Bruno frowned and retreated. "Don't hold back!" Fried shouted, "You must hold the belief of killing the opponent." Darkness. He directly used forbidden magic and turned himself into a demon-like posture. This posture once faced Myra Jane in the civil war between Laxus and the Guild, although he was quickly defeated. Magic Doll Light Killing Cannon. Bigasro also used a killing move. Gajeel took advantage of Bruno's retreat and his laxity in magic, and quickly carried Rebecca out of the magic range and pushed her. "Run, find someone to help. You have to hold on." Rebecca turned around and ran without saying anything. Gajeel turned around and saw that Freed and Bigasro were already on the scene, and he didn't hesitate and attacked immediately. Dragon Slayer Secret Technique, Karma Demon, Iron God Sword. It was a big move right away. However, for a Dragon Slayer wizard, the loss of magic power is often unnecessary. Worried. Boom boom boom. A fierce battle broke out. But it ended quickly. The gap in strength was very obvious. Bruneth used range magic, which would not weaken the group or the single. He directly released magic at full power. Boom boom. The three were all pressed to the ground. "Do you know where the tombstone of the first generation is?" Bruneth asked Fried and Bigasro. "You don't want to know." Fried gritted his teeth. "Fall into the abyss." Bruneth raised his hand. Just at this moment. Boom boom. The ground suddenly collapsed. Bruneth did not expect this change. His body tilted, and his control over magic was instantly weakened. Ga. Just at this moment, three strange birds flew over the sky. They swooped down at a high speed, grabbed the three people, and flew up immediately. "Stay." Bruneth adjusted his body balance and stretched out his hand to the three strange birds. Suddenly, he retracted his hand. Shua! A full moon-like blade flashed in front of him. If he hadn't retracted his hand in time, his arm would have been cut off. Bruneth frowned and looked to the side. Seeing nothing. "Don't try to escape." Bruneth immediately released magic. Boom! The ground sank, and a large depression appeared. Then, a person lying in it appeared. This magic Yevlet felt that he was completely fixed on the ground. He couldn't help but comment, "It's a bit fierce." Chapter 172, Yevlet, it's cute to drink milk with tears and grievances. "Your magic." Bruneth looked at Yevlet and said, "You give me a very wrong feeling." He continued to increase the output of magic power, watching the body gradually disintegrate under the heavy pressure. But the other party didn't care. "This is too weird." Bruno frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" "Fairy Tale Yevlet." Yevlet replied. "You are very strong." Bruno said, "Yevlet, I can let you go. Tell me, where is Mavis's grave?" "Haha." Yevlet laughed twice. "It's not time to deal with you yet." Yevlet laughed, "Defeat you in this empty place. There are no spectators, nothing to watch, and no show effect." Then, swish! Yevlet's figure disappeared instantly. Then his words came, "Go to the north, something interesting will happen." Bruno looked around and found no one. Teleportation magic. He did sense a moment of magic fluctuations, but the speed was too fast. Without preparation, even he could not stop it. North. Bruno thought about it and really walked towards the north. Damn it! Azuma climbed out of a big tree, his mentality was not good. He came here to do a simple task, and he was full of confidence before coming. How come he met a guy who chased him like a cat playing with a mouse? It was really frustrating. "Urza, come and help." A crying voice came from a distance, and Azuma looked over and saw a blue-haired girl. We need to collect some information. Azuma thought so. They were too confident before, and they didn't care about the war with Fairy Tail at all. They didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. Levi was running fast, heading to find Urza. Before, many enemies suddenly appeared. Considering Wendy's strength, Urza planned to meet Wendy first, and then go to the gathering place. Levi didn't know that Gajeel and the others had been rescued, and was looking for Urza at this time. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion blew away the defenseless Levi. Ahem! Levi covered her chest and climbed up, and saw an enemy. The enemy's magic fluctuations were extremely strong, and her face changed. Let me ask you. Azuma asked coldly, the sister gun will meet that Yefrit, what is magic? Levi smiled immediately after hearing this, and said, you want to collect information. She glanced at the knife wound on Azuma's body. There are not many people in the guild who use swords, and even fewer who can cause damage to this powerful enemy. There are only Urza who uses swords, Yefrit who occasionally fights with swords, and Banjiu who relies most on swords, and Grey who occasionally uses ice knives. According to the other party's question, it must be that he encountered Yefrit and was defeated by him. But Yefrit has always been ruthless when attacking the enemy. How come he not only spared this guy's life, but also had the ability to fight? Forget it. She couldn't figure out Yefrit. In response to the enemy's question, Levi confidently replied, it's useless even if you know it. Anyone who is willing can investigate Yevlet's magic, but no one has ever been able to avoid being fooled by his magic. Levi mocked, Yevlet's magic is useless. Once Leet strikes, he never makes mistakes. No enemy can escape from him. If you have fought with Yevlet, you must have been targeted by him. I advise you. Levi looked around and did not see Yevlet, but she saw the enemy's gradually ugly expression, and her heart was inexplicably full of confidence, daring to provoke the other party without fear of being killed, because she was more and more sure that this guy had been focused on by Yevlet, so she said, it's better to surrender quickly, maybe you can still save your life. Tell me, what is his magic? Azuma was very unhappy with Levi's expression. He was right to be afraid of that guy, but you, a weakling, dared to mock him. The branches wrapped around Levi's hands and feet, and then tied her up, completely imprisoned in it. A timer appeared on the branch, with a time limit of 60 seconds. Azuma said, give you 1 minute, tell me what I want to know, otherwise, you will be blown to pieces. Levi was silent. No matter what she was thinking, she would not say it. Because this was the enemy, the evil dark wizard. What the other party said might not be credible. Secondly, who knew if she would be killed immediately because it was of no value after she said it. If she persisted for a while, she would be more likely to wait for a turnaround. Finally, even if the information about Yevlet's magic was not a secret, she would never betray her companions. 50. Levi looked into the distance, worried about the situation of Gajeel and the others. 30. Azuma's face turned ugly. Such a weak woman didn't care about death at all. Was she really not afraid of death? No, she was not afraid of him. 10. Azuma's tone became heavier. Levi suddenly laughed, Pucci. Shua. A few knife lights cut off all the branches, and Levi was saved. Arisa. Levi turned to look. Azuma looked solemnly at a red-haired woman behind Levi. The woman was emitting heat all over her body, and her armor was stained with blood. It seemed that she had experienced a battle. The opponent's magic power had been consumed a lot, but it still caused him some mental oppression. This is a strong man, Azuma judged so he focused his attention. Iluza, Gajeel, and the others. Levi was about to say, Urza shook her head and said, they are fine now. I just saw a flying monster that took them away. It should be Yefrit who took action. She looked at Levi and estimated that she was not seriously injured, but still asked, can you still move? No problem. Levi nodded. Go and meet up with Gajeel and the others, I will stop this guy. Urza said with a fighting spirit. Okay, then you have to be careful. Levi didn't say anything. If she stayed here, she would become a burden to Urza, so she left quickly. Hiss. After running 2 steps, she took a deep breath. Only then did she realize that her whole body was in pain. Then she remembered that she had been blown away by Azuma before. She didn't feel it when she was nervous about the enemy. Now that she relaxed a little, she realized that although her physical condition was not bad, the abrasions were still a little painful. At this time, Levy's voice rang in her ears, "There is medicine under the tree in front. Take the pills orally to relieve pain." "You guys, have you been watching the show just now?" Levy was speechless. Now it was confirmed that Yefrit had been paying attention to this place. Yefrit did not answer. Levy ran behind the big tree in front and found 3 bottles of medicine. 1 bottle for pain relief, 1 bottle for internal treatment, and 1 bottle for external use. She took the pills to relieve pain according to Yefrit's words, and then a condensed mist appeared in front of her. At the same time, Yefrit's prompt came, "Follow it." "Thank you." Levy nodded. Iluza and Azuma confronted each other. Fairy Tale Iluza. Devil's Heart Azuma. The two introduced themselves. "Fairy Queen." Azuma said, "I have heard of your bravery. You are the strong man I expect." Hee. Iluza sneered and glanced at the knife wound on Azuma's body. Besides her, only Banjiu and Yefrit could leave knife wounds on this enemy. It shouldn't be Banjiu, Banjiu's knife always cuts the front, but this guy's wound is on the back, and there is also a wound on the neck. It can only be Yefrit. Considering Yefrit's character, this guy must have been targeted by Yefrit. Iluza said, "Yefrit, I won't spoil you, regardless of whether Yefrit can hear it or not." Her eyes were firm and serious. "You always like to play regardless of the occasion. I don't know why you keep this guy, but since I have met him, I will defeat him and prevent him from participating in the battle. If you have any plans, use them before I make a move." Yevlet did not answer Urza's words. He did hear them, but it was obvious that he didn't need to provoke her when Urza was serious. Urza was a very serious person, and he didn't want to be taught a lesson by Urza afterwards. Yevlet could only look at Azuma and shook his head. Poor guy, the end came early. Urza clenched the hilt of the sword. Azuma listened to Urza's words, but felt a little horrified. Has he been monitored all the time? No way. He turned his head and looked around, feeling a little guilty. Shua. Urza attacked, raising her sword to kill, without holding back. The sooner she killed the enemy, the sooner she could rush to the next battlefield and help her companions. Seeing this, Azuma also responded quickly. Urza was not an enemy he could deal with 2 minds at once. Boom boom boom. The difference in strength between the two was not very large. Therefore, the intensity of the battle was extremely high. The manic magic power vented far away, and even Rebecca, who had already run a long distance, could sense it. "Urza, come on." Rebecca thought silently in her heart. Huff, huff. Melty held the tree, panting. She looked up and looked into the distance. Yefrit was leaning against the tree trunk, eating a biscuit in his hand, very leisurely, without even sweat on his forehead. Melty's face was very ugly. She didn't expect the other party to be so difficult. For so long, it was just a game of chase and escape, and there was no fight. Even if she wanted to fight, the other party would avoid it, as if they were playing a game of eagle catching chickens with her. Seeing the embarrassed look of the little girl, her hair was wet with sweat and stuck to her forehead. Yeflet ate the biscuit in one bite, took the handkerchief handed by Maiko, and wiped his hands. He stretched out his palm, turned his wrist, and a card appeared in his palm. Blowing out a breath, the card stood up immediately, rotated a circle, and turned into a bottle of milk. Shua. Yeflet came to Melty in an instant. Melty immediately attacked angrily, but was grabbed by Yeflet. With a pull, the girl's body balance was controlled by him. "You must be thirsty. Drink some milk before playing." Yeflet handed over the milk. "Asshole." Hearing the word play, Melty was so angry that she kicked him. But Yevlet dodged it by moving sideways, and then stepped on her other foot standing on the ground. Woo! Melty froze immediately, and after a moment, her little face turned red, tears rolled in her eyes, but she held her face tightly, pursed her pink lips, and tried to maintain the persona of 3-no girl. "Look at you, you don't accept the toast, so you have to drink the penalty." Yevlet laughed. Melty's body was shaking. Holding it. She wanted to curse and attack. But she was afraid that if she moved her body, the tears would flow down. Toes. It hurts. The most important thing is, I feel wronged. How could this scumbag be so bad and such a bastard? Yerusha, were you blind to fall for this hypocrite? And he stepped on my toes. It was just. Pain surged up in waves, Melty's cheeks moved slightly, and her back teeth were actually about to break. Here. Yefrit handed over the milk. Melty thought about it, she needed to find a chance to hide, so she grabbed the milk, turned her head, and raised her head to drink. At the same time, tears flowed. She raised her head higher, hoping that this bastard would not notice it. Click. The sound of a camera suddenly rang. Melty's body trembled. She trembled and lowered her head slightly. Then she found that the bastard was taking pictures. Zizi. The photos were quickly developed. Yevlet took the photo and said, "It's quite cute. Drinking milk with tears in your eyes is what you are suitable for at your age. Why pretend to be a female devil who kills people without blinking an eye in the dark guild? Asshole." Melty was embarrassed and angry. She immediately threw the milk on the ground, then wiped her tears vigorously and rushed towards Yevlet. But in an instant, Yevlet appeared 10 meters away. "You forced me to do this!" Melty shouted in a broken defense. Land of Sin shared feeling. Hey! Yevlet found that his senses had undergone some subtle changes. He looked at the magic light ball on his wrist. He had always used fraud magic to deceive other people's senses. This was the first time that someone attacked his senses. It was a bit fresh. This magic completely shares our senses, which means that even if I don't have to attack you, as long as I attack myself, you will suffer the same pain. Melty said angrily with tears in her eyes. "Where can you run to?" Melty said, and took out a dark long sword. She took a deep breath, prepared herself mentally, and then slashed at her arm. Of course, it would not cut off the arm, but it would hit the nerves. The pain was not something that ordinary people could endure. "Ah!" Melty screamed. His Yefrit took a deep breath. "It hurts so much?" He looked at Melty. The little girl was crying and raised her long sword again. She was determined and planned to strike again. It seemed that he really drove her crazy. Chapter 173, Urza, my sword will never break. Humph. Seeing that Yevlet finally changed his expression, Melty was proud. "Regret is useless, you bastard, bear the pain for me." Melty was going to stab herself again. But Yevlet appeared in front of her in an instant, grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the tree. Asshole! Melty struggled frantically. But several cards flew out of Yevlet's pocket and turned into ropes, tying Melty to the tree. "You have no choice now." Yevlet looked at her. "Asshole, let me go if you have the guts." Melty kicked. Yevlet took 2 steps back and said, "You have some misunderstandings about me. I wanted to tease you, but I didn't expect you to get angry. Now make a promise with me. How about I help you resolve the misunderstanding? Don't even think about it." Melty was very firm and said, "I will never give you another chance to bully Ultia. That's no use." Yevlet raised his wrist and said, "Feeling magic is useless to me." Then, he used magic to find the source of Melty's magic and destroyed it. Melty's trump card was broken in this way. The little girl was shocked. Yevlet turned around and disappeared. "Stop!" Melty shouted, but Yevlet didn't answer. Huff, hi, hi. Iluza and Azuma were panting. For both sides, the other side was a strong enemy. "The purple-haired bastard in your guild?" Azuma asked during the interval of the attack, "is he the strongest in your guild?" "Arisa is a serious person." She said, "No, the president and Guildarts are stronger than him. Guildarts Makarov is fine, but there are actually stronger ones than him." Azuma looked worried. "What's the use of knowing those things?" Urza said, "You can't pass on this information." "Are you so confident?" Azuma smiled and said, "Although I respect your strength, you are too arrogant to think you can take me down. Fairy Queen. You are the challenger." Boom boom boom. Arisa fought with him without saying a word. Even after hearing these words, her mood was not affected at all. She remained calm. This little ridicule was nothing to her who had experienced many battles. Yevlet pushed his glasses. "You are the challenger. You are worthy of being a middle school villain. You look pretty cool when you say that." Asa immediately said in a flattering manner, "The master is the most suitable person to say such things." Yevlet smiled and did not respond. Buzz. Bursts of manic magic came. Arisa frowned and looked to the north. "That is the magic of our vice president." Azuma said proudly, "Your companions can't stop him." "Yes." Urza nodded, then looked at Azuma and said, so, we have to get rid of you as soon as possible, even if it requires some risks. What? Azuma was stunned. Arisa abandoned all defenses, wearing only bandages and trousers, holding a long sword. Abandon defense and focus on attack. Azuma smiled confidently, this is a wrong decision, you will regret it. I will never regret it. Urza said, because there is no chance to regret it. Since I have decided, I will move forward. The sword is used to break fate and protect my companions. Concentrate everything on this attack. A red shadow flashed by, and Urza rushed forward quickly. Although Azuma mocked, his vigilance was naturally full. Catch up. He output magic power crazily. Finally caught up. Ka. Countless branches twisted like poisonous snakes and entangled Urza. Ha ha ha! Azuma laughed triumphantly, I won. Then he detonated the trees, the roar of the earth. Boom! A huge explosion. North. Camp. Damn, there are too many people. Listener, who turned into a cat girl, complained. They were being besieged by a large enemy force. If you are tired, stand behind me. Myra Jane said. Huff Wendy panted. Wendy, I can't hold on any longer. Let's take a break. Lily said. Mester was not here. After recovering a little, he immediately escaped with the convenience of magic and disappeared. Wendy, Habib, Charlulu, and Lily, relying on Yevlet's route planning, did not encounter any enemies along the way and returned easily. However, a battle was taking place in the camp. Myra Jane, Lysina, Speed, and other logistics, as well as Elfman and Alba Green, who had just arrived, were attacked by a large force of wizards from the other side. Mirajana's magic consumes a lot of magic power. Even with the buff blessing of Sirius Island, it is difficult to replenish it in a short time. Therefore, the real-time battle can burst out with all the strength, showing the violent and powerful side of the Demon Queen, but considering the need to enter in order to fight a protracted war, Myra Jane had to reduce the consumption of magic power. Fortunately, the pressure here is not great. After all, none of the 7 followers came here. Those who came here are some small fish and a few elites. The small fish, Wendy, Lysina, and others, as well as Lily, including Xiaolulu who can borrow Wendy's power at this time, all have the ability of one on many. As for the elites, Myra Jane can slap one with one slap. On the way to the camp. Gajeel. Hearing the shout, Gajeel turned back and found Levi chasing after him. Levi, your injury. Gajeel was a little worried about the other party's injury. Unexpectedly, Levi actually rushed up and hugged him. The nervous and worried emotions were released instantly. Even though she knew that Yefrit was paying attention and it must be impossible for anything to happen, she still couldn't help but grab Gajeel's clothes and cried out, "It's great that you are okay." Gajeel was stunned, a little embarrassed and blushing. He looked at Fried and Bigusro. Fried was stunned for a moment, and quickly dragged Bigusro around, pretending not to care about what was happening here and forcibly changed the subject, saying, "Bigusro, look, there is a little bug here." Yes. Bigusro replied helplessly. After Levi vented a little, she realized that something was wrong, and quickly pushed Gajeel 3 meters away. Looking at Fried and Bigusro with their backs to each other, her face suddenly turned red. Since everyone is fine, let's go quickly and return to the gathering point first. Gajeel crossed his arms and pretended to be calm to change the subject. Okay. Fried nodded. Everyone returned to the camp soon. Iron Dragon Stick. Seeing that there was also a fight here, Gajeel immediately took action and knocked down an enemy who wanted to sneak attack Lysina. Thank you, Mr. Gajeel. Lysina nodded to express her gratitude. Boom boom boom. With the addition of Gajeel and others, the situation was reversed instantly, from the advantage of Myra Jane to a complete crushing situation. But just when it was about to end. Boom. Suddenly, a big fat man of steel jumped out and knocked Gajeel out. Gajeel didn't expect it at all, and didn't react. Boom, he flew dozens of meters away and disappeared in the forest. That guy is finished after being hit by me. The visitor said confidently. Be careful, there is still a strong man here. Another person looked at Myra Jane vigilantly. Who are you? Lysina asked vigilantly. Lasteros. Elfman recognized him, of course, they just fought. You haven't been killed by Yefrit yet. Alba Green said. That bastard liar. When Yefrit was mentioned, Lasteros and Huayuan trembled at the same time and felt a little cold. But when he thought that he was not without a backer this time, he immediately became proud again. Lasteros said, "Even if that guy comes, don't be afraid. Rather, I am looking forward to his arrival." Elfman frowned slightly. According to Yefrit's strength, there should be no mistakes. Moreover, from the return of Gajil and the others, it can be seen that Yefrit has almost mastered the situation on the island. The other party is bluffing. Albagreen said, or they don't understand Yefrit at all. Elfman nodded. If they knew Yefrit's magic, they shouldn't have such an attitude and shouldn't have such actions. The other party's president should have run away with these people long ago. Only a fool who doesn't understand Yefrit's magic will stay in the same place with him when he can't restrain him. It's not just Albagreen who figured this out. Everyone, except Habi, thought of this. Habi is still lost. Looking at the smug expression of Rastilos, they all despised him in their hearts. These guys are really a bunch of idiots. Yevlet's magic is not a secret. Fraud magic, anyone who wants to look it up can find a detailed explanation. After all, the Magic Council has been infiltrated like a sieve. It can't even be called infiltration, it's purely a bamboo basket. Anyone can go in as an undercover, and anyone can steal information. Without any preparation, they want to crush Fairy Tail. The arrogance of Devil's Heart can be seen. Although, even if they investigate, they don't know the terribleness of Yevlet's magic. The first level is just a joke. The second level is a silent killing move, but this time, he didn't stupidly go to the Magic Council to update information and strength. There is no benefit except being feared and targeted. Once the enemy knows the terribleness of this magic, they will think about treating Yefrit with caution. In the future, they may study magnetic field magic, or improve the ability of perception, or create some magic props for sneak attacks and long-range sniping. Isn't this asking for trouble? Mirage and others saw that the enemy didn't know Yefrit's magic at all, but was very confident and complacent, so they naturally wouldn't take the initiative to say it. Let the other party be arrogant for a while. You bastard! Gajil ran back, worthy of being the toughest among the dragon slayers. Boom boom boom. The battle continues. With the participation of Rastilos and Huayuan. The one-sided situation was gradually reversed. In fact, Fairy Tail could have been at an advantage. However, Gajil fought several battles in a row, was injured, anemic, and was severely attacked. Even though he was a dragon slayer, it was better to say that it was precisely because he was a dragon slayer that he could still support the battle. If he were an ordinary wizard, he would have been lying down long ago. Fried and Begusro were in a slightly better situation. However, the current situation was mainly caused by Mirajana's lack of full strength. This was not because she had learned bad things from Yefrit. But she could sense that a powerful source of magic was approaching. As the magic source got closer and closer, Rastiros became more and more arrogant. Ha ha ha! The entertainment ends here. Rastiros laughed. Suddenly a person appeared behind Myra Jane and said, "Fall down." It was Bruno. He was the source of Rastiros and Huayuan's confidence. As soon as he arrived, he determined that Milage was the strongest. If he took her down first, the next battle would be one-sided. Buzz. Gravity was falling. I have been accumulating magic power since just now, just to deal with this situation. Mirage immediately burst out her magic power with all her strength, and withstood the huge gravity, punched Bruneth, and forced him back. No wonder. Rastilos was a little surprised. When they were fighting in the melee before, he always felt a sense of disobedience. This woman should not have only this much strength. It can even be said that he had a hunch that if the other party burst out with all his strength, he might be killed in his current state. Now I understand. It turned out that she was waiting for an enemy of the vice president's level to attack. Mirage burst out her magic power with all her strength. Her demon form consumes a lot of magic power. She could last for a long time if she used it sparingly before, but facing Bruneth, the strong man at the vice president level of the Devil's Heart, there was no way to save magic power. It's better to burst out with all her strength and do her best before losing her fighting ability. It's over. Azuma looked at the huge mushroom cloud. Very confident. Under such an explosion, no one could survive except the godlike President Hades. It won't end like this. However, although Urza was weak, her voice was very firm. What? Azuma looked ahead in surprise. Hey! Arisa cut through the smoke with a sword. She had serious injuries all over her body. Half kneeling, holding a knife in her right hand, sticking it on the ground. She was very weak, after all, she was injured, but it was not fatal. Also, her eyes were very firm. So firm that Azuma was a little afraid. As soon as the fear arose, Azuma suppressed it by force. He said, "What if I didn't die? It's just one more time." "Yes." Urza stood up with the knife, panting, "But even if there is another attack, I will not fall down. For the victory of the guild. For the safety of my partners. As for me, I will never lose. I will never fall down. Armor is used to protect myself. Maybe it will break. But the sword in my hand, the sword used to protect everyone. It will never break." Urza always has a firm will. As long as her will is not extinguished, she will always have the power to fight. She mobilized her magic power and rushed towards Azuma without hesitation. Chapter 174, Urza, I will protect everything. The roar of the earth. Azuma used the same trick again. After this trick was used up, he didn't have much magic left. However, seeing Urza's weak appearance, he was very confident and didn't need a third shot. This woman must lose. Boom! A huge explosion submerged Urza. The energy turbulence almost tore her body apart. Urza's mind even had an uncontrollable memory. The revolving lantern that Yefrit mentioned. Urza chuckled. A picture formed in her mind. It was afternoon, and the sun was warm. A clear river next to a lush forest. Natsu and Grey, who was only wearing shorts, were arguing. Seeing that their anger was getting worse, they were about to fight. Laxus was half lying under a tree, leaning against the trunk, with his hands behind his head, listening to music with his eyes closed. The fishing rod at his feet was trembling slightly. A fish had been caught, but he was too lazy to care. Lysina crouched beside Laxus, holding a pen in her hand, and the man and the cat gestured back and forth, planning how to write. Yefrit used deception magic to deceive Laxus's sense of touch and smell, so that he could not smell Lysina's scent, nor could he feel that he would be attacked by Lysina. Apply it on the face. Bang bang! Mirage sat next to Yevlet, with a big stone at her feet. She picked up a walnut, raised her fist and smashed it directly, then picked out the meat and piled it aside. "Come on, bite it." Yevlet looked at the river surface, where there was a huge shadow, estimated to be more than 7 or 8 pounds, swimming around near his hook. This made Yevlet very nervous. Mirage picked up a walnut meat and was about to put it in her mouth, but it hit her lips and fell to the ground because she didn't hold it firmly. She picked it up and looked around with a guilty conscience. When she found that no one was paying attention, she blew it twice, wiped it on her thigh, and then handed it directly to Yevlet's mouth and pressed it against his lips. Yevlet instinctively opened his mouth and ate it. Mirage smiled so much that her eyes narrowed, and she picked up the walnut meat again and ate it happily. It was a peaceful afternoon, not a quiet one. Urza stretched herself and saw that she had caught a fish. With a flick of her wrist, she pulled up the 4 or 5 gin fish and threw it into the fish basket. Ah! Ah! Natsu and Grey were head-to-head and were about to fight. Urza sighed helplessly. Why couldn't these two guys get along well? Here it comes, here it comes. Yevlet leaned forward, very excited. Miraja grabbed his clothes, afraid that he would get excited and fall directly into the river. But after thinking about it, he shouldn't be such a fool, so he stopped and continued to eat walnuts. Finally, when Yevlet's clenched fist was almost stiff, his fingertips were red and his palms were white. The fish took the bait. The fishing rod was shaken. Here it comes. Yevlet was ecstatic, grabbed the fishing rod, and pulled it back. But at this moment, you bastard! The fight between Natsu and Grey began. Natsu kicked Grey away, and Grey punched Natsu away. Grey, who was kicked away, crashed into a tree. And Natsu, who was knocked away, crashed his back into Yevlet's back. Ah! Yevlet screamed. Plop! He jumped forward into the water. The sudden fall into the water made him panic. He fluttered in the water for a few times before remembering that he could swim. The most important thing was that he caught a fish. He quickly stood up from the water and wanted to grab the fishing rod. But he saw Mirajana's helpless and sympathetic eyes. Yevlet looked down. The fishing rod. It was gone. He turned his head to look. The fish splashed in the water and quickly disappeared with the fishing rod. Natsu Gray. Yefrit was furious, rushed to the shore, and punched and kicked the two. Natsu and Gray knew they were in the wrong. After all, it was not easy for Yefrit to catch a fish. So they could only squat and defend, and did not fight back. Okay, okay. Myra Jane saw that Yefrit had vented for a while and was exhausted and panting, so he quickly came up with a towel and said, "They didn't mean it." "What do you mean they didn't mean it?" Yefrit said angrily, "We came to the river to fish, not to fight." "You guy, what are you arguing about?" Laxus opened his eyes dissatisfiedly, but saw Lysina holding a pen in her hand, which was against his face. The little girl originally had a mischievous expression on her face, but when Laxus found it, she immediately laughed awkwardly. Happy saw that the situation was not good, and quickly flew to Urza. "Lysina." Laxus touched his face and looked at his hands, which were covered with colorful things. "Sorry, Laxus brother." Lysina dropped her pen, turned around, and ran into the forest with her short legs. "Stop!" Laxus got up and chased after her. Arisa just smiled at all this, and didn't seriously pull everything back to the right track like in the guild, or criticize anyone for not doing it right. Everyone was laughing, wasn't it? Ignoring the angry Yefrit, Gray, and Natsu who were beaten and glaring at each other, Happy who was worried about being punished by Laxus, and Laxus who was gritting his teeth. Anyway. She felt it was quite warm. After a while of commotion, Laxus came back, with Lysina sitting on his shoulder, who looked like she had cried, and holding a bighorn in his hand. "What's wrong, Lysina?" Myra Jane immediately asked with concern. "I met a monster, with you," Lysina said aggrievedly. Just now, she ran into the forest, but encountered a monster. She was careless and was knocked away by it. Laxus, who had been unable to catch up, caught up in an instant and slapped the monster to death. In order to comfort Lysina, he broke off its horn. Arisal looked at Yefrit. He finally accepted the reality and was pulled to the river by Myra Jane. She took out her fishing rod, baited the hook herself, and handed it to Yefrit. Yefrit used magic to change clothes with one click, floated the cart in the air, blew his hair with hot air, and then couldn't wait to throw the hook. Myra Jane saw this and stood behind him, rubbing his hair with her fingers to dry it faster. On the other side, Natsu and Gray were bruised and sat next to Yefrit, one on the left and one on the right, and threw out 2 rods in sync. A breeze blew, ruffling Urza's hair in front of her forehead. She smiled gently. Click, the screen in front of her suddenly shattered. All she saw was flames. Arisa's body was being torn apart by magic. At this moment, her mind was reverberating with a conversation with Yefrit, which happened not long after Yefrit joined the guild. "Yeflit, you and our guild style really don't match." "Really?" "Yes, you are very mature, and you haven't experienced anything. Our guild hasn't given you anything. It's hard for me to understand why you like the guild so much." "You will understand after a while, Urza. I am no different from you, and didn't guildarts say that most people who join the guild have a past they don't want to recall, and something they are extremely eager for? I have both. And the purpose of the guild is to protect and help such people. Now, what I expect has been realized in the guild." "Really?" Urza didn't understand at the time. But she still nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, Yefrit, I will protect everything. I believe it." Yefrit smiled. Snap! Just when the long sword was about to slip out of her hand, Urza grabbed the long sword fiercely. "I am Urza of Fairy Tale. I will protect everything." Urza broke Azuma's magic, faced the other party's shocked eyes, and slashed with a knife. How is it possible? Azuma couldn't believe what happened to this woman. How could she break through his magic and rush out even at that point? She was already seriously injured. She had almost no magic power. Why? Where did she get the strength to swing the long sword? Azuma noticed Urza's size, and the firm look in her eyes shocked him. It was like a sun, no matter how weak it was, it could dispel the darkness. Well, can it really do this? Faith slash! Urza yelled. Puff! A red shadow flashed, and blood splattered. Urza half-crouched behind Azuma. Azuma's body shook, and then fell backwards. Hadash! Urza let out a long breath, she slowly stood up, whispering, Yeflit, I know what you want. Yevlet did not answer, as if he was not here, so he did not hear it. But Urza thought it was a tacit agreement. And outside the first generation's tomb, Yevlet asked Maiko in confusion, what did she know? Maiko tilted his head slightly and said, desire. Hug? After saying that, she opened her arms. Yevret ignored Maiko. He felt that Urza had some misunderstandings about him, but he was too lazy to ask. Shua. Urza put away her knife and changed back to her usual outfit. With the blessing of Tenro Island, her physical strength and magic power were recovering. Dang! As soon as she took a step, she kicked something at her feet, and there was a crisp collision sound. She looked down and saw that it was 3 bottles of magic potion. She smiled and picked it up. It was left by Yevret. He didn't show up in person. It turned out that he was shy because his thoughts were guessed. She had blamed Yevret before, but now she didn't have that thought. She felt relieved. She felt that she had finally seen Yevret clearly. He was just like her that afternoon. Sometimes she would let Natsu and Grey play, and would turn a blind eye to listen as pranks, and would take a light-hearted look at Yevret beating up Natsu and Grey. Even if they were noisy and seemed to destroy the harmony. But a bond was born from it. What was the past that Yevret didn't want to recall? Urza didn't know. But Yevret longed for this kind of warmth and liked this kind of harmony. On a peaceful day, Urza knew it. This is Yevret. This is Yevret who will never betray. Even if he was attacked by Nirvana magic and his mind was changed, he still considered his companions. On the surface, he didn't care about his companions, but in fact, no one died in every battle. Arisa herself fought the strongest enemy to protect her companions. Yevret tried his best to help his companions grow, and everyone became stronger together, and the guild became stronger, so that they could always maintain this warm and peaceful life. No wonder, even when Laxus was at his most extreme, still will not reject Yevret, because both sides have a common understanding, the guild is strong, and companions will not be bullied. Natsu thinks Yevret is uneasy, so he will work hard to become stronger and dispel his anxiety. Grey thinks Yevret is craving for attention, he wants to be a magician that everyone pays attention to, he wants everyone to see him and applaud him, so he silently supports all of Yevret's actions, even if it is some behavior that seems to be a pitfall for teammates, he only complains, instead of strongly opposing it, he always trusts Yevret without questioning. This is Yevret. Urza thought gentle, seemingly strong and fearless, but soft-hearted Yevret. Arisa clenched her sword. She swore in her heart. She would become the strongest shield of the guild, protecting everyone, including Yevret's weak points. Yevlet. Urza suddenly said, after the fight, let's go fishing. Okay. Yevret answered in seconds. Arisa smiled dotingly. I always feel that she has some deep misunderstandings. Yevret scratched his head. Maybe not. Maiko said. Hey. Yevret looked at her in confusion. Intuition. Maiko smiled. Yevret was speechless for a moment, then shook his head and said, intuition is unreliable. But. Yevret looked at Azuma and said, Arisa didn't kill him, so it's a good opportunity to recycle waste. He took out a bottle of potion, a thick purple liquid, bubbling. Go, let him recover his mobility. Yevret said. Yes. Asa took the potion and instantly appeared beside Azuma, who was waiting to die. Facing the other party's frightened and puzzled eyes, he stuffed the bottle mouth into his mouth and forced him to drink it in big gulps. Who are you? Azuma felt a lot of power surging out of his body and sat up quickly. But he found that his chest was itchy. He looked down and saw that many granulations appeared on the wound on his chest, and they grew rapidly, in a way that it's best not to imagine to prevent nausea, like hundreds or thousands of flesh-colored tentacles as thick as bean sprouts, twisting and entwining with each other, weaving and suturing the fatal wound. Who are you? Why did you save me? Azuma was puzzled. Go to the north and kill the enemies there. Asa said coldly, and then left in an instant. North? Azuma was stunned. That was where Vice President Bruno was fighting. Kill the enemies there? This person is an ally, right? Where did the ally come from? Azuma set off with doubts. Ah. Pink. She thought she saw a turtle dove. When she ran back, she saw a girl she didn't know. She didn't know who tied her to the tree, and her face was cold. She must be an enemy. After all, she didn't know her. Help me untie the rope. Melty ordered coldly. I don't want to. Lucy turned around and ran away. She wasn't stupid. Chapter 175, Natsu, is it you who wants to hurt Lucy? Melty, you. The dark wizards who caught up were stunned when they saw Melty tied to the tree. Help me untie the rope. Melty's face was very ugly. It was really embarrassing for her subordinates to see this scene. Oh. The wizards didn't dare to have any strange ideas, and hurried to untie the rope. Soon, the rope was untied. Melty looked in the direction where Lucy ran away, and ran after her. Hey! Lucy took a long breath and planned to take a break. Although her physical fitness was trained by Natsu, it was not at the level of a dragon slayer. Fortunately, I didn't help her untie the rope, and I just got rid of the pursuers. Lucy was proud of her wit. Fortunately. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind her. Lucy's body trembled, and then she felt cold all over. She turned around a little stiffly, and saw that the woman behind her had caught up with her, and she was also a little out of breath. It seemed that this woman's target was clear, it was her. Ah, are you also a member of the Devil's Heart? Obviously such a cute girl. Lucy showed a kind smile. Melty. Melty said coldly, the Devil's Heart, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. Lucy immediately broke out in sweat. She was too unlucky. First she met Caplico, then this guy called Melty. There are 7 followers of Purgatory, but she met 2 of them. Lucy was not in a good state now. She had consumed a lot of her physical strength and magic power, and the opponent looked very oppressive. She wanted to avoid the battle, so she rolled her eyes and had an idea. She exclaimed, "Ah, your headphones are so cute. Where did you buy them?" Hey! Melty's eyes lit up. Recalling the experience of getting this headset, she said with some pride, "This headset was given to me by Yerusha. It was originally sold at a very high price, but I succeeded in bargaining and got a 50% discount." Awesome! Seeing that the routine was effective, Lucy immediately followed the topic and pointed to the anklet on her ankle and said, "Look at how cute I am." Silver anklet. The necklace, matched with Lucy's snow-white ankle, is indeed very beautiful. Really, the style is pretty good. Melty said with interest. Hehe, this is not expensive, I exchanged it with the points coupons given by Yevlet. Lucy said proudly, but she didn't notice that Melty's face changed instantly when she heard the name Yevlet. Her expression was cold, and her eyes were full of undisguised resentment. Look at this skirt again, Lucy's words became softer and softer. Obviously, she finally noticed that the other person's face was not right. What is your relationship with that Yevlet? Melty asked. Companion relationship. Lucy felt uneasy in her heart, and she regretted mentioning Yevlet's name. Death penalty. Melty said firmly. Ah! Lucy was stunned. Death penalty. Melty repeated again, her eyes full of hostility. You know Yevlet, right? If he played a prank on you, Lucy hadn't finished her words when Melty said, he was the one who tied me to the tree. Lucy heard this and said quickly, what? He actually tied a girl from a poor family to a tree. She looked angry, as if she had learned that her best friend had been cheated on by a scumbag, and said angrily, that guy is too much, who can tolerate this? You have the right to be angry. Well, I'll take you to find him. Every grievance has its perpetrator, you must teach him a lesson. Lucy decisively sold Yevlet out. After all, if this woman could be tied up by Yevlet for the first time, she would definitely be tied up for the second time. Melty coldly watched Lucy perform. When Lucy could no longer control herself and her expression showed some flaws, she said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, our guild was going to destroy your guild. That guy will be killed sooner or later. We won't be destroyed by you. Lucy couldn't stand it. Anyway, it was impossible to avoid the battle. Then let's fight. All she said was to destroy their guild. Don't look at this little girl. Before this, she was even more of an enemy. Lucy finally got tough. After all, she was usually timid and had the attributes of a funny girl, but at critical moments, she never let anyone down and was a very reliable person. Very courageous. Melty raised her hand. Land of Sin. The sword of darkness rushed towards Lucy. Lucy waved her hand. 9-star continuous bomb. 9 light balls hit the sword of darkness. Humph! Unexpectedly, Melty snorted coldly and raised her hand, Sin Ray. Boom boom boom. The 9-star combo just hit the opponent's dark sword, but several rays of light have already attacked. Lucy hurriedly dodged to the side, and saw that she was like a flexible monkey, and she actually dodged the attack by several consecutive hand rolls. Melty was a little surprised. This woman has good physical fitness. Lucy adjusted her posture and landed lightly, and she was also a little proud. After training with Natsu, although it is useless against guildarts, it is still very useful against this kind of enemy. I want to see how long you can hide. Melty said. Boom boom boom. A large amount of magic attacked Lucy. 18-star combo. Lucy also increased the output of magic power and took out the key at the same time. Capriccio. Although they just signed the contract, there might be less tacit understanding, but Capriccio was one of the 7 followers of Purgatory before, so he must know this former colleague better. Capriccio, you. Melty was stunned when she saw Capriccio appear. Good opportunity. Lucy's eyes lit up and she attacked quickly. She gathered the 9 light balls in a circle, then stretched out her hand and pushed. Starlight is coming. The magic power of the 9 light balls was suddenly condensed into a beam of light, hitting Melty. This move was modified by Natsu for her, using the principle of roaring in the Dragon Slayer magic. Although the power is 9 in 1, it is easy to miss. If used directly, it will be the effect of Yefrit's flash long pre-swing, only one attack, and it is easy to dodge. But if used for sneak attacks, such as now, it will have a good effect. Boom! Unprepared, Melty was blown away. Hit her, Caplico! Lucy shouted excitedly. Sorry, Melty. Caplico attacked immediately. So that's it, you are a star spirit. Melty finally reacted, and seeing Caplico rushing in front of her, she said, but you are much weaker now than before. Too slow, Caplico. Melty summoned a large number of dark swords and hit Caplico, who had no time to dodge. Ah! Even Caplico, who was as strong as Caplico, couldn't help but scream. This was an attack on the pain nerves, completely ignoring defense. Go back, Caplico. Lucy quickly took Caplico back. It's your turn. Melty said coldly. The next second, dark long swords washed the ground. She suffered a great loss from Yevlet, but now she vented her anger on Lucy. Lucy was a sensitive girl, of course she knew that she was tricked by Yevlet. But now there is no time to complain. Looking at the long swords in the sky, she quickly took out the clock base. Halalochim. The clock is always ready to rescue Lucy. In this situation, even if Lucy doesn't summon it, it has to come out. It put Lucy into its stomach and then fled to the side to avoid the attack. Sagittarius. Lucy took back the clock and took out Sagittarius. Moshi Moshi. Shoot her. Lucy said. Sorry, beautiful lady. Sagittarius was not vague and shot with a bow. At this time, Lucy had already taken out a key and planned to change people. At the same time, she also waved, 12 stars continuous bomb. Melty didn't dare to underestimate the other party, Sin Ray. Several rays blocked Sagittarius's arrows. But facing the subsequent 12-star continuous bombs, Melty couldn't help but hide for the time being. Go back. Lucy waved the key and said, Barug. Princess, are you going to punish me? Drag her underground. Lucy said. Okay, princess. Barug immediately burrowed into the ground, and the next second, Melty felt the vibration under her feet. She dodged quickly and smashed the dark sword into the ground. Crash! Barug had just broken through the trap when she ran into the dark sword. Ah! She screamed. Go back! Lucy waved the key quickly, Taros. Moo! Taros slashed towards Melty. At the same time, Lucy took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and used a lot of magic power. Gemini! Thunderbolt! Become me! Lucy appeared. Because Gemini has the ability to copy magic, Lucy waved her hand. Combination magic. 24 stars in a row. 24 light balls appeared. Boom boom boom. Just when Melty was repelling Taros, Lucy's magic came. After this wave, Lucy sensed that there was not much magic left. She immediately put her hands together, and then pulled them to both sides. 15 stars in a row. She put her palms together again. Starlight is coming. ZZ. Because Lucy couldn't control herself, the long beam of light first shot 2 or 3 meters in front of her, creating a 4 or 5 meter deep pit, and then moved forward, splitting the earth, creating a narrow and deep gully, and finally hit Melty, but the power was much less at this time. But, Melty was still knocked out. Jessie, come and save me. After this move, Lucy screamed. Awoo! A big toad jumped out, swallowed Lucy in one gulp, and then hit underground. Don't even think about it. Melty was extremely angry. She was actually made so embarrassed by this man. Boom boom boom. Dozens of dark swords hit the ground fiercely. Ah! Jessie the big toad was beaten out, and the severe pain made her unbearable. Then she was afraid that her muscles would contract because of her pain, and her stomach would crush Lucy to death, so she had to spit out Lucy. Lucy was hit by 2 swords as soon as she came out. She couldn't stand this kind of pain. She screamed immediately. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts even more. Melty summoned the dark sword and slashed at Lucy. Lucy looked at the number of dark swords. If they fell on her, it would be like being tortured to death. In desperation, she instinctively called out that name. Natsu. The roar of the fire dragon. Almost 100 meters away, a condensed flame magic beam came over. Boom. All the dark swords were destroyed. Want to hurt Lucy? Natsu ran over, glared at Melty, and said, Is it you? Melty narrowed her eyes slightly and said, Zankro, that idiot, actually lost to you. She knew that Zankro, who used the Fire God Slayer magic, had long wanted to fight the Fire Dragon, who used the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. As soon as he got on the island, he ran towards the Fire Dragon Slayer mage. Now that this person used such a powerful flame, he must be the Fire Dragon Slayer mage. Since he came here, Zankro must have been defeated. That bastard who played with fire. Natsu said, I have defeated him. Natsu. Lucy covered her shoulder. The pain was so painful that she could hardly bear it. When she saw Natsu appear like a hero saving a princess, her eyes suddenly filled with tears, both happy and aggrieved. Natsu turned around and looked at Lucy silently. When he turned his head to look at Melty, he gritted his teeth and some sparks burst out. Is that so? Melty understood and said, You are in a relationship of mutual admiration. If that's the case, it's easy to deal with. Feeling shared. Melty casts magic. What did you do? Natsu and Lucy stared at the light ball on their wrists. Magic, shared senses, can link the senses of 2 people, that is to say. Melty attacked the 2. Looking at the large number of dark swords, Lucy quickly reminded, Natsu, be careful, those swords will attack the pain, you have to fight hard. She knew that Natsu had thick skin and flesh, and ordinary swords might not be able to hurt him, but this kind of magic that directly attacks the sense of pain, like Yevlet's deception magic, is difficult to restrain and can always produce a strong effect. Got it. Natsu spit out a flame, burned most of it, and then rushed forward. What if the pain is attacked? He doesn't care, he is not afraid of pain. Natsu bumped into it and approached Melty, but just when he was about to attack. Ah! Lucy's scream came from behind. Lucy? Natsu instinctively turned his head to look. Sure enough, he is the same idiot as Zankro. Melty immediately attacked, and the Sinray blasted Natsu away. What's going on? After all, he is a dragon slayer. Natsu was blown away dozens of meters away, but he got up without any injury. However, Lucy rolled on the ground in pain. Yes, Lucy lay on the ground, holding her stomach, sweating profusely, looking at Melty, and said with difficulty, feeling connection, no matter who is attacked between me and Natsu, the pain will be transmitted to the other person, right? That's right. Melty nodded, looked at Natsu proudly, and said, then, what should I do? If she fights with me, this woman will suffer great pain. Maybe, she will fall before me. Chapter 176, Lucy, I promised Natsu that I would always do missions with him, and I have already realized it. Natsu. Before Natsu spoke, Lucy heard this and shouted decisively, don't worry about me, it's okay. Natsu looked at her. Lucy suppressed the remaining pain, showed a strong smile, and said to Natsu, I am not that kind of weak person. Urza, Myra Jane, Juvia, and Akariga, what they can do, I can do the same. Sorry, Lucy. Natsu clenched his fists and said, I will solve it soon. Melty frowned upon seeing this, and raised her hand to blast with magic. The other party was too self-righteous. Did she really think she could defeat her in such a short time? Boom! Natsu's whole body burst into flames, and he began to chant in his heart. 10. Boom! He rushed towards Melty. The magic cast by Melty was destroyed by his roar. Although Melty was angry, she had not lost her mind. She would not play close combat with the Dragon Slayer, so she quickly retreated and continued to use magic. Natsu punched and slapped away a large number of magic attacks, but some of them were still left and hit him. He said nothing. On the other side, Lucy lay on the ground, grabbing the grass with both hands, trying so hard that she almost pulled the grass off. Outside the first generation's tomb, Hyssjefrit's body trembled. It really hurts to see. Master. Asa said, don't you need to do anything? No need. Yevlet waved his hand and said, this is actually a rare experience. It hurts but you won't get hurt. Only after experiencing pain can you be more rational in battle. Only after being on the verge of death and feeling fear can you cherish your life more and gain some insights or breakthroughs on some things. Asa was thoughtful. He looked at Lucy's unbearable pain. She was such a lovely girl, but now she was lying on the ground in a mess, sweating profusely, which made people unbearable. At a certain moment, Asa suddenly said, Master, is this the meaning of my existence? What? His sudden words made Yevlet look at him in surprise, and then Yevlet found that there was a kind of look in Asa's eyes that he had never seen before and was difficult to explain. Asa said slowly, don't let such a scene happen. Don't see your companions wailing in a pool of blood. Master, is this my mission? Asa has changed. Maiko crossed her arms. She lowered her eyes slightly for Asa, with some appreciation in her voice, but then she looked at Yevlet. Her eyes turned into admiration and fanaticism. Yevlet, you are doing a great thing, and you are about to succeed. Yevlet looked at her again and found that her eyes were clearer than ever before. He thought, it's really interesting. Asa, a demon completely different from ordinary demons, evolves very quickly. He doesn't know whether Asa will become better or worse, but at present, Asa's evolution can be said to be a surprise. And Maiko, even if she still can't see any recovery of her memory, but perhaps. This is Maiko's nature. The female master who was once obsessed with alchemy, even if she doesn't remember anything, still retains an absolute keenness in the evolution of demons. Yevlet looked at the projection in front of him, watching Natsu's crazy fight, and said, according to my original idea, it's not. Asa looked at him in surprise. He thought he had taken a step closer to his master but was rejected. He regarded this as an honor. He didn't know when he had a feeling. He envied the senior demon who he could not see but could only sense. The other party stood at the end of his dream. He was just a weak demon at first, a tool demon. Before him, countless losers were abandoned by their masters. Only he was left behind, chasing the confused memories of the past. He was retained because he had fewer shortcomings. He had more and more emotions, and even jealousy was quietly growing silently, but the fundamental original intention of all that was his admiration for the position behind him that he identified as God when he was ignorant. Even though he knew that behind God, only that senior could stand, he still wanted to get closer. Yevlet didn't fully understand Asa, and he didn't need to do that. After all, he thought coldly, Asa is useful, and if it's not useful, just replace him. But he underestimated Asa's evolution. For example, Asa, who was too cautious not long ago, had evolved several steps forward again in a lot of deductions after being scolded by him. However, Asa is special. Compared with the previous life, the demons that Maiko had created, Jalal's demons, Roya's demons, and the big toads he created are all similar to clones, but the miracle of life will breed souls, so that these demons naturally have the essence of intelligent life. But Asa is similar to Jarvis. Oh, it should be a vision now. Yevlet didn't pay attention to Asa's expression, which became a little lost because of his denial. He said, if you have the ability to think about these things, I will be very pleased, and I will forget all my previous thoughts about you. Asa was stunned, and a wave of inexplicable emotions surged in his heart. That emotion made his eyes hot, and it seemed that tears were about to flow out. Asa Yevlet said, think as much as you can. Yevlet's eyes changed a little, from indifferent to indifferent, with a bit of expectation and madness. Maybe. Yevlet. Maiko hugged Yevlet and interrupted him, don't say that. Yevlet held Maiko's arm and looked back. Maiko smiled and said, in that case, I can't protect you. Okay, you're right. Yevlet was indeed a little too excited just now, and wanted to say something that early Jalal or early Maiko would say. But Maiko interrupted him and made him come back to his senses. Reason overcame emotion and impulse. Yevlet looked at Asa and said with a smile, Asa, think about it yourself. Yes, master. Asa was a little confused, but he didn't dare to ask again. He turned his head to look at the projected picture and began to deduce what Yevlet hadn't said. Finally, he deduced that sentence. Maybe. You can take my place and see the scenery up there. Asa's body suddenly shuddered, and a sense of fear and panic arose spontaneously. He quickly deleted this sentence completely. He couldn't think about it, otherwise, he would bring great trouble and disaster to his master. Ah! Melty's scream pulled Asa out of his mental exhaustion. The battlefield on Natsu's side. When Natsu counted down to the third number, he successfully broke through the enemy's defense circle and punched Melty in the face. Boom! Melty was blown away. This punch gave her a concussion. Natsu rushed forward and was about to knock the opponent unconscious. Generally speaking, the magic would be lifted in this way. Yevlet's fraud magic was like this. Asshole! Melty covered her face and climbed up, don't think it's over. 3 stretches to feel the connection. She also connected herself. Melty said with a crazy expression, this is my strongest magic, connecting 3 people. If I die, that woman will die too. Boom! Natsu's fist stopped less than half a meter in front of Melty. What should I do now? Melty taunted. Then, some guilt appeared on her face again. Sorry, Arusha, it seems that I can only go here. I have to admit, Fire Dragon, you are very strong, but today, I will be here, and replacing the sister sled reef is also the last thing I do for Arusha. Melty shouted, Arusha's dream will definitely come true. This is the meaning of my existence. No one's meaning of existence is to sacrifice themselves for others. Lucy climbed up and roared, and she ran towards Melty. Don't come over. Melty stabbed her thigh with a sword. Ah! Natsu's body swayed slightly, and Melty and Lucy fell down in pain. I won't be destroyed. Lucy lay on the ground, looking at Melty and said, pain and death are indeed terrible, but I promised Natsu that I would always do missions with him, and I have already realized it. I will never be worse than Urza, Juvia, and Akariga. Lucy rushed to Melty, grabbed Melty's arm, and said, if you admire that Arusha so much, then you should not despise your life, but should always stand by her side, and overcome difficulties and obstacles with her, that's what you should do. This is what I am doing now. Melty said, I can't beat this fire dragon, he will definitely do something bad, I can only use my life to keep him here. It's just a pity. Melty smiled bitterly, I am worried about Arusha. If I die, no one will punish that scumbag if he comes after Arusha again. Yevlet is not that kind of person. Lucy slapped Melty's face hard. Ah! She cried out in pain. Natsu, however, looked calm, used to this force. There must be a misunderstanding. If there is a misunderstanding, solve it. Lucy said, don't you have a reason not to die? Death is not the only choice. You are not old, you shouldn't die for such a strange and paranoid reason. Unless you love someone, no one is worth your life, especially for such an evil dark guild. Does that Arusha hope so much? And is she so looking forward to dying for the evil plan of this guild? Unexpectedly, hearing the words evil plan, Melty, who was a little shaken, suddenly became firm. She said, I understand. Lucy just breathed a sigh of relief, but heard Melty say, people are really incomprehensible. You obviously don't understand anything, but you use your own feelings to replace my world. Lucy, right. Melty smiled rarely and said, you are a good girl, but it's a pity that at that time, when I was desperate and helpless, the one who appeared in front of me was Arusha. As she said, 2 knives appeared above Melty. The 2 knives, condensed by magic, crossed and suspended, aimed at her neck. As long as she moved her mind, she could cut her neck like scissors and send the lives of 3 people away. What a stupid guy! Natsu's fist was flaming, and he said, Lucy, get out of the way, I'll knock her out, and Yefrit will have a way. You're too late. Melty smiled, took out another sword and put it on Lucy's neck. You bastard! Natsu's eyes widened. Well, that's it. Melty smiled, and the long sword above her head gradually fell. Yefrit! At this time, Lucy shouted, if you don't come out, I will really think that you and that Ultia have an improper relationship, and I will definitely tell Miss Myra about this. Melty was stunned. Snap! Then, her head was hit. Crack! The magic of the three people was all broken. Melty wanted to stab out the sword angrily and end Lucy's life. But Natsu reacted quickly and grabbed her wrist, making her unable to move. Lucy took this opportunity to retreat quickly. Sizzle! Because Natsu was unhappy, he didn't pay attention to controlling his flames, and Melty's wrist was immediately burned. Ah! Melty screamed, and Natsu let go of her hand. Asshole! Melty was furious, grabbed the long sword, turned around and slashed at the guy behind her who made her hate. The one who could break her magic in an instant must be that bastard. Snap! Who knew that Yefrit directly grabbed Melty's wrist and threw her over his shoulder in a cool way. Melty wanted to get up angrily, but was tied up by Yefrit with a rope. Then he summoned a monster and threw Melty on it. Turning around and saying to Natsu and Lucy, I'm going to find her parents, you go to the camp. A green mist that gathered but did not disperse formed, guiding the way to the camp. Okay. Natsu nodded. Don't you know how to use fraud magic on me? It hurts me to death. Lucy angrily stepped on Yefrit, then turned and followed Natsu. His Yefrit took his foot out of the pit, and Lucy's strength was getting more and more exaggerated. Let's go. Yevlet took out a card, slapped it on Melty's mouth, and said, Bad kid, go find your parents. Woo woo woo. Melty struggled frantically, but was completely unable to resist. At this time, some dark wizards appeared. Put down Master Melty! They shouted. Yevlet didn't even look at him, and the magic was activated. Plop! Everyone fell down directly. Melty was stunned. This was the first time she had seen Yevlet's strength objectively. At this time, a bad premonition surged in her heart. This guy wouldn't be too strong. Just like the vice president. Did she cause big trouble for Arusha? Grey. Arusha, who was walking, suddenly stopped. She put Zeref down and looked aside. Grey didn't come out immediately. What if the other party was cheating him? You should have found it, but you didn't dare to admit it. Arusha said, I am Uru's daughter, Arusha. It's really her. Grey was shocked. Now, he had to come out. Chapter 177, Grey, if anyone wants to hurt Juvia, I will not sit idly by. Who is this? Juvia looked at Arusha with a vigilant and scrutinizing look. The other party looked happy and touched, which made her feel something was wrong. She had already imagined a long sadomasochistic plot in her mind. Arusha. My master's daughter. Grey explained, then looked at Arusha with a puzzled look and said, but, you should be dead. Ah. Arusha frowned slightly. She wanted to ask something, but remembering her purpose, she suppressed the inexplicable emotion and said with a smile, maybe there are some misunderstandings. I am not dead. By the way, Grey, is this your girlfriend? What a beautiful girl. Ah, a woman like me. Juvia was immediately shy, covering her face, closing her legs and twisting around. Not really. Grey said directly. Juvia was petrified. Don't say such things, Grey. Arusha knocked Grey's head like a sister. Looking at Arusha's face that looked very similar to Uru, and that gentle smile, Grey was a little dazed, and his eyes were a little hot. Arusha gently taught, don't say such things to girls who like you. It's very hurtful. Unless you don't want her to stand by your side, you should also make it clear. Don't play with girls' feelings, understand? That's not what I meant. Grey turned his head and looked at Juvia, who looked lost. He recalled Yevlet's words, and then threw them behind his mind. One by one, they taught him, but he knew everything, he was not Natsu. Grey continued, but if anyone wants to hurt Juvia, I will not sit idly by. Pa. Yevlet clapped his hands and smiled, good words, you are worthy of you, Grey, Loki's double-row good friend. Melty, who was lying on the back of the monster next to her, had her card taken off. She had been honest before, so Yevlet took the card back. She glanced at Yevlet and said, "You are worthy of being the companion of a scumbag like you." Yevlet was speechless. "You are too dizzy." Melty snorted and turned to look at the screen in front of her. The two of them were rushing to Grey. Urusha smiled. Juvia was moved and said, "Mr. Grey, Juvia will not allow anyone to hurt you." But Grey wanted to take the initiative and said, "Why are you here? Are you also a member of the Devil's Heart?" "Yet." Urusha nodded and said, "But I have my reasons, Grey." She said affectionately, "I am on your side, you have to believe me." "Believe? Let's not talk about it for now." Grey said, "You should know how you died. If you know that kind of thing, can you still say that you stand on my side?" Grey's voice was a little self-deprecating. Even Leo blamed him at the beginning, not to mention Yu's daughter, who should hate him to death. "Of course I know everything." Urusha put her hand on Grey's head and comforted him, "But, Grey, you don't have to worry about it, because Yu's death is not your responsibility." Grey was a little surprised to see Urusha like this. Urusha's face was a little sad. She said, "Yu died to protect his disciples. Even if the sadness will eventually pass, Grey, I am proud of her, you should be like this too." Grey lowered his head. "Lord Grey." Juvia hugged Grey's arm and looked at him worriedly. Of course, she also investigated about Uru and knew that this was Grey's heart knot. Grey put one hand on Juvia's hand, but did not push it away. This behavior made him feel some comfort and confidence. Grey looked up and looked at Urusha. He found a lot of Uru's shadow in the other party, but he was a rational person. He knew Urusha, not Uru. Grey looked at the two separately and said, "Don't be like this. Whether you really don't care or care, it doesn't matter to me. But you said you are proud of her. You can say such a thing." "Urusha." Grey's eyes became very sharp, and he asked sternly, "But what are you doing? You have no legitimate reason to join the Dark Guild and join the Devil's Heart. There is even less." Grey glanced at the unconscious Jalal and said, "Find a reason for Jalal. Since you know everything, you should understand." Grey said, "Uru died because of Deliara, and Deliara was created by Zeref." Grey became more and more angry, "But you want to find Zeref and create a big magic world, a world where most people in the world disappear. Will Uru approve of such a thing?" Grey almost shouted the last sentence. After Grey shouted, Juvia gently stroked down his chest with her hand. Urusha's face changed slightly, and she praised, "This girl is very good." Juvia was not moved by the other party's words this time. Like Grey, she looked at Urusha with questioning eyes. "Answer my question, Urusha, the focus now is not on me, but on you," Grey said firmly. "Grey. Originally, I didn't want to tell you these things." Urusha looked a little forced and helpless. "You are a younger brother, and as a sister, I don't want you take responsibility for these things." "Urusha, stop beating around the bush." Grey's hand showed icy magic, and his face became uglier. Urusha's daughter appeared, and he was very happy. However, he was not a person who did not distinguish between the primary and the secondary. Now, in his opinion, Urusha was obviously in trouble. Let's ignore those warm words for now. The key point is what the Devil's Heart wants to do, what Urusha wants to do. If possible, he wants to pull Urusha back from the wrong path. So, playing the emotional card is useless. "Okay." Urusha said, "Everything I do is for Uru's will." "What?" Grey frowned. Urusha, Uru's lover, looked sad, and didn't want to say it, but still made up his mind and said, "My father was killed by Hades." "What?" This news shocked Grey. Juvia carefully observed Urusha's expression. She was a bystander. Even though she wanted to empathize with Grey to prove that she loved him, she really felt sorry for Grey more and didn't have much feelings for that Uru. As an outsider, she felt that Urusha was acting from a woman's intuition, but no matter how carefully she observed, she couldn't find any flaws in Urusha. Urusha said, "Mom has been secretly tracking down the Devil's Heart for revenge. After Mom died, I learned these things from her diary." Urusha's expression became firm, and she said, "So, for revenge, I sneaked into the Devil's Heart, but Hades' strength is far beyond my imagination." Urusha also knew this, so he learned Absolute Ice. Absolute Ice. Grey's eyes widened. He had very complicated feelings about this magic. "I couldn't learn it," Urusha said with some shame, I have Uru's blood flowing in my body, but... After a short silence, Urusha became firm and said, of course I know about demons, I know how terrible Zeref is, and I know how ridiculous the so-called great magic world is. That's why I have to find Zeref first. As far as I know, only absolute ice can defeat Hades. I don't know that magic. I can't defeat him, I can't take revenge, and I can't fulfill Uru's will. I can only... Urusha raised his voice a little, find Zeref first, take him away and seal him somewhere else, so that the demon's heart, Hades, will never find it. Then, I will come back and fight him. Even if I can only exchange one of his arms with my life, I will die without regrets. Grey. Urusha shed tears and said, this is the limit of what I can do. Grey was silent. In the forest. Urusha. Melty shed tears. She didn't expect Urusha to have such a goal. What should you do? Yevlet asked, if Urusha wants to betray the heart of the devil and betray Hades, what will you do? Melty said, Urusha is my mother. Just as she will implement her mother's will, I will also implement Urusha's will. Yevlet said, then are we still enemies now? Melty was silent. We are all here to defeat Hades, aren't we? From a utilitarian point of view, you and Urusha fighting Hades alone will definitely be a death sentence, but only by joining forces with us can you kill Hades and you can still survive. Yevlet said, don't you want to be completely redeemed with Urusha, and live happily in the sunshine in the future? After a moment of silence, Melty said, are you really not Urusha's ex-boyfriend? Yevlet said, I swear I'm not, but I'm confused as to why you came to such a conclusion. Melty thought about it and told him about the conversation between him and Urusha before. It's a complete misunderstanding. Yevlet said, it's just because my magic is more restrained than yours, so Urusha doesn't want you to die. Humph. Melty glared at Yevlet angrily, with her cheeks puffed up with anger. Isn't it? Objectively speaking, you were easily defeated by me twice. Yevlet said. I will become stronger. Melty said, when I grow up, I will never lose to you. Okay. Yevlet nodded and said, then do you agree with my analysis? Melty was silent for a long time before she said, not really. Not really an enemy. Melty felt that she might have found a powerful ally for Urusha who could help Urusha realize her dream. At that time, she would be able to live happily under the sun with Urusha, just like this villain said. However, Melty, who was caught in a beautiful fantasy, did not see Yevlet smile. This girl is so stupid. I wonder if she will be entangled in whether she is honest or breaking her promise when the fight breaks out. I'm really curious. Absolutely pure. Grey finally spoke, I will. What? Urusha looked at him in surprise. Hades, Grey said, I will deal with him. Grey. Urusha's eyes struggled a little, and said, you don't have to. But this has nothing to do with you and Uru. Grey said, Uru once gave me a home, but my current home is Fairy Tale. Devil's Heart is at war with Fairy Tale, and Hades wants to destroy my companions. I'm fighting for them. Even if what you said is true, even if only absolute ice can deal with him, I won't use it. Grey clenched his fists and said, I have come out, and it was my companions who worked together to pull me out. Urusha. Hades will definitely die because he messed with Fairy Tale. And you? I will definitely get the truth from you. I will definitely correct you. Grey. Urusha narrowed his eyes slightly. I won't believe a word of your lies. Grey said, no matter what happened back then, I believe you must have experienced something unbearable, because Yefrit said, there must be something hateful about pitiful people, and there must be something pitiful about hateful people. You are pitiful. But this can't change your present. Urusha. Grey's hands began to burst out with magic power, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Put down Zeref, and then I will take Uru's place and discipline you well. How shameless. Urusha finally showed her true colors. She put Zeref aside. Then she said, I originally planned to trick you into fighting Hades and let you die in his hands, which would be considered giving you a little more life. But you are too smart. Urusha's magic power burst out. Let's get to know each other again. I am the heart of the devil, one of the 7 followers of purgatory. The leader. Boom boom boom. Countless balls of light, the arc of time, hit Grey. Grey quickly blocked it with ice. It's useless. Ultia turned his wrist, and Grey's ice shield suddenly disappeared. What? Grey was shocked. Lord Grey! Juvia quickly attacked, water whip. Dozens of water whips hit the balls of light. Grey and Juvia quickly retreated and avoided this wave of attacks. Boom boom boom. But more magic attacks came. In the forest. Melty was stunned. Ah! Yefrit said, it seems that we have been deceived by Arusha. He smiled and looked at Melty and said, what should we do now? Are we enemies again? Melty was confused. It was not easy for her to convince herself to form an alliance with this bastard. In the end, she was given a chance by Altair. Chapter 178, Yefrit, the first president is biased. Boom boom boom. Somewhere in the forest, a battle was taking place. Damn, there are too many of them. Kana said breathlessly. Akariga was also very tired. She looked at the road ahead and said, Kana, this is not far from the tomb of the first generation. How do you know? Kana was stunned. Because there is a lot of demonic aura here. Akariga said. Hey. Kana was a little confused. Only Mr. Yefrit can summon a large number of demons, and he uses this place as his base camp. I think this is the tomb of the first generation. Akariga said confidently, I don't know where the tomb of the first generation is, but I know Mr. Yefrit. You're right. Kana nodded. According to Yevlet's personality, the most suitable place on the island for him to be his base camp is the grave of the first generation. Besides, the president brought him here alone before, so there is no reason for him to change places. So, I will stop them first, and you go to Mr. Yevlet for help. Said Banjiu. Can you hold on? Kana asked worriedly. The two of them fought all the way here, first fighting Freed and Bigusro, then fighting many dark wizards, and then facing two of the 7 purgatory followers, Huayuan and Azuma, and now fighting this group of dark wizards. In the past few hours, the battle has really not stopped. If they continue to fight like this, they will be exhausted to death sooner or later. Of course it's no problem. Banjiu said confidently, go, Kana, as long as you can find Mr. Yefrit, it's over. I'm afraid it's not me who's looking for him. That guy must have known about this place a long time ago. Kana clenched her fist and said, Banjiu, then you hold on a little longer, I'll go find that guy Yefrit and fulfill my dream by the way. It's okay. Banjiu smiled and said, do it to your heart's content, Kana. Moonless Flogaruda Flame. Banjiu opened a way for Kana. Kana took the opportunity to escape from the encirclement. The two guessed well. Soon. Kana ran to the entrance of a cave. There stood a man. Asa. Asa, where is Yefrit? Kana asked. Mr. Yefrit is not here. Asa answered honestly. Forget it, you can do it too, go help Banjiu. Kana said. I'm sorry, Miss Kana. Asa bowed and said, Mr. Yevlet told me to take action at the last moment. This is my sister's fault. Kana was a little angry. Miss Kana, don't worry, I will never let Miss Banjiu's life be in danger. Asa stepped aside and said, inside is the tomb of the first President Mavis. Kana looked back and thought, Banjiu, I'm sorry, please hold on a little longer. Then, Kana turned around and ran into the first generation's resting place. She came to the tomb of the first president and saw the tombstone. Finally. I'm here. Kana's legs softened and she knelt on the ground. It was not easy to come this far. But she didn't delay too much. Her wish had been fulfilled. Ah. Yes. It doesn't matter if she can't become S rank this time. She already has enough courage. Because along the way, many people have encouraged her, and Banjiu has worked hard for her, and even took on many battles on himself because he is worried that the final assessment will depend on himself, so Banjiu wants to take on as many combat tasks as possible to retain Kana's strength. Now, Kana has reached the finish line. Even if the assessment has been terminated, even if the final results do not count. But, even if there are no spectators, no referees, and no red line at the end that symbolizes victory, Kana has successfully completed this long-distance race. She did not defeat others, but she broke through herself. Kana got up, cut off a strand of hair, and placed it in front of the tombstone. She said with a firm look in her eyes, I have never been closer to victory and becoming an S-class wizard like I am now, but all this is due to everyone's help, and the help of Banjiu, the first president. Please bless our guild. Please bless everyone. And Yefrit is not a bad guy. After saying that, Kana turned around and was about to leave. At this time, she heard a call. Kana. It was a gentle female voice. Kana turned around in disbelief. She didn't see anyone, but the tombstone of the first generation was glowing. At the entrance, Ozza looked inside in shock, but he didn't dare to move. He lowered his head and pretended to be invisible. That person really appeared. I don't know what that person thinks of demons. What does he think of demons like him? In the forest, Yefrit turned his head and looked at the direction of the first generation's tomb. You are so partial to the first generation president, he said with some jealousy. I stayed there for so long, but he didn't come out to see me. As soon as Kana went there, she was favored. Not far away, a small figure flashed behind the tree, leaving only a light sentence. Because you are not suitable to learn my magic, you little, bad, egg Yevlet. The first generation's voice is cute. However, even so, he will not give up. Don't think about getting away with it. What is this? Kana looked at the tombstone in shock. One of the three great super magics, the light of the fairy. The first generation said gently, Kana, take it to protect your companions. Kana reached out and touched the light ball. Then, a tattoo appeared on her arm. Thank you, President Mavis. Kana turned around and ran outside excitedly. After Kana left, a beautiful blonde girl like an elf slowly appeared. She had a pair of green glasses, a pair of wings on her head, and was wearing a beautiful skirt. She stood barefoot on the ground. This was Mavis. It seems that the guild has never changed in all these years, Mavis said happily. Many cute children appeared. There is also a disobedient child. Mavis looked in a certain direction, with some worry in her voice. How can you touch the taboo? That's something that even Ziref can't grasp. Want to learn super magic? Mavis looked at the palm of her hand and sighed. Sorry, Yevlet, this kind of magic can't be passed on to you, only for you. These three magics are more harmful than beneficial. She raised her head and said softly, even if I don't agree with your idea, you don't need to change. She has observed that the three magics she created are nothing for other people, such as Kana, Makarov, and Laxus, even if they learn them. But Yevlet is the only one who can't do it, because his temperament is not suitable. This is the most special child. If affected by the magic, Yevlet's temperament may change accordingly. Mavis doesn't agree with some of Yevlet's ideas, but she doesn't want Yevlet to learn magic and then have his ideas changed by magic. For this child who makes her a little confused. She doesn't approve of his ideas, but she respects his personality. Banjia's strength was almost exhausted. But there were still many enemies in front of her. She clenched her long sword. How can everyone make progress while I am still standing still? She recalled these days, following Yeflet, enjoying a beautiful, peaceful, and happy life, so she was a little lazy in her practice. Mr. Yeflet said, only by being strong can you guarantee stability. Perhaps. This is why Mr. Yeflet is unwilling to take more actions. Even in such a dangerous time as now. Banjiu took a deep breath and adjusted her breathing. She had conceived that move for a long time. But she had never used it in actual combat, and she had never even practiced it. But now, she must try it. She slowly put the sword back into the sheath. Ha ha ha. Some of the dark wizards laughed when they saw this. Have you given up resistance? Then surrender. Since you are so beautiful, we can spare your life. Banjiu ignored their words. She calmed down. She recalled some ideas that Yevlet had said after defeating the Roya organization. The demons of the Roya organization all have the ability to return to the state. They were originally demons, but they sealed their magic power through sealing, making their appearance closer to that of humans. When fighting, the magic power that is usually sealed will burst out, which will greatly increase the combat power. Mr. Yevlet said that this is a good idea, but ordinary wizards cannot return to the state. After all, they are originally human, and there is no other form. But he provided a method related to demons, which allows people to cooperate with demons, use demons as assistants, and then enter a state of half human and half demon, named awakening. Banjiu still remembered that when Yefret wrote these two words on the paper, he suddenly laughed and said something like, why not make a Zanpakut too? When you can't beat them in the future, just shout ban, Kai. Oh no, it's awakening. It's like having another magic system. It seems that it can really combine the second magic source. Banjiu didn't understand what he said. But she felt that maybe this was the way to advance. However, after that, Mr. Yefrit didn't teach her the thing called awakening. I think Mr. Yefrit himself hasn't perfected it yet. But this left a deep impression on Banjiu. Afterwards, after she thought hard, she really came up with a way to improve combat effectiveness in a short time. Hey! Banjiu let out a long breath. She slowly drew her sword. All her physical strength and magic power were mobilized by her and concentrated on the sword and limbs. In general, the Moonless style is a sword art that focuses on speed and sharpness. She wanted to allocate her magic power and use it all to increase her speed. Awaken release. Shua. The figure of the turtle dove disappeared in an instant. She silently chanted, 7 dash. This is the countdown for this state. Shua. With one slash, she cut down several enemies. What kind of magic? So fast. I can't even see it. Run away. The dark wizards shouted in fear. But there was no time to run away. 3 dash. Limbs flew everywhere. 2 dash. Blood flowed into a stream. 1. Wailing everywhere. Plop. The turtle dove held onto a big tree, his face pale, and he had completely reached his limit. The knot is over. There were still a few wizards left. They survived the catastrophe, their legs trembling, but seeing the appearance of the turtle dove, they knew that the other party had no ability to attack. She has reached her limit. It's our chance. The wizards got excited again. Just then. Gather. The river of light that guides the fairies. Shine. To destroy the minions of evil. The light of the fairies. Boom. With the rapid chanting. A huge bright ring appeared, tightly wrapping the enemy. Fall down. Kana pinched her hand. Boom. All the wizards fell down. Kana. Turtledove smiled. Thank you, Turtledove. Kana ran over and hugged Turtledove. Turtledove. Yevrit looked surprised. He had only mentioned this thing to Turtledove a few times. She really came up with something similar by herself? This was inspired by Roya's research. All wizards have a dormant second magic source. But few people have developed it. The solution that Roya studied was to use this property. Yevlit thought that if he created some demons and bound the second magic source, it would be like getting another magic system if he could create a state similar to the solution. It would even be a little different from the current magic. But these are still in the imagination, and they are not at the top of his plan. But he didn't expect that Banjiu had already figured out something by himself. And it was because of Banjiu's outstanding performance that Yevlit felt that this thing seems to have great potential. It should be given a higher importance. Yevlit said, ASA. Master. ASA responded quickly. Study the video of Turtledove carefully, and then set up a project. Go and deduce it. Then make a batch of demons that suit everyone in the guild. I'm going to try and come up with something interesting. Yes, Master. ASA nodded. I hope there will be a surprise. Yevlit suddenly laughed. Because he thought of it. After he made this thing, he got a knife. Put it on his waist. Add his own magic. Maybe he can even say break it or something. Suddenly he became cool. Of course. It's just cause. Fraud magic and mirror flower and water moon are not the same. Even though he can indeed follow the mirror flower and water moon path now, he is more inclined to think that emotions are the more important path. The upper limit is higher. You laugh so disgustingly. Melty said with disgust. Yefrit looked at her speechlessly. He asked, haven't you considered it yet? Melty was silent. Now Arusha and Grey are fighting fiercely. Melty was a little excited at first, but now she calmed down and found that Yefrit's strength was very terrifying, and she was afraid that Arusha couldn't beat him. Originally, if Arusha was telling the truth, then what Yefrit said really moved her. But it's a pity. Melty had to make a choice. Continue to stand firmly with Arusha, and then lose isn't it obvious? Even with President Hades, to be honest, Melty is not very confident. Or, for the bright future of her and Arusha, betray Arusha now. Chapter 179, Arusha, I just want to see my mother again. the place where the magic power fluctuations of the battle are the most exaggerated. Of course, it is the battle place of the president level. Half of the forest was destroyed. Hades, this is the magic of time. He looked at Makarov's weak appearance with emotion. It's only been 40 years, and the energetic little guy back then can't fight for long now, and he will be out of breath. So. Hades became proud again. A wizard should approach the abyss of magic. Makarov. If you want, I can lead the way for you. Hee. Makarov sneered twice and said, Hades, you have completely become another person. If this is the price, I would rather not have it. It's better to say. Forget the past, throw away feelings, just to increase a little strength in life. Who would be willing to do such a ridiculous thing that makes people feel sad? Makarov no longer has any respect for Hades, and no longer calls him Pres Hito. He thought that the person in front of him was just another person who looked like Pres Hito, the leader of a dark wizard of an evil dark guild that must be defeated. Makarov said, Hades, you have disappointed the children of the guild. As the leader of Fairy Tale, I will definitely defeat you. Boom boom boom. The battle continued. But Makarov really couldn't hold on. Hades waved his hand casually. Just as Makarov was about to release magic, his hand shook and he was a step slower. Oops. Makarov was experienced enough. Seeing that he couldn't release magic in time, he wanted to dodge. At this time, a figure blocked him. Boom boom. The thunder annihilated the darkness. Laxus, wearing a coat, folded his arms, and stood in front of Makarov in a very cool posture. Enough, Grandpa. Laxus said. As the next president of Fairy Tale, I also have the responsibility to defeat the guy who disappointed everyone in the guild. Laxus. Makarov was stunned, then smiled with relief, and said meaningfully, then, everything is up to you. Boy, have you ever had your head stuck into the ground? Hades made a move. Old man, if you have ever had your head hit into the ground by someone else. Laxus roared, then today, I will let you experience it again. After saying that, Laxus threw off his coat and rushed forward. Day. Footsteps were heard in the forest. Makarov looked over. Boom. Several dark wizards were knocked out. Guildarts. Makarov looked at the person who came. President, leave the next thing to us. Guildarts walked leisurely and said. Then I'll leave it to you. Makarov smiled. He jumped to a big rock and sat down, sighing, I'm old. It's okay, President, I have a chance to make you shine again. Yevlet appeared beside Makarov. You little brat. Makarov punched him, you dare to play a prank on me. Hee. Yevlet smiled. Yevlet. Makarov said. What's wrong, President? Yevlet responded. What's the situation? Makarov knew that Yevlet must be the one who knows all the information on the current battlefield. No problem. Yevlet said. That's good. Makarov nodded, and was very relieved by Yevlet's words. Laxus is too young. When he gets anxious, he becomes like Natsu and starts to stop thinking. Is this a common problem for dragon slayers? Yevlet commented. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Laxus over there took a break and threw a lightning bolt over. Obviously he heard it, but this lightning bolt was defeated by Makarov raising his hand. It's a bit anxious. Makarov said. Laxus, don't be anxious. This old guy's body is obviously not right. Don't just fight him with brute force. Don't forget your advantages. Guildarts shouted. On the battlefield. Facing the powerful Hades, Laxus gradually lost his temper. At the beginning, the fight was 40:60 Laxus 40:60. But as the fight went on, Laxus was led by Hades, and the disadvantage became greater and greater. And the greater the disadvantage, the more anxious Laxus became. Grandpa had persisted in the battle for a long time, could he lose to Hades in just a few moves? Next up are Guildarts and Yefrit, he can't be the one who persists the shortest. Even he should win. Damn it. Laxus stepped back and said, Yefrit, send Speed over here. Yefrit waved his hand. A big bird flew across the sky with a mirror tied around its neck. Speed was suddenly pulled out, he was a little panicked, but then he saw Laxus fighting below. Speed dash Laxus shouted, enter extreme speed mode. Yes, Laxus. Speed flew over. Synchronous magic. The two entered a state of mutual addition. Boom! Laxus' figure disappeared in an instant. What a fast speed! Hades praised. The old man's eyes are pretty good, but I can go faster. Laxus roared, lightning speed. Boom! The speed increased by several percent again. I can't see clearly. Yevlet said, this speed is too exaggerated. Speed actually has such potential. Harpy. Yevlet recalled Harpy's eyes full of desire to become stronger. Thinking in his heart, Harpy, I won't let you fall behind. Speed can improve Laxus's combat power by almost multiple levels. Lily's own strength is about the same as Gajeel. Zalialo has also been able to match Wendy's theoretical/data combat power. As long as Wendy continues to grow, Xylo can also improve. As Harpy's good buddy, Yevlet naturally can't let Harpy be left behind. He thought of awakening, maybe this is a good idea. ASA. Analyze the data of the Harpy comprehensively. Yes. ASA nodded. Then simulate all the magic for the Harpy and find the closest and most suitable magic. Yes. Sure enough, ASA is getting more and more useful. Originally, this kind of thing can only be done by Yevlet himself, which is so slow. Now it can be fully handed over to ASA. There is a kind of pleasure. After the summer vacation in the previous life, I can finally use a calculator behind the teacher's back instead of using manuscript paper. Boom boom boom. Laxus' speed has increased to an exaggerated level. Even Hades finds it troublesome. The battle winning rate has returned to the apparent 50-50. On the surface, it is mainly because Hades is now difficult to kill. It's great, I also want to have a cat. Gildarts said. It's not possible to keep a cat. After a while, you have to keep something else. I'm afraid you won't be busy. Yevlet said with a smile. What are you talking about? Gildarts asked in confusion. Yevlet covered her mouth with an expression of I won't tell you. Tisk. Gildarts smacked his lips and sighed, Yevlet, you are getting less cute the older you get. Yevlet was speechless. In the forest. It's coming. Yevlet reminded. Melty was stunned. She twisted her body, suddenly blushed, and used very awkward acting skills to pretend to be shy and said, Yevlet, untie my rope. What's wrong? Yevlet looked at her. Melty's legs were clamped together unnaturally, and she said, I want, toilet. Oh. Yevlet looked at her with amusement. Did you take the photo? Yes. ASA replied. Melty was naturally under the influence of the deception magic, so many of her conversations with Yevlet were unknown to others, including Yevlet herself. Yevlet knew that this guy was deceiving him, but since she was acting so hard, he believed her. Of course, he let ASA take the photo. Okay. Yevlet waved her hand. The rope was untied and fell to the ground. Thank you, Melty exclaimed, my legs are numb, come and help me. Okay. Yevlet did not move, but in Melty's eyes, he was approaching. Melty pretended to trust and let Yevlet grab her waist, and then when she felt the other party's strength, she turned around and kicked. Boom. Yevlet was kicked out. Humph, idiot. Melty landed lightly, then picked up the rope and ran towards Yevlet. Yevlet leaned against the tree and was about to climb up, but Melty stepped on his shoulder. The little girl was so proud. Humph, you are careless sometimes. After saying that, Melty tied Yevlet up with a rope. After a little hesitation, she took off her headphones and threw them into Yevret's arms, saying, Idiot, you can kill me next time we meet. After that, she ran to the battlefield with a determined look on her face. She had made up her mind. Even if she died, she would accompany Arusha. As expected, everyone of this age is so immature. Yevret sighed. Arusha was a little bit difficult to deal with the cooperation between Grey and Juvia. Just then, Melty came running. Arusha, I'll help you. Land of Sin. With the help of Melty, Arusha finally stabilized the situation. Hey! Seeing this, Grey shook his wrists and made a click sound. He said, Juvia, that guy is in your hands. Yes, Lord Grey. Juvia nodded. Grey's eyes were fixed on Arusha. Arusha snorted coldly, Grey, you two barely tied with me, and now you want to deal with me alone, you think too highly of yourself. You are wrong, Arusha. Grey shook his head and said, I said at the beginning that this is not a fight, this is discipline. As soon as these words came out, Arusha was visibly angry. What qualifications do you have to say such words? Arusha rushed to Grey angrily. Because I am Arusha's disciple, and you have Arusha's blood. Grey said firmly, I will never allow you to shame my master. Boom boom boom. The intensity of the battle between the two increased. Melty looked at Arusha's expression, thought about it, and did not use the magic of sensory connection. Because she did not want to interfere with Arusha's battle. And perhaps Melty thought of a possibility. And based on that possibility, she is now just holding Juvia back. Juvia thought so too. Since Grey wanted to fight Arusha head-on, even if she was very worried, she would support him without any reason. Without Juvia's help, Grey fell into a huge disadvantage. Arusha laughed wildly, Grey, is this all you can do? My magic. The arc of time can manipulate time and space at will. Ice will evaporate when it goes to the future. Ice will turn into water when it goes to the past. This magic is absolutely restrained against modeling magic. Ha ha ha. That's right, this magic is what I learned to kill Arusha. Shut up, Arusha. Grey shouted, I'm sure you're just a little girl who longs for Arusha's love. You should shut up. This sentence broke Arusha's defense. Arusha is gone. Grey cut his body with a knife. Lord Grey! Juvia exclaimed worriedly. Grey ignored her. He watched the ice on his arm gradually turn red with blood. He didn't care about the pain and said in a steady voice, Arusha, no one will spoil you anymore. I will help you to be strong and help you take a new step. After that, Grey rushed to Arusha. What nonsense are you talking about? Arusha wanted to control magic, but found that there was no way to dissolve the ice. What? She was shocked. At this time, Grey had already rushed in front of her. Boom. The body spun violently and knocked Arusha out. Your magic doesn't work on people. Grey said, right. Damn it. Arusha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You have already lost, Arusha. Grey said. Hee hee. Arusha got up and made the action of ice-shape magic. That move. Grey was startled, then reacted, it's reasonable, after all, you are Yu's daughter. He looked at Arusha's move with some nostalgia. This move was very similar to Yu, and it could even be said that the moves were exactly the same and could overlap perfectly. Ice-shape rose garden. Boom. Countless thorns and roses blasted Grey away. That magic. Grey got up firmly with a complicated expression, I didn't expect that I could see Yu's magic again. No wonder, after all, you have the same blood. Shut up. Arusha roared and attacked Grey with magic. Yeflet Grey was shocked. Shouting, help me. Boom. A huge black beam of light directly destroyed most of Arusha's magic, and then a golden barrier protected Grey. Ice-shape Grey rushed towards Arusha. Ice cannon. He fired directly at her face. Boom. Arusha was blown away. Arusha, you bastard. Melty exploded, and also released terrifying magic, blowing the weak Grey away. Bastard. Juvia's magic power surged, and a terrifying waterfall fell from the sky. Boom. The whole land was broken. This is the cliff near the sea. The ground was already cracked and in danger after the battle of several people. After Juvia's rush, it completely collapsed. Everyone fell into the sea. Boom. Arusha fell into the sea, and then the sea surface was frozen. As soon as she got up, she saw people and rocks falling down. She burst out her magic power and roared, go to hell. Boom. She attacked everyone without distinguishing between friend and foe. Arusha, why did you become like this? Grey also roared. In his memory, Yu stood in front of everyone and saved everyone with his own death. And Yu's daughter, Arusha, stood opposite everyone and said that everyone should die. Why is it completely the opposite? A drop of water slid down from the corner of Arusha's eyes. It was not known whether it was sea water or crying. She yelled, what are you talking about? It was Yu who abandoned me for you. Why do you say these things now, after taking my mother away and killing her? I just want to see my mother again. Why? You are going to hinder me to this extent. Grey, Melty, and Juvia were all stunned. Buzz. 3 golden barriers appeared. Boom. The magic blew the three away, and the rolling rocks were all crushed. Crack! The ice under Urusha's feet broke, and her body shook, falling into the water without struggling, and then sank into the sea. Urusha! Melty cried and shouted. But she was blown away by Urusha's magic, and could only get farther and farther away from Urusha. Bad guy! She shouted. Please, save Urusha! Why are you guys so loud? Speak softly, I can hear you. A figure slowly emerged on a piece of broken ice on the sea. It's so dark. It's so dull. Urusha fell into the deep sea. Is it over after all? She was a little unwilling, but in the end, she closed her eyes in relief. Memories of the past came to her mind. When she was still young, her mother suddenly took her to a place that frightened her. The adults there covered their faces with red cloth, which made them look scary, like bad people. Magic Development Bureau. She was forcibly detained by those people and was not allowed to leave. Where's my mother? She cried in fear. She has gone back. The administrator told her, she entrusted you to us for care. Don't worry. A big hand was placed on her head, and the red cloth was slightly lifted. She saw an old face. The face tried to pull a smile, but it made her feel scary, like a demon in a storybook. We will treat you well. Chapter 180, Little Urusha, you are the most shameless adult I have ever seen. A little girl, in an unfamiliar place, is always surrounded by a group of adults who look scary, and do all kinds of horrible things every day, including stimulation and pain. Every night, Urusha hugged her legs and looked out the window at the cold and pale moon outside. At first, she had a lot of tears and always cried in the middle of the night. Later, they gradually dried up. Mom, I'm so scared. Mom, why did you abandon me? Mom, I want to go home. Mom, save me. But no one came to save her, including her mother. Until one night, her will, driving magic, pierced the window. The silver moonlight sprinkled down, and her numb and dull eyes finally regained some spirit. She climbed out of the window, and even though her delicate palms and soles were pierced by the broken glass, she did not make any sound. Mom! She held her breath in her heart, supporting her to run in the ice and snow. The blood-red little footprints stretched straight towards the direction of home. She finally got home. But what she saw was... The mother held the two little boys in her arms, and the three of them showed happy smiles. A certain guess in her heart was confirmed. She grabbed the snow in her hand and unconsciously turned it into ice cubes. She immediately crushed it with disgust, and then turned away resolutely. You are you? Turned her head to look at the back mountain in confusion. She seemed to sense a magical power of ice. Just for a moment. Is it an illusion? She shook her head. Urusha returned to the institute. I want to become stronger. She said to everyone. At this time, a white-haired man walked out of the crowd and said, As you wish, Miss Urusha. The terrifying magic power poured into Urusha's body. She suffered great pain, which further stimulated her hatred. Her magic power was increasing rapidly. That night, she was still staring at the moon in a daze. The pale moon was like her heart, cold and lonely. There was some noise outside. Urusha looked outside with some dissatisfaction, but then turned her head and looked at the moon. Perhaps it was another unlucky child who was abandoned here by his parents. Don't you want to go and see? Suddenly a voice sounded. Who is it? Urusha was startled and turned to look at the chair beside him. A young man wearing glasses and formal clothes, he was very gentlemanly and had a gentle smile on his face, which made people unconsciously think that he was very elegant and easy to get along with, so they lowered their guard. But Urusha was very wary. She jumped up suddenly, and the light of magic shone on her hands. Puff! An ice spike shot out. But it passed through his body and fixed on the wall behind him, without hurting him. Don't worry. The man said with a smile. Who are you? Urusha looked at him defensively. She took action once, but was unable to do anything to the other party, which showed that the other party was very strong. She threatened, This is not a simple place. There are many strong people here. If you make too much noise, you will definitely die here. Why do you think I will make a big noise? The man laughed, It was you who attacked me, and I didn't fight back. Urusha was silent. I have no ill intentions. The man said with a smile, and he picked up a book on the table beside him. This is a fairy tale book. Emily's Adventure Diary. Ah, this book is very good. I also read it when I was a child, but it has more pictures than this one, very beautiful ones. The man turned 2 pages and read, but this is not difficult for Emily, because she is a brave and smart girl. When a ferocious tiger was about to eat her companion, she waved the magic wand in her hand and turned out a large piece of beef. She shouted, "Hey, I think you need this." "Shut up!" Arusha roared. "Do you like this book?" The man closed the book and said, "Answer me, Mei Zhongzi Prai, what do you want to do by sneaking in?" Arusha said, "My name is Yevlet, I was entrusted by someone to save you." Yevlet said with a smile. "Who?" Arusha's heart beat fiercely, she hoped it was that answer. "Grey, and Melty." Yevlet answered honestly. "I don't know them." Arusha said. "That doesn't matter." Yevlet smiled and stretched out her hand, saying, let's go out." "I won't go out." Arusha turned around, duck knelt on the bed, folded her arms, with her back to Yevlet, she said, "I know you are stronger than me, if you have other purposes, or want to kill me, just do it." Yevlet said, "The riot outside seems to have stopped, you missed an opportunity." Hee. Arusha sneered twice. "It's okay." Yevlet didn't care. He stood up and walked outside. Arusha heard the footsteps and turned around to see that the man actually pushed open the door and walked out. "What a fool! There are many people stronger than me in this institute." Arusha sneered. She counted down in her heart. She felt that the inexplicable guy would be discovered soon. A fight would break out in less than 30 seconds, and then he would be caught in another 30 seconds. But she waited for a long time. There was no sound. She even felt a little sleepy. Plop! Arusha fell on the bed and gradually fell asleep. But just when she was about to fall asleep completely, she felt her body pushed. She woke up quickly and turned around to see that man. He actually climbed onto the bed. "What are you doing?" Arusha asked with wide eyes. Yevlet took out a card, flicked his finger, and it turned into a golden pocket watch. He opened it with a click, and there was a photo inside, a photo of him, Natsu, grey, and happy. He held the pocket watch, pointed to the time and said, "It's almost 10 o'clock, time to go to bed." As he said that, he pinched his hand, and the pocket watch turned into a card, and then turned his wrist, and the card disappeared. Arusha complained, "Are you a magician?" "Yes, this is me's main job." Yevlet said. "This bed seems a little small." Yevlet put his other leg on the bed. "Because this is my bed, I am a child." Arusha suddenly said angrily, "Asshole, get off." "Hey? Guests are guests." Yevlet said. "Even so. You." Arusha pushed it, but it didn't move. She pointed at the sofa over there angrily and said, "This is my bed, you sleep on the sofa." Yevlet said aggrievedly, "I don't have the habit of sleeping on the sofa wherever I go as a guest." "Then when you go as a guest, do you have the habit of sleeping in the same bed with the host?" Arusha said angrily. "That's not the case, so you sleep on the sofa." Yevlet said calmly. Then he lifted Arusha up and put her under the bed. Arusha stood barefoot on the cold floor, looking at this outrageous adult in disbelief. He lay on her bed with a clear conscience, straightened his body, and really planned to take his bed to sleep. "Good night." Yevlet waved his hand. "Asshole! You are fighting with a little girl for the bed and driving her to sleep on the sofa. Do you have the nerve?" Arusha said angrily. "Don't make noise at night and disturb others' rest." Yevlet turned around with a face full of admonition, "It's impolite." "Damn guy!" Arusha gritted her teeth, she refused to admit defeat, climbed onto the bed, kicked Yevlet fiercely inside, and then she made a big gesture angrily. "Tisk!" Yevlet pulled up the quilt. "This is my quilt, not yours." Arusha grabbed the quilt and covered herself with it. "You are so stingy." Yevlet said. "You are the most shameless adult I have ever seen." Arusha said, and then she closed her eyes and gritted her teeth in anger. She didn't want to see this bastard at all. Tisk! In the middle of the night, Arusha had a dream. She dreamed that her mother came to see her. It was a snowy day, and she was very cold and shivering. Urusha knelt in front of her. She wanted to reject the other party bluntly, and then she thought about seeing the other party's regretful and guilty eyes, which had an inexplicable sense of pleasure. I'm sorry, Urusha, Mom will never abandon you again, just forgive me. Looking at Uru's tears, Urusha couldn't help it. Mom. She was about to hug him. Gray, I just caught a fish, and your hook hit my fishing line, it's all tangled, you bastard. Bang. Accompanied by angry curses, a huge force suddenly came from the waist. Urusha was kicked out. She got up from the ground with a confused look on her face. Suddenly she felt very cold again, and when she touched her arm, it was as cold as ice. Thinking back to the dream that was suddenly interrupted just now. It was cold in the dream. And in reality, that bastard was wrapped in a quilt, and then stretched out a foot. He kicked him. Go to hell. Urusha's anger reached its peak, and she jumped up and stepped on the other's stomach. Ah! Yevlet woke up, holding her belly and howling in pain. What are you doing? He asked. You are such a bad sleeper, I don't want to sleep in the same bed with you. Urusha rushed over and forcibly pulled Yevlet off the bed. What a trouble! Yevlet scratched his head and went to lie down on the sofa. The quilt is mine too. Urusha ran over again, grabbed the quilt, and then ran back to the bed angrily, wrapped the quilt around himself, like a caterpillar, even shrinking his head. I hope I won't see him tomorrow morning, God of magic bless you. Urusha fell asleep again with such thoughts. The next day. The sun shone warmly on her face. Urusha opened her eyes and looked at the scenery outside. She recalled the strange guy yesterday, sat up quickly, and then breathed a sigh of relief. There was no one else in the room. Never see you again. Urusha got up. She changed her clothes and walked to the washing area. There were many children here, all of whom were taciturn. She didn't pay attention to them. For her, who was close to a perfect experimental subject, she was not on the same level as these people. After washing up, she went to the cafeteria to get breakfast. The seats in the hall were almost full. It's all that guy's fault. I usually get up earlier. Urusha complained. She looked at the corner and there was an empty seat. She walked over and sat down, but several children at the same table stood up with their plates, preferring to squeeze somewhere else. Humph. Urusha snorted lightly, she didn't care. Why can't you get along with everyone? At this time, that annoying voice appeared. Urusha raised her head suddenly, and the man, holding two plates in his hands, sat opposite her. Sorry. Yevlet smiled and said, the portion of children's meal is a little small, so I only ordered two. He looked at the dishes, picked some green peppers and carrots, and put them on Urusha's plate. Urusha's face was ugly. What are you doing? I don't like it very much. Yevlet said. Then you pick it for me? Urusha was on the verge of a rage. Food can't be wasted. The other party said as a matter of course. That's enough. Urusha slapped the table, and the ice froze the entire table and food. Ah, I told you not to waste it. Yevlet looked regretful. Asshole, what do you want, and? Urusha suddenly reacted, she shouted, guards, guards, there are intruders here. The children looked at her with a crazy look. Urusha, what's wrong? Several guards came over. Don't you care about this intruder? Urusha asked angrily. What intruder? The guards looked puzzled. This guy. Urusha pointed at Yevlet, but found that the other party took out a wine gourd and started drinking. What? There's no one here. The guard's words stunned Urusha. He's right here, Urusha said, he's drinking from a wine gourd, didn't you see it? Miss Urusha, there's no one here. The guard said, maybe you need to do a mental examination. Urusha was taken for a mental examination, and the results showed that everything was normal. But that guy, the guy that only she could see, kept wandering in front of her. The other party was very real, and it was definitely not her delusion. The other party had been playing pranks all morning. Or putting a guard's hand on another guard's buttocks, thus causing a life and death duel. Or finding a flower and inserting it on the head of an old researcher, making the other party furious, and then severely scolding the new researcher who couldn't hold back his smile. He even shaved a female researcher's head, and then Urusha heard the world-class dolphin sound. But nothing happened. Those people treated him as if he didn't exist, and even as a prank, and they had no idea that it was an intruder who did it. Arusha fell into deep thought. Afternoon. She was going to be experimented on. I'm so hungry. It was all that guy's fault. I didn't have breakfast. For lunch, I only had some leftovers because of the mental examination. Arusha lay on the experimental table. Don't you feel any pain? The man leaned against the bed and asked curiously. Arusha looked to the side, and the powerful man named Brian looked at this side calmly. Yes, even he didn't know that there was a strange man next to his bed at this time. Arusha was silent, she didn't want to pay attention to him. ZZ. Magic power was transmitted. Arusha screamed in pain. Is it worth it? The man asked. You shut up. Arusha said with gritted teeth. Actually, I can make you feel no pain. Yevlet took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Arusha's forehead. At this moment, the pain disappeared. Arusha was shocked to feel the condition of her body. The magic stimulation continued, but the pain disappeared. What's the point of doing this? Yevlet said, in fact, if you want to become stronger, it's not magic that you lack. Your magic is excellent in itself. This kind of rubbish and forced experiment is completely useless. What you need is to learn more knowledge and exercise. Don't be a fragile skin. I know. Arusha said, but I want to become stronger as soon as possible. And then change something. You don't need to become stronger, just. Yevlet took back the handkerchief and said, you can change if you can face your heart. Arusha was silent. Arusha, you performed very well today. Congratulations. You are twice as strong as yesterday. Brian came over with a relieved smile on his face, and your willpower amazes me. Arusha glanced at Yevlet and remained silent. At night, Arusha, who finally had a full dinner, returned to the room. That guy sat on the stool and read her fairy tale book. The devil on the pillar roared, I will eat dishonest children. Emily and her companions replied, we are honest children. The devil said, okay, answer my 3 questions and you can pass here. The first question. Who do you like best? Arusha roared, shut up. Yevlet read, Emily said, it's my mother, she is a gentle one. I told you to shut up. Arusha rushed up, snatched the fairy tale book, and then tore it up fiercely. Yevlet spread his hands helplessly. Arusha threw the waste paper aside, turned around and lay on the bed. As soon as she closed her eyes, tears flowed out. There was a noise outside again. The man asked again, face your heart and you will change. Don't you want to go out and take a look? Arusha did not answer, but pulled up the quilt and covered her head. The next day, when Arusha came to the cafeteria, the man did not leave. I found that their staff meals are much better than your children's meals. The other party was very happy, holding a large plate with rich dishes on it. Arusha smelled the fragrance, swallowed, then lowered her head stubbornly, pinched the middle of the plastic spoon with her hand, and scooped rice into her mouth. Suddenly, a fragrance approached. She saw a chicken leg as big as half her face, placed on her plate. She looked up in surprise. But she found that the other party was also picking bitter melon into her bowl at the same time. If you eat my chicken leg, you have to eat the bitter melon too. The other party said. Arusha sighed. She picked up the chicken leg and took a bite. Then she scooped up a piece of bitter melon with a spoon. Hey? Today's bitter melon. It doesn't seem bitter. Today's breakfast. Arusha was full. Chapter 181, Arusha, scumbag. Maybe. He is just a little weird, but not a bad person. Arusha thought so. Because she ate better than before for 3 meals in the next few days. That guy always found excuses to give her more food. In fact, Arusha found that he was not unable to eat green peppers, carrots, etc. That night, she couldn't help it and asked, how long are you going to stay? Arusha looked into Yevlet's eyes. Her eyes, which were good at perceiving and extremely sensitive, looked directly into the pair of calm black eyes through the clear glass lenses. She didn't know if her eyes conveyed anything. But she was indeed expecting an answer that she found difficult to say. She hoped that the other party would stay forever. Although she thought it was impossible. Of course. Arusha puffed her cheeks, pouted her lips, and used a very cute expression to show dissatisfaction and drive the other party away quickly. This is very contradictory, the eyes and expression express the meaning is completely opposite, it's like a look of disgusted expectation. But it makes Arusha more convinced that the answer given by the other party will not deceive her. She hates deception, just like her mother comforting her while abandoning her here. But the other party is silent. Gradually. After a long time. Maybe it's not a long time, it's a very short time, but the other party's steady breathing sounds very long to Arusha. The other party finally spoke slowly, and at this moment, Arusha felt that the world in front of him slowed to the extreme. Yevlet, how long I stay depends on you. I'm here to save you. He pinched his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, as long as you can let yourself go and let you are you. Don't mention that name. Arusha immediately threw himself on the bed and covered his head with a quilt. I hate her. The room was silent. After a long time, there was a sound of a chair moving, and the other party must have sat on the chair. Then Arusha heard, so. I will stay here for a while. Arusha was in a mixed mood. She thought of her mother, but then turned to hatred. She thought of this strange guy again, and she was a little happy to hear that he would not leave for a while, but then she remembered that the reason why he did not leave was to ask her to forgive the woman who abandoned her, and she felt very depressed again. There was a noise outside again. The man said, I will not go out to take a look tonight. Arusha did not answer. After a while, she heard a sound coming from the sofa. The guy was going to sleep, she thought. It was quiet outside. Arusha got up and glanced at the sofa. The other person was lying on the sofa, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Arusha left the room and saw several soldiers coming over. There was a trace of panic on their faces, but they were blocked by the red cloth, so Arusha did not see it. Arusha, do you have anything to do? A soldier blocked Arusha's way and asked. Give me another quilt. Arusha said. Is it because it's too cold? We can give you a thicker one, the soldier was saying, and was interrupted viciously by Arusha. I say. She bared her teeth slightly, like an angry kitten, and with her cute appearance, she was not scary. But the overflowing magic power directly cooled the air by several degrees, which scared several soldiers. Although Arusha is a child, her current strength is not something they can deal with. Several people bent over and unconsciously showed the gesture of submission. Arusha said sternly, bring me another quilt. Yes. Several soldiers did not dare to delay and quickly brought a quilt. Arusha took the quilt and returned to the room. Seeing Yevlet on the sofa, she threw the quilt on it angrily, and then walked towards the bed. The other party did not wake up, and the quilt slipped to the ground. Arusha, who had already stepped on the bed with one foot, was silent for a few seconds, and finally turned around and walked over, whispering, what an unreliable adult. She picked up the quilt, spread it out, and then gently covered Yevlet with it. You bastard! Arusha looked at Yevlet's face and thought. If he's asleep, he doesn't look that annoying. Mila, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't want to go to the dance hall. Laxus tied me up and took me there. The sudden dream talk startled Arusha, causing her to fall backwards and fall to the ground. No, at least don't use magic to hit me. Arusha got up and pulled the quilt roughly, covering her face, then walked back to the bed, lay down and wrapped herself in the quilt. Mila. It seems to be a woman's name. Dance hall? It's that kind of place. There was a moment of silence. Two voices came from the quilt, scumbag. Arusha's mood improved visibly. For example, this morning, Yevlet created some coincidences to make her most hated fat female researcher sprain her ankle, and then smashed a piece of experimental equipment with her head. I told you not to pinch me secretly. Among all the laughter, Arusha laughed the loudest. But in the afternoon, before the experiment, the man who frightened her and was so powerful that she dared not look him in the face found her. Brian, Arusha, you seem to be very happy. This is unreasonable. Which child who was thrown into this strange research institute by his parents, subjected to experiments every day, accompanied by pain and wailing, and preaching to cultivate hatred, would not be forced to grow up and even turn evil? Arusha was like everyone else at the beginning, full of bitterness and hatred, but why is she getting more and more cheerful now? Arusha suddenly felt a chill on her back, and cold sweat came down. It was as if ice was stuffed into her heart, and the coldness flowed through her body along the blood. At first, she wanted Yevlet to overturn, be captured, and never bother her again. But now she doesn't want Yevlet to get into trouble. Arusha. Brian frowned slightly. At this time, Yevlet came between the two of them. Arusha's eyes widened, and her breathing almost stagnated. This guy, at this time, still doesn't know how to restrain himself? You are sweating a lot. Brian stretched out his hand, and Yevlet took a step to the side and made way in advance. This thrilling scene made Arusha's hand tremble. Just when Brian's hand was about to touch Arusha's sweaty forehead, she waved her hand violently. With the sound of slap, Brian's hand was slapped away. Don't touch me! Arusha said loudly, and she didn't know where she got the courage from, glaring at the other party. In the laboratory, there was silence, and the researchers were silent, looking at Arusha, thinking that this little girl was crazy, and she dared to be fierce to Brian, really didn't know the terribleness of this man. Hee. Brian smiled and said, that's the right expression. He turned and walked outside, but the moment he turned his back, the smile on his face disappeared, turned cold, and was a little confused. Arusha. Very strange. Arusha breathed a sigh of relief. Yevlet took out a handkerchief and wiped her sweat. Arusha didn't dare to move, just stared at him with threatening eyes. At night, she hit Yevlet hard with a pillow and said, you don't know how to restrain yourself. You don't know how strong and scary that guy is. I know, I'm still very vigilant. Yevlet smiled. For example, now. He pointed outside and said with a smile, someone is eavesdropping and watching what's going on in the room. Arusha was shocked and stood there. Is it exposed? Don't worry. Yevlet smiled and threw the pillow on the sofa beside him, saying, if I were exposed, they would have rushed in long ago. Arusha calmed down and nodded. Anyway, if I don't want to be exposed, no one in the world can catch me. Zerf is not a human. The Dragon Slayer is not a human. The Roya organization is gone. Well, anyway, this sentence is not wrong. Arusha believed what the other party said and turned around and sat on the bed. Yevlet picked up the book Emily's Adventure Diary. He read, Emily bravely defeated the stone monster, and then gained the friendship of the skeleton prince Sean. They will have a journey together, so Emily invited Sean to travel together. This chapter did not care about Arusha. She listened to the gentle voice of reading the storybook and gradually fell asleep. She even had a dream. I dreamed that I was at home in the afternoon. My mother was preparing snacks. She was lying on a chair in the garden, basking in the warm sunshine. A man in white aristocratic clothes, like a Prince Charming, pushed the door open, came to her side, and said, Yevlet, Sean said, yes, beautiful Miss Puppet, this is my sister. She just experienced a magical adventure in the Dark Realm and is very tired now. Please allow her to lie on your grass and enjoy the sunshine and warmth. Pa. Yevlet closed the book gently. Time passed day by day. Arusha was a little nervous at first, and was asked by Brian. After asking, she was worried about being exposed. But in fact, the guy was not bragging. No one in the entire institute could find him. She even watched all kinds of unreasonable things with her own eyes, and even participated in them, but nothing happened in the end. This guy's magic is really terrible. Arusha couldn't help thinking. Every night, the other party would pick up the book and read a short paragraph, and she would fall asleep with that voice. A long time ago, that woman did this, but that woman abandoned her, and this strange man treated her very well. She hoped that this person would become her family more than that woman. Just like in the dream, he became her brother. But Arusha had a hunch that maybe after the book was finished, the other party would leave. So she asked, will you leave me after finishing this book? Maybe not until it's finished. Yevlet smiled and said, whether I leave or not depends on you. What do you mean? Arusha was puzzled. I was asked to save you, but you don't want to go out, so I have to stay here. Arusha was stunned. She suddenly seemed to have grasped something, and she said eagerly, as long as I don't go out, you will stay by my side forever, right? Your statement makes me a little distressed. Yevlet looked embarrassed, and he said, I didn't come here to make you my sister, and besides, you are older than me. How am I older than you? Arusha said unhappily, you are pretending to be a fool again, right? She ran towards Yevlet with dissatisfaction and some joy, stepped on him hard, and then said, "Stupid." After that, she ran back to the bed. There was a noise outside again. She was used to it and pretended not to hear it. "Aren't you going out tonight?" the man asked. "No." She thought to herself, no matter what happened outside, she just wanted to grab what she could grab. She wanted this guy to stay by her side forever. A few days later, at night. Speaking of which, Yerusha looked at Yevlet sitting on the sofa, sat next to him, and said, "Why is it so noisy outside every day at this time? If you want to know, go out and see for yourself." Yevlet said. "Not interested." Yerusha shook her head. She leaned slightly, leaned on the outside of Yevlet's arm, and then shook her feet. She suddenly found that the room was brighter today. She turned her head and looked outside, and immediately exclaimed, "So round. Today is a full moon." She shouted happily. Then she pulled Yevlet to bed. She lay on the window and looked outside. After looking for a long time, she said, "Did you see that there is a star next to the moon, so bright?" "Yeah." Yevlet nodded. "Wow, there are shooting stars." Yerusha opened her eyes wide, and the stars in the sky fell into her clear black eyes, making them sparkle and shine like stars. She pointed to the moon and said, "That's me." She pointed to the star and said, "That's you." "Am I so young?" Yevlet said with a smile. "I will definitely be stronger than you." Yerusha put her hands on her waist and said confidently and proudly, "When I grow up, I will be stronger than you. When I'm 20. No, 18, I will definitely be stronger than you. Then." She patted Yevlet's shoulder and said, "I'll tease you like you tease me now." "Forget it, I'd better stay away." Yevlet said. "No." Yerusha grabbed him and said, "I haven't finished yet, I will protect you too." "I refuse." Yevlet said. "Idiot." Yerusha kicked Yefrit off the bed angrily and said angrily, "I have never seen such an idiot as you. You will never find a girlfriend like this. I am so outstanding, but girls still stick to me." Yefrit got up. "Dream on." Yerusha said disdainfully. The noise outside gradually stopped. Yerusha knelt on the bed and looked at the night sky outside. Looking at the meteor that passed by quickly. "That's Mom," she whispered. Until the meteor disappeared. She turned her head to look at Yefrit, who was sitting on the sofa and opened his pocket watch. She ran over, grabbed it, and said, "Why are you always paying attention to the time? What's so good about this?" I'm afraid I'll drown." Yefrit said. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yerusha picked up the pocket watch and looked at it. Then she was stunned. The man in the photo. The man with black hair and drooping eyes. She seemed to have seen him somewhere. Chapter 182, You Are You, Yerusha, I Will Always Love You. She stared at the photo seriously. After a moment, she remembered. "What's the name of this man?" She looked up at Yevlet, her eyes full of questioning. "Grey." Yevlet said. "He looks like someone I know." Yerusha said. Yevlet did not answer. "Rather, they look very similar, even identical." Yerusha said firmly, "They are related by blood." Yevlet did not answer. Some words can be said casually, but some words will pierce the dream. "Speak!" Yerusha roared. "That's about right." Yevlet said. "Pa." She threw the pocket watch hard on Yevlet's face and said, "You know them, you know you are the one they found." "That's right." Yevlet put away the pocket watch. "Why don't they come in person?" Yerusha roared, "Because that woman can't bear to leave her disciple, she just finds a strange man to come to me." Yerusha was furious. She thought she finally knew the cause and effect. You didn't even bother to pick her up, so he just randomly asked someone to pick her up. It was like a kindergarten kid who cried and didn't want to be separated from her mother on the first day of school, but was tricked by her mother into staying in this strange place. As a result, when school was over, her mother didn't come, and only asked a bad-tempered uncle to pick her up. "Do you think I'm weird?" Yevlet tilted his head. "Of course you are weird, I've never seen a weird guy like you." Yerusha vented all the grievances she had felt during this period. "You showed up talking to yourself and treated me well. Just when I thought you really cared about me, I found out that it was all fake. These are all tasks given to you by that woman. What did she give you? Is it worth it for you to stay until now? Since she wants me to go back, why doesn't she come in person? Is it because you don't want to leave those two disciples? You still don't have the courage to face me. Yerusha complained and cursed, picked up the things in the house, and threw them all at Yevlet. Yevlet activated magic and avoided all attacks. This made Yerusha so angry that she almost fainted. She simply pounced on Yevlet and bit him like crazy. Why you? Why? Why? Shouldn't I have been born? Why do all people bully me and betray me? That woman destroyed my heart once. Why? Just when I was about to trust you, you came to destroy me for the second time. Have I done anything to let everyone down? Am I a girl who has done a lot of bad things? What did I do? Why? Have I been abandoned by fate? Is it? Do I deserve it? Hey! Yevlet! Ursha raised her head with tears streaming down her face. You big liar! Your magic is deceptive. Your words are deceptive. All your actions are deceptive. Yevlet! Yevlet! Tell me! Am I not worthy of being loved? She grabbed Yevlet's collar tightly and said, Please don't lie to me anymore. Tell me. Is all this true or false? I really can't see clearly. Yevlet smiled, his smile was very gentle, he reached out his hand, rubbed Urusha's head, and said in a calm voice, I am a magician, how should a magician perform magic? First gain the trust of the audience, take out a prop that looks very real and has no fakery. Then use techniques and props to complete the magical performance. This process it is inevitable that there will be verbal, visual, and auditory deception. But in the end, the magician will bow to everyone and thank everyone for their support. Urusha. Magicians always bring magical magic to the audience with the most sincere heart. When they leave the stage at the end, the audience gets physical and mental pleasure, and the magician gets applause. He took out a handkerchief, gently wiped Urusha's face, and said, You asked me if everything is true or false. My answer is false. Urusha's body trembled. Yevlet continued, You asked me if you are worthy of being loved. My answer is that's why I'm still here. If I had simply accepted a commission from a mother who lost her child, I wouldn't bother wasting time here. I picked you up and threw you home. As for what happened next, it's none of my business. But I didn't do that. Why? Yerusha's eyes widened. Yevlet said, Because you are worthy of being loved, and that person is not me, but someone else. Yerusha got off Yevlet and turned around and said, I know who you want to talk about, that woman, her disciples, and Melty. But I only want yours. Asking a magician to love some honest op, perform for one person. Yevlet smiled and said, That's unreasonable. Yerusha turned around, stared at Yevlet's eyes seriously, and said, The magician will stop for one person. Maybe. Yevlet smiled. Yerusha clenched her fists and turned back to the bed. Yevlet took the quilt and pillow to her. Yerusha immediately shrank into the quilt. Just as Yevlet turned around, she whispered, I'm sorry. The magic is not over yet, and the miracle will come. Yevlet smiled and said, Yerusha, be brave, take a step forward. Yerusha did not answer. Another night. Yerusha leaned against the windowsill, listening to the noise outside. Is time circling? She suddenly realized something. The noise was too regular. She ran to the sofa and held out her hand, Give me the pocket watch. Yevlet took out the pocket watch, Urusha snatched it, took out the photo inside and threw it back, and then said, Give it to me. This is what my father left behind. Yevlet stretched out his hand and wanted to take it back, one of the few relics he left me. Urusha hesitated for a moment, but still held the pocket watch tightly. She said with a stubborn expression, I want it. Whether it is your father's expectation, or a last wish, or some special meaning, such as leaving it to your wife or children. Urusha blushed and said, I will take all these meanings and responsibilities. That's not the case. Yevlet waved his hand and said, The only thing my family wants to pass on to my wife is a pair of earrings from my mother, whom I have never met. It is said that they are passed down from generation to generation. The other items have no special meaning. If you really want it, then take it. Yes. Urusha suddenly felt less happy. She took the pocket watch, ran to the bed, opened it, hesitated for a moment, ran back, and said, "Magician, turn it into a camera." "What for?" Yevlet took out the card, flicked it, and it turned into a camera. Yerusha took the camera, then leaned over to Yevlet and snapped. The photo came out, she cut it out, stuffed it into her pocket watch, and then smiled with satisfaction. She returned to the bed, looked at the pocket watch, and continued with her previous plan. On the third night, she stared at the pocket watch and listened to the noise outside. On the fourth day. On the fifth day. She raised her head suddenly and said, "Time is reincarnating." She looked at Yevlet, who was reading a book, Emily's Adventure Diary. She recalled a sentence that Yevlet repeated almost every night, "Do you want to go out?" At this time, "Yevlet read," Emily exclaimed, "Oh my God, the world is completely plunged into darkness, what a terrible rainstorm it will be." The skeleton Prince Sean comforted her, "Don't be afraid, Emily, the rain will take away the haze, the sky after the rain will become more blue, and there will be a beautiful rainbow." Emily said, "Yes. The rainstorm will always pass, and the sunny day will always come." Yerusha stood up, and when she was making a noise outside for the first time, she opened the door and walked out. The place where the noise was not far from her. "Yerusha! Don't go over there! It's dangerous over there!" Several guards came up to stop her. Puff! Everyone fell to the ground. Yerusha looked to the side. Yevlet was holding a storybook in his left hand and a knife in his right hand. He turned his head and smiled gently. Yerusha walked forward. "Yerusha, stop!" Puff! People fell again. Yerusha walked faster and faster. Turning a corner. She was stunned. A voice that was very familiar to her came from another passage in front. It was a woman's voice, a voice that often appeared in her dreams. "Dead? What do you mean by dead?" The other was Brian's voice, "Anyway, she's dead. Didn't you say you could cure that child?" The woman cried, "I heard that you are a special treatment institution here. I gave my daughter to you because of what you said. But you... It's really a pity." Another voice said, Yerusha could tell that it was one of the people who did the experiment on her, and that person said, "But the child's magic power is too high." Another female voice sounded, also one of the researchers, "This is a case we are helpless. You'd better not look at the body." Brian said coldly, "That's for your sake. Stop, give me my daughter back, give me Yerusha back." The woman shouted. At this moment, Yerusha felt something pouring into her brain. She seemed to have experienced more than 10 years of life in an instant. Destroyed the institute, met Hades, learned powerful magic, and then did many evil deeds. Finally, she arrived on an island and was defeated by a man. Grey. Melty. She knew them. Shua. In another moment, she saw something she had never seen before. That was Yu's memory. After a happy memory, she became weaker and weaker. Yu carried her to seek medical treatment everywhere. But she felt more and more uncomfortable, as if she was going to a certain place and would never come back. "Mom? Where are we going?" she asked weakly. Yu turned his back to her, the whole world was blurred, and she cried. "Yerusha. When you were born, I dreamed that you had a hopeful future. Just looking at you like that, I felt very happy. Yerusha. I don't want to lose you. Even if we will be separated for a short time. Tia. Yu's tears. You are the witness of my life, my tears." Yerusha started to act. She walked towards the passage in front, but just saw Brian coming over. "Yerusha." Brian was shocked. "Go to hell." Yerusha burst into anger, and the ice thorns strangled her. Then she ran and turned the corner. "Yerusha." Yu looked up and looked at Yerusha in disbelief. "You." Yerusha took a step, but stopped. At this time, Yevlet walked to her side and read, Emily saw the most beautiful blue sky and the most beautiful rainbow. She was very happy and asked the eagle to take her home. "Mom." As soon as she entered the house, she hugged her mother and said, "I saw the most beautiful blue sky and rainbow, but it's a pity that you couldn't see them. I want to draw them for you." The mother smiled and said, "No, Emily, because we are all under the same blue sky." Volume 3, End. Yevlet closed the storybook, put his hand on Yerusha's shoulder, and said, "Let you go, let yourself go, Yerusha," and moved forward bravely. "Mom." Yerusha rushed over. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. Crack! A piece of the wall suddenly broke. Crack, crack! Then the cracks spread at a very fast speed. Finally, the whole world was full of cracks. Arusha woke up, she looked at Uru and said, Mom, I can see you again, there is no regret. She became determined, I will keep moving forward. Uru picked up Arusha and lifted her up with all his strength. Fly to the blue sky. Boom! The whole world shattered. Arusha felt her back pushed. She opened her eyes and saw the deep blue sea. A person was in front of her and stretched out his hand to her. The force of pushing her was just enough for her to float slightly and hold the person's hand. Arusha stretched out her hand and grabbed the other person's hand. Yevlet was about to exert force, but was pulled over by Arusha and punched in the stomach. Gurgle. Yevlet sprayed a lot of bubbles. Humph. Arusha snorted proudly and complacently. The memory of her time with Yefrit was obviously false, a dream. But now, it has become a real memory that she is willing to believe. Yefrit replaced her past. Let her have a childhood without regrets. She held Yefrit and swam upwards. At this time, she heard Uru's voice from behind. Urusha. I will always love you. Urusha understood that on Karna Island, Uru merged into the sea. Those memories are the real memories of Uru. In such a vast sea, the water and memories belonging to Uru can always be conveyed to her. Uru's love for her is so deep. She has been misunderstood, but now the truth is revealed. Splash! Urusha jumped out of the water. Grey and Melty were dumbfounded. Princess! Hug! Melty exploded. She looked at Yefrit angrily. She has never enjoyed Urusha's princess hug. Chapter 183, Yevlet, please return the era and the future to the young. Urusha. Grey looked at Urusha with a complicated expression. From a personal perspective, he hoped that the other party would change, but if he continued to be stubborn, he would continue to fight. You should call me sister. Urusha said. Grey was stunned. Don't worry. Urusha smiled, my wish has come true. The rest of my life. She looked at the sky. The sky after the rain was very blue. She smiled and said, I will follow Urusha's true wish and live well. Grey smiled, but then he felt a little complicated, and even said with a complicated expression, why don't you put Yevlet down? Ah! Urusha tilted her head. Yevlet was holding her belly, speechless. Call me sister husband. Ultia said to Grey, and then kissed Yefrit. Grey's eyes widened. Melty gritted her teeth. Juvia covered her eyes, but opened her fingers wide, her face flushed, and imagined that Grey had done this to her. Don't do it. Yefrit put his hand on Ultia's smooth face, pushed her away, then got off her, walked away from her, and said, don't think too much, I'm not a casual person. Woo woo. Ultia pretended to cry twice and said, you took my first time. Grey immediately looked at Yevlet angrily. At this moment, his mood was even more complicated. Because he was a staunch supporter of the Yemi party. Melty was even more upset because she felt like she had brought her boyfriend home and he became her stepfather. Only Juvia was excited, her face flushed, and she looked at the two of them with great gossip. Don't talk nonsense, what's the first time? Yevlet was speechless. It's the first time to hold hands with a boy. Although Urusha was a little shy, she was a girl in her early 20s after all, and she was not a little girl. In addition, she also had the attributes of a queen, so when she said strange things, although she was unfamiliar, she was not flustered. She was completely different from little girls like Juvia and Melty. She only heard her say, after all, we are childhood sweethearts, aren't we? We were together when we were young. Yevlet was too lazy to talk to her and ran away directly. Humph! Ursha chuckled. Ursha! Melty rushed over crying. Grey and Juvia looked at each other, feeling that they were a bit redundant. At this time, Yefrit's voice came to their ears. What are you still standing there for? Come back and fight. The two then ran to the gathering point. Seeing Grey and Juvia leave, Altair touched Melty's head and said, Melty, there is something I need to tell you. The camp. Boom boom boom. Brunata is very powerful. Even if Myra Jane exerts her full strength, it is difficult to defeat him. It didn't take long before she fell into a disadvantage. Myra Jane herself had not practiced for many years, and the disadvantage of magic was that it consumed magic power, so after hitting a strong blow, she finally lost her strength and could not continue to fight. Boom! Brunata blasted her away. Plop! Myra Jane was ready to fall to the ground, but was caught by someone. Yevlet! She said in surprise. The person who caught her was Yevlet. Wait! Myra Jane suddenly frowned. 1. 2 are the sense of a strange girl. Yevlet was speechless. Mirage looked up at him and suddenly smiled. Ah, it seems that Mr. Yevlet is really charming. She got off Yevlet and said. Thank you for catching me, Mr. Yevlet, otherwise I would be hurt. I will continue to fight. If Mr. Yevlet is not good at fighting, please stay away. I will protect the companions of the guild. That's enough for you. Yevlet stretched out her finger, flicked Mirage's forehead, and said, it's just a little girl about the same age as Wendy. What about the other one? Mirage asked. There is a stronger enemy, and we must fight in close combat. Yevlet said. He's lying. Mirage didn't know that the enemy who could make Yevlet fight him closely and make him smell fragrant must be very strong. At least he must be a leader. However, Mirage didn't ask any more questions. It's not that he doesn't care, but he knows Yevlet, he won't care. Mirage leaned against the tree and sat down slowly. Yevlet handed him a drink, it can replenish his physical strength. Natsu, Gray, Kana, Urza, and others are coming. Yevlet said. Then we'll win. Miraja said. Her tone was somewhat indifferent. After all, if Yevlet didn't show up, it would be impossible to find him. Once he showed up, it meant the end of the game, and he didn't want to continue playing. So, even if Natsu and the others didn't come back, he might have taken action directly. Soon, everyone who was scattered outside came back one after another. Especially when Urza appeared in anger, Bruno's pressure doubled. Okay. Yevlet clapped his hands and said, it's getting dark, let's stop here, I'm tired. Both the enemy and us looked at Yevlet with confusion. Be prepared for a more intense battle. Yevlet said with a smile. Wait, Lucy shouted hurriedly. But. 3. 2. 1. Teleport. Buzz. Everyone was teleported to the main battlefield. Time went a little forward. Damn. Laxus finally fell. It was still the same problem, Speed's physical strength was insufficient. Once out of the superfast state, Laxus's slight advantage turned into a disadvantage. Even if he was serious, it would be difficult to defeat Hades. Then I'll do it. Gildarts waved his cloak. Boom. Laxus was blown away. It's really annoying. Hades was a little impatient. There are more annoying things, old man. At this time, a voice sounded. Then a large group of people appeared on the battlefield. Hey, Laxus, what a coincidence, I saw your most embarrassing side. Yefrit looked at Laxus in the distance and teased. The other party just climbed out of the pit. Brother Laxus. Listener ran over quickly. Laxus' face darkened, he thought Yefrit was doing it on purpose. After teasing Laxus, Yefrit looked at Hades and said to everyone, why are you still standing there? Everyone, come together. But they. Urza looked at Bruno and others hesitantly. Oh. Yefrit snapped his fingers. Bruno, Rastylos, Huayuan, all stood there in a daze. These people, of course, had been infected by him a long time ago. Now, they are temporary allies. Yevlet laughed. Fall into the abyss. Bruno suddenly attacked Hades. Hades was dizzy by this change, and had no time to react, and suffered a great loss. At the same time, Rastylos and Huayuan also attacked Hades frantically. What's going on? Hades asked while dealing with the siege of 3 men. Everyone also looked at Yevlet in confusion. Yevlet pushed his glasses and smiled, people are slaves of emotions, and I am the master of emotions. Now everyone understood. They shouted again in their hearts, deception magic is really a terrible magic. Shua shua shua. The surviving dark wizards were constantly teleported over and attacked Hades. Damn it. Hades was furious. I taught you, guided you, and led my sister, but you betrayed me. Damn it. Even Hades was a little upset when he saw all his men turning against him. Decades of hard work were burned today. Since you are looking for death, I will grant your wish. Anyway, the great magic world doesn't need weaklings like you who are defeated by others. Eye of the Devil. Hades opened his right eye, and the hidden magic power was fully released. Bruno and others were all stunned. At this moment, their hearts, which were completely occupied by anger, squeezed into a trace of fear from Hades. But the next second, Yevlet completely expelled this fear. Then, they attacked Hades as if they were facing the murderer of their father. The executioner of heaven, heavenly punishment. Hades used his ultimate move. Demon life emerged in the darkness. A large number of demons made Bruno and others unable to resist and were quickly defeated. Hades didn't leave a single person alive. At this time, Hades, who was in full force, looked at Yefrit. It was all because of this hateful boy. Feeling his hostile eyes, Myra Jane, Urza, and others standing next to Yefrit instinctively blocked him behind them. Yefrit didn't reject this behavior, and he slightly lowered the brim of his hat. Rather than standing in the front, he really preferred to hide behind the crowd. In the guild, there were indeed people who were more suitable to stand in the front than him. Crackle. With the help of Levi's magic, Laxus slightly recovered some magic power. He walked from the back of the crowd to the front. Then, he raised his right hand high. Everyone took a deep breath. Laxus shouted. Fairy tale. Fight. Ah. After shouting, he rushed forward first, and then everyone followed him, no matter how tired they were. The gang fight began. Of course, Yevlet also assisted. After all, Hades' attack power was very strong, and a touch of the fragile skin would cost half of his life. At this time, Yevlet said, Happy, I will give you a task. What? Happy was stunned. Go find Hades' heart and destroy it. Yevlet said, after you are done, as a reward for the brave, I will give you a big gift. Okay. Happy immediately nodded excitedly, and said, I want to take Xiaolulu and Lily with me. Of course. So the three cats set off. Boom boom boom. The battle was extremely fierce. Yevlet looked at the forest in the distance. Jalal woke up. Demon. Jalal sat up, looking towards the place where the battle was taking place, almost staring into the eyes of Yevlet. Why? His voice was very sad. Is it the reincarnation of the times, or the bad nature of people? Why? Humans always make mistakes over and over again without knowing the lessons. Why do we always have to study taboos? The abyss has been opened. This era is over. He looked at the sky in the distance and said, I will continue to wander. He turned and looked back, revealing a nostalgic look. Click at this time, the sound of crushing branches was heard. Jerf turned his head. Ha ha ha, Zankro laughed with a voice like a drake, I didn't expect that fate would favor me. Jerf he walked towards Zerf and said, me. Buzz. A dark breath swept over. Zankro lost his life and fell to the ground. Who allowed you to get close to me? He didn't care about Zankro's death. He looked around and shook his head, crazy people will pay the price, but now I have to leave. He walked out of the island. Yevlet breathed a sigh of relief, at least this guy left. However, since Zerf chose to leave instead of attacking him, it means that he is not sure to take him down within a limited time. Why is it limited? It must be. Yevlet looked up at the sky and whispered, is Acknowledge coming? He looked down at Hades and decided to finish the fight quickly. He slowly drew his sword and walked towards Hades step by step. At this time, everyone in the guild could no longer hold on, and many of them had lost their ability to fight. Seeing that Yevlet finally drew his sword, everyone was relieved. Hades. One of the founders of Fairy Tale. The second president of the guild. You used most of your life when you were still a human to protect your companions and the glory of the guild. He said seriously as he walked. In the records of the guild, you are a powerful, kind, and wise old man. Many members, including the President Makarov, praise you highly. But time has eroded you. Hades said that Makarov's strength was weaker than when he was young because he was eroded by time. But Yevlet believes that Hades has lived too long, changing his mind completely, from the second-generation president of Fairy Tale to the president of the Dark Guild. He is the one who has been eroded by time. Today, I, the Wizard of Fairy Tale. The elegant magician. Yevlet de Lavalier. I didn't do it to kill you. But to show respect to the legend and spiritual pillar of the past. President Presido Gelberg. Yevlet raised the long sword honey high, his expression solemn and dignified, not like killing, but like wearing a crown for someone. You, young man, how arrogant! Hades knocked Gildarts away. Then he rushed towards Yevlet angrily. Faced with Hades's fierce attack, Yevlet didn't even blink. Just said, please return the era and the future to the young. Just when Hades was about to rush to Yefrit, his body suddenly paused, and then he suddenly realized. In the airship, 3 cats exerted their strength at the same time and destroyed the devil's heart. Hades lost his longevity and powerful strength. At this time, the bright knife slashed down. Puff! Hades fell in two, his eyes were scattered in unwillingness, and his eyeballs turned grey. It's over. Lucy said stupidly. We won. Listeners shouted excitedly. Victory! Everyone was happy. Chapter 184, Yefrit, I can't kill you, but I have to collect interest first. Everyone was happy, but Yefrit didn't seem excited. What's wrong, Yefrit? Myra Jane noticed his emotions. Yet. Yefrit nodded and went to find the President Makarov. Seeing this, Myra Jane followed. President, let's run away quickly. When Yefrit said this, everyone around looked over. Because he used a word run away. This word is rarely said from Yefrit's mouth with a serious expression. You know, even if he hits the devil's heart, he is very relaxed. The noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Everyone found that Yefrit's face was very serious. What happened? Makarov asked. I have been monitoring Ziref. He just left and said something about Acknowledge. He wanted to avoid this guy. Such an existence must be avoided. Let's not gamble on this fluke. Yefrit said. Is it that thing? Makarov's face became serious. Acknowledge. Gildarts reacted the most. What is Acknowledge? Lucy asked in confusion. Gildarts lifted his cloak so that everyone could see his injuries, and then he explained, a powerful black dragon, just looked at from a distance. Gildarts smiled bitterly, it became like this. Lucy and others widened their eyes, and Kana covered her mouth. Acknowledge, the black dragon that appeared in the apocalypse. Legend has it that once it appears, it will destroy the world. Makarov said. It won't destroy the world. Yefrit waved his hand, and everyone just relaxed, but then heard him say with a smile, but if they meet us, it wouldn't be surprising if they crushed us to death. Don't use such sentences at this time. Lucy complained crazily. Anyway, Yefrit stopped smiling and said seriously, we have to run away quickly. Let's go. Makarov didn't hesitate at all. Because of the oppression of Acknowledge, the members of the Fairy Tale Guild had no time to clean up. Yefrit waved his hand, and everyone arrived at the beach, and then boarded the ship one after another. What's wrong? Happy was confused, what happened? Didn't we win? The 3 cats were still on their way back when they were teleported. Happy, Xiaolulu Wendy explained hurriedly. Run! Happy shouted after hearing it. Ah! Yefrit suddenly took off his hat. What's wrong? Myra Jane looked at her. It seems to be too late. As soon as Yevlet said this, everyone's face changed drastically. Sniff! Natsu, Wendy, and other dragon slayers all smelled a strange smell. Something is approaching. Laxus walked towards Yevlet and said, Yevlet, do you have any way to help me recover the strength to fight? When he spoke, his expression was ready to die. This time the situation was different from before. Yevlet used running away to describe it. He knew that this was a character that was more difficult to deal with than Ansa. After all, it was the legendary black dragon that could scare Ziref away. A battle is inevitable, and he will definitely rush to the front. Yes. Yevlet said. Ang. Suddenly, a genuine dragon roar came. Everyone was shaken and couldn't stand steadily. The huge sound almost broke the eardrum, making Lucy and other girls cover their ears involuntarily. After the dragon roar, Natsu. Lucy instinctively approached Natsu, but found that he was staring in one direction. That was the first time she saw Natsu with such a serious expression. This expression did not seem like he was facing an enemy he had to defeat, but more like he was thinking about how to sacrifice himself to save others. Laxus was like this. Natsu was like this too. Lucy looked at Gajeel, who clenched his fists with a determined look on his face, a determination that was not afraid of death but only of regret. Finally, she looked at Yefrit. The other party slowly took off his glasses. Lucy's pupil shrank. The last time Yefrit took off his glasses was when he was fighting Ansa, and he didn't even do it at the beginning, but had to do it at the end. But this time... Maiko, it's time to test whether you are bragging. Yefrit smiled. Maiko said solemnly, I won't let you get hurt, Yefrit, absolutely not. Maiko's eyes turned red, glowing red, and waves of magic were surging. Yevlet Lucy was about to say something, but suddenly covered her mouth again. She clearly saw that the space behind Yevlet was slightly distorted. At first, she was a little worried that it was an attack, but then she remembered that Yevlet had signed a contract with a demon who had been invisible. Even that powerful demon felt the pressure. A magical power like the abyss broke out. Everyone was oppressed and breathless. Okay, Maiko. Yevlet said, I believe you, and it won't be that bad. Maiko woke up and retracted her magic power. She turned and looked into the distance, and made a hint in her heart. No matter why she lost her memory, why she lost the power she should have. But Akunalaja, you are the peak of dragons, the false god of dragons. I am also the peak of demons, the false god of demons. If you hurt my master today, I am willing to reshape my personality. The new personality is only for killing you. This is a hint. Once Yefrit suffers irreparable damage, Maiko will inevitably abandon everything she has now, even herself. The new personality may not be like her, unwilling to appear in front of everyone. The new personality, under her suggestion, will become a demon closest to God who only wants to kill Acknowledge. Hey! A gust of wind came. The weak ones couldn't stand steadily. Laxus grabbed Lysina. Natsu! Lucy shouted, making Natsu come back to his senses and block her behind him. Humph! Iluza and Kakajima drew their swords at the same time, cutting half of the gust of wind, and Gildarts waved his hand to break the other half of the gust of wind. The sky darkened. Everyone looked up and looked at the behemoth. Go back to the island. Ifrit waved her hand, and everyone returned to the beach. Don't run. Lucy asked. There's no way to escape. We are isolated and helpless on the sea. If he catches up with us, we're doomed. Yevlet said. On this island, at least the first generation is there as a backup. If they leave the island, if they are caught up, no. If the black dragon is really coming for them, then there is no such a possibility. They will definitely be caught up. Instead of fighting on the ship and weakening a few dragon slayers, it is better to return to the island. Yevlet didn't think that he and his men would die. Even if the first generation didn't release magic, at most they would all be transferred to the mirror world, and then escape to Edras through the space channel. Build a teleport there and come back. And there are many helpers on the island hand. Boom! A huge black shadow fell. This was a dark dragon with huge wings and mysterious flame-like patterns all over its body. It roared as it opened its mouth. Fire dragons! Thunder dragons! Sky dragons! Iron dragons! Roar! The 4 dragon slayers roared at the same time. Boom! 4-1. The friendly team lost. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Although they had expected it, it was still too shocking when it really happened. The roar of the dragon slayer was amazingly powerful, but the 4 combined into one was easily destroyed by the opponent. Of course, this was also because everyone had experienced many battles and was far from reaching their peak. Yeflet waved his hand. Boom! The roar of the black dragon, which was still unabated, was directly transferred to the mirror world by him. Anyway, there is a lot of space inside, and it is a rough house, so it is okay to doodle randomly. Fight to your heart's content, everyone. Yevlet said, this battle is good for everyone in many ways. After that, he gave everyone potions. Drugs that squeeze potential have great side effects after use, but they can temporarily restore you to your peak. He finished explaining. Everyone drank it, not caring about the side effects at all. Harpy Yevlet threw down a card. What is this? The key to space transmission. This battle is up to you, Yevlet said. Everyone looked at Yevlet in surprise, and then looked at Harpy, all with eyes full of encouragement. I won't let you down. Happy felt that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. It was the first time that it was so heavy. But if you want to move forward, how can you be afraid of too much responsibility? He has made up his mind to become stronger and keep up with everyone. Yevlet gave him trust, so he will go all out. Yevlet has no plan to gather all the demons for the time being. These demons are not much different from ants to Acknowledge. Ang! Acknowledge attacked. He raised his claws, and few people could withstand this slap. But... ah! Makarov turned into a giant and hugged the black dragon's arm. Children! The future. It is created by you stepping on the shoulders of us old people. Fairy tale. Tatakai. Boom. With the black dragon being controlled, all kinds of magic attacks were bombarded on the black dragon. Everyone spared no effort. But the black dragon's skin was not even scratched. Yevlet slowly pulled out the long knife Hani, and his skin was covered with a layer of scale powder. Yevlet said, Mike, I will use the hardest material in the world to make a knife that will never break. Mike replied, the dragon's back scales can be used as the blade, the dragon's claws can be used as the blade, the dragon's teeth can be used as the tip of the knife, the dragon's bones can be used as the hilt, the dragon's belly scales can be used as the handle, the dragon's tendons can be used as the rope, the dragon's blood can be used as the storage groove, the dragon's tail can be used as the scabbard. Haha! Yevlet rushed forward with the knife. If I can't kill you, I have to collect some interest first. This time, he was determined to cut off the honey that had been used for a long time, and get some benefits from the black dragon. While the president was holding the black dragon, he aimed at the tip of the black dragon's tail. Mike, help me! His strength was not enough, so Maiko hugged him from behind and then grabbed his wrist. Buzz! Maiko's eyes burst into a terrifying red light. The terrifying magic power was released. The black dragon thought it was just a small fight, but was suddenly frightened by the magic power and looked back. Dang! Yefrit slashed with a knife. He actually cut off the tip of the black dragon's tail. He directly put it into the mirror world. Roar! Acknowledge was furious. He struggled hard, pushed Makarov to the ground, and then turned around and wanted to bite Yefrit to death. Happy was quick-witted and grabbed the card and waved it. Yefrit was teleported away. At the same time, Happy teleported Natsu and others over. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Thunder Dragon's Bengquan. Tianlong's. Natsu and others attacked the black dragon fiercely, but unfortunately they still failed to break its defense. After all, the black dragon's magic immunity was maxed out. Any magic attack would be converted into magic power by him and then swallowed. Yevlet relied on pure physical attack to cut off the small section of the tail tip. Yevlet was teleported out again, this time on Acknowledge's left claw. He slashed with a knife. He cut off one of its toes. However, Hani's blade was missing a piece. This knife was made by a very powerful demon, taking its hardest bones. It was extremely sharp on weekdays, and anyone who was chopped to death would be killed, and it could cut iron like mud. Yevlet's roots. Although he didn't know how to do swordsmanship, his skill level of just chopping with a knife made him act like a high-level swordsman. Of course, it was a bit difficult to chop Acknowledge at this time. Roar! Acknowledge was really anxious now. He finally changed from a lazy state to a bit hyperactive, just like trying to get rid of a cockroach crawling on his body. His attack began to become manic. He could use all kinds of simple but powerful magic. Everyone couldn't resist it at all, and most of the time, they were teleported. Harpy was sweating profusely, and his attention was raised to the limit. He is really talented. Yevlet smiled. Just a while ago, ASA gave a report after a detailed deduction of Harpy. Harpy's characteristic is that he has no characteristics. In short, he is just practicing magic, and I'm afraid he has no talent. But his IQ is really not low. Especially his reaction ability and quick intelligence, which can be called excellent. Everyone has their own talents, it just depends on whether they can be discovered. Although these two abilities, for a wizard, seem to be no big deal even if they are discovered, after all, magic combat still depends on the more intuitive magic power and magic adaptability. But if it is used for combat alone. Let's put it this way, Habi can be the second Natsu. The combat IQ is full. It's just that there is no suitable combat means. Then, ASA made a few suggestions. Exoskeleton combat equipment, wear a set of special combat mecha to fight. Combining the characteristics of Lucy and Xiaolulu's combat method, receive magic from Natsu, and then use magic light bullets. Upgraded card magic, increase power and add more combat means, become a cat version of Kana. Several methods such as these were rejected by Yefrit, because without exception, they all rely on the power of Natsu. But what if I separate from Natsu? This is also the disadvantage of Xiaolulu's magic. Once I leave Wendy too far away, it is difficult to have compatibility. Finally, he looked at the portal. Suddenly, he thought of a way. How about letting Harpy specialize in portal? Not the current one, but directly give him a portal magic and let him study and use it by himself. Portal magic itself does not require too much magic power consumption. It can also fight without Natsu, and its auxiliary ability and compatibility, if developed seriously, will definitely not be weak. However, Yevlet did not intend to make suggestions. He hoped that Harpy could rely entirely on himself and find his own way of fighting. As for now, it is a test of his ability, and the facts prove that Harpy can do it. Even very well. Chapter 185, All, Fairy Tale Never Give Up. Dang! The third knife. Get a few belly scales and a few bottles of dragon blood. Yevlet's honey has clear cracks. The fourth knife. Get a few dorsal scales. The knife has traces of broken lines. Roar! The black dragon was almost mad. Yevlet, I can't hold on any longer. Harpy shouted loudly. He had reached his limit. If the intensity of the battle was increased, he could not guarantee to rescue everyone in time. Thank you for your hard work. Yevlet rubbed his head and said, "Asa." Yes, Master. Asa officially took over. Lucy, Levy, Elfman, Begusro. Yevlet shouted, "You guys retreat." These people were not at the top of the game, and it was enough to eat enough experience. There was no need to hold on, and the effect of the medicine was almost the same. Lucy and others retreated from the battlefield. In the end, only the President and S-Class were left, as well as the main forces such as Natsu and Grey. Roar! The black dragon aimed at Yevlet and swallowed him in one bite. Yevlet's eyes lit up, and he ran away while leaving Teal behind. Awoo! The black dragon swallowed Teal in one bite. Boom! Then, the explosion was completely released in the mouth. Even the black dragon was blown open. A dragon tooth as big as a cliff flew out. I accept it. Yevlet accepted it happily. Then, he looked at his knife. It was already full of cracks. It might break next time, and it might break next time. Mike, it's time to finish. Yevlet said. Yet. Mike nodded. Hey. Yevlet took a deep breath and rushed towards the black dragon. Mike, cut it. Mike hugged Yevlet tightly, then grabbed his wrist and chopped it hard at the black dragon's wings. Puff. In the shocked eyes of everyone, even the black dragon, a large amount of blood spurted out of one side of the black dragon's body, and its huge wings fell to the ground. Crack! The knife in Yevlet's hand broke. Ah! He screamed. It hurts so much. Yevlet threw away the remaining hilt and covered his arm. The power of this blow was too strong. Even if Maiko took it all, just inertia caused Yefrit's arm bones to be broken. This was the first time he had been injured so badly since his debut. To be honest, Yefrit's will was not necessarily strong. With his arm broken, his fighting spirit was almost gone. Shua! The black dragon's wings were taken into the mirror world. Roar! Suddenly, a world-destroying magic power descended. The black dragon was really furious. The entire island was crumbling. The air was dispersed. No one could get close to him. He flapped his wings and flew high into the sky. Dragon blood fell like a rainstorm. The black dragon opened its mouth. Everyone was so frightened that they almost died on the spot, as if they were facing the end of the world, as if they were facing a building falling towards them. Even Natsu almost held his breath. Even President Makarov and Gildarts couldn't help but take a step back. The big one is coming. This is not just a small fight. The big one is really coming. Many people looked at Yevlet, but found that he was still holding his arms and lowering his head to breathe in the cold air. No way. Everyone's heart was cold. It seems that he has gone too far. Yevlet raised his head and smiled reluctantly. I will stop him for a moment. If you have anything to say, just say it. After that, he spread his wings like a moth behind him. We will face it together with you. Laxus said. The effect of the medicine has worn off. Yevlet shook his head helplessly. Laxus took a step forward with some confusion, but his feet softened. Plop! He fell to the ground and found that he could not use any strength and magic power, as if his magic power was completely exhausted. Plop! It's not just him. Everyone also found that the fighting power that was forcibly restored by the magic potion given by Yevlet was now rapidly lost, and one after another could not hold on and fell down. They finally understood the meaning of Yevlet's words. Yevlet flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Roar! The black dragon roared angrily. Shua! The huge virtual wings completely covered the sky. A faint humanoid figure of the same size as the black dragon appeared, and 4 arms hugged Yevlet, as if in a praying posture, blocking the roar. Everyone looked at the sky, and finally had some general understanding of the demon behind Yevlet. It's you. In the distant sea, Jalal looked at the figure with a little surprise. Hermes. You are still alive too. No wonder. You are the one who should be alive the most. After all, you are the one with the heaviest sins. Looks like this. God's mission. Hee hee. Jalal sneered twice and raised his hand. It's a pity. Even if it's God, he won't allow 2 people like you to appear. Buzz. Jalal's palm shone with the light of black magic. Even if Acknowledgen noticed it. I'm willing to take some risks. Zerf's eyes were very firm. On the island. Everyone fell into despair. Damn it. Natsu lay on the ground, grabbing the soil with both hands, and his head pressed hard against the ground, trying to stand up, but he couldn't do it. Why did I learn Dragon Slayer magic? Natsu. Lucy crawled over, grabbed his scarf, and pulled his head over. Lucy shed tears, but her eyes were firm, and she said, "We will never give up." Lucy. Natsu was a little stunned. Lucy shouted, "I still want to have fun with everyone, and I still want to do commissions with Natsu. I am a wizard of fairy tale, I will never give in." As she said, she grabbed Natsu, trying to help Natsu stand up with her. As long as there is no death, will can support everything. Makarov said, even if there is no magic power and no strength, love can give birth to power. Makarov stood up. Brother Laxus. Lysina said, I will always miss that afternoon when you carried me on your back and sang to me. Lysina, Laxus stood up and said, it won't end my fairy tale, it won't end like this. Elfman, Alba Green said, if we can go back, let's get married. I can. Elfman said. There is no reason for a sister to watch her brother die first. Urza looked at the figure in the sky and stood up with the sword. Gajeel, if we can go back alive, you must come to my next birthday party. Levi said. I will. Gajeel responded. I am Mr. Yefrit's sword, I will never fall. Akariga stood up. Then, she looked at Kana with an encouraging look in her eyes. Kana sighed and reluctantly walked towards Gildarts. She was stumbling and it seemed difficult for her to reach the end. But Urza reached out her hand to help her and lent her some strength. Grey and Juvia also helped him a handful. Lord Grey. When Kana walked over, Juvia said, Juvia likes you. Her eyes and tone were very serious. Even though her love had already been made clear, everyone knew it, including Grey. But at this moment, under the pressure of death, she really wanted Grey to know her feelings. Grey smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, covered Juvia's ears, and released a weak icy magic. He let go of his hand, and an ice crystal pendant appeared on Juvia's ear. Grey didn't say anything, using his remaining strength and actions to express his feelings. Lord Grey. Juvia gently held her earlobe, tears streaming down her face. She finally saw the moon through the clouds. Pa. Kana's body tilted, but was supported by Fried and Bigusro. She nodded and continued walking. Hey! Wendy blushed, and then blew a little wind to help Kana stabilize her body. Then, she cried and shouted, I love fairy tale the most. Happy and Charlo flew up, each grabbed Kana's shoulders and tried their best to pull her. Charlo Happy said, I'm sorry, I never have enough strength to protect you. If there is a next time. If. Happy cried. He recalled the previous few bold words, but he failed to do them. Now, he can no longer say if there is a next time, I will definitely protect you. Harpy. Xiaolulu smiled gently, there are limits to human power. If one day, I will like a male cat. He doesn't have to be the strongest wizard, nor does he have to be the strongest cat. Maybe he is blue and doesn't look very handsome. Sometimes he makes mistakes. Sometimes he doesn't know the atmosphere. Sometimes he is very simple. Sometimes he is very smart. He cries a lot and likes to eat the stinky fish that has been hidden in his bag for who knows how long. Harpy was stunned. Xiaolulu said, if one day, I and such a cat are in a desperate situation and are about to die. Xiaolulu smiled brightly, I feel lucky too. Thank you. Kana finally walked in front of Gildarts. Gildarts was a little stunned. Stupid dad. Kana said with a smile. You never recognized me. Many people were stunned, and Gildarts was even more stunned. Wait. You, what are you talking about? Kana. Gildarts' voice trembled. Ah. Kana sighed twice and said, it will be better if you say it out. Don't get me wrong, I don't plan to rely on you for anything. I just told you. After that, she turned around and 2 lines of tears flowed down. Looking at Kana's lonely and relieved back. Gildarts inferred the process based on the result. The shadows of many women flashed through his mind. Finally, he stopped at the back of a woman who impressed him very much, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he loved deeply. Kana was a little disappointed, but also relieved. Gildarts was such a man who was irresponsible to women, and most of them to his daughter. Plop. Gildarts hugged her suddenly. Yes. It's not you who rely on me. I will rely on you. My mediocre life will become meaningful because of you. Gildarts didn't think he was living a happy life. There was a hole in his heart. Although he had many women, none of them could fill his hole. Until now. He suddenly felt that the whole world was clear. Daughter. What a distant word for him. But, he had Kana. Kana. You are Cornelia's child, right? Yeah, Kana nodded. Why didn't you tell me until today? Gildarts was very regretful, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have. Why can't you recognize your daughter, Gildarts? Urza roared. After being yelled at by Urza, Gildarts realized how stupid the question he asked was. I'm sorry, Gildarts hugged Kana tightly, yes. Everything is my fault. Gildarts recalled and said. Cornelia is the woman I love most and the only woman I married. 18 years ago, she left me because I was always busy with work. Her back was exactly the same as yours, Kana. I'm sorry, Kana. The extremely strong Gildarts cried, because Kana's back was exactly the same as her mother, Cornelia, when she left him that year. Over the years, Gildarts, who became the king of the sea, has dealt with countless women. Everyone, including himself, thought that his heart was hard enough, but in fact, he was broken. At this moment, guilt, gratitude, regret and other emotions intertwined. Gildarts' emotions were extremely complicated. However, in the end, he wiped his tears and said, we won't die here. Kana. Dad will never let your people life ends here. He let go of Kana, tore his cloak, and walked forward step by step with his prosthetic limbs. Yevlet Milage looked at the sky. Crack, the huge shadow was breaking. Maiko could no longer block Acknowledge with her magic barrier. Unless she really appeared on the field, then, Yevlet's magic would be completely ineffective, and she would be completely exposed to everyone. To make matters worse, buzz from the side. A dark beam of light hit the shadow. Zerf! Yevlet roared. Boom! The 2 magics worked together, and the shadow was finally broken. Yevlet was blown down from the sky. Milage spread his wings and flew into the sky, catching Yevlet, but the powerful force washed them both down. Yevlet! Mirage! Everyone held hands, protecting the 2 in the middle, and then shouted. Fairy tale! Never give up! Boom! The black dragon roared and hit. A white light spread across the island. Zerf! The blonde elf looked at the source of the dark light column and said faintly, Yevlet. It's my child too. Buzz! The golden magic was surging. Fairy tale! Just when she was about to release the absolute defense magic to protect everyone. Suddenly, she felt a suction force. Hey! Mavis let out a cute exclamation and fell to the side. Boom! The sea was boiling. Mester and others who had long gone were stunned. Yevlet! On the other side, on a small boat, Arusha and Melty shouted desperately. A huge white light penetrated the sky and earth. Everything disappeared in it. Several minutes passed. The noise slowly subsided. Everyone looked in shock at the direction of Tenro Island. There was nothing there. How? How could it be? Urusha and Melty collapsed on the boat. Fairy Tale Meister murmured, "It will become history of the past." Boom. Aknologia looked into the distance, and Ziref was nowhere to be seen. He flew up into the clouds and soon disappeared. Former Tenro Island. Only a calm sea remained. Chapter 186, Yevlet, Start the Plan. A vast expanse of white space. A severely damaged island was suspended. The next second, an ocean stretched out from the air around the island. All the members of Fairy Tale were lying on the ground, soundly asleep. Hiss. Yevlet sat down, holding his arm, and cursed, "Damn Ziref." Master. Asa appeared beside him and quickly helped him heal. A figure appeared silently in front of Yevlet. He looked at the pair of delicate little feet and raised his head. "Nice to meet you, the first president." Yevlet smiled. Hiss. As soon as he finished laughing, he took a deep breath, and Asa hurt his wound. "Yevlet." Mavis squatted down, holding her face with both hands, and looked at him curiously. "President?" Yevlet was a little confused. "What a pity." Mavis said. "What? If you don't touch the taboo, you are the most suitable person to lead Fairy Tale." Mavis said regretfully. "Whether I touch the taboo or not," Yevlet said with a smile, "I will not be the president." "President Mavis, you don't know at all that the current guild is a group of noisy guys like Natsu and Urza, who tear down half of the town at any time, and Grey, who runs naked every day without clothes, which greatly affects the image of our guild, and Canon King Loki and Guildarts." "Stop." Mavis waved her hand quickly, "This is not something I want to consider, this is something you should be annoyed about." She looked at Makarov on the side and said distressedly, "It's not easy for the third generation." "Yes, the one next to him is the future fourth generation." Yevlet said, "I predict that he will become bald at the age of 40. Mavis was speechless. How could Yevlet say that? The position of the president seemed like a curse. By the way, Mavis stopped talking about this topic. She stood up and made a cute gesture. She put her hands on her waist, looked around, and asked, "Where is this?" "Mirror World." Yevlet replied, "A small world I developed independently." "Awesome." Mavis was shocked. At that moment, the other party used the demons on the island to move the entire Tenro Island in one breath. It was really exaggerated. Although she was very dissatisfied with Jelf's attack on Yevlet, after all, Yevlet was a member of the guild. But now she understood Jelf a little. She looked at Yevlet. Behind him was the Demon King, Hermes. Jelf had never mentioned more to her back than just say that this guy is a big trouble like the Black Dragon. Once it becomes uncontrollable, it will bring a disaster that destroys the world. It's okay to sign a contract with such a demon, but Yevlet also studies demons herself. This demon named Asa. The potential is too terrible. Zerf is worried that if another demon king appears, it will attract the attention of God again. This world has touched the ultimate taboo 3 times. God may not have the patience to deal with the 4th guy who touches the taboo. This guy who created a small world by himself has surpassed Zeref in some aspects. Zerf's worries are reasonable. However, Yevlet is a member of the guild. Just this one point is enough for Mavis to be biased. She suddenly jumped over, held Yevlet's cheeks with both hands, and squeezed his mouth hard, making it pout like a bird's beak. Yevlet looked at Mavis in confusion. Mavis approached, stared into his eyes, and asked solemnly, "Yevlet, tell me, will you lose the ability to love?" Yevlet's eyes turned, and he understood Mavis's worries. He said, "At that time, if Zeref didn't hit me, but hit Aknologia, I would immediately stop all research and cheer for him." Mavis was stunned. Yevlet said, "But, President Mavis, that guy is unreliable. He has a mental illness. Self-righteous, talking to himself. He just stepped into the taboo first, and he thinks he is amazing. It's okay not to use magic to benefit everyone, but he also makes trouble every day and doesn't care about so many demons. He can't escape these responsibilities. And, President Mavis, do you think he will be our ally?" Hearing these words, Mavis's expression was complicated. Yevlet said, "I don't ask for immortality, I don't ask for resurrection, because I will definitely protect everyone. And in order to protect everyone, to guard against a self-righteous guy, to drive away a guy who regards life as an ant. A lazy person like me must become stronger. Yevlet smiled, I am actually quite wronged. Puff. Mavis suddenly hugged Yevlet and whispered, Yevlet, then you can do it with confidence. Although your heart is mostly dark. But I know, you are different from them. Mavis took a step back and said with a smile, I am very happy to have a child like you in the guild. Thank you for your understanding, President Mavis. At this time, Asa had helped Yevlet deal with his injuries. He drank a bottle of potion and said, I have no interest in becoming the strongest. But if the so-called strongest wants to provoke me and my companions, I will beat them all down. Mavis smiled gently and disappeared. Master, what should we do now? Asa asked, go back. No hurry. Yefrit waved his hand. This is an opportunity to realize that plan. Great. Asa became excited. Once that plan is implemented, he will embark on a path that is no less than that of Black Dragon and Ziref. It's so frustrating. Asa recalled what happened on the island this time. Ziref almost gave him a heart attack. Kunologia made him feel extremely frustrated. One day, these two guys who dared to attack his master. Asa will pull them down from the sky. The master doesn't want to be the strongest, but the master will become the greatest legend. Ace's eyes were very hot. Go and arrange it. Yefrit said. Yes. The news of the annihilation of Tenro Island spread quickly throughout the continent. The magic world was in turmoil. The strongest fairy tale lost most of its main forces. The Light Guild wanted to compete for the ranking. The Dark Guild wanted revenge. All kinds of people were heading towards Magnolia. Master. Sister Turtledove. After Emily learned the news, she froze in her place. Everyone looked at her worriedly. No. Emily shook her head. No one can kill the master. Emily seeing this, Makeo said, the other party is the legendary Acknowledger. Even if it's that kind of guy, the master won't die. Emily roared, and then turned and ran out. Emily. Everyone in the guild hurried to chase after him. Snap. Suddenly a whip hit the door. Everyone stopped and turned to look at the door frame. There stood a tall, scallion-colored, pointy-eared beauty. Elf goddess. Everyone was stunned. It was Tiffany. Yeflet and the others are fine. Tiffany said, you guys run the guild well and wait for them to come back. Why do you say that? Wakaba asked. Tiffany did not answer him and turned away. No. Emily ran and cried. Master will not die. Plop. She suddenly bumped into someone. The other person did not move at all, and she sat down on the ground. Yes. A pleasant voice sounded. Yeflet and the others are not dead, you should know this most. Hearing this, Emily looked up at the person who came. Sister Tiffany. Emily shouted excitedly. Get up. Tiffany stretched out her hand and pulled Emily up. Master is not dead, right? Emily said excitedly, because Sister Tiffany, you and Master are bound by magic. She then remembered that Tiffany had the absolute right to speak. That's right. Tiffany nodded, I can sense it, but unfortunately, he is in a very isolated place, and it is difficult for me to borrow his magic power. It doesn't matter, I believe you. Emily wiped her tears and became happy again, that's great, as long as Master is fine, everyone will be fine. They will be back soon. I will go back and tell everyone. I've already told them. Tiffany pulled her and said, come back to Yevlet's house with me first. Oh. Tiffany took Emily's hand and walked. Emily quickly adjusted her mood. She asked curiously, Sister Tiffany, why do you want to go to Master's house? Emily knew that Tiffany was a proud and arrogant person. She always said that she wanted to stay away from Master and always looked down on him. In fact, she would help with all her heart every time. When she rescued Milaja, she was injured and had a great effort in the battle. They are all gone. I just have nothing to do, so I came to take care of you. Tiffany said. After a little hesitation, she said, by the way. Tiffany bent down slightly and whispered, Emily, do you know that your master has a very important relic from his mother? I know. Emily nodded, Master said that it is for the future master's wife. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately let go of her hand, stepped back, looked at Tiffany warily, and said, Sister Tiffany, I won't help you find it, that is something that only the master has the right to decide who to give it to. I'm not interested, Tiffany said proudly. Emily looked at her with suspicion. Tiffany coughed twice. I'm really not interested. Yes, yes. Emily nodded, but obviously didn't believe it. Tiffany scratched her head in annoyance and said, just pretend I didn't say anything. It was late at night. Outside the city, a group of people were sneaking around and camping in the forest. Black, is your information accurate? Of course, they are really dead. The council has issued a news report. Those guys, the fire dragon, the fairy queen, etc., were all wiped out by the black dragon along with the island. Ha ha ha. Many people were laughing. In this way, we can get revenge for their guild destroying our guild. Fairy Tale will remove them tonight. There was a sudden sound of footsteps. Who is it? Everyone looked in one direction nervously. My worry is justified. A beautiful lady walked out of the darkness. What a beautiful woman. These people showed expressions of being attracted by her. Yes, Ultia, it's a good thing we came here. Another beautiful girl walked out of the darkness. This one is so cute too. Some people are obsessed, some are alert. You are. The wizard who led the team suddenly recognized the two. The guy with the devil's heart. As soon as this was said, everyone's face changed drastically. You guessed it right, the reward is painless death. The lady waved her hand. Shua. In an instant, the icy magic swept the whole place. Everyone was killed. Let's go, Melty. These two people are Yerusha and Melty. A bar. A woman wearing a loose black robe that can't hide her proud figure. Sitting at the bar. Holding a glass of wine in her hand. She was reading a newspaper. Mr. Yefrit is dead. How is it possible? No one can kill him. As soon as she finished speaking, someone mocked, those guys from Fairy Tale, it's impossible for them to survive. It's their bad luck to be hit by the world-destroying black dragon. Another person laughed and said, it's what they deserve. They have been rampant in recent years. In the Bright Guild, they are also a nest of bugs. Every day they are either killing people or destroying cities. They died well. This bar is inclined towards the dark world, so naturally it has nothing good to say about Fairy Tale. Day. A man came to the woman, put down the glass, and said, What? Beauty, is there someone you care about in there? The woman tilted the glass and slowly poured the wine into her mouth. Don't be too sad. The man said with a lewd smile, Come and do something happy with me, I guarantee you can forget everything. The woman drank all the wine in one breath. Seeing this, the man said to the bartender casually, Give her another glass, it's my treat. Day. The woman put down the glass. Puff. Suddenly, a splash of hot blood spilled on her hands and the glass plop. The man next to him fell down with his head and body separated. Ah! The people around him screamed. The woman stood up and pulled out a long knife from her chest. Shua! The next second, the whole bar was split in two. Boom! The building collapsed. The ground was in a mess, corpses and blood, shocking. All the dead were the guys who had just said bad things about Fairy Tale. Plop! The waiter holding the plate shook his hand, and all the cups fell to the ground and broke. Ah! She screamed. Then, all the living people held their heads and screamed. The woman wanted to pick up the newspaper, but it was covered with blood. She shook her head and turned away. She walked away, muttering to herself. Maybe. My chance has come. Mr. Yevlet will be fine. I said before that I would stay away from him and wait for his beckoning. So, I can't get close to Magnolia. But he's not in Magnolia now. The woman raised her head, her beautiful face full of expectation. Emily and Tiffany just returned home. They saw a beautiful woman standing at the door. Who are you? Emily asked in confusion. Miss Emily, welcome back. The woman saluted and said, I am Aya. I am Ace's twin demon, or you can understand me as Ace's sister. I have accepted Mr. Yevlet's order. When Asa leaves this world, he will not come back in a short time. The mirror world that gave birth to Asa will give birth to me, Aya. I will obey Mr. Yevlet's instructions and take care of you during his absence. Chapter 187, The 3-year period has arrived. Ding ding ding. Mike knocked the hammer. The most powerful alchemists often use the simplest alchemy methods. For example, iron making. Too noisy. Yevlet covered his ears and ran to the beach. And the beach. After the demons were born, they lined up here. Asa was giving instructions here. You are so ugly. Asa said with disdain. King, this is random. The demon felt wronged. Besides, wouldn't it be better if we demons were uglier? You pig-like guy, who would like to sign a contract with you if you are ugly? Forget it, go to the wilderness to try your luck. Yes, the demon teleported away aggrievedly. Asa looked at another demon. You are pretty good, just go to a crowded place. Thank you, King. The demon with a better appearance teleported away happily. You. King, we are together. Sign 1 and get 4 free. We sisters came from the same egg. That's rare. Asa said, what ability do you have? You can eat. Said the 4 demon sisters. Okay, go to the capital or something, ordinary people really can't afford to support you. Thank you, King. Asa is instructing the demons to teleport to the outside world. It has been 3 days in the mirror world. Yevlet already knew the situation in the outside world. At that time, the black dragon roared and spit down. He simply pulled the entire Tianlang island to the mirror world, and then teleported to Edras. But when he arrived in Edras, he did not find the familiar map and familiar people. This place seemed not the kingdom of Edras. It was the world of Edras, but not the kingdom of Edras. Just like Eslanden not only had the kingdom of Fiori, not only Ishgar, but also the western continent and the northern continent. Now where they were was on another continent in Edras. Of course, there was no magic power here. It was randomly teleported at that time. I didn't expect to run so far. But it didn't matter. He was not in a hurry to return to Eslanden, anyway he had a backup. He was not in a hurry to find Mistgang in the Edras Empire. Because he had a big project to experiment. Neither Eslanden nor Edras were suitable. This other continent could be used as an experimental site. Remember, Asa shouted, the law of the devil is honesty. None of you are allowed to violate the contract. Yes. The little devils shouted. So noisy. Yevlet ran to the other side again. But she happened to see the first President Mavis. She was sitting on a stone by the sea, shaking her feet, blowing the sea breeze, looking very comfortable. President Mavis. Yevlet came to sit beside her. Yevlet, when are you going to wake them up? Mavis asked. Yevlet was not in a hurry to wake up everyone in the guild, but sealed them temporarily. Wait until my arrangements are completed. Yevlet replied. The little devil smiled. Want a cake? Yevlet brought out a piece of cake. Eat. Mavis raised her hand cutely, her eyes shining. Take the cake after that, she ate with a happy face. Yevlet smiled, propped up her chin with her palm, and watched Mavis eat. Mavis was a little nervous, scraped the cake on her face with her fingers, stuffed it into her mouth, and said, Yevlet, do you have something to ask me? Hee. Yevlet smiled and said, nothing, just respecting the elders. Mavis was about to cry, sobbing, and said, I won't spit it out even if I can't do it. It's just a piece of cake. Anyway, you don't have cavities, so I can give it to you every day. Yevlet smiled. Great. Mavis was happy and ate it again. By the way, President Mavis. Yevlet hadn't finished speaking. Pop Mavis put the cake directly on Yevlet's legs. The action was decisive, but her face was full of reluctance. But in order not to be controlled, she endured it. Not that bad. Yevlet said, don't be too defensive of me, I'll be sad. But if you want to please me, I probably can't do what you ask me to do. Mavis said. It's not that hard. Yevlet said. I knew you had bad intentions. Mavis stood up, pointed at Yevlet, put one hand on his waist, and said cutely, I am the first president, Yevlet, you have to respect me and don't bully me. It is because you are the first president, Yevlet said aggrievedly, I am just an 18-year-old, already 19, a 19-year-old child. Since entering the guild, I have worked hard for everyone, but in the end, I can't learn super magic from President Makarov. When it comes to you, you don't teach me either. Other guilds are vigorously cultivating geniuses, but our guild. Stop. Mavis stamped her feet and said, what are you going to do? President Mavis, go play games in the mirror world. Yevlet laughed. I knew you were greedy for my brain. Mavis shouted. Mavis has a very smart mind. After a few days of contact, she has deduced the source of Ace's evolution. That is, through big data, obtaining other people's experiences, quantitative changes, and then piling up qualitative changes. She guessed that Yefulet might attack her. Sure enough. It's no loss to you. No way. Mavis said, you and Asa are still under my investigation. If my wisdom is copied into the brain of that demon, I will not feel safe at all. Mavis knows herself. She is kind and lovely but not simple. But what about Asa? This guy looks like a lackey, and he is only loyal to Yefulet. Once Asa gets her wisdom, it will probably be a qualitative change. At that time, things will really be out of control. To put it bluntly, Yefulet does not seek immortality. If he dies in 80 years, who will take care of Asa? So she is a little entangled. She believes in Yefulet, but she is not completely worried. At least, she wanted to observe it for a while. Besides, isn't Asa enough? Mavis pretended to be wronged and said, if even my wisdom is taken away, I will have no value in existence, and I will become a useless old woman who is useless to future generations. Wivu, I will definitely be despised. Yevlet, you bully me. Mavis squatted down, put her head on her arm and cried, I will wake Makarov up and complain. Yevlet sighed, forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. He stood up. Wivu. Mavis was still pretending to cry. Yevlet left directly. As soon as he left, Mavis raised her head as if nothing had happened, and ate the cake again. Will there be cake in the future, Yevlet? Mavis asked. No one answered. Mavis' cheeks immediately bulged, her mouth pouted, and tears rolled in her eyes. Yes. Yevlet gnashed her teeth. Hee hee. Mavis laughed immediately. Yevlet returned to the temporary house. There was some helplessness on her face. Mavis's wisdom. I didn't get it. What a pity. She had concerns, and Yevlet understood, but she was not dissatisfied with her because of this. Anyway, there was no rush. If you can't take a shortcut, go around the original route. Anyway, there are still a few years, so it's still in time. I'm going to travel. Emily held the rope tied to Mirai and said firmly. Where to go? Tiffany asked in confusion. Master is not here anyway. Emily said, I'm going to practice my magic. There are too many people in this world who need my help. If I just keep getting stronger, I won't be stronger than Master. I should do what I can do. Emily's eyes were firm. Okay, I support you. How about going to our guild to play? Tiffany said. Speaking of which, Sister Tiffany, you've been away from your guild for a year. Is it really okay? Emily looked at her in confusion. It doesn't matter. Tiffany waved her hand and said, since Fairy Tail lost power, those who came to make trouble were all killed by Uzumaki. Rusha and the others fought back, but the pattern of the magic world still changed because of it, and many guilds emerged. As for our guild, there were no strong people, so there was no intention to compete. At this time, it was not good to show off, so the president gave me a long vacation. I have to thank Aunt Arusha and Sister Melty. Emily said. What about me, little Emily? A figure appeared. Of course, thank you very much, Sister Para. Emily looked at the person who came. This person was an enemy before, named Miss One, but she surrendered decisively because she liked the master. Emily saw clearly that even if she was worried about the master's affairs, she could not make the decision. So, even if Arusha and this devil Lady Para always used various tricks on her, she would not be fooled. Besides, she is a firm supporter of Yaban. And Emily recalled the box in Aya's mirror world, the relic of the master's mother, the earrings given to the future master's wife. She would definitely protect it. By the way, Emily said, I want to go out for a trip. What do you think, Sister Para? I have no objection. Passed by majority votes. Emily said impatiently as Para nodded. Let's go. She had packed her luggage long ago. 3 years have passed. Almost. Yeflet put down the black cane. This is Honey 2.0, hammered out by Maiko using the materials provided by Acknowledgea. The dragon's back scales can be used as the blade, the dragon's claws can be used as the blade, the dragon's teeth can be used as the tip, the dragon's bones can be used as the hilt, the dragon's belly scales can be used as the handle, the dragon's tendons can be used as the rope, the dragon's blood can be used as the blood storage tank, the dragon's tail can be used as the scabbard. It looks no different from Honey 1.0, except that there is an extra blood tank on the blade, storing the refined black dragon blood. Blood, with the power to crack and devour any magic. Honey 2.0 is definitely the world's top sword, no doubt about it. Yefrit also officially changed from a kendo master to a kendo master. Not convinced? Then let's chop the sword and try it, whoever breaks the sword loses. After he put Hani down, he touched another sword on the table in front of him. This is a katana. The purple scabbard and handle, the blade is diamond-shaped, and there are simple drawings of demons engraved on it. It's up to you to pretend in the other world. Yefrit said, and then threw it to Asa, arrange it. Yes. Asa nodded. Yefrit stood up. The surrounding buildings, along with the traces of life, were all erased. Then he snapped his fingers. Snap. Not long after. The first one to open his eyes was Natsu. Natsu opened his eyes drowsily and looked at the blue sky. He was a little sleepy. Natsu, what time is this? Yevlet held up a finger. Stop it. Natsu slapped his arm away and said, is everything over? Where's the black dragon? Is everyone still alive? Everyone is fine, the black dragon ran away a long time ago, but the situation is a bit complicated now. Yevlet said. What's going on? Natsu sat up. Ouch. Lucy, who was lying on him, slipped her head and hit his knees. She woke up because of this. What's wrong? Lucy sat up with her head covered. I remember. Everything is over, it's safe now, and everyone is alive. Yevlet said. That's good. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. People woke up one after another. After Yevlet explained several times, the people who woke up later would also get information from the people who woke up, and he didn't need to say it himself. When everyone got over the period of waking up, they were all very puzzled. Laxus asked, Yevlet, what happened at that time? Yevlet said, at that time, I teleport the entire Tianlang Island to the mirror world, thus avoiding destruction. However, there is one good news and two bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Good news. Lucy said. Okay, I'll tell you the bad news first. Yevlet nodded. You guy. Lucy was speechless. Yevlet said, first, everyone feels that the physical energy is sufficient, but the magic power is suppressed. That's right. Everyone nodded. At this time, everyone's injuries had recovered and their physical strength was full, but their magic seemed to be blocked and could not be released. Yevlet said, because this is Edras, and we don't have the medicine given by Miskin this time, so we can't use magic. Edras. Everyone widened their eyes. Second news. Yevlet said, this is bad news. The situation was urgent at the time. I just found a place to teleport, but I was stuck in the gap between Edras and Eslanden. It took me 3 years to rebuild the teleportation array, but I got the direction wrong and came to Edras. So, in fact, 3 years have passed. 3 years. Everyone was shocked. By the way, it will take another 3 years to go back. Yevlet said, this is bad news. I found a place to teleport, but I got it wrong and came to Edras. So, in fact, 3 years have passed. 3 years. Everyone was shocked. By the way, it will take another 3 years to go back. Flit. Said with a smile. You can still laugh. Lucy complained immediately. Yefrit spread his hands, be optimistic, Lucy, it's good enough to save your life, it's not like you can't go back. Yefrit is right. Makarov nodded, the situation at that time, it was the best result for everyone to be fine and survive. Another good news. Yefrit said, the guild knows that we are not dead, so everyone will not be very sad, and they are all looking forward to our return. That's good. Everyone nodded. They were also worried just now that Tianlang Island was directly wiped out, and everyone thought they were dead, and they would definitely be very sad. Papa. Yevlet clapped his hands and said, that's it. I've already explored the way. This is not the kingdom of Edras where Mistgang is, so we have to make a long-term plan for the future. By the way, there are some powers similar to those of wizards on this continent. It's very interesting. Don't worry, you won't be in danger if you can't use magic. Doesn't Edras have no magic power? Lucy asked curiously. But there are transcendents and magical beasts. Yevlet said, I found that there are many demons here, and some of them have a close relationship with humans. Many people have signed contracts with demons and gained powers similar to magic. Hey! Lucy was surprised and said, isn't that just like a star wizard? Almost. Yevlet smiled and said, it's worth studying. I can't wait. Yevlet at this time, a shout came from the forest. A blonde barefoot girl ran out. Why didn't you send me a cake on time today? It was Mavis, who looked aggrieved and about to cry. They were always on time. Ah, sorry, President Mavis. Yefrit waved, and Asa walked over with a cake. President Mavis. Makarov was stunned. What? She is the first president. Everyone was shocked. Hey. Mavis was stunned for a moment, then raised her hand cutely and said hello, everyone, good morning. Chapter 188, Girls, Boys are all idiots. Shocking things are really one after another. But fortunately, everyone in Fairy Tale has always been generous and quickly accepted it. After a short rest, everyone decided to go ashore. If we all leave, what about Tenro Island? Lucy asked. Everyone looked at Yefrit. This is the holy land of Fairy Tale, and no one wants outsiders to go to the island. If it's just a shipwreck or something, there's nothing wrong with going to the island. They are just worried that someone will occupy or destroy it. During the previous battle, everyone could feel the support of Tenro Island for them, speeding up the recovery of magic power and so on, which made everyone feel a lot of identity with this place. Don't worry, Tenro Island will be hidden like before, and ordinary people can't find it or get up. Mavis said. It's just that you, President Mavis, will be left alone. Makarov said. Hey? No. Mavis said with a smile, I'll follow everyone. Ha! Everyone looked at her in surprise. Isn't this a ghost? Can she follow everyone around? Yevlet gives me small cakes every day. Mavis covered her stomach and said, I can't live without small cakes anymore. Everyone was speechless. Okay, let's work together to build a ship. Yevlet said, try to get on land as soon as possible. Oh, everyone raised their hands. Although they lost their magic, everyone's physical strength is not weak. A new ship was built soon. Everyone got on the ship. After half a day, we reached the land. It looked like a wilderness with no people. I'm so hungry. Gray held his stomach. Eat, eat. Located on Lucy's back, Natsu revived as soon as he touched the ground and rushed into the woods, yelling. Natsu, wait. Lucy hurriedly followed him in. This guy. Makarov was helpless, I told him before, but he turned a deaf ear to it. This is a different world where the situation is unknown, and no one can use magic. Of course, we have to be cautious. But Natsu. You can't blame him, after all, when he was on the boat, all his energy was used to fight his stomach to hold back from vomiting. Boom boom boom. There was a huge noise in the forest. Ah! Natsu and Lucy ran out, followed by a cute little demon. Behind the two and the demon, there was a huge monster. This idiot! Gray couldn't help but curse. What are you still standing there for? Run, we can't beat them now. Yevlet pulled Milaja and turned to run. Run! A group of people ran away. The wizard couldn't use magic, so he had to stay and be beaten by this monster as tall as a city wall. Ah! Suddenly, a tender voice was heard. Everyone looked back. They saw the little devil fell flat on the ground. Get up! Lucy reached out to pull him. But the monster had already caught up and bit him. Asshole! Natsu stopped, roared, turned around and punched the monster in the face. The other party raised his head. Ah! Natsu's body drew an arc in the air and fell directly into the sea. Lucy! Everyone turned around to rescue. Swish swish swish! The speed of the four figures was particularly fast. It was Habi, Xiaolulu, Lily and Speed. After all, they were transcendents, cats that could use magic in this world. Big monster, I'm here. Speed was the fastest, flying around the monster's head, making the other party dizzy. Let's go. Lily, who had the greatest strength, grabbed Lucy and rescued her. Happy and Xiaolulu managed to escape by grabbing the little devil. What should we do now? Keep running? Kana asked. It's okay, Kana, no matter what happens, Daddy will protect you. Gildarts hurried over to show his courtesy. I'm so annoyed, don't get close to me. Kana was obviously very happy, but she pushed Gildarts away arrogantly. Wu Gildarts looked at the president with a face full of grievance. President, what should I do? Children of this age are like this. Makarov glanced at Laxus. Laxus, dot. But you have enjoyed Laxus's coquettish stage, but I have never enjoyed Kana's cute time. Gildarts was full of resentment. Don't you deserve it? Yefrit said. Dot. Shut up. Laxus was a little embarrassed. After all, he is now a cold and arrogant man. When he was that cute little boy, he had already regarded it as a black history. Brother Laxus is shy. Lysina covered her mouth and smiled. Dot. Laxus decisively changed the subject. Yefrit, do you have any ideas? Only let Akaraga or Urza try. Yefrit slowly pulled out the long sword honey and said, if magic doesn't work, only Kendo can do it. Let me do it. Akaraga's eyes lit up. Her sword had broken when she cut the black dragon before. Facing that kind of enemy, no matter how strong the Kendo is, it is useless. If you can't cut the black dragon, the sword will only break. But fortunately, Akaraga's sword will not break again in the future. She took honey and gently stroked the blade. As a Kendo master, she knew that this sword was the best in the world as soon as she got it in her hand. She can release her strength to her heart's content. Moonless flow. Akaraga took a deep breath and locked her eyes on the monster in front of her. Yaksha flashes in the sky. Shua shua shua. The sword flashed. The monster was immediately chopped into edible meat. Awesome! Natsu shouted, watch me. Then he opened his mouth, intending to roast the monster and eat its meat. Dot. Nothing. Pa pa pa. There was a knocking sound. Looking back, Gajeel was squatting on the ground knocking on stones. Facing everyone's puzzled eyes, Gajeel took a stone in each hand and said, these two stones can light a fire. Gajeel, reliable. Yefrit gave a thumbs up. Dot. Natsu turned his head and snorted. Okay, Natsu. Lucy smiled and rubbed his head. By the way, isn't this demon the key now? Urza said. Everyone looked at the little demon. Being watched by everyone, the little demon hid behind Happy in fear. Well, that, the little devil said timidly, I'm not delicious. I'm small and thin. No one wants to eat you. Lucy squatted down and said, are you a devil? Yet. The little devil nodded. This little devil is very cute, and her behavior and words are like a little girl. Where is your home? We will send you an umbrella. Although she is a devil, facing such a little devil, everyone has no intention of bullying her. Instead, they think it is dangerous to let such a young child run around. Who would have thought that when she heard the word home, the little devil cried wow and turned around and ran away. Dot. Everyone was confused. It seems that there is a problem. Urza said. Happy, follow her to avoid any danger. Yefrit said. Hey? I'm very hungry. Happy was a little reluctant, looking at Gajeel and Grey squatting over there, trying to make a fire. Isn't it a while before it's ready? Yevlet said, you are the only cats who can use magic now. If you don't go, who will go? No, there is more, Happy was about to say, but was pulled over by Yevlet and whispered in his ear, stupid, do you want Lily and Speed to perform in front of Xiaolulu? I'll go. Happy reacted immediately and chased after him. Yevlet felt his clothes being pulled, and he turned to look at the person who pulled his clothes. Mirage smiled at him. What's wrong, Miss Mirage? Yevlet asked gently. Nothing. Mirage shook her head and said, it's just that my foot hurts a little, maybe I twisted it when I was running just now. Can I help you take a look? Yevlet said. This is not good. Mirage smiled and pushed him away. Lisa Na came up and said, you want to see girls' feet? Brother Yefrit is really bad. Dot. Yefrit looked at the two girls who were covering their mouths and laughing. Was he fooled? Lysina helped Myra Jane to the side. Yefrit turned around and found that the men were all surrounding Gajeel, looking forward to it. Click. Click. Gajeel kept knocking. Is it okay? Yefrit asked. It will definitely work. Gajeel said confidently. There will be sparks. Gray confirmed. Why don't you try to make fire by drilling wood? Laxus pinched his chin and suggested seriously. I've seen it in a magazine. You have to make a bow and pull it back and forth. Elfman said. By the way. Levy was a little confused, it's just a fire, why are they all over there? Except for the President Makarov and Gildarts, the former was chatting with Mavis and the latter was courting Kana, all the other boys, including Lily and Speed, ran to watch the fire. Boys are like this. Albagreen said, always pay attention to some inexplicable things. But Urza, Lucy pointed at the only girl in the group. With red hair, Urza also watched with interest. Urza is an exception. Albagreen said firmly. It's on fire. Suddenly, Begusro shouted. Oh, oh. Albagreen looked at Elfman, who excitedly shouted Gajeel is a man, and then beat his chest like a gorilla. Several well characters appeared on Albagreen's forehead, and she said angrily, who knows, a bunch of idiots. Suddenly, Lucy screamed and then covered her face. I saw Natsu swinging his bow legs like a crab, with his hands on his hips, jumping left and right, and shouting oh in his mouth, which was extremely funny. The girls were silent collectively. So. It's just a fire, what's so exciting about this group of people? So Laxus asked, can you make fire by rubbing two sticks together? You'll know if you try it. Gray said. So the boys immediately abandoned Gajeel and his fire and ran to the other side to try to make fire by rubbing two sticks together. What are they doing? The girls were stunned. Wasn't the fire already lit? Why were they still drilling wood to make fire? Levy. Gajeel shouted seriously. Gajeel. Levy trotted over. Gajeel looked very serious, as if he was entrusting something precious. He said, take care of it. Levy was stunned, looked at the small fire, and nodded, yet. Wait, you have to drill a hole in the wood first. Gajeel jumped up and ran over. Levy, Brother Yefrit. Yefrit's clothes were pulled, and he turned around to see that it was Lysina. Hee. Lysina smiled and said, you should go. I don't have enough strength. It won't work. No time, let her wait. Yefrit waved his hand, turned around and continued to look at Natsu, Laxus, and Gray. The three were competing to see who would light the fire first. Now Laxus's stick is already smoking. But the next second. Crack. The stick in Laxus's hand broke. Hey, everyone sighed. Lysina was speechless and dragged Yefrit away. Wait, I haven't seen the result yet. Yefrit shouted. Unfortunately, he was still dragged away by Lysina. By the way, you are weak. Yefrit was speechless. Humph. Lysina pulled him in front of Myra Jane, then dropped his hand and turned away. Yefrit looked at Myra Jane. She was sitting on a big rock under the shade of a tree, her snow-white thighs just stretched out of the shade, and under the sunlight, they were dazzlingly white. She took off her shoes, her toes were shyly bent, and her pink nails were particularly cute. Let me check for you. Yefrit half squatted down and moved closer. A burst of fragrance came. It should be smellless. Myra Jane blushed. Yes. Yefrit said. No. Myra Jane quickly denied. I'm talking about the fragrance. Yefrit laughed. Myra Jane immediately turned her head to the side. Yefrit reached out and held the little foot, which was very smooth. Pinched the ankle again. Oh. There was a shouting over there. Who won? Yefrit immediately dropped Marajana's foot, turned around and ran over in a hurry. Myra Jane, A group of girls, I said, Yefrit and Natsu are no different. Lucy clapped her hands. Boys are all idiots. Lysina complained, even Laxus' brother is not interested in this kind of thing. Is that so? Xiaolulu. Wendy thought. Anyway, Xiaolulu said affirmatively, that's right. After making a fire, they started to grill meat. At this time, Harpy came back with a proud look. He was followed by the little devil, who looked like a little fangirl and asked, what's next? Lord Harpy, how did you defeat that monster? Harpy said proudly, I led it to the edge of a cliff and pretended to fall down. The monster was not smart and followed me. As a result, I can fly. So smart, Lord Harpy. The little devil's eyes were full of stars, and he said, that kind of bad monster should be defeated. Everyone was full of question marks. Chapter 189, Harpy contracts salted fish sword. Harpy. What did you do? Lucy quickly grabbed Harpy and asked. Ah, Habby put his hands on his waist and said, this is Purtle, my fan. Everyone was even more confused. Hello, I'm Purtle. The little devil said honestly. What did you do? Lucy's tone became heavier. Ahem. Habby said, I just told her some insignificant things. When Habby said insignificant, he was not humble at all, but proud, as if he was talking about glorious deeds. Answer honestly. Lucy didn't indulge Habby. She clenched her fist, slightly extended her index finger knuckles, and started from both sides to drill his head at the same time. It hurts, I'll tell you. Habby quickly explained what happened just now. In fact, he didn't say anything nonsense. Just now, Purtle ran around and fell into a big pit. He couldn't climb out for a long time. Just now, he was crying sadly, but now he was crying scared. Fortunately, the harpy came to save her. It was a bit like a hero saving a beautiful woman. Then, the harpy told her that everyone had no ill intentions, and then used his own experiences as examples. It was nothing more than fishing, teasing monsters, and following Natsu to defeat bad guys. As a result, Purtle was fascinated by the story and wanted to make a contract with the harpy. Contract? Everyone exclaimed. No, no. Purtle looked like she was about to cry when she saw this. No, no, no. Lucy said quickly, are you sure you want to make a contract with the harpy? Lucy, what do you mean by this? Can't I be the object of the contract? The harpy was immediately dissatisfied. That's not what I meant. Lucy waved her hand quickly. Yevlet. Habib looked at Yevlet and said, what do you think? No problem. Yevlet nodded. People on this continent have all made contracts with demons, stimulated the potential of demons, and gained power themselves. Little demons like Purtle are not much different from ordinary little girls. After the contract, it is also a kind of protection for her. Great. Purtle was happy. Because Habib always mentioned Naz and Yevlet and others, especially Yevlet. Although Habib's reputation was polarized, she could still hear that Habib trusted Yevlet very much. Then make a contract. Habib said excitedly. I didn't expect it. He was the first to make a contract. Before, Yevlet said that she would give him a big gift, which must be something to make him stronger. He was looking forward to it very much, but there were a series of changes later. Now that he came to the other world, Yevlet couldn't use magic. He thought that this great gift would be available only after he returned to Eslanden several years later, and that only then would he have enough fighting power to protect everyone in Xiaolulu. But he didn't expect that. Now he could actually contract a demon and gain powerful strength. He was the first to contract a demon. Now, let him protect everyone. Xiaolulu will definitely look at him with new eyes. How to contract? Habby asked. Just physical contact and sincere promises to each other. Purtle said. So Habby took Purtle's hand. The two began to connect with each other's hearts. I don't know what contract Habby and Purtle made. Soon. Purtle glowed all over, and then his body began to disappear and gathered in Habby's hand. This is. Everyone was stunned. Salted fish sword. Habby held the tail in his hand. This was a salted fish sword, no different from the fish he used to beat people. That's it. Natsu's face was full of disappointment. That's it. Happy looked at him with a smirk. He put the salted fish sword into the package behind his back, then made a camera-like gesture with both hands and pulled it out. Buzz. A wooden square appeared in his hand. Happy flew up and dunked on Natsu. Everyone was shocked. Just like wiping a blackboard, Natsu was swallowed by the square. Where's Natsu? Lucy asked hurriedly said. There. Happy threw the box into the sky. Ah! Natsu fell out of the box, and then fell face down on the beach. Damn it! Natsu got up and rushed to Happy. The box in the sky shrank and disappeared. Happy aimed at Natsu and took a photo. A box instantly appeared in front of Natsu. Natsu rushed in. Happy turned around and took another photo at a tree next to him. A box appeared, Natsu rushed out, hit the tree head first, and immediately became dizzy. Damn it! Natsu fell with his head raised. This is space teleportation. Yefrit was surprised. Yes. Happy said, this is the power that suits me best. Happy turned around and slapped a stone, and then slapped it under himself, and the big stone was moved in front of him by 2 boxes. Then the harpy sat on it, crossed his legs, and was so proud. What a powerful magic! Everyone couldn't help but praise. Hee hee. The harpy was even more proud. Then he saw Xiaolulu, and immediately teleported over and said, Xiaolulu, I can protect you from now on. It stinks, stay away from me, I don't like the smell of salted fish. Xiaolulu covered her nose and retreated. Ka. The harpy, who was still proud just now, was petrified in an instant. Yeflet chanted faintly, pick up the salted fish sword, can't hug you, put down the salted fish sword, can't protect you. Yeflet, you understand me. The harpy immediately rushed over aggrievedly. Stop, I don't like the smell of salted fish either. Yevlet made a gesture of refusal. Ka the harpy was petrified again. After a while of commotion. It was getting dark. The harpy was busy. On weekdays, everyone worked while he ate while lying down. Now no one had magic, but he did, so he ran around excitedly. It must be said that his magic was really useful. If you use your brain a little, you can find a practical place, such as cutting tree trunks, building tents and transporting them during the period, which is also very convenient. And the consumption of magic power is not large. Only when opening the door will magic power be consumed, but it is not needed to maintain it. However, if multiple doors are opened at the same time, the magic power required will have to be increased. With the unremitting efforts of Happy, everyone had a good first night in the other world. There was a comfortable wooden shed, enough food to eat, and a show to watch. Natsu was not angry about what happened in the afternoon, but instead found a new way to perform. Then the 2 guys thought about it and came up with another one, Happy, a little higher. Elfman shouted. Ha ha ha, Natsu, the action should be more handsome. Gray laughed. Gray, if you have the ability, you can come. Natsu said dissatisfiedly. I'll come. Come on, Gray. I saw an empty grassland. Everyone sat around the fire. Happy held a box in his hand and threw it into the air. Natsu flew over and entered the box directly. Then Hobby shouted, where will it appear? Left. Right. Above. Everyone shouted. It will be behind Gray. Hobby announced the answer. Behind Gray, a box appeared, and Natsu rushed out of it like a tiger. Gray was prepared and dodged with a forward roll. Damn, Gray! Natsu was immediately dissatisfied. His sneak attack failed. Humph! Gray snorted triumphantly. Gray, behind. Hobby reminded. Gray took a step back and entered the box. Happy, I want it too. Natsu shouted. A box appeared above him, and Natsu jumped into it immediately. After a while, 2 boxes appeared at the same time. Natsu and Gray ran out of it. Since they were facing each other, they naturally competed with each other. The 2 immediately started wrestling. But Happy waved his hand and put the 2 into the box, and then threw the box into the sky. There was also a box below to catch them. Shua! Natsu and Gray fell from above, and I punched you, and then fell into the box below. Natsu, come on! Gray, don't lose to him! Everyone shouted. Happy, I want to play too. Speed ran over. Then Happy pretended to be mysterious, and then patted Speed. A box swallowed him, and the next second, it appeared above Laxus's head. Speed fell down and instinctively grabbed Laxus's hair, but because Laxus's hair was too short, he failed to grab it, causing him to fall to the ground. Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed. A red well appeared on Laxus's forehead. The joy was over, and tonight was peaceful. The second early in the morning, everyone planned to set off. Because Pirtle had cried when she talked about home before, everyone guessed that there was something hidden. It turned out that Pirtle could not go home. She originally lived in a small demon village, where everyone was kind and weak demons, and had always lived a self-sufficient life. But suddenly a group of human caravans said that there was a big buyer, so they captured them. On the way, the demons launched a fierce resistance. The big demons fought desperately, creating a chance for the small demons to escape. Unfortunately, most of the little demons were captured. Potel was lucky and was not captured. Then she was tired and hungry, and she rushed blindly, not knowing what to do next. Until she met the harpy and heard what the harpy said. She felt that the harpy was kind and reliable, so she made a contract with the harpy. After listening to what Potel said, everyone decided to help her, which moved her very much. So everyone chased after the route pointed by Potel. Along the way, everyone also understood the power system of this continent through chatting with Potel. After humans and demons make a contract, they can develop the potential of demons and gain power. However, demons after the contract lose their freedom. Most of the time, they can only maintain the shape of objects, and if they want to transform back into flesh, they need to consume a lot of magic power. But demons who can make a contract don't care about such things. The values of demons are different from those of humans. What they value most is integrity and contract. In a large canyon, there is a human caravan stationed here, with many guards wearing armor and many guys with strong auras. In the distant forest, there are several sneaky figures. That's them. Those in the cages. It's really hateful, these guys. To make a contract with a demon, of course you have to be sincere. Who would be willing to be forced like this? These are several demons. Lying in the grass. They tracked these humans and wanted to rescue the captured demons, but they were not strong enough, so they could only hide temporarily and wait for a turnaround. Several demons waited until night. Look at those guys. Suddenly, a demon found that another group of humans were sneaking over. A demon wondered. They look like good humans. Another demon said. At this time, in the canyon, Yeflet and others lurked in. Tell me the plan again. Yeflet said. But just as he was about to repeat the plan, he saw Natsu's head turning around. Natsu, don't look around. He quickly reminded. No, Natsu shook his head and said, I always feel that we are exposed. Hey! Everyone was stunned. Who? Catch them. It's human. If it's human, you can kill them. Suddenly, shouts of fighting and killing broke out all around. When? Everyone was shocked. I saw a group of fully armed guards surrounding them. There's no other way. Yevlet pushed his glasses and said, let's follow the plan. Still follow the plan. Lucy was puzzled. The previous plan was to sneak in quietly, release the demons, and then work together with the other side to defeat these guys. But now, the first step has failed, and they have been surrounded. The plan is dash. Yefrit didn't answer her, but Grey had already rushed out, shouting, knock down the enemy. Yes. This is the plan of fairy tale. Ah, I'm a celestial mage. Lucy was helpless. But seeing that Natsu had already rushed up, she could only rush up. As a result, he was knocked down with one punch. Hey! Lucy was stunned. On the other side, Levi, who was chased by the enemy, exclaimed, Lucy, you are so strong. What? Lucy saw the enemy rushing over, and she felt that the enemy was slow enough, so she immediately went up and knocked the enemy down with one punch. I've become stronger. Lucy said in shock. Because you used to fight mages. Yefrit explained. That's right. Lucy finally reacted. Since entering fairy tale, Lucy's daily routine is to hold down or hold Natsu, and then face various powerful elite wizards, so she has unknowingly trained herself to have excellent physical fitness. However, that kind of physical ability is naturally nothing in the battle of high-intensity wizards. But when facing ordinary guards, the results of Lucy's training are fully reflected. Ha 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 ha. Lucy suddenly swelled up, laughing loudly, and like a female war god, punching and kicking one by one, brave and unparalleled. Sister Lucy, Wendy said, it's terrible. Wendy, be careful. Xiaolulu shouted anxiously, don't be distracted in the battle. Ah! Wendy turned her head and found that there was an enemy behind her, raising a weapon towards her. Just then, a box suddenly appeared under her feet. Woo! Wendy made a cute sound and fell into the box. The enemy wanted to catch up, but the box suddenly closed, trapping his lower body outside. I'll fight. Harpy rushed up with the salted fish sword and beat the enemy wildly. Plop! Wendy fell out of another box. Wendy, are you okay? Xiaolulu flew over quickly. I'm fine, thank you, Harpy. Wendy thanked him. Humph, I said I can protect you in the future. Happy took a step back and hid in a box. Chapter 190, Several demons delivered to the door. So powerful. In the bushes, several demons were stunned. That girl, one of the demons' eyes lit up and ran out directly. The direction was Lucy. Now Lucy was showing her power, and in the eyes of these demons, she was so handsome. Asshole, you ran away. Several demons reacted and chased after her. Ah! The demon shouted all the way and ran towards Lucy. Human, I want to make a contract with you. Ah! Lucy was stunned when she heard the voice, turned her head and looked at the source of the voice. There were several demons running towards her. The one in the front was a female demon, very strong and tall. Human. The demon ran over and said, You are so powerful, do you have a contracted demon? What do you think of me? Oh, Lucy was confused. To be honest. Demons. At least the demons that appeared during this period really subverted her worldview. You know, in the past few years, when talking about demons, everyone looked hateful and afraid. Why now? It feels like. She looked at the demon, and the tail behind her kept wagging, completely trying to please. Why is it like a dog? Human. The demon looked at Lucy eagerly. Okay. Lucy nodded. In this world, you have to contract with demons to gain powerful strength. She will contract sooner or later, and this demon looks good to her. But it's not convenient here. Lucy said, Happy, help me. No problem. After answering, Happy directly created a frame behind Lucy. Lucy pulled the demon and teleported to a slightly farther place. Damn, that cunning guy got there first. Several demons immediately hung their heads in dejection. Boom. At this time, a guard was blown in front of them. Then, a red-haired woman came over handsomely, pointed at one of the red-haired demons, and said, You, make a contract with me. Okay. The red-haired demon did not hesitate, because this girl also looked very powerful. Let's go. Urza picked up the long sword on the ground, knocked down the enemies one by one, and walked out with the red-haired demon. Then the remaining few looked at each other. Make a contract with me. I want this yellow-haired one. At this time, Levi and Albagreen ran over and took away two more. Only the last two were left. They stood there innocently, like puppies left in the vegetable market. Do you want to make a contract with me? Kana asked. Okay. The brown-haired demon nodded quickly, as long as someone wants it. She could see that this group of people was not ordinary, and she would definitely experience many interesting adventures by following them. Then just follow me. Listen as said. Several demons were divided up. Lucy, who came out first to make a contract, said, My name is Lucy, and I am the boss of the group. Hello, Miss Lucy. The demon bowed and said, My name is Crystal. Okay, you made a contract with me, what do you want me to do? Lucy asked again. Miss Lucy, we all came from small places, with a desire for adventure. Crystal said, We intuitively follow you, we can experience many interesting adventures, so I just want your trust and your promise that you will not abandon me. I can do all of that. Lucy nodded. But in her heart, she was thinking, it's hard to say whether it's interesting or not, but following her in fairy tale, it will definitely be adventurous next time. Then let's make a contract. Lucy said, and then stretched out her hand and said, I have to go back to help my companions. Okay, Miss Lucy. Crystal stretched out her hand and held Lucy. After a while, Crystal turned into a necklace and appeared on Lucy's neck. When Lucy knew that Crystal had made a contract with her, she was stunned by the magic she got. This. Lucy's face was not ugly, but it was definitely not good looking, and she even looked a little miserable. By the woods. I am Urza, I want you to become a sword. Urza said directly. Ah, Miss Urza, this is not something I can control. The red-haired devil said. The magic after the contract depends more on the humans' ideas. It is humans who have developed the potential of demons. Then let's make a contract. Urza said. That, my name is Aina. Aina said cautiously, she felt that this person was a bit strong. Okay, Aina, make a contract with me. Urza reached out and pressed on Ina's shoulder. Yes. Ina was not unwilling. Urza's performance was also brilliant, but perhaps Urza's aura was too strong, and the scene at this time looked like she was being forced. But after a moment, Ina's body began to disappear. The contract was successful. My name is Alba Green. My name is Kex. My name is Levi. My name is Moji. I'm Kana, can you drink? My name is Bilu. I'm sorry, Miss Kana, I can't drink. What a pity, forget it, let's sign the contract quickly, I want to go back to save my stupid dad. Yes. I'm Lissana. My name is Gus Gus, I'm sorry, Miss Lissana, I'm the most timid among us. I don't have my own opinion. I'm not a mature devil. That kind of thing is okay. Lissana touched the other's head and said, please give me more advice in the future, Gus Gus. Thank you very much for your trust. Lissana and others also completed the contract. At this time, on the battlefield, although at the beginning, they were all ordinary guards, everyone in Fairy Tale can still deal with it easily. Many people were one punch each. But until the opponent's wizard appeared, the situation changed. Boom! Natsu, who had just knocked the enemy away, was suddenly knocked away. Fortunately, the Dragon Slayer had thick skin and flesh, so he immediately got up and looked at the enemy who attacked him. You are really brave. You dare to rob our caravan. The man was holding 2 meteor hammers in his hand. It was one of them that hit Natsu. You haven't heard of the reputation of my meteor Tika. Tika grabbed the iron chain and swung the 2 meteor hammers. The 2 meteor hammers are the size of basketballs and are solid. But Tika swings them as easily as playing table tennis. Is this your magic? Natsu understood. The 2 meteor hammers should be the objectification of the demons contracted by the other party, just like Habi's salted fish sword. After contracting a demon, the other party will become an object. Humans rely on this object to use magic and exert power far beyond bare hands. The power of these 2 meteor hammers is not something that ordinary people can handle, and this man can handle it so easily. It must be because of the opponent's magic, perhaps it is aimed at him personally, to reduce the weight of the hammer or something like that. Chapter 191, Enlightenment. Toka danced with the 2 meteor hammers vigorously. Then he hit Natsu hard, at a very fast speed. If he could use magic, Natsu would have hit him with a fist. But now he has concerns. Even Natsu, who often rushes into his head, has started to play tricks. It's not that he doesn't understand the skills, most of the time it's just unnecessary. After all, dragon slaying magic is a competition of emotions and numbers. Too many plans affect emotions and reduce the power of magic. At this time, Natsu dodges the first hammer with a handsome sideways turn, and the second hammer hits again. He does a difficult vaulting action to dodge the opponent's attack again, and then as soon as he lands, he rushes towards Toka with all his strength. Hee. Teka sneered twice, flicked his arms, and pulled back the 2 meteor hammers. The attack in front was easy to dodge, but how can you dodge the attack behind? If it were an ordinary person, he might have been tricked, but Natsu would not. With rich combat experience, he had been prepared. So when he heard the sound behind him, Natsu directly lay down with his legs apart, dodged the 2 meteor hammers, and moved forward again, finally rushing to a position less than 5 meters in front of Tika. It's really difficult. Teka swung the meteor hammer again, but this time, it was caught by Natsu. It's so heavy. Although Natsu was mentally prepared, the weight of the meteor hammer still surprised him. Ah! Natsu roared, burst out with all his strength, and then threw the meteor hammer out. What? Teka didn't expect that the opponent's strength was so exaggerated. You know, this is solid. However, Tika was only stunned for a moment, and immediately said sarcastically, you don't think it's so easy to get rid of my weapon? As he said that, he pulled his arm and the meteor hammer flew back. At the same time, he swung his other arm and another meteor hammer smashed out. What a trouble! Natsu gritted his teeth, stepped back half a step, and then punched out. Boom! The meteor hammer, which had not yet accelerated to its maximum speed, was stopped by Natsu's punch because of insufficient impact. How is it possible? Tika was shocked. Is this the power and strength of humans? Natsu shook his hands and rushed in front of Tika while he was stunned. Not good. Tika retreated quickly. Although he was muscular and extremely tall, he knew that the boy in front of him was a freak and could not fight him in close combat. But it was too late. Natsu was faster and punched Tika in the face fiercely. He was knocked out. Boom. Tika knocked down many people and finally collapsed a tent before stopping. Is it solved? Looking at the dust and fog there, Natsu just had doubts when he saw a meteor hammer coming. He dodged sideways, but then there was a second, third, and fourth one. Pa, pa, pa. Boom, boom, boom. The iron chain swung with thunderous sounds, and the iron hammers smashed everywhere, like a meteor shower falling here. Ha ha ha. A man walked out of the dust and fog. It was Tika. At this time, he was different from before. He had no clothes on his upper body, replaced by heavy black armor, and he also wore a bull-horned helmet. He wrapped his hands in each. There were a large iron ball, each of which was tied with a dozen meteor hammers. He waved his hand, and more than a dozen meteor hammers fell down. This is my second level awakening. Tika said proudly. Awakening. Natsu was puzzled. Awakening is lifted. Perhaps because of arrogance and fear of being overturned, Tika explained, after making a contract with the devil, the power that can be used is not all. It is necessary to awaken a second time and lift the boundaries to fully exert its power. Natsu's face was solemn. Although the opponent's strength was at the level of 1 punch per punch compared to his true strength, if he was not careful at this time, he would be killed. Boom. Gajeel was chopped and flew away. Damn it. He touched his chest and had a long wound. The enemy used a knife. If it was normal, such an attack would be just a tickle to him and would not break his defense at all. But now he couldn't use magic. It was difficult to deal with it. He had to pick up a weapon. You don't use a knife. The enemy was a two-handed swordsman. Seeing Gajeel holding the knife, he knew that he didn't use the knife often, so he taunted, "It can be seen that you were very powerful, but now you can only let me slaughter you." He caught up with Gajeel in an instant and slashed with a knife. Gajeel quickly raised his knife to block. Dang! The knife was directly cut off, and the opponent's knife directly cut on his shoulder, 3 points into the bone. Hiss! Gajeel couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although he had a similar way of fighting with a knife, he was a dragon slayer. He was so powerful that he threw bricks. He had skills, but he also relied on his powerful magic. At this time, he always instinctively used ordinary swords to resist. How could he withstand it? So he suffered a great loss. Bang! The opponent kicked Gajeel out with 1 foot. Mew. Wisdom is definitely not bad. He is even more ruthless than Natsu. Perhaps it is because of his attributes. Natsu is more emotional, while Gajeel is better at it. Facing the opponent's blade, he actually swung his arm fiercely. What? Zalai was stunned. Dang! Gajeel's arm hit the blade fiercely, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. The opponent's knife stuck on the bone. Not good. Zalai looked at the opponent's fist as big as a casserole, and immediately wanted to draw his sword and retreat. He couldn't abandon the sword, otherwise once the opponent got his sword, it would be a big trouble. However, he pulled it out, but he couldn't pull it out. No. Zalai wanted to abandon the sword, but it was too late. Boom! Gajeel hit Zalai's face fiercely. The powerful force blasted Zalai away, because Zalai instinctively held the sword tightly, and he pulled the sword out. Boom! Zalai knocked down a tent and was covered inside. The opponent has not lost his fighting power yet. Gajeel knew it, and he immediately took advantage of the victory to pursue. Since the sword was not easy to use, he picked up a big wooden pillar and rushed up. Ah! He roared, holding the big wooden pillar, and smashed it towards the opponent. Asshole! Zalai exploded. In an instant, more than a dozen blade lights completely chopped the pillar into pieces, and Gajeel was also chopped away. You angered me. Zalai stood up. He actually had 3 heads and 6 arms at this time. 3 heads, needless to say, 6 arms, each holding a knife. From 2 sword flow, it became 6 sword flow. This is my understanding. Zalai said with a swollen face, enemy who has seen this move will eventually become meat sauce. Gajeel reluctantly got up and clenched his fists. Man! Elfman and a man were fighting. Real man! The other shouted. I am a man. I am a real man. The two shouted while punching each other. What's the difference? A soldier next to him said speechlessly, and the next second he was grabbed by the head by the guy who called him a real man and thrown to Elfman. Looking at the enemy spinning like a windmill, Elfman dodged sideways. But the opponent seized the opportunity. The winner is a real man. Boom! The enemy punched Elfman away. Elfman immediately wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. He stood up and shouted, "The one who can stand up all the time is a real man." Real man. The enemy grabbed the weapon that fell on the ground and threw it. Real man. Elfman dodged flexibly. Until he threw away everything. The two wrestled again. Elfman was tall and strong, and had great strength. The opponent was also a giant muscular man, and he was bald, and he looked much more fierce than Elfman. Even Elfman, who was known as a beast, looked very gentle in front of the opponent. The two were fighting passionately. If Elfman could use magic, he would definitely defeat the opponent. But at this time, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. The winner is a real man. The enemy punched Elfman's head and kicked him out. But the enemy said admiringly, "You are also a rare half-real man. Tell me your name. I will carve your name on my boxing champion belt." He pointed to his boxing champion belt, which was full of names. "My name is Elfman." Elfman said, "I will not lose to you." "My name is Patton." Patton said, "Don't be stubborn, you are only half a real man." Patton roared. The boxing gloves Patton wore suddenly extended a cannon barrel. "My solution. Simple and practical. Just like a real man, he is ruthless and doesn't talk much." Patton's boxing gloves sprayed flames, driving his body, like a missile, flying towards Elfman. Boom! Elfman raised his arms to block, but was knocked away by a punch. What a strong force! Elfman was shocked. He couldn't bear such a force. "I can see that you are the strongest except for that woman," the enemy holding the whip said. Gildarts looked at the woman the other party was talking about. Yaksha flashes in the air. With one move, Banjia killed one of the opponent's wizards. As long as she has a knife in her hand, her fighting power is really the best in the field. After all, she is a strong person who is only slightly weaker than Urza in swordsmanship. In other guilds, she is definitely S-level. Gildarts was too lazy to say anything. His melee ability was not weak either. It was no problem for him to beat Natsu in a playful state. "Tell me your name," the other party said. "Before asking others' names, tell me your own name first," Gildarts said. "You are still a little bit weaker, and you are not worthy of knowing my name." After the other party finished speaking, he swung a whip. Even ordinary people can hit the power of sonic boom at the end of a whip. Not to mention wizards. Gildarts dodged the whip and threw it to the ground, smashing even the stone. If it hit a person, the destructive power is self-evident. Gildarts rushed forward. The enemy immediately swung another whip. Gildarts was experienced in combat, and immediately swung his cloak. Snap! The whip was hard, but not soft, and was immediately entangled by the cloak. Gildarts found an opportunity, grabbed it, and then pulled it. What? The enemy was shocked, and the moment his body lost balance, Gildarts took the opportunity to get close and punched him. The enemy quickly defended, but who knew that this punch was just a feint? Gildarts grabbed the opponent's wrist, and then threw him over his shoulder. Boom! The enemy fell to the ground. But just when Gildarts was about to continue attacking, suddenly, he heard the sound of wind behind him. Snap! He quickly dodged to the side, and then looked again. The whip was swung out from the shadow of a tree. The enemy stood up, dusted himself off, and said proudly, "You are really strong and smart." "Good," he said proudly, "you are qualified to know my name is Jason." "Feel honored. Not many people have been told my name." "Hat!" Gildarts sneered. As a strong man who travels all over the continent and is the signature of fairy tale, he has pretended to be much more than this little guy. Naturally, he would not be angry with the other party's arrogant attitude, but would find it ridiculous. Humph! Seeing Gildarts' sneer, Jason snorted angrily and swung the whip. Gildarts dodged sideways. But he suddenly felt the crisis again. "Hurry up and dodge again." Snap! The whip that came from the front and he dodged came from the back again. Gildarts looked back and saw that it was so. The opponent swung a whip into the shadow and swung out a whip from another shadow. So, he hit 2 consecutive attacks. At this time, Jason took out another whip and waved it skillfully with both hands. So, with 2 whips, guess how many attacks there will be? 2. Jason swung 2 whips, and Gildarts dodged the first wave of attacks. Then the whip went into the shadow and was swung out again, and Gildarts dodged the second wave. It seems not. Jason smiled and said, is that 4? He swung the whip again, but this time, it passed through 4 shadows and there was another wave of attacks. It seems not 4. Jason said, is it 6? As he said, he swung the whip. It's really troublesome. Gildarts frowned. Laxus was punching one by one. You are quite fast. Suddenly, an enemy appeared, with his hands in his pockets, and kicked Laxus' head from behind. Laxus reacted very quickly, turned around and kicked with a high whip kick, intercepting the opponent's kick. Hey! The opponent was also a little yellow-haired, and made a surprised sound. Chapter 192, Natsu, Lucy, Deski. Boom boom boom. Under the continuous attack of dozens of meteor hammers from the enemy almost at the same time, Natsu was in danger. Not only could he not get close to the opponent and give him a powerful right hook. Instead, he only had the choice of dodging. Ha 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 ha. Tekka laughed wildly, I have to admit that you are as flexible as a monkey, but how long can you dodge like this? My magic allows me to use meteor hammers without consuming energy. This is Tekka's confidence. He swung the meteor hammer without consuming physical strength. Natsu will not be able to hold on sooner or later. Sure enough. One careless move. Natsu's speed was a little slower, and he was locked on the head by the opponent's meteor hammer. If he was hit, even Natsu would probably have a bloody head. Fortunately, there was the attention of the harpy. Buzz. A square box appeared behind Natsu, teleporting him to another place in time. Damn it! Tekka chased after him. Natsu also picked up a sledgehammer and planned to fight hard. Meteor hit. Seeing this, Tekka madly waved dozens of meteor hammers and smashed them down. At this moment, boom! A golden figure flashed by, and with a few punches, the meteor hammer that was about to hit Natsu was knocked away. So handsome! Looking at the golden figure from behind, Natsu couldn't help but shout, his eyes shining. The person who came was a golden light mecha. It was fully wrapped, 2 meters tall, with the characteristics of a female mecha, big breasts, thin waist, and a raised butt. The main color of the whole body was gorgeous gold, mixed with some white, and it looked like a speed type from the body shape. However, the strength should not be underestimated. Natsu, are you okay? The golden mecha turned around and asked. Lucy. Natsu's eyes widened, this was Lucy's voice. Yes, the operator of this golden mecha was Lucy. Under the helmet, the hidden Lucy had a complicated expression. When she got the magic, she was completely dumbfounded, and her mood was extremely complicated. She couldn't tell whether she was happy or sad. Good news, her magic is very strong. Bad news, it's a mecha warrior. She is a girl. Magic is to control mechas. And although this mecha looks slender, it is actually power type. Lucy's mentality almost collapsed. Is this your magic? Natsu shouted. Knowing that it was Lucy, he rushed over without hesitation, hugged the mecha, patted it here and there, and commented excitedly, so handsome. So cool. Lucy wanted to cry but had no tears. At this time, seeing Natsu's hand reaching for the chest of the mecha, Lucy quickly made a hand knife and knocked Natsu to the ground. Stupid, where are you touching? Hee hee. Natsu was not angry, but smiled cheerfully, and then shouted loudly, Grey, Yefrit, look, Lucy's magic is a mecha. So handsome. Grey over there praised. Lucy, a man. Elfman, who was being beaten, also praised. There is such magic. Tekka raised his arm and smashed it down, but so what, I will smash you to pieces. Before Lucy could reply, Natsu jumped up, such a handsome mecha, I won't let you damage it. With that, the angry Natsu rushed forward. The next second, he was teleported away by Happy. Happy held his forehead, Natsu, don't make trouble for Lucy. Natsu, dot. Why do I suddenly feel a little autistic? Lucy, dot. I feel very complicated, a little happy. Natsu was angry for her just now, and looked like he was defending her to the death, and a little sad Natsu was actually protecting the mecha. Humph, shooting meteors. At this time, Tika attacked again. Lucy suddenly looked up at the enemy, clenched her fists and rushed forward. Do you know? I am very unhappy now. Boom boom boom. Lucy punched one by one, violently knocking all the meteor hammers carrying huge kinetic energy away. What? Tika was shocked. He never expected that the opponent had such terrible power. Lucy kept rushing to the opponent. She rarely fought in this way. But she was used to this way of fighting. She recalled Natsu's punching posture in her mind. She shouted angrily, Lucy's iron fist. Boom. A punch hit Tika's chest hard. Tika's chest was covered with heavy black armor. But this brutal punch broke the armor. Crack. As the armor shattered at the same time, Tika flew backwards dozens of meters, his head tilted, and he lost his ability to fight. Lucy is so strong. Juvia swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Juvia, don't be distracted. Gray rescued Juvia from the enemy's attack. Sorry, Gray-sama. Juvia apologized quickly. Lucy so handsome. Natsu pounced on her again and hung on Lucy. I don't know why. The current Lucy is particularly attractive to him. Lucy, I like it. Mecha, I like it. Lucy is wearing a mecha and wearing a key. Lucy is really shy and helpless. The shy thing is that Natsu has no sense of boundaries, although he didn't have much before, such as often sleeping in his own bed and carrying her on his back at every turn. But he didn't act like this, his eyes were shining, as if he had been thirsty for 10 days and finally waited for a river, wishing to drown the whole person in it. This is Natsu's state, just a bare hug. Although it is a mecha, it has a sense of touch. Lucy's face was completely red. But she was shy and helpless because she knew that most of Natsu's passion was on mecha. How could he repair it? Dang dang dang. Gajeel retreated step by step, with many scars all over his body. Ha ha ha. His enemy, Zalai, who had 3 heads and 6 arms and 6 swords, laughed loudly. Fight back, why don't you fight back? Do you want to be chopped into meat paste by me like this? Gajeel. At this time, a voice shouted. Gajeel looked back and saw a monster rushing towards him. Behind the monster was Levi. She held a paintbrush and looked at Gajeel with a trusting look. Gajeel took a deep breath and did not move. Shua. The monster actually went straight through his body and then rushed straight to Zalai. What? Zalai frowned slightly, he raised his knife, and decided to chop it into pieces regardless of whether it was fake or not. Puff. With one cut, the illusion of the monster disappeared. It's fake. Zalai looked forward. Gajeel had taken this opportunity to run to Levi. Levi said, let's cooperate. Okay. Gajeel nodded. Shua. Levi waved her hand, and another Gajeel appeared. The 2 Gajeels looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and rushed towards Zalai. Humph, just chop them all. Zalai snorted disdainfully. It's just a knife. Levi said. Then she drew 9 Gajeels in succession. A total of 11 Gajeels, all rushed towards Zalai. Humph, I can still chop. Zalai's 6 arms danced like a windmill. Gajeel's illusion was completely destroyed. The real Gajeel saw the opponent's airtight defense and did not dare to punch rashly, which could easily leave his arm there. It's just an illusion. It has no attack ability. That's all. Zalai sneered. Is the illusion weak? Libby smiled. If our guild didn't have a guy named Yefret, who only used deception, not even illusion, to fool everyone, I would really think that my new magic would be weak. But my magic. Libby showed a confident expression, but it's stronger than Yefret's magic. After saying that, she wrote quickly. In just a few seconds. She drew a landscape painting, and then covered Zalai. Humph. Zalai drew his knife and was about to cut it off. But the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He suddenly appeared in a beautiful place. This is... Zalai was a little alert. He looked around with 3 heads and 6 eyeballs, turning around non-stop. Can you destroy everything here? Levi and Gajeel suddenly appeared in front of him and said proudly. Then I'll destroy it for you to see. Zalai swung his sword frantically, but it was like cutting the air, and he couldn't destroy anything at all. Underground. He slashed at the ground again, cutting the ground into gullies. But he still didn't leave here. Moji. Levi called her demon's name and said, "Please." Buzz. A wave of magic power was released. Levi waved her hand and drew frantically. Swish swish swish. A rain of arrows fell towards Zalai. "It's just an illusion," Zalai said. "Then please stand there, don't move, and don't defend," Levi said. Seeing the rain of arrows covering him, Zalai couldn't help it and swung his long sword quickly. Ding ding ding. The rain of arrows was blocked. "It's true." Zori was shocked. "Levi. Is this true?" Gajeel was shocked. "I've said it before, my magic is very strong." Levi felt proud. Her strength is not strong enough in the first line. Especially, her attack is weak, it's just functional. But she got this magic, which is very powerful. In some aspects, or by definition, it's even stronger than Yeflit's deception magic is stronger. Because this magic. In the real space, everything is an illusion. In the illusion world, everything is real. That is to say, in the battle outside, Levi can create realistic illusions. But in this illusion space, she can create real attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Levi waved her brush, and the whole world was mobilized by her. It is no longer limited to magic. Landslide, tsunami, avalanche, volcanic eruption. All natural disasters. Damn it. Zalai was unable to cope with it. He just ran over the avalanche and almost fell into the magma. He knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would definitely die. Seeing the two people in the distance, he rushed over. No matter how powerful the magic is, as long as the person who uses magic is killed, the battle can be won. So Zalai rushed with all his strength and rushed straight to Levi. "Levi, be careful." Gajeel quickly stood in front of Levi. "Don't worry, Gajeel," Levi said calmly. She waved her paintbrush. A wall of earth appeared in front of her. "Shua." But Zalai chopped the wall into pieces with a few strokes, and then slashed at Levi fiercely. "It's bad." Levi was horrified, as if she had no idea what to do. Puff. Zalai slashed with his sword, but was stunned. "Is it an illusion?" Ha ha ha, Levi laughed. "I finally understand the fun of Yefrit. It's so interesting. Damn it." Hearing Levi's laughter, Zalai was extremely angry. "You forced me to do this." Zalai half squatted, sheathed all his swords, and drew his sword. "Levi, be careful, don't be careless, this move is terrible." Gajeel stood in front of Levi with a cautious look. As a dragon slayer, he has extraordinary intuition. "I know." Levi also became serious. "Shua." Zalai's speed reached the limit, and he rushed to Levi in almost an instant. A knife cut out. The knife energy was everywhere. Sizzle. The scroll was torn. Zalai escaped from it. He gasped, then looked at Levi and said, "This magic really has weaknesses." Levi stopped laughing. "This guy is really smart. This magic is indeed not invincible. In the real world, her existence is real, and her attacks are illusions. In the illusion world, her existence is an illusion, but her attacks are real. It seems that there is no solution once you enter the illusion world. But drawing it takes time. Even if this time is very short. It's like Yevlit's deception magic. If he doesn't make a move, no one can find him, but once he makes a move, the magic fluctuations will expose his whereabouts. This magic of Rebbe needs her to draw it herself. Even if the speed is fast, even if it is a very simple sketch, it takes time. Her magic. It is not a recitation, not a thought in the heart. It must be drawn. Whether it is an illusion attack or an actual attack, it needs to be drawn in person. Also her existence. In the real world, she does not need to draw herself, but in order to control the illusion world, she must have an illusion of her, and this her must also be drawn. So, when the enemy's speed, such as Zalai, is almost at the limit and exceeds her drawing speed, the illusion of her is killed, and the illusion world is destroyed. "I understand." Zalai said, "As long as the speed is fast enough, it will be fine." Gajeel stood in front of Rebbe and said, "But you can't break through me." He turned to Rebbe and said, "Rebbe, don't worry about using magic, I won't let him hurt you." Yet. Rebbe nodded. "Shua." Zalai took action. Levi raised the paintbrush. At this moment, Boom! A force from the air blasted Zalai away. What? Zalai was surprised and fell to the ground after a few turns. He looked at the person who came. A head of red hair. Wearing a cool silver knight outfit and holding a silver knight spear. It was Urza. Urza. Seeing Urza coming, Gajeel breathed a sigh of relief. This person can give too much sense of security. 2 against 1. Zalai's face was solemn. No. Urza shook her head. I don't want to waste time on you. Shua. I saw a red shadow rushing towards Zalai. Zalai is a 6-sword style, he can use 3 swords for defense and 3 swords for attack. At this time, he did the same. But... Spear tip impact. Iluza shouted angrily. The magic power was stimulated from the spear tip. Boom. Zori was blown away directly. Compared to Rebecca's fancy attack, Urza's attack was quite violent and direct. She rushed forward and nailed Zora to the ground with one shot. Puff. Zori spit out a mouthful of blood and lost his ability to fight. Chapter 193, Their respective performances. Boom. Barton pinned Elfman to the ground and beat him. Elfman gradually lost the ability to resist. I told you, you are only half a real man. I am the real man. Barton said, punching Elfman in the chin. Swish. The next second, Elfman was teleported away by Harpy. Harpy did not keep moving everyone, otherwise, no one would be able to fight. He would only teleport people away at the critical moment. Stop, the final victory has not been decided yet. If you are half a real man, don't be a coward. Barton rushed forward. I am a man, I will not be a coward. Elfman climbed up and said stubbornly. Although he could not win, he could not lose in momentum. Just then. Buzz. A scarlet ray knocked Barton out. What? Barton touched his gloves. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and blocked it with his gloves. Otherwise, if he directly took the attack with his body, it would be over. He saw a woman walking up to Elfman and caring about him. Elfman, are you okay? Alba Green said. I'm fine. Alba Green, can you use magic? Elfman was stunned for a moment, then said clearly, you successfully contracted the devil. That's right. At this time, Alba Green was wearing a pair of red women's glasses. This is the appearance of her devil, Keeks. Laser glasses, this is her ability, simple and easy to understand. Alba Green is very happy because this is the magic that suits her best. She can shoot lasers with glasses. When her own magic returns, she can take off the glasses and petrify the enemy. It can be said that this ability is a supplement to her strong ability. This is a fight between real men. Barton said angrily, women should not interfere. Yes, Alba Green. Elfman pulled Alba Green and said, this is a fight between us. Hey. Alba Green said dissatisfiedly, I have no interest in that kind of thing. I just want to defeat this guy. Barton frowned and said, even if you want to defeat me, you have to wait until I kill your boyfriend. Do you understand the rules? You are not a real man. I am not even a man. Alba Green said, besides, you seem to have misunderstood. Alba Green looked at Barton and said, now it is a duel between the guild and the sister. Who said that I would duel with you? What real man? A real man will not do bad things. Just a guy who only bullies the weak. Shut up, you are not a real man, you are not even a human being. Alba Green's ridicule directly made Barton's face red. You bitch! He rushed to Alba Green. Alba Green fired a laser directly. Bang! Barton blocked the laser with his gloves. Tsitsizi. This laser not only has a strong impact, but also has a very strong cutting ability. Barton felt his gloves melting. But he was confident that he could rush to the opponent. One punch. It's over with one punch. He wanted to swell the bitch's face. Barton rushed to Alba Green. Elfman was shocked and shouted, Alba Green, be careful. Then he punched Barton. Humph. Alba Green snorted coldly. Increase the output. Buzz. The laser directly penetrated Barton's gloves and pierced his right chest. Plop. Barton lay on the ground unwillingly. You are not a real man. Barton looked at Elfman and said unconvincedly, hide behind a woman and win with a woman. You are not even half a real man. Elfman was embarrassed, but Alba Green sneered and said, of course he is a real man, his woman, I can prove it, who can prove it for you? Puff. Barton immediately spit out a mouthful of blood and turned his head to the side in grief and anger. Alba Green, that's not right. Elfman said with a red face. What are you thinking about? Alba Green glanced at him and said, just fighting and winning, that's the strong and the winner, not a man. Is Urza a man? Fighting for justice in your heart, for your family, and for me, Elfman, you don't need the scum lying on the ground to recognize you. I recognize you. That's enough. After saying that, Alba Green turned proudly and went to help others. Snap. Gildarts frowned slightly as he looked at the whip marks on his shoulder. This guy's magic is really troublesome. Even he was injured. Ha 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 ha, Jason laughed wildly. Uncle, your physical fitness is quite good. You can actually dodge so many of my attacks. But it has to end. Jason said, unfortunately, it's still not my full strength until now. My real strength is... Shua. Suddenly, a figure blocked Jason and Gildarts. Jason's words were interrupted. Gildarts looked at the back and was startled. He hurriedly said, Kana, come back, that guy is very dangerous. The person coming eyes it's Kana. No. Kana shook her head and said, I will fight him and defeat him. Kana turned to look at Gildarts and said, I will not lose. The arrogant girl did not finish her words, and added in front of you in her heart. Have you contracted a demon? Gildarts understood, and after a little hesitation, he decided to respect Kana's opinion, but still reminded, then you have to be careful, that guy's magic is to transmit the whip attack through the shadow to create multiple attacks. You should pay special attention to the attack behind. Don't be careless. Got it. Kana nodded. Oh. Jason looked at Kana and said with a smile, a beautiful girl is my opponent. Hey. He said frivolously, if I beat you, can I date you? I warn you, kid. Gildarts's face was gloomy, don't flirt with a father's daughter in front of him. So it's your daughter. Jason said without caring, she doesn't look like you at all, she's really a biological daughter. Before he finished speaking, Kana acted in anger. She rushed directly towards Jason. Gildarts watched Kana's battle nervously, his palms sweating. To be honest, watching Kana fight was more nervous and worried than fighting himself. Kana. What magic did you get? Although the opponent used a whip, he didn't have a shortcoming in close combat. You must be careful. Kana wore a pair of blue gloves and looked ordinary. This is her demon entity. Kana rushed to Jason and slapped him. Is that it? Jason said disdainfully, it's a bit reckless, beautiful lady. He swung a whip and whipped Kana. But Kana caught it. Shua. In an instant, the whip was shattered. Gildarts widened his eyes, this move, so familiar. Hey. Jason was a little surprised, but since his weapon was destroyed, he was not afraid or regretful. Seeing Kana stretched out her hand and pressed towards his body, Jason immediately stepped back, and at the same time, he took out a whip from his shadow and swung it at Kana again. This time, he used some magic. Snap! Kana dodged the whip, but the whip swung into a shadow, and then swung out from another shadow. Kana dodged nimbly, and then grabbed the whip that was about to be retracted, and squeezed it, and the whip shattered. Shattering magic. Jason understood, it's really powerful. But... Jason took out two whips again and said, it's impossible to beat me like this. He swung his hands wildly, and suddenly, whip shadows filled the sky. Kana, be careful. Gildarts said worriedly. Kana took a deep breath. Bilu. Try that. Yes, Miss Kana. Bilu responded. Snap. Kana stretched out her arms, then clapped her palms forward. Boom. A powerful magic power turned into a gust of wind and swept past Jason in an instant. Sizzle. Jason's clothes were completely shattered in an instant. Then his body was covered with dense cracks. Puff. Jason spit out a mouthful of blood and fell down with an unbelievable look on his face. Kana. Gildarts ran over excitedly and said, is your magic crushing magic? Humph. Kana snorted coldly and turned away proudly. It was indeed crushing magic. When making a contract with the devil, the magic obtained actually depends more on one's subconscious. Even Lucy got a mecha that she didn't like very much, but deep in her heart, she had fantasized about becoming strong enough, and the powerful template she referred to was naturally Natsu. Kana was actually very proud of Gildarts, and she was very dissatisfied with her own strength for a while. Because of this subconscious desire to get close to her father, she got magic similar to Gildarts. With crushing magic in hand, Kana felt that she would definitely prove herself. Of course, it was not all subconscious. Another battlefield. Yevlet held honey in his hand and pulled Myra Jane, always bypassing the enemy wizards and only attacking the weak, those ordinary guards. Watching Kana and others get magic, Myra Jane looked at Yevlet. Her eyes had some strange meaning. She said, "Yevlet." Yevlet looked at her. "What kind of magic do you think I will have after I contract the devil?" Myra Jane asked. Yevlet was stunned for a moment. To be honest, facing Mirajana's eyes, he was a little flustered. He said, "How do I know? It should be very strong." "Really?" Myra Jane smiled, "I think so." Yevlet just breathed a sigh of relief, but heard the other party say, "In fact, I hope to have some magic that can catch some naughty guys more easily." Yevlet smiled, "Then you look forward to it, maybe it will come true." "Then I will look forward to it." Myra Jane smiled gently. "Be careful." Yevlet pulled Myra Jane behind him, and then killed the enemy with one sword. Looking at Yevlet's back, Myra Jane still smiled. Ah! She guessed something. But he must have a point. Boom boom boom. Laxus was fighting with a little yellow-haired guy who was very fast. This made him very unhappy. He had always been the one who crushed others with speed. But now he was crushed by the opponent. Laxus's speed was very fast, and after getting speed, he was even faster. Everyone he hit looked like slow motion. But now, he could see the enemy's movement speed, but his body could hardly keep up. So he had to dodge the attack at the most extreme distance every time. However, there were several times when he was beaten. Boom! Failed to dodge again. Laxus was kicked out. "Your reaction is so fast." The little yellow-haired man stopped, and stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking very pretentious. However, he was still very surprised at Laxus's reaction speed. No matter how fast he ran, the other party's eyes could keep up. This guy must have been a strong man in the past. The little yellow-haired man said, "What's your name?" Laxus said, "Before asking others' names, tell your own name first. There is no such rule here. I am too lazy to tell people who are bound to die." The little yellow-haired man said proudly, "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Then I will use the speed that will make you despair to get rid of you, a stubborn guy." The little yellow-haired man took a step back. The shoes on his feet emitted a white light. It can be seen that the reason why he ran so fast was the magic of this pair of shoes. At this moment, Shua! A touch of pink was inserted between the two. Then, a girl came here. "Listen. Laxus frowned, "Get out of the way." "It's okay, brother Laxus." Listen smiled, "I have contracted the devil and obtained magic. I can fight this guy. Just a streamer." The little yellow-haired boy smiled, "Little girl, you really are too self-righteous." In an instant, the little yellow-haired boy rushed in front of Listen. "Listen." Laxus rushed forward. Humph! Listen took back the streamer, made it wrap around her body, and then dodged the little yellow-haired boy's kick. "You are also very fast." The little yellow-haired man laughed, then turned around and kicked towards Listen again. Listen swung the ribbon, wrapped around the little yellow-haired man's legs, and then threw him out directly. Bang! The little yellow-haired man adjusted his posture in the air and landed on the ground. "Hey, little girl, what is your magic?" The little yellow-haired man asked in confusion. Humph! Listen snorted coldly and didn't bother to pay attention to him. However, she felt that she still overestimated her physical fitness. Her magic is addition. For the attributes of the body, choose one and improve it. If she can still use magic, then this magic will be a great improvement to her own magic. But now, even with the addition, it is difficult for her own physical fitness to improve too much. She is not a stubborn person, so she turned and ran to Laxus's ear and told him her magic. "Let me do it." Laxus said immediately. "Brother Laxus, then I'll leave it to you." Chapter 194, Yevlet, have an exciting time. The streamers were suspended around Laxus. Laxus felt a surge of power rising. Men still use this kind of thing. The little yellow-haired boy sneered, "How disgusting." Laxus was not affected by it. "Shua! The little yellow-haired boy accelerated and kicked over. Laxus did not move. "Brother Laxus! Listen!" shouted nervously. "Humph, you are pretending to be cool in front of girls, right? I will kick your head to pieces." The little yellow-haired boy snorted coldly. He kicked Laxus' head. At this time, Laxus took action. Snap! He grabbed the little yellow-haired boy's ankle. "What?" The little yellow-haired boy was shocked and was about to struggle hard, kicking Laxus with his other leg so that he could escape. But Laxus threw him to the ground with force. Boom! When the speed and strength difference was not big. Laxus's combat experience was far beyond that of the little yellow-haired boy. He directly used a set of combos against the little yellow-haired boy who was lying on the ground and had no time to react. Originally, he didn't use these skills much, just crushed him with strength and used magic to blast him. But not using it doesn't mean he can't. The little yellow-haired boy had no power to resist, and was beaten black and blue, and fainted in grief and anger. Brother Laxus is so powerful. Listen, ran over. As Lucy and others signed the contract demons, the battle situation has reversed. The caravan could no longer hold on. They were defeated quickly. Only a few wizards were left to resist stubbornly. Among them was the leader Blackle. "You dare to offend our Starfrost Guild? Do you know who wants these demons?" Leader Blackle roared. He held a baseball bat and had the magic to double back any magic. However, Kakuji suppressed him with pure swordsmanship. There was also Lucy in a mecha, imitating Natsu, and sometimes Lucy's iron fist or Lucy's wing attack. Although there was no special effect, she really learned the essence of Natsu's attack method. The two worked together, using pure swordsmanship and strength to beat Blackle so hard that he could only threaten. It's a pity that he was facing a visitor from another world and didn't know what the Starfrost Guild was. Even if he knew. According to the character of fairy tale, they wouldn't care. Asshole! It's Prince Lilam Sisa who wants these demons. Do you want to become the enemy of the entire Endisa kingdom? He roared. That kind of thing doesn't matter anyway. Lucy shouted, Lucy's Red Lotus Fist. Adapted from Natsu's Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist, a series of rapid blows. Blackle wanted to swing a baseball bat to hit Lucy, but was blocked by Banjiu's knife. Boom! Blackle was blown away and had been beaten miserably by Lucy. Humph! Lucy put her hands on her waist, showing a proud attitude, and the mecha on her body faded. It hurts, it hurts. She just pretended for a second, and the fatigue and muscle pain came over her, causing her to scream a series of times. What's wrong, Lucy? Natsu ran over quickly. As Blackle was killed, the remaining few wizards completely lost confidence and were quickly defeated. Click! The lock of the prison was opened. Demons escaped one by one and expressed gratitude to everyone. Thank you so much, humans. It's okay. President Makarov took the lead and talked to the other party. And Natsu and others were already preparing for the bonfire party. A dinner that everyone was very satisfied with. Not all demons are willing to make a contract with humans. These demons are a little nervous, because they still want to go back to their own lives, but they are worried about being forced to stay. So Laxus said directly that he would not force them to make a contract. The demons were very grateful and guilty, but they still went back to the village the next day. Before leaving, they begged very much that when everyone in Fairy Tale had time, they would visit their village as guests, and they would definitely treat them well. After separating from the demons, everyone had breakfast. Sitting together to discuss what to do next. Yeflet, what do you think? Laxus asked. First, make sure all of us can make a contract with the devil and obtain magic. Yevlet said. Everyone nodded in agreement. After this battle, the importance of magic is self-evident. Many people are not used to fighting without magic. Last time I came to Edras, there was a small pill of mist gang, so everyone fought as soon as they were unsealed and took the small pill, and there was no such contrast. But now this sense of contrast is very strong, especially for people who are used to magic. For example, Juvia. In this battle, she made many low-level mistakes. She has always not avoided ordinary attacks, because her body made of water can ignore a lot of magic. This battle, she made this mistake instinctively several times. Fortunately, Grey was always paying attention and pulled her back, so nothing terrible happened. Yevlet continued, secondly, we are being targeted. No matter what, we are now at a disadvantage facing the Xingxuang Guild and the Andisa Kingdom. There is probably no room for maneuver in this matter. We will stay here for a few years. My suggestion is, don't stay in one place. Everyone looked at him in surprise. This is really an unexpected idea. After all, everyone is used to the model of having a guild and a home. Yevlet said, where everyone is, there is home, there is a guild. It's rare to come to a different world, so we can't build a guild here, and when everything is on track, we have to go back, which is not cost effective. And after the teleportation array is activated, it will directly teleport us back to Eslanden, not to the Kingdom of Edras. So, don't you want to see Mistgang again? After a short silence, Natsu raised his hand first. I agree with Yefrit. I agree too. Gray also raised his hand. Agree. Everyone agreed. Okay. Laxus nodded, then where should we go next? Everyone started thinking again. On a big rock on the side. Mavis and Makarov sat side by side. Makarov looked at everyone with relief, especially Laxus. This grandson of his had disappointed everyone and him too much during his rebellious period. He was desperate for a time, thinking that he might lose not only his son, but also his grandson. If Laxus left the guild and became like his father, this would be a heavy blow to an 80-year-old man like him. But fortunately, Laxus did not go that far. Now, he gradually retreated behind the scenes and slowly handed over the power of the guild to Laxus. Looking at Laxus, who was thinking seriously, he was relieved and proud. President Mavis. Makarov said proudly, this is the next generation of the guild, the 4th generation president of the guild, and the fairy military advisor of the 4th generation president. What do you think? Mavis smiled and said, they are all good children, Makarov, you have done a good job, and you have cultivated so many good children for the guild. Although it's a bit noisy. Ha ha ha. Makarov smiled and rubbed his head. But lively, very good. Mavis' eyes had an inexplicable sadness, as if she recalled something. But this sadness was quickly forgotten by her. It's been so many years, why are you still holding on to it? The past cannot be changed. The future is in front of us. The Fairy Tale Guild, led by the 4th generation president, will definitely be the guild she hopes for. Yevlet, said Mavis. That child, the grey-faced man blames him. Makarov heard Mavis talking about Yevlet and quickly defended him, saying, he is actually very sensible, even too sensible. He is indeed difficult to understand sometimes, but he is definitely a good child. I know. Mavis nodded, sometimes, he is really hard-working. He is indispensable to this guild and everyone. Hearing Mavis's evaluation, Makarov breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately he heard Mavis say meaningfully, but after thinking about it, he is still a little too confident. Confidence is a good thing. Makarov smiled reluctantly. He certainly knew that the confidence in Mavis's mouth was not a compliment. Mavis smiled and stopped talking. No one knew the inside story. How could she not know? Yevlet. This guy. In these 3 years, he created a world for everyone in Fairy Tale. Also, he played with a world. Where are there so many kind demons? Where does the history of 100 years come from? It's all fake. It's all deception. It's really worthy of the magic used by Yevlet, fraud magic. The objects of his fraud are getting more and more exaggerated. From ordinary people, to powerful wizards, to dark guilds, to Zirev, to the whole world. Finally, Mavis looked at Yevlet, and the other person's figure was reflected in her clean eyes. Zerf's worry is justified. Yevlet, wanting to defraud God, will anger God. Mavis stood up, her eyes swept over the demons on Lucy, Kana, and others, and sighed. A new magic system. Yevlet, playing too big. Mavis paid attention to Yevlet's every move. Although she only eats small cakes every day, she knows everything Yevlet does. Of course, Yevlet did not hide it from her. Yevlet created many demons and released them into this world. Then, through the ability of the demon Asa and his fraudulent magic, the memory of the whole world was changed by him. It can even be said that, cognition. The demons have only been in this world without magic for only 3 years, but they have a history of more than 400 years, and 100 years of contract history between humans and demons. A magician system that can obtain magic with a contracted demon has been established. Eslanden, still a world that changes color when talking about demons. But once this experiment is completed, Mavis's smart brain can already guess that Yevlet will definitely move this system to Eslanden. At that time, the number of wizards under the new system will increase exponentially. As for what will happen next, or what does Yevlet want to achieve, with her wisdom, she can't figure it out. She just thinks this is not a good thing. She also thinks that Yevlet has a good heart, but is too bold. The meeting is still going on. Everyone is discussing fiercely where to go next. Of course, in the end, everyone is more inclined to get the answer from Yevlet. Yevlet said, "How about playing something exciting?" "What do you mean?" Laxus frowned slightly. Even Yevlet said it was exciting, so it must be very exciting. Laxus has changed his mind, or he is approaching Makarov and is weighing every decision from the perspective of the guild president. From this perspective, the ultimate goal is stability, to protect everyone's safety, not radicalism, let alone playing too outrageous like Yevlet. Yevlet said, "Since we have offended the Xingshuang Guild and the Andisa Kingdom, it's inevitable, and everyone is not willing to avoid it blindly." Of course. Nazi was the first to express his opinion, saying, "If such a hateful guy comes to settle the score, I would rather punch them out. Although I really want to say." Gray said, "Natsu, calm down or something, but it would be really unpleasant if we retreat." "Right." Gajeel nodded. Yevlet said, "In that case, let's play with them. Anyway, since this country is so blatantly trying to catch demons, they must have more successful evil plans. We will aim to rescue these demons and bite off their flesh. During this period, we can make a contract with the demons to enhance our strength, and we can also do good things. Moreover, as our strength increases, the Starfrost Guild and the kingdom will definitely not dare to provoke us. Our reputation will also be spread out, and it will be convenient for us to travel around in the future. No small character will dare to disturb us." Everyone was thinking. After a moment, Natsu and others raised their hands. Almost unanimous vote. "Then let's do it." Laxus slapped his knee. At this time, Makarov and Mavis came over. Makarov smiled and asked, "Kids, how did you discuss it?" Laxus briefly stated the conclusion. "If it is everyone's decision, then let's do it." Makarov nodded, and said, "Just make sure to ensure the intelligence." He looked at Yevlet and said, "In the past, it was Yevlet's intelligence that allowed us to reduce losses. But now, Yevlet, you don't have the fraud magic, so it's very difficult to collect intelligence. Leave it to me, President." Habi immediately patted his chest and said, "My magic can easily go to various places, sneak in, and escape." "Habi, don't be too proud." Makarov felt that Habi was a little bit arrogant, and said, "Although there are few magics that can restrain space teleportation, it is not that there are none." "Yes." Habi nodded, but didn't care. He performed extremely well in this battle, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he was the MVP of the game. After receiving everyone's praise, he was indeed a little bit arrogant. Chapter 195, Strange Demon. In the dense forest, a caravan was moving slowly. Everyone was relatively relaxed. The wizards were still talking. "This time, I made millions. After this job, I plan to take a break for a while. Yes, I just made enough to buy a house. When I go home, I can propose to my girlfriend." "Congratulations. I'm not like you. I have to spend a lot of money when I have money. I will first spend it on women in the dance hall and then on the casino. After all, in this business, you don't know when you will die. For example, you may be killed later. Don't be a pessimist." The wizards didn't notice that there was a small frame behind a tree next to them, and half a cat's ear was sticking out of the frame. The cat's ear moved. Suddenly, the ground sank. Boom! The cargo and prisoner wagons, as well as most of the ordinary guards, fell into a big pit. "Attack! Attack!" The magicians reacted and were about to fight back. Just then, a mecha rushed out of a box. Lucy's iron fist. A magician was beaten and flew out. Enter the painting. A landscape painting covered 3 magicians. Smash! A beautiful woman with a smell of alcohol also jumped out of the box and destroyed a magician's contract item with a slap, making it lose its magic. The contract was cancelled, and the demon turned into a ball of light and flew away. Ha! A silver-haired girl, with extremely fast speed, knocked down several magicians with one punch and one kick. Because it was a sudden attack and insufficient intelligence, most magicians were taken down before they had time to prepare for the battle. Damn it, do you know whose orders we are following? The leader roared, took out the toothpick in his mouth, and immediately turned it into a long stick. Shua! But a knife was placed on his neck. Feeling the coolness on his neck, the leader's body trembled, and he looked up and saw a red-haired woman with a determined look. Clang! He was tactful and dropped his weapon. The attackers. Of course, they were all members of Fairy Tale. Harpy investigated intelligence, Yevlet formulated an ambush plan, and Lucy and others with magic implemented it, catching the caravan off guard and easily taking it down. Of course. They were not robbers and would not rob ordinary caravans. Instead, they targeted the caravan that captured demons. This caravan captured a lot of demons. After these magicians were dealt with, everyone stood by the pit and looked down. The guards raised their hands in surrender, very tactful. All the demons were rescued. They were very grateful to the Fairy Tale people, but they were not so willing to make a contract with them. Only a few young people wanted to stay. The Fairy Tale people, I won't force them. As usual, they had a banquet, and then let the demons leave, leaving only a few demons willing to make a contract. Because the number of people was not equal, and the demons had to be willing, they were allowed to choose their own contract partners. My name is Bilibi, human brother, can I make a contract with you? Me? Bigusro was a little surprised. Well, I think you are very handsome. The little demon looked very satisfied with Bigusro's dressing style. Okay, my name is Bigusro. Bigusro grinned. The contract was made immediately. After a while, Bigusro was surprised to hold a heavy sniper rifle that was almost as tall as himself. His contract item was a palm-sized toy gun, but it could be turned into a heavy sniper rifle. Bigusro tried to shoot a shot. Boom! A tree 1,000 meters away had its trunk broken by a shot. It was extremely powerful and accurate. He lifted it up, put it on his shoulder, felt the weight, and said happily, not bad. So handsome. Natsu was envious. No demon wanted to make a contract with him. After Bigusro, Elfman made a contract with the demon master and obtained the magic wolf claw. The item is a pair of gloves. When used, it can be clenched into a fist, and 3 long blades can be ejected on both sides. The physical fitness will also be greatly improved. And it has a strong recovery ability. As long as it is not killed on the spot, it can recover from injuries and physical strength in a short time. Fried made a contract with the demon Jeskai and obtained the magic super farsightedness. The contract item is a telescope. It can be used with Bigusro. And don't think that this magic is useless. Fried is very satisfied because this magic can just cooperate with his own magic to write the spell at a super long distance. Because it also has the ability to transmit magic power to any place visible to the eyes. The most surprising thing is Gildarts. The same goes for Levi. Although this magic is a fake attack in the real world, she can use it in conjunction with her own magic, just like Yevlet's fraud magic. There is a fake in the real, and a real in the fake, which is hard to guard against. And Listena's magic bonus, when she uses her animals to receive magic, can gain a huge increase in strength. In short, either make up for weaknesses or strengthen. Those who get magic are very satisfied. Those who don't get magic are more and more looking forward to it. Everyone continues to set off. The next day, they approached a city. Do you want to go in? Laxus asked. Don't rush everyone to go in. I'm afraid we have made a little reputation during this period of time. Yevlet said. He pondered for a while, and then said, Turtle Dove, and Happy will go, everyone wait for a while. Compared to everyone, he is low-key, so he shouldn't be easily recognized. Okay. Laxus nodded. Brother Yefrit, be careful. Lisena said. If Yefrit could still use magic, she would not worry, but be very relieved. But now Yefrit cannot use magic, so everyone is not so confident in him. Okay. Yefrit nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I'll follow you, it's okay. Happy patted his chest and assured. Yefrit smiled, put on his hat, and slightly lowered the brim of the hat. 2 people and 1 cat walked towards the city. Everyone rested in place. Eat, eat. Natsu shouted. Who should hunt today? Gajeel asked. Gray and Juvia. Laxus said. Then let's go. Grey said. It's just hunting some small animals, so everyone will be relieved to let Grey and Juvia act. Let's go, Juvia. Grey stood up and stretched out his hand to Juvia. Juvia happily grabbed Grey's hand and was pulled up by him. After nearly being wiped out by the Black Dragon on Tenro Island, Grey finally figured out some things and gradually opened up to Juvia. Everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before the two of them were together. Not only these two people. Gajeel and Levi were almost there, and probably a little faster. Even Natsu and Lucy were a big step closer than before. Walking in the forest, Grey observed his surroundings carefully. He carried a bow on his back and a knife in his hand, just like he was an old hunter, looking for prey and alert to wild beasts. Juvia was much more relaxed. She had a rapier on her waist but didn't draw it. While walking, she saw a cluster of blue flowers. Juvia was a little surprised. These flowers were very beautiful. She ran over quickly, squatted down, and picked a few flowers. Grey stopped to wait for her. Looking at Juvia's back, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Juvia picked a few flowers, found some grass, and made a wreath. Mr. Grey, can you wear it? Juvia asked expectantly. Yes. Grey bowed his head slightly. Juvia immediately put it on him happily, then looked at it and said, "So handsome, Mr. Grey." Grey smiled and reached out to touch the flower on his head. "Hey, be careful, it won't look good if you crush it," Juvia said quickly. But Grey took a flower and inserted it into Juvia's hair. Juvia was stunned. She looked at Grey's gentle smile, and her heart was filled with warmth. She was moved and almost cried. "It will look good on your head," Grey said. "Lord Grey." Juvia pursed her lips, fearing that she would cry. "Okay, let's go." Grey smiled and took Juvia's hand, turned around and pulled her forward. After walking for a while, a few more clusters of beautiful flowers appeared in front of them. But there were things to do at this time, so Grey and Juvia did not stop. But the further they walked, the more they saw. Finally, after walking out of the forest, the front suddenly opened up. It turned out to be a flower field. There were all kinds of beautiful flowers planted in the flower field. A stream was winding and flowing. Next to the stream, there was a thatched house. There was a tall figure squatting on the ground, carrying Grey and the other person on his back, busy. It was a demon. "Mr. Grey, shall we go over and take a look?" Juvia was so fond of the flower field. "Okay." Grey led Juvia over. When they got closer, they heard the demon still singing. Don't be fooled by the demon's tall body, which is almost 2 meters tall. And it looks very strange, with a humanoid lower body, but 2 separate upper bodies, like a conjoined person. The most contrasting thing is that the demon's humming is a female voice, which is quite sweet. "Hello," Grey said. "Wow." The demon was startled and turned around to see that it was 2 humans. Grey and Juvia also saw what the other party was doing. This is a female demon, or 2. Because the other party from the waist up is the upper body of 2 female demons, except that one has only the left arm and the other has only the right arm. They all have human facial features, but their skin is light blue. They were all very sturdy from head to toe, and their lower bodies were stronger than Elfman's, but their upper chests could still reveal their gender. Of course, they were covered by clothes woven with flowers and plants. They held a shovel in one hand and a seedling in the other, and it was obvious that they were planting flowers. "Human!" She was startled and turned and ran. "Wait!" Grey shouted hurriedly. But the other party didn't even dare to go back to the house and ran wildly. "We have no ill intentions," Juvia shouted hurriedly. But the demon had already run far away. "So timid," Grey said helplessly. "It looks very fierce." Juvia nodded. "It's really fast, and its strength should be very strong," Grey said, and then he shook his head, "but we seem to disturb her peace." "Yeah, let's leave quickly," Juvia said. "Do you want to pick some flowers? They are all pretty here," Grey said. "No need." Juvia shook her head and said, "Besides, the flowers we just picked are from the wild. This is planted by someone else without their consent." "Then let's go." The two turned and left. The other side of the forest. The demon had already run here. She hid her body behind a tree. Her 2 bodies, one on the left and one on the right, went around the tree trunk and looked at the two people leaving in the distance. I was scared to death, sister. Fortunately, these two humans don't look like they want to catch us. The demon who spoke was the demon who hummed just now. They don't look like bad guys. The other half said. But humans have been catching demons recently. It's hard for us to tell whether they are kind or malicious. The younger sister said. That's right, so if we meet, we should avoid it. The elder sister said. If we can make a contract, it would be nice to become a magician's contracted demon. The younger sister said. Then we will lose our freedom and can't grow flowers. The elder sister looked reluctant. Humanity only has 180 years, it will pass in a blink of an eye. The younger sister said, she thought this was a good idea. After we escape this disaster, when humans die, we can still plant flowers. But if we are caught and sent to the royal city by those people. I heard that there has never been the devil has come back. Maybe, those devils have been killed. It's terrible. The elder sister was silent. Ah, sister. The younger sister suddenly shouted, pointing to the direction Gray and the others were heading, shouting, look, the direction they are going is bad, that place is the territory of the overlord. The kind-hearted devil sister was anxious, what should I do, sister, they are not wizards, they don't have the breath of devils, they will be killed by the overlord. The elder sister was still silent. The younger sister said anxiously, let's go, sister, let's stop them. But what if they have bad intentions? The elder sister still had some concerns. But we can't just stand by and watch them die. The younger sister said, we must stop them, I don't think they are bad humans. The younger sister said, a couple who look very good, the girl didn't pick our flowers. Let's go. Sister finally made up her mind. Chapter 196, Gray and Juvia's engagement ring. Unfortunately, the two sides were already quite far apart. When the demon chased to the other side of the forest, Gray and Juvia had already lost their trace. The two sisters hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow. On the other side, as they went deeper and deeper, Gray and Juvia were a little confused. Gray said, why are there no mosquitoes here, let alone animals? Yes. Juvia nodded. Wait, I seem to have an impression of this situation. Gray began to search his memory. One day a few years ago. Gray and Natsu, Happy, Lisana and Kana. Several people were doing a commission together. A commission that was not difficult, to drive away the wild wolves. For ordinary people, wild wolves are very fierce, but for wizards, even children, the danger is not that high. They drove the wild wolves as far as possible into the forest, not allowing them to return and threaten the lives of the villagers. But as they walked, the wild wolves were unwilling to move forward. Everyone was still confused, and Natsu suddenly changed his face. What's wrong, Natsu? Gray and others were very confused. There are no animals, no mosquitoes, and even the wolves dare not move forward. Natsu suddenly turned around and ran. Everyone run, there is a big guy ahead. Everyone was confused, but Natsu was an expert in this area, so they turned and ran after hearing him. Whether Natsu was right or not was not verified at the time. One day later, Gray was doing another task nearby. Thinking of this incident, he went to take a closer look. There was indeed a monster lurking here. Of course, at that time, he didn't have to spend too much effort to deal with the opponent. Back to the present. Gray suddenly pulled Juvia up and turned and ran. Just like a few years ago, he didn't have the strength to deal with a powerful monster alone. What's wrong, Lord Gray? Juvia was confused. We have mistakenly entered the lair of a monster. Not only is there no prey here, but we may also be attacked. If there was magic, Gray would have rushed forward like Natsu, howling. Isn't this ready-made meat? We should be more rational now. Juvia followed Gray staggeringly after hearing this. There was no way, she was a pure mage, and her physical strength was far inferior to Gray's. Just then. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the right. Why is it over there? Juvia was startled. This is the territory of the monsters. It's not strange for that guy to appear anywhere. Gray said, and he immediately turned around and continued to flee. But at this moment, he heard. Ah! It's dead, it's dead. I was kind enough to go find those two humans. Those two humans were not saved, but we are going to be killed. We've you, So unlucky. It's the voice of that demon. Juvia heard it. Is she coming to find us? Save us. Juvia guessed as she listened to the devil's words. But we can't save ourselves, Gray said, but gritted his teeth and said, Juvia, go back and get some help, I'll hold it back. He took off his longbow, took off an arrow, and ran in the direction of the noise. Juvia hesitated. To be honest, they had already gone a long way. It was up to her to find help at this time. She gritted her teeth and chased after Gray. Lord Gray! Juvia shouted. Juvia, why are you following me? Gray said. I'm here to help you. Juvia said, afraid that Gray would chase her away, and analyzed, it's such a long distance, and it's too late for me to run back, so it's better to face it with Lord Gray. You are such a jerk. Gray stopped talking. Boom boom boom. They met. A huge monster over 10 meters high was chasing the demon they had just seen in the flower field. Human. The demon was also stunned. You weren't eaten. If you hadn't provoked it, I think we would have left here safely. Gray said. We just want to remind you kindly. The sister in the demon said aggrievedly. Lower your head. Gray suddenly shouted. He drew his bow and arrow, pulled the longbow into a full circle, and then loosened his fingers. Swoosh. The arrow cut through the air and went straight, then it pierced the beast's knee. Unfortunately, the wound was very shallow, and the opponent just shook his legs and shook off the arrow, but fortunately, it delayed a little time, allowing the demon to run further. Stupid human, shoot the eyes. The demon shouted. You are the idiot. Gray raised his hand and shot an arrow at the monster's eyes, and the opponent reacted very quickly and slapped it away. Just now it was scraping, now it is invalid output. Get it? Gray said. Juvia nodded, she was deeply touched by this. After all, she often did this, she didn't dodge the attack without threat, but she often suffered losses, and she blocked or avoided the threatening one, so she suffered less losses. Boom boom boom. The monster was chasing close. Gray and Juvia also turned around and ran. However, he had a longbow in his hand, and from time to time he turned around and shot an arrow, slightly blocking the pace of the monster, making it impossible for the other party to catch up with the two people and the demon. But at this moment... No, we can't go any further. The demon shouted. Why, are you stopping to die? Gray was puzzled. In front. In front is our home. The demon said anxiously, if the overlord goes there, he will destroy everything. Hwalala. As soon as the demon finished speaking, Gray stopped. Because of the fast speed, he slid a long way. Lord Gray. Juvia and the demon stopped and looked at him. Gray said, then we can't go this way. He looked at the demon and smiled. Hey, demon, when this matter is resolved, give me a most beautiful flower. The demon was stunned. Then, Gray turned and ran in another direction. You know, the speed difference between the two sides was not big, and the monster was even faster. It was Gray who kept shooting arrows that slowed down the opponent's speed. Now Gray turned and ran in another direction, plus the time wasted. This time, the monster was very close to him, and Gray didn't even have the chance to draw his bow and arrow. Lord Gray. Juvia was anxious, pulled out the rapier at his waist, and chased after him. Hey, human. Seeing this, the demon also shouted and chased after him. Don't hurt my Lord Gray. Juvia raised the sword and slashed at the monster's tail fiercely. Dang! The long sword cut into the tail, but it was stuck on the bone. Roar! The monster felt pain, and with a flick of its tail, it knocked Juvia away. Then, the monster turned around and chased after Juvia. That idiot! Gray cursed angrily, and shot several arrows, but they were all blocked by the monster's claws. Hey, human, are you okay? The demon picked up Juvia and planned to run away. Boom! A huge shadow as big as a mountain enveloped them. The demon looked up and looked at the huge monster, stunned. Damn it! Gray dropped his longbow, took out his big knife, and chopped down the wound that Juvia had cut before. His strength was much greater than Juvia's. The knife was cut off, and the monster's tail was almost cut off by him. Roar! The monster roared, turned, and pounced on Gray. But Gray was experienced in combat. After the cut, he had already circled from another direction and ran to Juvia's side to join them. Let's go! Gray took Juvia and turned and ran. Human, what are your names? The demon chased up and asked. Why ask this at this time? Gray said anxiously. The monster was injured and furious, and the speed of pursuit was faster than before. And Gray carried Juvia on his back. Even if he ran wildly without his life, it was not as easy as running alone. At this time, the distance between the two was closing very quickly. It was a life and death moment. The devil said, "We are two devils, sisters, but we are born deformed and connected together." It was obvious that one of the two devils was more lively and talkative, while the other was less talkative. "I'm the elder sister." The less talkative devil said, "My name is Luha." "I'm the younger sister." The more talkative devil said, "My name is Liha." Liha said, "If you don't mind us being weak and deformed, then make a contract with us. This is the only way now. My name is Gray." "My name is Juvia." "Listen, Gray, Juvia, we don't have any special requirements, we just hope that you can let us plant flowers in the future." Liha said. "No problem." Juvia said, "With experts like you, I am very happy to plant many beautiful flowers for my and Gray's future home." Then it's decided. The two devils each stretched out their hands. Gray and Juvia also stretched out their hands. As a white light lit up, the devil's body disappeared. Then two white lights converged on Gray and Juvia's ring fingers. After finally taking shape, it was a pair of beautiful couple rings. "Mr. Gray." Juvia blushed with excitement. "Couple rings on the ring finger. This is an engagement, right?" "It's an engagement. She and Mr. Gray are engaged." "It's..." Actually, Gray was more concerned about the magic he had obtained, which surprised him. Roar! The monster pounced on him. "Juvia, come back to your senses," Gray reminded, and then he pulled Juvia behind him and raised his hand. Splash! Endless water flowed out of the ring. It rushed fiercely on the monster's body, blocking its movements, but not too aggressive. "Oh my god!" Juvia screamed, she was so excited. Gray was actually controlling water. And she was. Juvia stretched out her hand. Crack! The monster was instantly frozen into an ice cube. That's right, her magic is controlling ice. But it's not like Gray's ice shape, creating ice out of thin air. It's the magic that condenses water into ice. Interesting. Gray waved his hand, and the ice cube turned into water again. Roar! The monster that had just been unsealed had not yet made a complete roar. Is it fate? Is it destiny? Okay. Gray patted her head and smiled, I'll help you in the future. Let's kill this guy first. Natsu must be complaining now. Yet. Juvia nodded, but said, I still need Gray's help. Yet. Gray waved his hand, and the water flow gathered into a cone above the monster. However, the water flow cone alone does not have much killing power, unless it is Juvia's own magic, but even so, it is not as destructive as Gray's ice magic. Now the magic exchange experience between the two is definitely not as powerful as before, and cooperation is still needed. Juvia waved her hand, and the water flow cone turned into a sharp ice cone. Boom! The ice was unsealed, and the monster was confused and pierced through the body by the falling ice cone. As the overlord of the forest, he fell down unwillingly. Juvia breathed out, saying, It feels so good to have magic again. As a powerful wizard, he suddenly became not much stronger than ordinary people. He was really not used to it. Cut some meat and take it back. Gray said. Yet. Camp. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Natsu, stop making noise. Laxus frowned. I'm so hungry. Natsu lowered his voice. Lucy knelt on the ground, and Natsu was lying on her thighs, holding her stomach with one hand. Just now, Lucy was still chatting with the girls. Natsu was rolling on the other side. He came over while rolling. Then he forcibly took Lucy's knee pillow with a nonchalant look on his face. Seeing this, the girls smiled and got up and left. You tell me. Levi pulled Kana's arm and whispered, Natsu, do you understand what you are doing? If that fool Lucy doesn't tell him, he will never notice it. Kana shook her head. I feel much closer to you, Levi said. Natsu is like this. Alba Green said, just because he didn't think about it doesn't mean he didn't have it subconsciously, otherwise why wouldn't he go to Urza's legs to rest his head? Woo, Urza suddenly looked a little sad. Urza, what's wrong with you? Myra Jane looked at her in confusion. Will Natsu not rest his head on my lap in the future? Urza felt a little disappointed, as if her younger brother was going to get married and would never act like a spoiled child to his sister again. I don't think he should have taken the initiative to rest his head on your lap. Kana said speechlessly. Several girls nodded. It was as if Natsu often took the initiative to rest his head on Urza's lap. It is obviously. Classic scene, on the train, Urza knocked Natsu down with one punch. However, since Lucy joined the guild, she seems to have really taken away this right that originally belonged to Urza. The key is that Natsu himself is willing, not being knocked down with one punch. Sniff. Natsu suddenly sniffed. Natsu, what are you smelling? Lucy immediately misunderstood, after all, her giant thing was not far above Natsu's nose. However, Natsu stood up with a swish. The food is here. Swish. Everyone looked at the forest. Gray and Juvia came over, dragging a car made of ice. Gray, you can use magic. Everyone was immediately delighted. We all have contracts with demons. Gray explained. It's a ring, it's a ring. Juvia showed excitedly, Gray-sama and I are a couple. Gray-sama also gave me the most beautiful flower in the flower field. Juvia showed everyone a very beautiful flower in her hair. Congratulations, Juvia. The girls congratulated sincerely. Ha ha ha, Gray, you actually use water magic. On the other side, after learning that Gray is a water magician, Natsu immediately laughed and patted Gray's shoulder. Ah, yes, water makes it easier to extinguish the flame. Gray said. What did you say? Natsu was immediately dissatisfied. Hey! Hey! The two guys started butting heads again. Chapter 197, Yevlet, it's fun. At the city gate. Sure enough, they are wanted. Yevlet stood in front of the notice board and looked at it. They were wanted on it. There were a lot of wanted posters, but no photos. And on the wanted posters, as Yevlet expected, there were only some very active and recognizable people. Like Yevlet, who rarely rushed to the front in a fight, could only slack off and never shed a drop of sweat, so it was naturally impossible for him to be drawn on it and described in great detail. But Turtledove and Happy were on it. And their magic, guess, and bounties were also written on it. Pink-haired girl, magic wind system, good at kendo. Bounty 680,000 J. Blue cat, magic, space teleport, can fly. Bounty 420,000 J. Mr. Yevlet, what should we do now? Asked Turtledove. Because she might be wanted. Turtledove was wearing a cloak, and even the harpy sitting on her shoulders was covered. She stood here openly without causing any uproar. Civilians would not pay attention to it after just one glance. Wizards and the like often dress like this, so it's not surprising. Civilians are easy to fool, but if they want to enter the city, soldiers will search them in detail, so it's difficult for them to enter. Yevlet, Yevlet, look, Natsu's bounty is lower than mine. Happy whispered, his voice full of pride. Even if Natsu can't use magic for the time being, according to his personality, he must be the most active. However, because he was judged to have no magic, the bounty given to him was 70,000 J, which was equivalent to Lucy's monthly rent. Lucy, on the list at this time, was drawn in the form of a mecha, and the bounty was 700,000 J. Lucy is valuable, and is actually worth 10 months' rent. Mr. Yevlet. Turtledove asked again. Then don't go in, I'll go in by myself. Yevlet said. How can that be possible? You can't use magic now. If something happens. Turtledove was reluctant. Am I just relying on fraud magic? Yevlet said with a smile, don't worry, as long as there is no risk of exposure, do you think I can't get by here with my ability? That's not what I mean. Turtledove shook his head. Don't worry, Turtledove, I will protect Yevlet. Happy handed out a small box and said, Yevlet, if you have any trouble, just throw a card in and I can pick you up. Okay. Yevlet nodded and took the small box. Mr. Yevlet, I wish you good luck. Turtledove saluted. Yevlet put the small square in his bag. He slightly lowered the brim of his hat, holding a gentleman's cane in his hand, without any guilt, walking calmly, and with some aristocratic elegance. He came to the city gate. Hello, sir. The soldier on duty at the city gate was of course the most discerning, and nodded and bowed. Such nobles are often the most generous, and sometimes even give a little reward for the sake of face. Sure enough, Yevlet took out a gold coin and threw it. The soldiers' eyes were fixed on the gold coin. As the gold coin rotated and rose, their heads also raised, and when it fell, they also fell, staring at it, with desire written on their faces. Yevlet said, "What? Do you want to search me?" At this time, everyone entering the city had to be searched. These soldiers were not good guys. They were rough with men and took advantage of women. Everyone was angry but dared not speak. Yevlet didn't want to be treated so rudely. It wasn't that he felt guilty, he just didn't like being touched like this. And it was obvious that the reason these guys searched him was not because of them. There must be something else. Hearing Yevlet's question, a soldier said, "Of course not, sir, we are catching a thief." "You look like a noble or a big businessman, definitely not a thief." "Catch a thief?" Yevlet took out the second gold coin. "Yes, sir." The soldier's eyes brightened and he explained, "A month ago, there were frequent thefts in the city, and many important people's homes lost a lot of property. Until a week ago, Master Barry from the royal city, he is a powerful wizard, and he almost caught the thief, but unfortunately the thief ran too fast and she escaped. But the thief was also injured, and we blocked the city gates, so she couldn't escape from the city. Master Barry judged that she had accomplices, and now that we have lost contact, they will definitely go into the city to rescue her. That's why we have to guard the city gates day and night and search everyone passing by." "Do you know what her accomplices look like? What's the point of searching them?" Yevlet asked in confusion. "Sir, the thief is said to be a very beautiful girl, but Master Barry said that she is a demon who is very similar to a human. Even if she is very little, she still retains some demonic characteristics. Master Barry said that her accomplice must also be a demon, so as long as we search the body and catch the demon who enters the city alone, it is likely to be her accomplice." "I see." Yevlet took out the first 3 gold coins, and said, "I am a Viscount of the kingdom and a traveling scholar. I have experienced a long journey and want to rest in this city, but from what you said, this city is a bit dangerous." Yevlet is really a nobleman, so he naturally knows how to pretend his identity. With his dress, if a soldier dares to question him, he will slap him twice, and the other party will have to apologize and believe him. There are so many viscounts in a kingdom, how can ordinary soldiers recognize them? At this time, as long as you don't show your fear, it will be difficult to be exposed. What's more, the other party's attention is mostly on the gold coins. "No, no, no, sir." The soldier was anxious, afraid that he had scared away an obviously wealthy nobleman, and hurriedly said, "It's just a small thief, it's no big deal. Anyway, this matter will definitely be resolved within a week." Another soldier also hurriedly said, "Yes, sir, Master Barry has already said that if we wait for 3 more days and still haven't caught him, then..." He approached Yevlet and whispered, "Just find a fake execution, which will definitely attract the other party to come to the city for rescue, so that we can catch the other party, follow the clues, and recover all the lost finances." "What a smart man!" Yevlet smiled. "Master Barry is an official in the capital, of course he is very smart." The soldier said. Yevlet smiled, he was really praising this man, but he was not referring to a fake execution plan that ordinary soldiers would know. He had already seen the other party's real means. The fake execution was just a superficial plan. What kind of inside story is this that a soldier can know? This must be a deliberate spread of news, pretending to be stupid, and if there are really accomplices who think that Barry is a fool, then he is the biggest fool. On the day of the execution, Barry will definitely ambush in secret, waiting for the thief who has not been caught in the city to leave the city. The other party will most likely have the mentality of taking advantage of this opportunity. And the thief's accomplice may also take advantage of the situation and enter the city to rescue people instead of robbing people. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, this is the strategy of Barry. Of course, it is not ruled out that the other party is really stupid, and Yevlet just thinks too much about this possibility. Officials in the capital are not necessarily elites, and Yevlet has seen many fools. Dang! Yevlet dropped 3 gold coins, and the soldiers hurriedly caught them, and his companions immediately came up to share them. It was a bit noisy. Yevlet no longer paid attention to them, swung his cane, and strode into the city. After entering the city, he was a little hungry, but he didn't rush to order something to eat. Instead, he went directly to the center of the city. He found the city lord's mansion here. Along the way, he inquired about some information. The one in charge of this place is the Shirashi family, and the mayor is the patriarch of the Shirashi family, Baz Shirashi. Baz is an ordinary nobleman. This is the inheritance of his ancestors' hereditary earl. Baz is not a good person, but he is not bad either, and he has no talent. Under his management, this city is neither particularly poor nor rich. Everything is in order. Yeflet went all the way to the street near the city lord's mansion and booked a room in the hotel here. Then he came to a snack stand and sat down. "Sir, what do you want to eat?" The stall owner came over and greeted him. "Bring me some lemonade." "Okay, sir." There were not many customers at this time, and the stall owner was not particularly busy. Yevlet looked at the back of the stall, where a little boy was sitting on a small bench, playing with a toy frog, pressing it and jumping it. Seeing his bored face, it seemed that this toy was no longer popular. Yevlet took out a few cards. He can do magic without relying on fraud magic. He just shook his wrist and the cards disappeared. His movements were a bit big, attracting the attention of the little boy. Yevlet showed him his hands, but he didn't see anything. Then he grabbed a card out of thin air. The little boy's eyes widened immediately. Yevlet threw down the card, waved his hand again, and another one came out. Then he shook it slightly, and this one became 4 again. "It's amazing, sir." The stall owner came over with the things that had been made first, and said, "I'll put up some first, sir, and I'm still working on the rest." "Okay." Yevlet smiled and said, "Is that your child?" "Yes, sir." The stall owner nodded. "Come here, child." Yevlet waved his hand, and the child trotted over. "Sir, eat it while it's hot," the stall owner said hurriedly. He was not worried about anything bad, but he felt that the other party was performing magic for his child and delayed his meal. "Ah, it's okay." Yevlet smiled and said, "Child, what's your name?" "Sir, my name is Lippy." Lippy answered politely. "Do you like watching magic?" Yevlet asked with a smile. "Of course I like it, sir, but watching magic shows costs money." Lippy said. "Haha, wait until I finish my meal, and then I'll show you for free." Yevlet smiled. "Sir, are you a magician?" the stall owner asked curiously. "Yes." Yevlet smiled. "I am also a nobleman and a scholar. It's my first day here." "Ah, noble sir." The stall owner was startled and quickly pulled his child back, looking respectful. "No need to be like this. I went out alone and traveled around the continent without even a servant. I don't want to feel distant from everyone." Yevlet smiled. "You are really a kind and benevolent noble sir." The stall owner couldn't help but say. "But I am also a little distressed." Yevlet said, "I am a viscount, and Mr. Baz is an earl. I am new here. According to the etiquette of the nobility, I should visit him, but I don't know what he is like or what he likes. Besides, these things have happened recently. The city doesn't seem to be very peaceful. I don't know if there is a good opportunity." "Sir," the stall owner said, "Mr. Baz has a daughter. The lady goes to the horse farm in the west of the city to ride horses every noon. Even these days, she has never stopped. She is about the same age as you, and both of you are nobles. I think you can talk about her. Next week, the lady will hold a birthday party. Maybe you can get an invitation from her." What the stall owner said is not a secret. He opened a shop here, and he could see the earl's daughter every day, wearing tight jeans, riding a horse, walking on the street. She is the dream lover of many people. Knowing that she is going to hold a birthday party, countless young men hope to perform well at the party and win her favor. Someone had already done something like going to the horse farm to show their affection. He just said something that everyone knew. Whether the person in front of him could do it or not was none of his business. "That's great." Yefrit smiled. Even if he didn't use fraud magic, he was confident that he could get what he wanted. For example, becoming an important figure in the enemy. It's not fun to just be hunted down. If he could get to the top of this country by deceiving people with words, and it would be best if he could personally lead the wanted list, that would be very fun. At night, Yefrit used the Harpy's teleport to report safety to everyone. Everyone from Fairy Tale returned to the home of the devil that Grey and Juvia had contracted the flower field to stay temporarily. They didn't understand what Yefrit was going to do, but Myra Jane judged from the few sentences in the letter he delivered that Yefrit had something he wanted to do. So, everyone was not in a hurry and came here to stay. The next day, Yevlet arrived at the horse farm. Sir. The staff hadn't started the formal questioning yet. Yevlet took a stack of money and said, "Give me the best horse and the best gun." "Okay, sir." The staff's eyes lit up immediately. This is a big customer. Soon, Yevlet changed into a set of riding equipment. He climbed on the horse and took a long spear. "Sir, do you really not need a coach?" The staff was a little worried. "Are you questioning whether a hereditary noble knows the etiquette of riding and shooting?" Yevlet asked back. "I dare not, sir." The staff was startled. "Humph." Yevlet proudly squeezed the horse's belly, and the horse ran faster and faster. Chapter 198, Sidrina, you are really a romantic gentleman. Da-da-da-da-da. Yevlet rode his horse and ran wantonly. He was also a master of spearmanship. He held a long spear and aimed at the target, and every shot hit the 10 rings. A beautiful woman came here. "Who is he? He's quite powerful. I haven't seen him before." The woman said. "Miss Sidrina, this person should have just arrived in this city. This gentleman is also a noble." The staff replied. "Interesting." The woman's face showed a fighting spirit. She was Baz's 4th daughter, Sidrina Shirashi. She thought that among the young generation in the city, her riding and archery skills should be the best. But this outsider seemed to be no weaker than her. So she didn't say hello, turned on the horse, and rushed over with a gun. Another target appeared, and Yevlet was about to raise his gun to shoot. Bang! The target was shot down. "Hey!" He turned his head and saw a beautiful girl who proudly raised her spear to him. The other party was not very polite and had provocative movements. Yevlet didn't indulge her. The moment the target appeared, he raised his gun to shoot. So fast! Sidrina was surprised. She had overestimated the opponent, that is, he was accurate. Unexpectedly, she still underestimated him. The opponent was not only accurate, but also fast. But she was not bad. After finally getting an opponent, Sidrina was very excited. But soon, her excitement turned into anger. Another target appeared. This time, Sidrina was very focused. She raised her gun quickly, but when she was about to press the trigger, the target had been shot. Damn! So fast! Sidrina was more serious. Another target appeared. This time, before she could raise her gun, the target was shot down again. How is this possible? Sidrina widened her eyes. How could it be so fast? Just kidding, Yevlet casually made a gun flower, thinking, I have been playing with guns for more than 10 years. Bang bang. 5-0. 10-0. 15-0. Sidrina blushed. Finally, she saw a target, which was in the best position for her, just in front of her. She didn't even need to do any extra movements, just raise her arm and she could hit it. This time, she must overtake. Sidrina raised her hand excitedly. Snap! The target fell down. It wasn't her who hit it. Sidrina's smile froze on her face. Damn it! Sidrina was almost going crazy. Shua! She pulled the rope, turned the horse around, and galloped faster. It seemed she was in a hurry. Yevlet smiled and put the spear on her shoulder. The little girl's mentality was not good. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Yevlet being a master of guns. But if he really said he was invincible, he was still far away. At least, he was not even at the top. In a city, can you find someone stronger than him? Of course you can, and they are not rare. But Sidrina is not like that. She is the daughter of the city lord and a beautiful woman. Many men will definitely choose to lose to her for various reasons. This gives Sidrina an illusion that she is very powerful. In fact, she is accurate, but with that slow speed, if she duels with cowboys, she will lose 10 times out of 10. At this time, Sidrina rode faster and faster on horseback. If you can't beat her with a gun, then compete in riding skills. She rode her horse and ran past Yevlet like the wind, leaving a fragrant breeze. Pop! This time, the new target was very close to her, and Sidrina finally shot first, but missed the target. After all, the horse ran too fast and she couldn't control it at all. "Miss, slow down," Yevlet reminded her when the other party passed by her again. "You admit defeat." Sidrina left this sentence, and she had already run far away on the horse. It was a little girl's temper. Yevlet smiled and shook her head, gradually slowing down the horse. It would be impolite to suppress it again, and don't play games with people who can't afford to lose. Seeing Yevlet slow down, Sidrina was immediately proud, and seeing a hurdle in front of her, she wanted to show off her skills. Pop! Just then, a target popped out. To be honest, she hadn't tried such a difficult move. But at this time, in order to show off, she pulled the rope and made the horse jump up, and she posed handsomely, trying to hit the target. Bang shot! The target was hit. But when the horse landed, she couldn't sit still. "Ah!" She screamed and fell off the horse. "Miss Sidrina!" The staff in the distance was frightened and ran over quickly. But there were people who were much faster than him. Yevlet immediately rode over, and before the horse slowed down, he turned over and dismounted. Seeing Sidrina's painful expression but trying to get up, he quickly said, "Don't move yet." Sidrina was yelled at and was stunned. Yevlet said, "If you break a bone, acting rashly will deepen the secondary injury. So, young lady, please don't move. If you don't mind, I can check it for you, or you can hold on for a while and wait for the doctor to come." Sidrina came back to her senses and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile, I'm a wizard. And if this part is injured, sir, you can't help me check it." She wanted to stand up, but she felt pain in her buttocks and thighs, and her body staggered. Yevlet quickly reached out to support her. "Thank you." Sidrina was sweating profusely, as if she was really injured. She felt pain in her buttocks and thighs, but she couldn't rub them in front of a strange man. "It seems that she is really injured," Yevlet said. When the staff came, he said, "Why are you running here with nothing? Can you be of any use? Hurry up and call a doctor." Okay, sir." The staff remembered what the use of him running was. So he hurriedly said, "Then please sir, take care of Miss Sidrina, I will call a doctor immediately." After that, he ran away. Sidrina gradually got used to the pain. She looked at Yevlet with some curiosity and said, "Sir, are you from another place?" "Yes, I am a scholar who travels around the continent, and I am also a street magician who earns travel expenses by performing magic on the street," Yevlet said. "How romantic!" Sidrina couldn't help but widen her eyes. As a street magician, making money by himself and traveling around the continent. Isn't this like the protagonist of a common adventure story in the novels she read? Many times, it's not romantic. Yevlet smiled, and it's often embarrassing. But overall, I'm still very grateful. I'm grateful that I dare to think and do, so I can see many beautiful scenery. You are such a romantic gentleman, don't be so rude," Sidrina said. "Then really not. Yevlet knows himself. He has read a lot, but when it comes to writing poetry, he really doesn't have the inspiration. This depends on talent. He is a pure science student. On the contrary, Emily is very talented in this area." Chapter 199, Yevlet, I am sincere and never lie. The two chatted and introduced each other's names. Until Yevlet said that he was 19 years old, Sidrina covered her mouth and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Yevlet was puzzled. "Looking at you, you look very mature. I thought you were older than me." Sidrina said, "I am already 20 years old. I can't tell. I thought I was only 16 years old." Yevlet said, "I don't look that young." Although he denied it, it was obvious that Sidrina was happy and the denial was not sincere. "I am not good at lying," Yevlet said, "whether as a scholar or as a magician, I am not good at lying. If it weren't for you." He glanced at Sidrina's chest, but this glance was caught by the other party. The girl blushed slightly. Yevlet plucked up the courage to say, "You have a great figure, otherwise I think your face is only 14 years old, it is too delicate and beautiful. To be honest, I have traveled to many countries, but beauties like you are very rare. How can it be so exaggerated?" Sidrina covered her face with shame. On weekdays, the boys who came to pursue her, where would they say such things to her? Experienced masters of love always say greasy words, and she feels that breathing air is like drinking oily soup. And inexperienced simple boys always say something like your face is like the moon. Does it mean that her face is a big plate? Theta is as beautiful as a big plate. What flower? Can you tell it? The most annoying thing is some people. Sidrina really wants to complain, can you not do you always buy the same magazine? God knows how helpless she is when she finishes reading the magazine every week and then meets a boy who praises her with the words in the magazine the next week. But it is different now. In fact, Yevlet's words may not be brilliant, and can even be said to be bland flattery. But in the current situation, it is extremely suitable. First, Yevlet easily defeated Sidrina in the aspect where she is most self-righteous. The love novels that Sidrina often reads are also a very popular type in this country. The heroine is usually a strong woman, but the hero is a stronger existence. Now it fits the plot of the novel she reads very well, the powerful heroine is defeated by the handsome and stronger hero. Because of her stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat, she repeatedly challenges him but fails one after another. Finally, she realizes that the other party not only wins easily, but also handles it with ease. Usually at this time, the novel is in the middle stage, and it's time to fall in love. Then the hero becomes crazy and the heroine becomes a weak woman. Second, half of Sidrina's body hurts, and she leans, half of her buttocks sits on the ground, and the strength of the other half of her body is pressed on Yevlet who is holding her arm. She has never been so close to an outsider. The body of a man. It was a different experience. She felt that her body was stronger and more powerful than those of her noble female friends. But now she found that this man was stronger and more powerful than her. The masculine scent was not a bad smell, but an indescribable fragrance that kept entering her nose. And his voice was gentle and steady. It was simply, making people drunk without drinking. Yevlet, this is the smell of Magnolia supermarket shampoo. After being shy for a while, Sidrina suddenly found the flaw. You lied, just now. What? Yevlet asked. You said that as a magician, you don't lie. Sidrina said proudly, how can a magician not lie? Magicians are big liars, okay. So. She pouted her lips slightly, you said those words just to make me happy. Are they true? She felt it was the truth. She was very hypocritical on this issue. Yevlet's first sentence was a lie, but the compliment after that couldn't be more true. But who doesn't want more good words? Yevlet smiled and said, magicians use some tricks and techniques with a sincere heart to make the audience happy. Magicians don't lie. What they say is what it is. If they tell the audience what it is, they will do it to that extent, and they will definitely do what they promised the audience. Yevlet said seriously, magic is to fulfill the wishes of the audience to the greatest extent possible. How can a magician deceive the audience? Sidrina widened her eyes. Master Baz, who was far away in the mansion, shuddered. He wondered, it's not cold, why is he shivering? He stood up and put on a piece of clothing. Old fathers usually can't understand why the little cotton-padded jacket they treat carefully but can never coax is always deceived by a few words from the little yellow-haired boy. At this time, Yevlet was shining in Sidrina's eyes. Look. As expected of a person who makes money by performing magic and travels around the continent, this attitude and understanding of magic are simply novel and sincere. His Sidrina took a deep breath. Does it hurt? Yevlet asked quickly. It hurts a lot. Sidrina nodded and said with tears in her eyes, then can you perform a magic trick for me to divert my attention? Of course, no problem. Yevlet raised his head. Her own hand. Only one hand? Sidrina asked in surprise. Miss Sidrina, which card do you like? Yevlet asked. King. Sidrina had just finished speaking when she suddenly thought that king was special and it was easy for ordinary people to think of it, so she quickly said, no, 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 change it to 7 of diamonds. Okay. Yevlet shook his wrist and a card appeared in his hand, which was 7 of diamonds. Hey! Sidrina made a surprised sound and quickly grabbed Yevlet's hand. She looked at it repeatedly, but couldn't find where he hid the card. She reached out to pull up her sleeves again, revealing Yevlet's snow-white wrist, where the temperature was higher. When Sidrina reached out and held it, her cold fingers were warmed up, and she realized that this behavior was inappropriate, so she immediately withdrew her hand and blushed. Yevlet smiled and said, what other cards do you want? Sidrina's shyness was diverted, she said, then, the 3 of clubs. Yevlet shook his wrist, and the 7 of diamonds directly turned into the 3 of clubs. How did you do it? Sidrina was shocked. Behind Yevlet, Michael looked at the big handful of cards in her hand and pouted. Yevlet had never performed magic for her, although she was Yevlet's secret magic assistant. Yevlet smiled and said, "This is the magician's business. If it is told, there will be no mystery and novelty. So, even if it is a beautiful lady like Miss Sidrina, I'm sorry, I can't tell it." Sidrina was happy again and said, "You are right, I shouldn't ask such impolite questions." A large group of people ran over. It was the staff with the doctor and Sidrina's female guard, who were also panicking at this time. Chapter 200, Yevlet's Layout. Sidrina went to the hospital for treatment, so Yevlet didn't need to follow her. Before leaving, Sidrina gave him a business card, saying that he could find her if he had any trouble. "Asa, have you chosen the next town I asked you to choose?" Yevlet asked. "Master, I have chosen it." Asa took out a piece of information and said, "This banned city meets your requirements in all aspects. Okay, let's go here." Yevlet nodded. Buzz. In an instant, he was teleported to banned city. This was of course teleport through Asa's mirror world. After 3 years of development, Asa's mirror world now covers a small area of half of the country. The Chamber of Commerce here is called the Slowly United Chamber of Commerce, just in front. Asa said. Okay. Yevlet entered the service hall of this Chamber of Commerce. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" the worker asked. "I want to buy a seat for a counselor," Yevlet said directly, and then took 2 gold coins. "Sir, please come in." The staff's eyes lit up, and he quickly called someone over. Does it still need to doubt the strength of someone who casually gave 2 gold coins? 1 gold coin is 80,000 or 90,000 J. An elegantly dressed, white-haired old man in a tuxedo came over and said, "Hello, sir. I am the manager here, Jeff, please follow me." Jeff took Yevlet to a room, and asked someone to make tea, bring snacks, and bring a lot of information. "Sir, what business are you in?" Jeff asked. Yevlet said, "My family supports me, and I have done some daily necessities business, with good results. I have recently researched new products, and I plan to expand the scale." The smile on Jeff's face became even more intense. Carefully gave 2 gold coins. From the look of his demeanor, he looked very confident. He also talked about the support of his family. He must be a very wealthy young man. At this time, Yevlet went to get the water cup, but he didn't hold it firmly, and some water splashed on his hands. "Are you okay, sir?" Jeff hurriedly asked with concern. "It's okay." Yevlet took out a handkerchief, but a business card dropped on the ground. "I'll do it." Jeff hurriedly bent down to pick it up. Sidrina. Seeing the business card, he was stunned. Sidrina Shirashi, isn't this the famous daughter of the Shirashi family? It is said that she is as beautiful as the legendary elves. Their city lord's son has proposed to her, but was rejected. That business card is not so easy to get. Instantly, in Jeff's heart, the gentleman in front of him must have a certain status, and he was more respectful and happy. It seems that there will be a big order today. Your business card. Jeff didn't ask what the other party's relationship with Sidrina was. Yevlet wiped his hands, took the business card and put it in his bag. He said, "My name is Yevlet, and I'm a Viscount." "So it's the Viscount?" Jeff didn't doubt it at all. Think about it, it should be this truth. Anyone who can have a relationship with Miss Sidrina and get her business card must be a noble. Such a young Viscount is most likely hereditary, and when it comes to family, this is a prominent family. Expensive and rich. Let's talk business. Yevlet said. Okay, sir. Jeff quickly spread out the information and explained. This is the place where merchants register, because there are all kinds of demons and monsters in the outside world. Demons are good, weak, bullied, and powerful and evil. Therefore, if some small merchants have to hire guards every time they purchase goods, it will be very troublesome. First, there are not so many wizards in a city, and ordinary guards will die if they encounter monsters. Second, it costs a lot to hire wizards. If you hire a wizard every time you purchase goods, small merchants can't afford such costs. Third, even if you hire a wizard, the other party may not be strong enough to protect the goods. So, the role of the Chamber of Commerce is here. It is equivalent to everyone pooling money and hiring a team of wizards. Of course, there are more benefits, such as getting internal intelligence, market price control, etc., as well as information on hot-selling products, or avoiding unpopular products that cannot be sold in advance. There are even business guidance, of course, all of which cost money. Yevlit is not interested in doing these. He said, I want to buy a seat for a counselor. Sir, a seat for a counselor is not cheap. Jeff said. The Chamber of Commerce naturally has a management group, which is the counselor. The counselors are the major families who buy seats and then obtain the management rights of the Chamber of Commerce. Generally, a large family buys it, because it has to be renewed every year, and the price is very high. Ordinary businessmen don't need to buy it and can't afford it. But for large families, the control of the market and even the formulation of rules are very important. Just introduce it. Yevlit said. Jeff couldn't help but glance at Yevlit, thinking, which second generation is this? So rich? Jeff stopped persuading and said, the seats for counselors are also divided into levels, and different levels have different treatments. What is the highest? Yevlit said. First class. It will cost 300 million J a year. Jeff stared at Yevlit and said. Yet. Yevlit nodded indifferently. This is 300 million J. Jeff looked at the other party who was still calm and indifferent, and couldn't help but sigh that it was really better to be born well than to work hard. He worked hard for most of his life, and even got to be a manager, but he only saved 80 million. This person didn't even blink when he heard it. 300 million J was just a small amount of money. That's it. How long will it take to process it? Yevlit said indifferently. It will take about 7 days to half a month. Jeff said. I can't carry 300 million J with me. Yevlit said. Jeff nodded, of course. So pay a deposit or something, you can process it first, give me a few days, and I will send you the money. Yevlit said. Jeff reminded, Sir, we have to set a time limit, and if the time is up and the money is not delivered, the deposit will not be refunded. Situations like this are very common. 300 million J is not a small amount of money. The process of applying for a first-class seat is not simple. It is not like carrying a box in the morning and being done in the afternoon. So, they all communicate first and sign a contract. As for encountering a scammer, the deposit is expensive and will not be refunded. Who has nothing to do to waste money? Moreover, they usually start the process only after seeing the subsequent deposit, and will not waste any human resources. Of course. Yevlit nodded calmly. The deposit is 1%, so you need to pay 3 million J. Jeff said, and the rest of the money must be paid in full within 15 days. If you can't pay it in full, it can't be refunded. Jeff emphasized again. Yes. Yevlit took out 3 million J out of thin air and piled up a small mountain. Jeff was shocked. This method, wizard? At this time, Yevlit took out another stick, threw it to Jeff, and said, take it and play with it. This is my patent, the magic wand. Just stick it in the ground and receive sunlight, it will be full of magic power, and then release magic. Before, the magic power of Edlas had been drained by Mistgang and transferred to Eslanden. Although there was still some left, it was the magic power of Ansa left by Yevlit, but it was only used by a small number of people in the kingdom of Edlas. After coming to this world, Yevlit spread the demons, and this world obtained a magic system of contracting with demons and becoming a wizard. This system is different from Eslanden and the kingdom of Edlas. Everyone in Eslanden has the potential to become a wizard, of course, most people don't have that talent. The wizards of the kingdom of Edlas use magic props. But here, there is no other way except to contract with the devil. Therefore, most people are ordinary people without much power. This magic wand of Yevlit, even if it has the simplest function, just like the ones used by those small fish in Edlas, is definitely a good treasure for ordinary people. Seeing the stick thrown over, Jeff quickly caught it and asked, "What's the use of this, sir?" "The magic wand that can allow anyone to use magic, a newly developed product, is given to you to play with, just as making friends," Yevlit said. "Anyone? Sir, do you mean anyone?" Jeff was shocked. "Can ordinary people without contracted demons also use it?" Yevlit said, "You will know if you try it yourself. There are signs on it." Jeff hurriedly looked at the magic wand and found a button on the side with a stick drawing on it and a gear to adjust the size next to it. It is easy to understand at a glance. It is simple and direct. Yevlit reminded, I suggest you don't turn it up too high. Jeff looked at the gear, nodded, then adjusted it to the minimum and pressed wind. The magic worked. There was actually a breeze, although it was only strong enough to blow paper. Oh my god! Jeff was stunned. He tried several functions in succession. Water spray, fireball, and remote control. He held the magic wand and couldn't let it go. Sir, is this the product you want to sell? Yes, it will be sold soon. There will be more functions at that time, and it can be customized. There are home and combat versions. Yevlet said. Sir, you are so great. You have revolutionized the magic system of this world. Jeff said excitedly, please take care of me. I want to customize one. Yevlet smiled and said, no problem, I have many options here, everything is pure. He took out a list, which was made by ASA, and it looked very much like that. Jeff looked at the list and quickly checked the configuration. Well, what you chose is not cheap. Yevlet said. My biggest wish in my life is to be a wizard once, but I don't have a contracted demon. Jeff said. Who wouldn't want to have the opportunity to become a wizard? There is an opportunity in front of him now, and he must cherish it very much. Moreover, the options on this information are so tempting. Well, the total price is 5 million J, and the deposit is 1/10. Yevlet said, the full amount must be paid within 7 days. Okay, sir. Jeff hurriedly gave the money, and rubbed the magic wand in his hand, a little reluctant. I said it was for you. Yevlet said. Sir, you are so generous. Jeff was very happy. Yevlet said, however, you must keep my business confidential and don't disturb my marketing plan, understand? I understand, sir, I won't tell anyone who comes. Jeff nodded. For such a good thing, people naturally have a special marketing plan. If he talks nonsense and disturbs other people's plans, he doesn't want to be blocked, let alone assassinated. However, sir, you gave me such a big gift, I can't accept it for nothing. Jeff said. No need, it's just a little thing. Yevlet waved his hand and said, that's it, by the way, do you have the credentials of the parliamentarian? Give me one. Jeff was stunned and said, for the voucher, you have to pay at least 1/10 of the fee before you can get a temporary certificate. Oh, okay. Yevlet immediately looked disappointed and said, I was planning to have a voucher or something, and show it to my friend to convince her. Your friend? Sidrina, we talked about this when I competed with her in horseback archery before. She invested in my company and wanted me to build a manufacturing plant for new products in Zalaxy town, so that if I sell it locally, it will reduce costs and be cheaper than other places. But I think Band City may be better, so I want to transfer the industry here, so I also bought a seat here, which is much more convenient. If I have a voucher, she should understand me. You also know that no one wants to hurt Miss Sidrina's heart. Sir, there is a voucher. Jeff hurriedly shouted, and then said, please consider building a factory in our town, your products will definitely be sold well. Jeff felt that he had a chance. Although he was not engaged in business, if he made this happen, he would have made a great contribution. How could he not get his own benefits? You see, even Miss Sidrina wanted to profit from it, and this might not be Miss Sidrina's idea. Such a rich lady often speaks and acts on behalf of the interests of the family behind her. And the one in front of him seemed to like this place very much. It's just that he didn't want to hurt Miss Sidrina's heart, which is understandable. Who doesn't have a fantasy about such a beauty? So, if this gentleman can produce the certificate of buying a seat in this city to prove that he has invested 300 million here, even Miss Sidrina can't force it. This gentleman must be allowed to be firm. Magic wand. It will be a big hit in the future. Jeff hurried to get the voucher and went to find the general manager. He was not good at revealing it. He just said that he got some internal information, but it involved other people's business secrets, so he asked for a business card for future contact. Jeff has been working here for many years and is very trustworthy. It's just a business card, so he gave it to him. Seeing Jeff's excitement, the general manager thought that it must be a great investment. He really hoped that Jeff could bring him a surprise. Sir. Jeff quickly returned to the room and handed the voucher and business card to Yevlet. Yevlet accepted it casually. After signing a bunch of contracts, he respectfully said to Jeff. Left with respectful eyes. Let's buy something for everyone in the guild. Yevlet said. Master, the supermarket is just ahead, turn left. Asa reminded. Okay,